A blood moon hangs suspended in the sky, evoking a sensation of suffocation. In a daze, a divine tree emerges from nowhere, sweeping across the land, which shatters into fragments. At the confluence of the Fire Nation and the Lightning Nation, stones writhe restlessly. The Ninja Alliance, ordinary villagers, and even the feudal lords find themselves ensnared, with scarcely a soul escaping. Across the globe, similar scenes unfold. Figures are swiftly enveloped and dragged toward the tree trunks, tightly bound without a whisper of resistance, as if their consciousness has been usurped. The once tumultuous battlefield plunges into an eerie silence, with all eyes fixated on the blood moon suspended above on one battlefield. Uchiha Obito hovers in the air, coldly observing the ninjas below as if they were mere ants. Kagaya Tsutsuki glances at Sasuke, who is shielded by the Susanoo, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. Is that man's Rinnegan truly transcending this technique? She muses. This is the most formidable Genjutsu, the infinite Tsukuyomi. I never anticipated it could be evaded so effortlessly. Meanwhile, the scattered Ninja Alliance members, one by one, succumb to the transformation of their eyes into Rinnegan, allowing the tree's branches to ensnare them, powerless to resist. Lin Yu is no exception. Despite his remarkable achievements in the Fourth Great Ninja War, having single-handedly vanquished numerous White Zetsu forces and joined in defeating several reincarnated foes, he remains unable to escape the fate of grievous injury. This battle has far surpassed his comprehension. The Ten Tails, the Crimson Moon, and a torrential barrage of meteoric assaults, even the resurrected dead pose a threat, capable of extinguishing him with but a simple hand seal. Yet, these concerns are no longer his priority. At this moment, his breath is faint, and he bears multiple shattering fractures, and a massive meteorite weighs heavily upon his chest, rendering even the slightest breath a luxury. The night, though dark, is blindingly bright. Infinite Tsukuyomi. This is where it ends. Lin Yu murmurs softly, gazing at the Susanoo engulfed in violet flames beside him, an overwhelming sense of helplessness flooding his heart. Clad in a light green ninja vest and bearing a uniform headband, he stands out even among the countless pawns. Weakness overtakes him. The divine tree's branches surge forward, steadily enveloping his form. In that moment, darkness consumes him, and despair wells up as he reflects on the past. In the 60th year of Konoha, he had just graduated from the Ninja Academy, officially becoming a genin. His innate talent was commendable, and within 3 short years, he ascended to the rank of Jonin, even garnering the attention of Danzo, who sought to recruit him into the route. Yet, reality proved that pawns remain mere pawns. The talent he once took pride in was overshadowed by a pair of eyes. Am I to die? He muses inwardly. Simultaneously, his eyes morph into Rinnegan, and he loses all consciousness. System operational. Amidst this, a crisp electronic synth sound rouses him from his stupor, and his bodily functions gradually begin to revive. His eyes flutter open, revealing a chaotic, pitch-black world before him. There is scarcely a glimmer of light, save for some faint blue glimmers sliding past. The sole path visible is that which the faint lights lead toward. Although the details elude him, Lin Yu senses the presence of many people along this route, men, children, the young and the old. Yet, none utter a word. They trudge forward, numbly, without looking back, appearing utterly dazed, as if their souls have departed. However, Lin Yu is different. He can hear and see, as if he were an anomaly among them. He feels no dissonance within himself. The flowing lights guide them and lead Lin Yu onward. Infinite devouring system activating. 1599. Did I this an illusionary space? Lin Yu awakens completely, his awareness temporarily restored. Yet, he feels a chilling cold enveloping his body. So cold. He attempts to move, to warm himself, but regardless of how many squats he performs, he remains frigid. Unbeknownst to him, he has stepped onto a corridor, and with each step forward, warmth begins to seep into him, even alleviating his fatigue. Finally, before a vast abyss, he finds himself inexplicably compelled to leap into the black vortex without a second thought. Just before plunging into the darkness, the electronic synth sound resurfaces in his ears. Infinite devouring system successfully activated. System. Gradually, Lin Yu feels his consciousness fading once more. Pain surges through him, as though his entire being is being torn asunder. Suddenly, Lin Yu jolts awake from his slumber, forcing himself to rise despite the agony coursing through him. He cautiously surveys his surroundings. Rusted cages in a moss-covered environment provoke a wave of nausea, particularly as he realizes he is trapped within one. Where am I? Lin Yu freezes, quickly assessing his appearance. A face reminiscent of a 6-year-old child stares back, marred by whip scars, and standing before him are two ninjas. Judging by the environment and the attire of the ninjas, Lin Yu is certain this is not Konoha. Damn, is this an illusionary space? Yet, he possesses no recollection of it. Swish, eat. Eat something to gain strength, that's how you survive. The voice emanates from the Arbia child, similarly fated, huddled in a corner of a rusted cage. Tattered clothing adorns him, yet despair glimmers in his eyes, an expression Lin Yu has encountered on the battlefield. Only those who have utterly forsaken their will to survive exhibit such a gaze, and it is far too profound for a mere 5-year-old. Who are you? He whispers, but receives no reply. The guarding ninjas, growing impatient, strike the cage with renewed vigor. Instinctively, Lin Yu comprehends their intent. He glances down at a half piece of dry bread resting in a mud-stained plate. Shall I devour this? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu tears away the untainted portion of the dry bread. He begins to eat it. In that instant, the familiar electronic voice resonates in his ears once more, devouring. Acquired physique, 0.1. Devouring. Acquired stamina 1. Congratulations, host. You have survived. Chapter 2. Activation. Devouring system ding. Host, you have received the initial gift package, 1 cleansing elixir. Note, drinking the cleansing elixir can enhance the host and amp Opos, S physique, strength, speed, and more. As the bread was consumed, the cold, mechanical prompt resonated. Lin Yu gradually regained his composure and slowly lifted the glass vial in his hand. The azure liquid swirled within the glass. At that moment, he also observed that the prominent birthmark on his arm, a mark that had been with him since birth, had mysteriously vanished. His body had transformed into that of a 6-year-old child, confined in this dreadful place, and his hands and feet were shackled by a heavy hammer weighing 100 kilograms. Now, he was certain that he was no longer himself. Following that mechanical prompt, the infinite devouring system vanished without a trace. Soon, the outside world grew increasingly raucous, filled with a cacophony of whispers. As the iron cage opened, the guarding ninja skillfully unlatched Lin Yu and Oppo's prison. Yet, the shackles remained locked. In a nearby square, a throng had gathered, tightly packed. Heard that guy is facing 5 lower-ranking ninjas today. He has one for so long, it's about time he meets his end. I bet 50 taels on him. 50 taels? I've staked my wife and children. No need to watch. That guy is as good as dead. Before the battle had even begun, the Bamboo Clan members, unable to conceal their grotesque expressions, began to bicker. As the ominous bell tolled outside, Lin Yu's senses heightened. The sound of a single horn pierced the air, and his body instinctively moved forward. Dragging the cumbersome hammer, his movements appeared laborious. Swiftly, as if driven by instinct, he found himself at the center of the square. Look, the clan leader has shackled him with a 100-pound iron ball. He has finished. Before the announcement could be made, one lower-ranking ninja displayed his impatience. Hurry up and end this. It's a waste of time. But at that instant, an explosive sound erupted. The square was violently torn apart, bricks exploding with cracks, dust swirling through the air. The audience was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Who would have thought the battle would end so quickly? Had I known, I would have wagered more. What a bore. As the smoke began to clear, a figure emerged, exuding a menacing aura, retracting the heavy hammer from his feet. The lower-ranking ninja, as anticipated, had every vital part of his body splattered across the shattered bricks, resembling saffron petals. After a brief moment of shock, the crowd gazed in terror at the figure stepping from the haze, their expressions filled with dread. In an instant, an ominous premonition washed over them. This is impossible. The 4 ninjas, sensing the threat, instinctively took a few steps back. Though their records indicated that all 5 were merely lower-ranking, several among them had already attained the level of intermediate ninja. Yet, they could not fathom how one could be obliterated in a single strike. Lin Yu emerged from the smoke, uncorked the vial, and drank deeply. A fleeting memory not his own flashed through his mind, and understanding dawned upon him. In this life, he had become a member of the Bamboo clan, possessing remarkable talent. Upon birth, he awakened the bloodline limit of the corpse bone pulse, enabling him to manipulate his own bones. However, instead of nurturing his extraordinary gift, the clan had suppressed his abilities, imprisoning him in a rusty cage as a mere plaything, even going so far as to kill his parents. Fate had conspired against him. And mere hours before, the original owner of this body had succumbed to the relentless torment. So that's how it is. Allow me to assist you, Linyu murmured, a smirk gracing his lips. After consuming the cleansing elixir, he felt an extraordinary warmth enveloping his bones and blood, as if caressed by a mystical force. Cleansing successful, his body began to undergo a miraculous transformation, akin to a rebirth, as the sealed powers within him gradually awakened. Mental points 3, stamina 4, physique 4, the system's mechanical voice echoed once more. No, this is impossible. Hadn't his tendons been severed? How can he possess such strength? The others trembled in fear. No, he will kill us. Please, don't. What are you doing, Shin? Have you lost your wits? He has been imprisoned since birth, without training. He is merely a child with talent. We need not fear him. Before the thought was completed, Linyu locked eyes with the speaking Bamboo clan ninja. With a mere thought, a spike of bone erupted from his body, piercing through flesh with astonishing speed. In less than a heartbeat, the sharp tip of bone had transformed the ninja into a grotesque pincushion, his blood staining the ground. The remaining ninjas, paralyzed by terror, could barely catch their breath. They watched the bone protrusions withdraw from the lifeless body, which lay stark against the stone pavement. Weak-kneed, they collapsed onto the ground. Fortune has smiled upon us. A 7-fold payout. Truly, he is unmatched among ninjas worldwide. But what of it? He is still our plaything. A mere creature for our amusement. Just a dog. You truly regard him as a threat? When he becomes bothersome, we'll simply have him killed. As usual, the audience was divided. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Compared to the flourishing Hidden Leaf village, the Bamboo clan appeared sickly. With a cold glint in his eyes and without a moment's hesitation, Linyu returned to his cage. Night fell. The guarding ninjas seemed to have grown lax. With no one around except for the young man curled in the corner, silent as ever. This night was eerily quiet. Suddenly, countless members of the Bamboo clan awoke from their slumber. They had undoubtedly shared the same dream. The man rising from hell was about to return. Chapter 3. The night approaches within the confines of a cramped prison. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows. The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent, with a few figures huddled in the corners, draped in tattered rags that barely covered them. The pitch-black iron bars sealed everything away, layer upon layer, enveloping the space in an oppressive stillness that made it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, Linyu opened his eyes, his hands beginning to tremble. Since the last time he had felt the warmth of sunlight, a fervent desire to escape this prison had consumed him. Who am I? Where exactly am I? These questions relentlessly echoed in his mind, refusing to dissipate. As the notion of fleeing the prison took root in his thoughts, a new system prompt materialized before him. Would you like to devour? Devour? Linyu pondered. The first time this prompt had appeared was while he was consuming bread. Upon completion, he had reaped the benefits of a profound transformation. Only he understood the extent of the impact the cleansing elixir had on him. Every flaw within him was meticulously rectified, and the aches that had once tormented him vanished entirely. It was as though he had undergone a complete rebirth. Yet this time, Linyu was puzzled. Before him lay nothing but iron bars. Previously, he had devoured bread. Now, was he to consume iron bars? He cast a bewildered glance around, realizing that the iron bars were indeed the only objects present. Soon, as his thoughts began to stir, his body instinctively bared its fangs and started to gnaw. Strangely, the seemingly impenetrable iron bars felt as soft as sponge beneath his bite. A flash of cold light erupted, and before he could comprehend what was happening, the entire iron cage shattered into fragments. This is he gasped in astonishment. Devour completed. Strength 2. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he turned to tear apart 200-pound iron balls with his fangs. Devour successful. Constitution points 3. Another constitution point? A smile crept across Linyu's face, and a warm current surged through his body, coursing through his meridians. It was an indescribable sensation, a power distinct from chakra, yet undeniably palpable. It was a strength he had never before encountered. Though the enhancement was modest, he understood that persistence, like water carving through stone, would yield significant results over time. If he were to fully augment his strength and constitution, might he not stand shoulder to shoulder with the mighty beast of Konoha? Lin Yu paused, abruptly retracting his astonished smile. A cacophony of noise erupted outside. Hey, get a new portion. Don't you fear that kid will kill you one day? Two ninjas were bantering, one tossing the food that had fallen to the ground back into the container. Kill me? That kid? Huh. The ninja chuckled as he added handfuls of dirt to the food. I'm gracious enough to feed him. Even if it's dung, he'll have to swallow it. With a lewd grin, he ambled toward the restroom. Hey you, if the clan leader finds out. Enough. The clan leader wouldn't bother with such trifles. The take-door-eyed Chunin replied, his impatience evident as he continued to stir the food with a stick, intensifying the foul odor. Suddenly, he froze, his body trembling as crimson lines appeared starkly against the darkness. Who was the trifling one? Is that you referring to yourself? The Chunin and Appo's face twitched, instinctively attempting to break free but unable to escape the slicing pain of a bloodline mark. How did you escape from the prison? And this is... Indeed, the corpse bone pulse, a power even your clan leader has never possessed. His eyes blazed with a terrifying intensity as skeletal appendages erupted from his back, brutally extracting the Chunin's intestines. Blood splattered everywhere. The intense agony induced a wave of nausea, resulting in a torrent of fresh blood spilling forth. Lin Yu merely raised the corners of his mouth in a faint smile. Now, if you swallow the contents of this lunchbox. Before Lin Yu could finish his sentence, the ninja hastily grabbed the food and began to consume it. The spectacle was beyond description. In less than 2 minutes, he had completely devoured the meal. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, stepping forth from the shadows. Yet in the next instant, he ruthlessly severed the Chunin and Appo's head. After enduring the Fourth Shinobi World War, he was no longer the naive child he once was. Compassion had long been erased by the ravages of war. Here, in the shinobi world, the cheapest commodity was indeed kindness. Pausing for a moment, Lin Yu smiled slightly, a smile so chilling. Memories that did not belong to him flashed through his mind, fragments from the memories of the original owner of this body, but they vanished as quickly as they appeared. Consider this your revenge. What a joke. You fulfilled his request. Why the other Chunin's heart raced with anxiety, unable to maintain eye contact with Lin Yu. A primal fear coursing through him. His expression was grave. This individual possessed an unparalleled bloodline ability within the clan. Furthermore, with just a single glance, he had obliterated his companion, his method reminiscent of a battle-hardened ninja. I never said I would spare him. Lin Yu cast a glance at the remaining take-door-eye ninja. Boom. An aura of malice radiated from him, enveloping the Chunin in a suffocating dread. In an instant, he felt as if he had plunged into a fiery abyss. Drenched in sweat. So powerful. The disparity is insurmountable. Could this truly be the aura of a mere genin? He felt as though he might explode from the pressure. Had he concealed his strength all these years in confinement? This individual would undoubtedly become the greatest threat to the Take-Dorai clan. Fear etched on his face. The genin swallowed hard, his shuriken spinning faster, betraying his inner turmoil. Chapter 4. Concealment. Before he could react, he was already afflicted with numerous wounds. More than a dozen in total. He had no chance to even emit a scream. In less than a second, the wounds began to rupture. Blood gushing forth as his body fell apart, staining the ground before him. This was the power of the corpse bone pulse, killing in silence. Perhaps it had been recorded in some ancient text. Its purpose was to control the power of one's bones, allowing for the free alteration of their form, enabling both defense and attack. For an ordinary person, repeated use of the corpse bone pulse would inevitably cause fatal harm to the body. But Lin Yu was different. Through marrow cleansing, his body had completely shed this limitation, permitting him to wield it infinitely, manipulating the concentration of calcium at will. This meant that his corpse bone pulse was now akin to a divine skill. Before him lay a figure, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, collapsed on the ground in an unsightly death. As remnants of Lin Yu and Appo's memories lingered, he recalled this was a family steeped in sickness. Thus, he felt no pity. Under the cover of night, he hastily concealed himself in the shadows. He needed to leave this place. Within the clan, his strength had grown considerably. Engaging 5 lower ninjas consecutively, he found it effortless. His current prowess was likely nearing that of an elite middle ninja. Meanwhile, an elder with a wrinkled face and a hint of malevolence furrowed his brow, his expression swiftly darkening. Damn it, hundreds of taels of silver just vanished like that. Ruining my evening. As one of the elders of the clan, he held significant prestige. He had just spent 50 taels on the company of several young women at the Hundredly Pavilion. Their allure was indeed exceptional. However, age had taken its toll. And while he enjoyed his indulgences, his body required more movement and exercise. As was his custom, he lit a cigarette during his leisure. "Sir, shall we arrange for tomorrow and Appos? Bets?" inquired a ninja respectfully beside him. "Triple the stakes. This time, I intend to reclaim everything in one go," the elder replied with composure. Noticing the ninja's puzzled expression, he elaborated. "Tomorrow, find a high-ranking ninja to disguise as a lower one and infiltrate their ranks. Eliminate him on the spot." The ninja hesitated. "That, perhaps." The elder, however, smiled with a sly softness. "Do not concern yourself with the details. Just remember, you are acting on my behalf. Once the task is complete, a reward shall await you." In an instant, a chilling sensation crept up the elder's spine, causing him to tense up and leap to the rooftop. It was the first time he felt such apprehension. His body bristled with goosebumps, his eyes darted about, fearful of missing any detail. The accompanying ninja swiftly drew a kunai, positioning himself protectively beside the elder. "There's an enemy." In the distance, on the rooftop, a cat yawned, evidently startled, before swiftly leaping down from the eaves. Aside from a few birds flitting by, nothing else seemed amiss. "Just a cat," he concluded. Minutes passed without incident, and the ninja beside him exhaled in relief, glancing up at the elder. However, the elder's expression was grim, his face resembling that of a corpse. The night seemed like a protective shroud, an eerie stillness enveloping the surroundings. The darkness stirred with potential danger. The elder's gaze remained fixated on the dim corners, wary of any sudden assault. Something's off. He soon realized, understanding that this was not merely about a cat. The killing intent he sensed could only be perceived by a battle-hardened ninja. It was an exceptionally pure and lethal aura, one he had never encountered even in the most perilous missions. As an elder of the Takakurai clan, he grasped the gravity of the situation. "Who dares to play tricks on me?" He scanned his surroundings. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Yu smirked faintly, as narrowed yet keenly aware of the fear he instilled in them. However, his physical condition was not optimal, even though the system's cleansing had repaired his body, enhancing his constitution and strength significantly. He was still in the body of a child. Engaging them recklessly was unwise, even if he yearned to stretch his limbs. He was not foolish enough to act now. Should he engage, he might not only fail to escape the streets, but also jeopardize his very existence within the Takakurai clan. Thus, he chose to bide his time, retracting some of his killing intent. "Vile creature, show yourself." The elder's visage was twisted with unease, clearly still believing in the threat he sensed. Closing his eyes, he focused intently. Drip, drip. Water droplets fell into the crevices of the wall, the rustle of leaves whispering through the forest. Every sound sent a shiver down the elder's spine. A spy? Or perhaps an assassin sent by a great nation? Such occurrences were not uncommon, especially with the uniqueness of bloodline limits that often attracted other clans to send infiltrators for reconnaissance. There, a few seconds later, when a sapphire eye glimmered anew in the darkness, the elder's pupils constricted, his expression a complex mix of emotions, predominantly astonishment. Had he truly misperceived it? A cat staggered into view. The accompanying ninja, sensing the situation, sheathed his kunai, playfully engaging with the feline. Could it be that I was mistaken? The elder gasped in disbelief. Lin Yu observed their antics and suddenly laughed, though he was unsure of the reason behind his mirth. His laughter seemed incongruous in the current context, evoking an unsettling aura. Abruptly, he opened his azure eyes and gazed upwards, watching the shooting stars streak across the sky. His presence was assuredly not akin to a fleeting meteor. This time, it was different. What is destiny? Within his gaze lay an ineffable emotion, as if expressing his unspoken discontent. Chapter 5, Passive Resistance, The Great Escape? In a conference room, a row of individuals sat side by side, with the most prominent figure narrowing his pupils and wearing a bitter smile. They were all members of the esteemed Takagari clan, possessing the highest authority. However, it was only due to pressing matters that they had gathered so completely. Indeed, it was a tumultuous time. Who would have thought that at such a critical juncture he would slip away? What could he possibly intend to do? Chief, should we not increase our manpower to locate that individual? In the darkness, the speaker and Apos' face was nearly invisible, yet it was evident that they were well acquainted with one another and Apos' identities. A lamp swayed, perhaps stirred by a gust of wind, or perhaps heralding something significant. After all, that individual and Apos' talent rivaled that of Kamara, if not surpassing it. Rivaling Kamara? The others murmured in astonishment. Within the clan, Kamara was already recognized as an exceptional talent, a rarity not seen for centuries. It could be said that in this era, no one could match his capabilities. Furthermore, there had been no proper contest between the two to ascertain such a claim about the other individual's talents. No, we have more pressing concerns at hand. The chief emphasized the word important, serving as a reminder to all. However, the chief and Apos' heart brimmed with unease. An uncertain time bomb could detonate at any moment, especially now. Yet more than the potential chaos he could unleash upon the village, the chief was primarily worried about the impending arrival of a significant event. In 3 days, our era will dawn, and the entire hidden mist. He paused abruptly before continuing, all 5 great nations will become our subservients. In the corner, an individual appeared dissatisfied, eager to retort. Is it truly so simple? Let us not be overly arrogant. Many matters remain beyond our foresight. For instance, regarding this escape, are we truly prepared to allow such a dangerous element to roam freely within our village? The chief furrowed his brow, silently regarding the speaker. I have heard that he dispatched 5 lower-ranked ninjas without breaking a sweat. His strength has likely already reached the level of an elite nin. Enough. The present situation is of utmost importance, the chief interjected. What does it matter how strong he is? I have contained him for 5 or 6 years. Even if he has improved during this time, he remains within my grasp. Initially, I had intended to use him and Kamara as pawns in my next scheme. But given the circumstances, let Kamara take the lead. This is merely the beginning of our grand ambitions. The organization's gaze flickered ominously as a chilling voice echoed. With the fall of night, a series of exclamations erupted. In memory, it was a seemingly ordinary relay station, yet it was anything but. In truth, it was an asset belonging to a renowned figure within the clan. As a resting place for merchants, it typically did not scrutinize the identities of its patrons too closely. Having enjoyed a hearty meal, the system chimed once more. Ding. Absorption successful. Stamina 3, Strength 1. This increase in strength was anticipated. Although still unfamiliar with the system, Linyu understood that consuming items could enhance his attributes. However, having learned from his first experience, he resolved never to consume iron bars or similar items again. He felt a deep-seated aversion to relying on peculiar substances for enhancement. Peering through the paper window, he noticed a commotion in the village, as the patrols had noticeably intensified. Linyu smiled knowingly, and in an instant, his body flickered and vanished from sight. Moments later, several figures cloaked in darkness rapidly appeared at the relay station, led by an elder accompanied by several sensory ninjas. He is fast. Pursue him. Their silhouettes soon disappeared, only to re-emerge moments later, surrounding Linyu with a dozen guards. On this moonless night, news of Linyu's escape and the ensuing chaos within the Takagari clan had spread like wildfire. At that moment, Linyu raised an eyebrow. For a mere few hundred taels of silver, is it worth this? It is indeed you, the elder remarked coldly, disdain evident in his demeanor. That murderous intent emanates from you, does it not? At such a young age, your bloodlust is formidable. You cannot be allowed to live. And then what? Linyu responded audaciously, his gaze unwavering. Do you believe you can prevent me from leaving here alive today? Even with your power, it will be your demise. Linyu assessed the figures surrounding him. With the awareness of his past life, he discerned that these individuals were merely nin level, with several lower-ranked ninjas merely filling the ranks. Is there no one left in the Takagari clan? Linyu smirked at the group. In the next moment, crack. 634 sharp bones erupted from his body, enveloping him like a porcupine, a terrifying force causing the guards to stagger back. The elder's eyes widened in shock. What is happening? Can it truly be manipulated this way? The elder swiftly formed hand seals, snake, horse, monkey, rabbit, horse, monkey, rabbit. Water release, water prison technique. A torrent of high-pressure water surged from beneath the ground, encasing Lin Yu in a watery cube. Yet, in the next instant, a new prompt panel appeared before Lin Yu. Would you like to absorb? This time, Lin Yu resolutely chose to absorb. Boom. A terrifying force erupted, shattering the water prison into mere trickles, all of which Lin Yu consumed entirely. What? What is this? The elder was taken aback, drenched in cold sweat. Absorption successful. Rewards. Water release. Water prison technique. Mental resistance 3. Water prison technique? Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu momentarily froze but quickly regained his composure. What intrigued him most was the aspect of mental resistance. Chapter 6. The Demon from Hell, Mental Resistance. Based on the level of mental resistance, one can withstand a certain degree of illusions. Hint, current progress 1. 5100. Moments later, a surge of murky air escaped his lips. Lin Yu exhaled sharply, appearing significantly revitalized. Is reaching a mere 1. 5 progress truly sufficient? As the notification faded, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Yu's face. If he were to attain a full 100% in his cultivation, could he then withstand all illusions of this world, including the one hailed as the most potent illusion, Infinite Tsukuyami? However, what intrigued Lin Yu more was the absence of notifications during the enhancement of his basic attributes such as stamina and strength. Could it be that the fundamental values could be infinitely augmented? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he received crucial information regarding the system. Hint, the host's basic attributes can be infinitely enhanced. Thus, with continuous consumption and evolution, he might reach an unimaginable level. Moreover, he possessed the power of the bone pulse. What might his future self become? In Konoha, such a prodigy would be nurtured with great care, yet within this Takaguri clan, he was merely subjected to exploitation and confinement. Under the dim light, Lin Yu's gaze drifted. Konoha? Regaining his focus, he noticed the expressions of those around him had drastically shifted. Even their kunai trembled unsteadily in their hands. You have committed an unforgivable sin. We have issued a bounty. You cannot escape. Before the words could fully escape their lips, an instantaneous event unfolded. From a distance of several meters, Lin Yu and Appo's figure flickered and appeared behind the sensing ninja. With a firm grip, he executed a powerful back suplex, and simultaneously, a sharp white object erupted from his body, piercing through the sensing ninja. But that was far from the end. As he slightly tilted his body, illuminated by the moonlight, the bones glimmered with a silvery sheen, resembling polished steel blades, evoking an even more chilling aura. His body was cleaved open. Monster, a monster. The remaining guards seemed to awaken from a dream. 634 blades enveloped him entirely. Was there still time to hesitate? Without granting them a moment to react, Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as the 634 blades poised for attack. Like a flash of lightning, they dispersed and struck with astonishing speed, leaving no time for response. However, if they had possessed even a modicum of intellect, at this juncture, even the most renowned defensive ninjutsu would struggle to withstand the assault from the bone pulse. Yet, they failed to comprehend that Lin Yu's intention was not to kill, but rather to enhance his own strength through this battle. Upon realizing he could consume ninjutsu, Lin Yu had no desire to flee, merely by absorbing a C-rank ninjutsu. The water prison technique, he had already gained mental benefits. What could he achieve from more potent techniques? His ultimate goal was to grow stronger through combat. Bang! The gray bone needle struck with blinding speed, instantly eliminating several sensing ninjas, while the remaining needles found their mark, embedding themselves in the wall behind. Be careful! His bones! One elder shouted, seemingly having an epiphany, retreating to the shelter of the eaves. Quickly! Subdue him! Though such orders were issued, Lin Yu's body resembled that of a porcupine. No physical technique could inflict harm upon him. Moreover, they risked injury from his bone needles. Yet, ninjutsu seemed to, perhaps due to the commotion, within mere minutes, the entire Takaguri clan was set ablaze with alarms. The clamor echoed throughout the clan, reaching every household. You fools! Don't let him escape. Go all out. He must die today. The elder bellowed. It was nighttime. If Lin Yu chose to flee, they would never catch him. Just moments ago, their sensing ninjas had all perished. Once he entered any dense thicket, he would leave no trace behind. This mere child, no older than 5 or 6, fought with the composure of a seasoned butcher. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a child of such tender age could possess such fortitude. Water release, water barrier. A towering wall of water rose, shielding the remaining ninjas. A barrier soaring several meters high, isolating everything within. Moments later, torrents of water cascaded from the barrier, crashing down with the ferocity of a waterfall. The mud walls, built from bricks and ancient trees, were uprooted in an instant. Water release, great waterfall technique. This was a devastatingly powerful ninjutsu. The ninjas within the water barrier watched in horror, realizing that this was not a single individual's technique, but a coordinated effort from several ninjas, amplifying its power beyond that of a typical great waterfall technique. No one could escape this technique. You will descend to hell. The din startled the clansfolk, and numerous figures rushed toward the scene. As the waterfall began to subside, they were left in awe. Just like before, the entire technique appeared to be absorbed, merging into Lin Yu's being. Not only that, but even the defensive water barrier was consumed by him one by one. You can't be serious. That's ninjutsu. A monster. He is not human. The elder stumbled, previously perched on the eaves, now seated on the stone bricks. Impossible. What are you? The elder's gaze shifted from incredulity to sheer terror. At that moment, he no longer wished to confront this aberration, a messenger seemingly hailing from the depths of hell. All he desired now was to escape. His eyes, bloodshot, painted everything in hues of crimson, unbeknownst to him. When he beheld Lin Yu's bones transforming from gray to red, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Devil! This creature hails from hell." Chapter 7. The earth-shattering sound in the annual cultivation exchange meeting held in the Frog Hall of Myaboka Mountain. The two great immortals of the Frog clan occupied the highest seats. Below them, the incessant croaking of frogs filled the hall. Even the usually indifferent Frog Wantai, puffing on his pipe, cast a detached gaze towards Immortal Shinzaku. "Silence, silence." Immortal Shima spoke up. However, before further discussion could ensue, another frog leapt in a flurry. "Master has awakened. A new prophecy." Both Immortal Shinzaku and Immortal Shima were instantly taken aback. A new prophecy. The Great Frog Immortal, a legendary sage frog, had existed since the dawn of creation and possessed immense chakra within. He could foresee future events, albeit through fragmented dreams, and his predictions had never been wrong. Moreover, his prophecies were of critical importance, with far-reaching implications. Several frogs led the way before the two immortals, making their way to the hall where the great frog immortal slumbered. In their sight, two murky eyes slowly opened, adorned with a necklace of oil and a doctoral cap. The great frog immortal slightly stirred awake, roused by the commotion below. "Oh, is it time to eat? Are we having fried insects again?" Immortal Shinzaku and Immortal Shima exchanged frowns, their expressions clouded with dismay. Even Frog Wantai, usually reticent, allowed a hint of a smile to creep onto his lips. Prophecy? "Master." "Oh, is it not mealtime?" The great frog immortal lazily adjusted his posture, his eyelids drooping once more. "Master." "We understand now." With effort, the great frog immortal finally opened his murky eyes wide, glancing around before fixing his gaze upon Frog Wantai. "Regarding the prophecy, blood, corpses. He will stand upon the rubble, exuding unparalleled authority." Shima and Shinzaku exchanged a knowing glance, unable to contain themselves. "Are you referring to him? He neither belongs to this world, nor does he not belong to it. I cannot see clearly regarding his identity." The great frog immortal yawned, his drowsiness returning until he caught sight of Shinzaku's serious countenance, which prompted him to muster some energy. Even if he is not of this world, he will undoubtedly exert a profound influence, much like a scale tipping between two extremes, whether for better or worse. I foresee him wielding the purest and most formidable power, causing the land to tremble and crack, and something red. Something red? Master, what should we do? Who exactly is he? The great frog immortal lowered his head heavily, as if he wished to speak, yet found no words. Silence enveloped the gathering frogs, reluctant to disrupt the tranquility until a faint snoring echoed in the hall. As Shinzaku continued to furrow his brow, the great frog immortal's prophecies had always been beyond doubt. At least for the frogs of Myaboka Mountain. Absorption successful. Reward: 5 points of mental resistance. Absorption successful. Reward. Sage body. Temporarily enhances personal strength for 30 seconds. Beep. Stamina 3. Beep. Endurance 2. In an instant, a series of notifications resonated within Linyu and Appo's mind. The most immediate effect was the continuous enhancement of his physical condition, and he could genuinely perceive the benefits. His gaze swept over the group before him, who had completely lost their combat capabilities. He was no longer inclined to engage in battle and wished to conclude matters swiftly. Moreover, reinforcements from the Take-Torai clan were imminent, and he could not afford to waste time here. After all, facing an entire village alone was decidedly foolhardy, and remaining would likely lead to a protracted conflict. With the recent exploration of his own skeletal lineage, he decisively unleashed his abilities. His 10 fingers shot forth like bullets, striking with unerring accuracy. Regaining focus, Linyu had already wiped the blood from half his face, inhaling the rich scent of blood in the air. Those deserving of death received it, and no one was spared, neither the innocent nor the guilty. Then he leapt into the void, his body vanishing swiftly into the night. By the time the leader of the Take-Torai clan arrived, the scene before him was one of utter devastation. Blood splattered against the walls, and dismembered corpses lay scattered. They could scarcely comprehend how these elite forces had suffered such a complete defeat. Could he have been hiding his strength all along? If that were the case, it would be a truly terrifying prospect. Regardless, I wanted dead. One elder of the Take-Torai clan seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. As his words fell, several shadowy figures swiftly vanished from sight. Initially, the plan had been to cultivate him as a trump card for personal use and to bind him. However, recent events had thoroughly embarrassed the clan leader. Linyu had grown, and his growth exceeded expectations, possessing a bloodline limit. His strength had even reached the level of AJ Nin. First, he had casually escaped captivity, then single-handedly turned the Take-Torai clan upside down, effortlessly eliminating numerous elite members within. You must understand, I have more pressing matters at hand. Otherwise, I will torment you until you wish for death. The clan leader's gaze was resolute. Yet, the atmosphere within the courtyard was overwhelmingly heavy. Normally, the reputation of a single individual should not weigh down an entire shinobi village to such an extent. Word of this would become a source of ridicule. Thus, even though he intended to attack Kirigakure the next day, the Take-Torai clan leader felt compelled to dispatch a contingent to apprehend Linyu, to save face before his subordinates. Consequently, he did not mobilize the main forces but sent a few foot soldiers in pursuit. As for Linyu, he did not regard him as a significant threat. When the forces from Kirigakure descended, they would inevitably fall into his grasp. If necessary, he would don the headband of Kanahagakure. A small team would infiltrate Kirigakure as vanguards, instructed to avoid alarming the enemy. At this moment, Kirigakure had undergone a transformation, now referred to as the Land of Blood Mist. Its strength drastically diminished. Most of the village's ninjas had abandoned it, rendering Kirigakure seemingly within reach. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall from the sky, cleansing the ground anew. Standing amidst the rain, it felt as though the world was reduced to that earth-shattering sound. Boom. Chapter 8. Conspiracy. A new round of bounty notices has been prematurely issued in a certain location, with Lin Yu's name prominently displayed at the forefront of the list. Although it is merely an A-rank bounty, the reward is substantial enough to entice anyone. Concurrently, not only bounty hunters but virtually every local power organization is utilizing their intelligence networks to commence the search for this newcomer. Drip. Drop. Raindrops patter upon the earth as Linyu strolls through the downpour, the surroundings imbued with an air of desolation. Despite the unfamiliar terrain, he relies on the mental map from his past life to recall his approximate location. Moving forward, a delicate voice reverberates in the vicinity, startling a stray cat seeking shelter from the rain. As he advances, the voice, distant yet distinct, suddenly bursts forth in laughter, an unsettling sensation beginning to permeate the atmosphere. Linyu raises his head slightly, his gaze settling upon the speaker. Although visibility is limited in the rain, he discerns that the speaker is a woman clad in a qipao. Her graceful silhouette traverses this desolate wilderness, exuding an aura of solitude. Despite the distance, Linyu senses that she is not to be trifled with, a woman with flowing white hair, scantily clad, holding an umbrella, her lithe form accentuated by alluring purple eyeshadow. Yes, Yes, just a bit further, she urges, her excitement palpable. The umbrella, perhaps mismanaged or intentionally tilted, suddenly becomes a projectile as she flings it into the air, charging towards Linyu with the ferocity of a wild beast. Though her features possess a striking beauty enhanced by delicate makeup, her expression, twisted and revealing menacing fangs, instills a sense of discomfort within Linyu. Dirt escape. Yellow spring swamp. Before Linyu can react, the woman swiftly performs hand seals in midair. Her movements fluid and graceful, tracing an exquisite arc. The ground beneath him sinks, ensnaring Linyu and Apos' legs with a formidable grip, rendering him immobile. The rain-soaked earth only amplifies the binding nature of the technique. As the rain continues to fall, the woman hastens her hand seals, clearly motivated by the bounty. As a bounty hunter, it is customary to pursue newly issued warrants, and as a means of survival, she cannot afford to overlook a target like Linyu. Yet, just as she gathers her chakra to unleash her next technique, hesitation creeps in. For the first time, she contemplates the ease of obtaining this 10 million reward. Those who make it onto the black market's wanted list are undoubtedly formidable adversaries. This is an undeniable truth. Moreover, she realizes that since she cast her first technique, Linyu has remained eerily still in the swamp, his expression calm and unperturbed. Could there be a hidden scheme at play? Upon this realization, she swiftly retracts her stance, darting to the side, taking refuge upon a nearby branch. Linyu's next action, however, catches her completely off guard. Indeed, he seizes a handful of the surrounding swamp water, bringing it to his lips with increasing speed. Monster, the woman, having never encountered such a being, echoes the sentiments of those who had tried to kill him earlier that day. Linyu, feeling somewhat fatigued and yearning for a place to settle amidst the rain, contemplates the unfolding events. How intriguing, truly intriguing. In the hidden mist village, within the office of the Mizukage, a man wearing a tiger-striped spiral mask gazes down upon the village. He places the latest report upon his desk, a faint smile gracing his lips. Beside him, a figure with green hair and purple eyes, bearing a scar resembling a stitched wound beneath his left eye, sits rigidly, his gaze vacant and fixed ahead. It is not difficult to identify him as the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. No one notices the pallor of his complexion, akin to that of an ailing individual. Possessing the ability to perfectly control the strength of tailed beasts, he is rightfully deemed a prodigy among prodigies, with potential that exceeds even the wildest imagination. Ironically, the once great genius has now completely lost his consciousness, ensnared in an illusion, reduced to a mere pawn in another's game. The village itself has effectively been handed over. According to intelligence reports, the Take-Torai clan is expected to mobilize en masse tonight at midnight, harboring intentions against the hidden mist. However, this is hardly surprising. Especially in times of war, such occurrences are all too common. Meanwhile, the Take-Torai clan revels in their plans, blissfully unaware that Uchiha Obito, or rather, Lord Mizukage, has already devised countermeasures. Yet, his amusement does not stem from this situation. What piques Uchiha Obito's curiosity is that just yesterday, a new bounty was issued in the black market, with a reward placed on a certain Linyu. The bounty stands at 10 million. As a newcomer, his achievements are evidently commendable. The bone pulse, you say? A single individual capable of stirring chaos within the Take-Torai clan, now that is someone he wishes to meet. A slight smirk curls upon Obito's lips, accompanied by an unsettling surge of ocular power. Suddenly, Yagura's vacant expression shifts. A strange smile emerging as if he is no longer himself, his demeanor transformed entirely. In an instant, he erupts into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Yet, he remains seated like a child in kindergarten, oblivious and devoid of independent thought, akin to a marionette devoid of strings. His laughter persists for a full 5 minutes. Boring. Uchiha Obito holds little regard for those who conform to expectations. In his view, obedient individuals are bound by convention, lacking original thought. Conversely, those who defy convention introduce an element of intrigue, often yielding unexpected and delightful outcomes. To be frank, he possesses little interest in the Take-Torai clan or even the hidden mist itself. Soon, his gaze fixes upon Yagura once more. The initial manipulation of Yagura through illusion proved far more effortless than anticipated, and for years, the blood mist policy has been executed with remarkable success. Chapter 9. The Onslaught. Though everything unfolded according to Obito's expectations, the journey to realize his ultimate dream remained arduous. At that moment, Obito clenched his fist, reluctant to release it. Meanwhile, from the corner of the floor, a figure, half black and half white, suddenly materialized. Enough with the games, we have more pressing matters at hand. It seems Pain has devised new plans. Understood, Obito replied coldly, his demeanor starkly contrasting with his usual self in the Akatsuki. Here, he appeared somewhat taciturn. You know the location? When Obito offered no further comments, Zetsu coldly sank back into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Proceed according to the plan, Obito addressed the air. Accompanied by a peculiar fluctuation of ocular power, Yagura's eyes momentarily flashed red, and he involuntarily nodded. With a swift distortion of space, it spiraled open, and figures began to warp. Obito was drawn into it. After his departure, Yagura, who had been as motionless as a puppet, gradually regained clarity, seemingly unaware of the recent events. Upon glancing at the documents on the table, he had no doubts about their authenticity, mistakenly believing them to be intelligence delivered by the Umbu. An ambush? Yagura pondered, finishing the documents before tossing them into the nearby bonfire, watching the flames gradually consume and devour everything within. Consumption complete. Stamina 2. Consumption complete. Poison resistance 4. Clearly, only Lin Yu could hear the system's notifications. At that moment, a woman clad in a cheap how felt her pupils constrict, her entire body trembling. Half of her shivering was due to the dropping temperature, while the other half stemmed from. This woman, known as Ling, was a renowned lone bounty hunter in the area, with a remarkably low failure rate. Yet, even so, she found herself in a dire predicament. Fear gripped her as she began to comprehend why a newcomer like herself had been elevated to such heights. What a chilling realization. It felt as if she, rather than Lin Yu, was ensnared in a hellish mire. Just as she contemplated fleeing, her legs seemed to sink into the quagmire, rendering her immobile. She attempted to escape, only to be yanked back by the muck. Powerless, her strength was utterly futile against that man. Lin Yu erupted with terrifying speed in an instant. A portion of his body transformed into a bone fist, hurtling toward her and sending her sprawl. Chapter 10. The winter approaches. Yes, if possible, I could team up with you in the future. As for the price, let us split it 50-50. Lin Yu remained silent, his gaze turning icy. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, Ling quickly amended her offer. All right, how about 60-40 in my favor? That should be acceptable, right? Lin Yu continued to be silent, merely shaking off the excess rainwater from his body. 70-30. No more haggling. He retracted his bone blade, still not uttering a word. If you remain silent, I'll take that as your agreement. Seeing that Lin Yu had sheathed his weapon, Ling nimbly leaped down from the tree, maintaining a safe distance, just in case they had to fight again. In truth, a 70-30 split was quite favorable, especially for a newcomer like her, who would be spared much trouble. At least she would personally handle the task handover. Her only responsibility would be to act as a hunter. Ling brushed her rain-soaked hair aside. Indeed, as she had remarked, Lin Yu was contemplating the role of a bounty hunter. Given his current status, returning to Konoha would be exceedingly difficult. Even if he were not treated as a spy, he would likely be subjected to dissection for scientific research by the old guard of Konoha. He understood that although his current strength was commendable, it was merely adequate. Therefore, adopting the mantle of a bounty hunter would allow him to engage in combat to hone his skills and swiftly enhance his capabilities. He could not deny that he was still rather weak at this moment. Hey, are you going to respond or not? Lin Yu continued walking forward, with Ling closely trailing behind. Everyone, stay alert. No room for carelessness, understood? Outside the hidden mist village, the first group of reconnaissance ninjas exchanged wary glances, their expressions grave. Do we really need to be this tense? There can't be many formidable ninjas left in the hidden mist at this point. What do you know? There is someone here with the power of a tailed beast. The speaker was a seasoned ninja, well acquainted with the might of the tailed beasts, his eyes filled with apprehension. After all, a single tailed beast could equate to the combat strength of an entire village. This was common knowledge. They were, at the very least, facing an opponent they could not hope to defeat, a being that could be deemed divine. Are you referring to the fourth Mizukage? Those are merely tales from books. I don't believe a tailed beast can be that formidable. It's just a matter of sending more people. A seemingly youthful ninja spoke confidently. Besides, we belong to the legendary clan. You don't truly think we would fear a mere hidden mist ninja, do you? His face bore a smug grin, epitomizing the arrogance of the Take-Torai clan. The remaining ninjas fell silent, uncertain whether they were in agreement or dissent. On the high walls within the hidden mist village, several ninjas were patrolling. It seemed the guards were exceedingly lax. What is going on? Is there no one guarding the hidden mist? Even the gatekeepers are few. The young ninja continued to voice his thoughts. However, at that moment, boom, a deafening explosion erupted. The iron gate of the hidden mist village was forcefully blown open, and the surrounding walls crumbled into ruins. Damn it! What is happening? The situation appeared to have changed drastically. Smoke billowed, obscuring visibility, and the dust cloud made it impossible to discern what was occurring, yet their eyes remained fixed on the source of the disturbance. Amidst the haze, a colossal figure loomed over the ground. The Take-Torai ninjas, as the vanguard, stared blankly into the air. Although they could not see through the smoke, a chill of terror washed over them. What kind of power is this? They gazed upward, their expressions frozen, fear evident on their faces. An overwhelmingly oppressive chakra enveloped them, rendering them unable to move even a fraction. As the dust gradually settled, their fear intensified. That is. No. This is impossible. Quick. Retreat. We must fall back. The veteran ninja seemed to realize something, hastily issuing commands. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the other members of his squad stood frozen, paralyzed as if ensnared in a nightmare. Indeed, how could ordinary individuals resist such power? They were but lambs to the slaughter. It is the tailed beast of the hidden mist. Merely the sight of two tails manifested an overwhelming aura. Moreover, he could sense the unyielding chakra that seemed to seek to devour them whole. Without a moment's hesitation, in the next instant, several ninjas were launched like projectiles by the chakra sphere. It's the fourth Mizukage. Suddenly, the hidden mist became illuminated. What began as a mere handful of ninjas rapidly transformed into a gathering of over 100 elite ninjas, and even more continued to arrive. The veteran ninja staggered to his feet amidst the rubble. Damn it, I should have realized this was a trap sooner. Shaking off the daze, he realized he was the only one left with a shred of combat capability. Yet, what could that possibly amount to against such an adversary? With just a fleeting exchange of glances, he felt as though the specter of death had fixed its gaze upon him. An overwhelming sense of dread paralyzed him, rendering him nearly incapable of movement. Is this the power of a tailed beast? Moreover, had he truly unleashed his full strength? The veteran ninja understood that this was merely a fraction of the beast's capabilities, as only 2 tails had been revealed. You must die. The fourth Mizukage spoke slowly, dismissively, and with a flick of his hand, sent the veteran ninja hurtling away. In an instant, the ground was littered with corpses. With but a single encounter, he had effortlessly annihilated dozens of ninjas. The hidden mist ninjas, however, remained unfazed, their expressions cold and indifferent, as if they had long been prepared for this moment, merely watching with detached calmness. The fourth Mizukage pointed forward, his silence deafening. All the ninjas seemed to have synchronized, vanishing into the darkness in unison. The fourth Mizukage, his 2 tails still visible, slowly opened his eyes, his demeanor unfazed. This night, the Take-Torai clan would face annihilation. Chapter 11. The Blaze at last, the third tail revealed itself. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was one of the few in the ninja world capable of mastering the power of tailed beasts. At that moment, he stood frozen in place. The earth heaved in layers, the ground fracturing repeatedly. The thunderous sound echoed, shattering any lingering hope. What on earth is happening? Zero couldn't help but ask, following Lin Yu through a corner of the forest. The tremors persisted for a brief spell before subsiding as if nothing had occurred. She felt the fatigue and stiffness in her body, her meridians, and chakra. With the continuous upgrades and evolution of the system, her abilities had nearly reached an adult's level, perhaps even surpassing it. Lin Yu leaned against a tree and sat down. He too sensed the disturbance, yet seemed indifferent, settling down without concern. In that instant, a cold expression crossed his face as he manipulated his bones, summoning several meter-long bone spikes from his back. With a sudden thrust, the spikes pierced through, and instead of tree sap, human blood flowed forth. Zero realized the truth. The creature disguised as a tree had its pupils constrict, its brain barely registering the attack before Lin Yu pierced through its body. As he withdrew the spikes, a torrent of blood gushed out. Still trying to hide. "Damn! How did you discover me?" The masked ninja roared, blood splattering as he spoke. In mere seconds, he collapsed, his face twisted in agony. The other hidden companions, no longer wishing to remain concealed, gradually emerged from the shadows. I expected this mission to be challenging, yet it turns out to be just a child. If he could see through my disguise so easily, it seems my deception skills are utterly abysmal. I can only blame myself, one of them mused. At that moment, Zero sensed the extraordinary prowess of these individuals. From the moment they had concealed themselves, she had been oblivious. Let alone the fact that the one behind Lin Yu had transformed into a tree. She had always believed that Lin Yu relied on special abilities and troublesome tactics, akin to a Chunit's level. Yet, he could precisely locate enemies in such utter darkness, leaving her perplexed. I thought we were up against a formidable opponent worth 1,000,000 Ryo. Looking at him, he seems to be merely a Chunin, another remarked. What a lucrative endeavor, right? The speaker took a sip from the edge of his blade. Boring. I was slightly intrigued, hoping to encounter an interesting adversary. He then glanced at Lin Yu. Finding little of note aside from the bloodline limit of the corpse bone technique, which piqued his interest only slightly. Suddenly, Lin Yu shifted slightly, retracting the bone spikes back into his body, astonishing everyone present. The bounty hunters stared at him, particularly the one named Shin, who, typically exuberant, now wore a grave expression. According to his understanding, the corpse bone technique should have been Lin Yu's trump card. Yet, against so many foes, Lin Yu seemed to refrain from using it as his primary offensive strategy. What immense confidence must he possess? I haven't moved in a while. Shin, if I get too carried away, be sure to rein me in. After all, the price for a complete corpse is higher. Before he could finish, a terrifying speed and overwhelming force sent him crashing to the ground, a copious amount of blood spilling from his mouth. The masked ninjas were taken aback, for none of them had managed to react, not even able to employ the body replacement technique. Shin's mind surged with turmoil as his legs instinctively retreated several steps. Simultaneously, the others followed suit, their bodies responding naturally to the imminent danger. In an instant, chaos erupted, the autumn winds howling. Fire release, ash accumulation. Dense clouds of ash spewed from his mouth, enveloping Lin Yu in a shroud of gray, obscuring visibility. The embers transformed into raging flames, obliterating all within their reach. The fire soared to heights of over 10 meters, gradually consuming the shadows. This should be the end. Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded. The inferno, hot enough to sear skin, was absorbed. The flames coalesced, drawing in the surrounding air and dust. Zero stood frozen, her expression a mix of disbelief and astonishment as she witnessed the flames continuously consumed, directly entering Lin Yu's mouth. Can this guy absorb ninjutsu? Or chakra? She recalled the earlier skirmish, now reaffirming her suspicions. Is this a new ability awakened by the corpse bone technique? Zero and Appo's face turned grave. She had no idea how many more trump cards Lin Yu had hidden, but she was certain that the pressure he emanated was anything but ordinary. Now, she had only half of the truth, while the masked ninjas lay prostrate on the ground, faces pale with fear. A monster? They seemed to collectively gaze into Lin Yu's icy eyes, which appeared gentle yet were undeniably lethal. Meanwhile, as the Take clan prepared for their subsequent operations, they could not receive any news from the scouting team. According to the original plan, had there been no mishaps, they would have already infiltrated the hidden mist by now. Yet, the silence persisted. When successive explosions shattered the deep night sky, the Take clan members seemed to awaken from their slumber. What on earth had transpired? As they looked up at the sky, countless flames descended upon them. Chapter 12. The annihilation of the village as countless flames surged forth. The members of the Takakuri clan seemed to awaken from a deep slumber. Some even rubbed their eyes, still heavy with sleep. The reconnaissance team was the first to notice. Not far from the village, a spiny turtle with 3 tails hovered in midair. Though it possessed merely small eyes, the brilliance within them shimmered with an unfathomable power, akin to that which emanated from the moon. They quickly sounded the alarm, and a siren blared urgently. What is happening? In the conference room, the assembled individuals sat upright, discussing strategies for entering the hidden mist, when the alarm pierced through their conversation. Each of them widened their eyes in unison, bewildered by the sudden emergency. Who has triggered the alarm at such a critical moment? In an instant, an explosive projectile struck above the conference room. With a thunderous roar, dust and debris cascaded onto the elders. This is outrageous. The clan leader, furious, spat out the dust and brushed off the remnants, demanding an explanation. Where is everyone? Why is there no one to provide me with answers? Stumbling slightly, a ninja hurried in after 5 seconds, breathless and panicked. It's bad, clan leader. Outside, Weavy spotted a giant turtle just beyond the village. A turtle? Just as the clan leader contemplated this, a mighty roar echoed, jolting them awake from their nightmare. That is definitely not a human sound. The clan leader gasped in horror and rushed outside. A colossal turtle swayed its 3 bizarre tails, embodying the terrifying form of a tailed beast capable of cataclysmic destruction. Soon, chakra from the tailed beast converged within the creature's maw, forming a high-density black energy sphere. Thud. The Takakuri clan leader was rendered speechless, collapsing to the ground in shock. What in the world is that thing? Before he could utter a word, the chaotic energy erupted forth. Tail Beast Bomb. The 3-tailed beast swallowed the condensed energy sphere and unleashed a linear explosion. Before anyone could react, the members of the Takakuri clan were engulfed in radiant white light, leaving not even ashes behind. The immense power devoured everything mercilessly. What kind of jutsu is this? Does the Hidden Mist village possess such might? That is the 3 tails. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions reverberated, shaking the entirety of Takakuri village. Trees splintered, the ground quaked, and buildings were swept into the sky by the raging winds. Where the 3 tails had struck, a massive crater several hundred meters in diameter emerged, littered with the remains of fallen ninjas, a ghastly sight. This is the might of a tailed beast. Even the Hidden Mist, known as the Bloody Mist, could leverage this ultimate weapon to turn the tide of battle. He could sense that the 3 tails had not unleashed its full chakra. If it did, the entire Takakuri clan would be obliterated tonight. Yet, the mere fraction of its power was enough to instill dread. 5 minutes passed before the Takakuri clan leader, propelled by the shockwave, slowly rose from the ground. 1-tailed beast bomb had obliterated half the village. Those who were destined to die were lost, with few spared. The Takakuri clan was plunged into utter panic. It was only now that they began to comprehend the gravity of their situation. There is an enemy attack. The remaining ninjas hastily began evacuating the villagers, but how could they quell the rising tide of fear? That monster, it's coming to kill us. Escape? Where can we possibly flee? 1 strike, and it has decimated all of Takakuri village? How can we possibly run from such a being? An endless terror surged from the creature hovering above. At that moment, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, seemed to exhibit an unusual composure. Reverting from his tailed beast form to a more human-like appearance, suspended amidst the ruins, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Leave not a single one alive. With his command, a swarm of ninjas surged forth from all directions, brandishing their kunai, their forehead protectors glinting ominously. Meanwhile, on another front, Devour successful, Stamina 1, Devour successful, Agility 1. After swiftly dispatching the masked bounty hunter, Linyu let out a sigh of relief. The system murmured again, but the rewards for absorbing ninjutsu were disappointingly scant. Typically, upon absorbing a technique, Linyu would gain 3 to 4 points, yet now he had received a meager single point. Just as this question lingered in his mind, the system promptly provided an explanation. With the increase in his power, the rewards for absorbing lower-level jutsu would diminish correspondingly. Simply put, as Linyu continued to absorb techniques from lowly opponents, the rewards would dwindle, perhaps even to the point of yielding no rewards at all. Previously, even without absorbing jutsu, consuming food could enhance his abilities. However, now, eating offered no rewards, merely sustenance. Hence, Linyu abandoned the notion of seeking a secluded spot to leisurely consume food while gradually increasing his stats. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Linyu's voice was cool and detached. Suddenly, the earth trembled, snapping him and Zero from their contemplations. Strange, this isn't an earthquake zone. Zero remarked, curiosity piqued. The tremor was brief and intense, quickly subsiding into stillness. At that moment, Lin Yu's pupils narrowed, his gaze fixed on a particular point. This is definitely not an earthquake. He was certain of his assessment. If it were seismic, the animals along the way would not have reacted so normally. Moreover, he could sense a force beckoning him forward. Yet, why were his eyes beginning to tremble oddly? In the next instant, he made no hesitation and rushed toward that location, not daring to look back. With his enhanced agility, despite his youthful appearance, his speed surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. This was the boon granted by the system, one he felt acutely. Chapter 13. Endless Devouring, a power like that of the divine. The strike of the tailed beast ball did not merely fell the entirety of the Tate clan, but obliterated their solitary confidence. The heavens quaked and the earth trembled. Utterly shattered. Consequently, the mist ninjas, with an unstoppable momentum, swiftly surrounded the members of the Tate clan, villagers and ninjas alike, without exception. In an instant, the explosive fire illuminated the night, rendering it as bright as day. It is impossible. We cannot triumph over the mist. The chief of the Tate clan stood frozen, his hands gripping tightly behind him, seemingly bereft of any will to resist. His pupils constricted. As the leader of the Tate clan, bearing heavy responsibilities, this fellow named Kaniya Era was utterly unprepared for such a devastating blow. Yet, what use were any additional strategies? He had intended to employ Kamaru as his secret weapon, only to discover that his actions had culminated in a mere farcical jest. In the face of such overwhelming power, no amount of tactics would bear fruit. This was the power of the divine. At this moment, he was engulfed in utter despair. And the same could be said for any member of the Tate clan. The mist ninjas gathered everyone in the square of the Tate clan. The shockwave had transformed the square into a scene of desolation, strewn with rubble and debris, with even the 4 stone pillars within the square now lying in ruins. Yet, even amidst this devastation, the pungent scent of blood quickly informed everyone where they were. Indeed, this was the very place where they indulged their dark pleasures, wagering their fates. Alongside the metallic stench of money, it had come to an end. After binding everyone with ropes, the mist ninjas hastily retreated from the square, as if anticipating a significant event. As expected, when they looked up, a colossal energy orb was aimed directly at them, Water Shadow Yagura. Even without much prior acquaintance, they could discern his identity. A massive energy sphere was gathering power. The Tate clan, stripped of their confidence, had succumbed to despair. Escape? Where could they possibly flee? Even if they possessed space-time ninjutsu, they could not guarantee a safe retreat in such circumstances. Moreover, they did not possess such skills. The estimated explosion radius was the size of 8 squares, meaning there was no way to evade this strike. They could only await their demise in silence. Despair and helplessness surged within them. Yet what purpose did it serve? Their expressions grew complex. They had always believed that under the Blood Mist rule, the ninjas of the mist were nearly extinct. It was only today that they realized the true measure of a village's strength lay not in the prowess of its ninjas, but in its tailed beasts. Suddenly, the enormous energy orb was primed for release. Yagura showed no mercy, casting the energy orb downward. The furious energy stirred a tempest, sweeping up everything around it. With a flash of purple light. What was that? The Tate clan leader, Kaniya Era, was momentarily stunned as a figure emerged, directly intercepting the energy sphere. However, the brilliance was too dazzling for him to discern clearly. Meanwhile, Hayato Lin devoured the entire energy orb. Devouring successful. Reward: Amaterasu X3. Lin felt a shock within. He had witnessed this technique before. It could incinerate all to ashes until death. Moreover, it could only be executed with the Meijiki Sharingan, and now the system granted him unlimited use. Furthermore, he could wield it 3 times consecutively. Typically, each use of Amaterasu inflicted severe mental and physical damage. Yet through the system's reward, he could use it freely. Although Lin's current strength was considerable, he could still falter against a true powerhouse. Thus, these 3 uses of Amaterasu would serve as vital lifelines. This realization brought him a glimmer of hope, as he finally possessed a trump card. At that moment, Zero leisurely caught up. However, she merely witnessed a flash of intense purple light. Soon, the energy orb dissipated into nothingness and tranquility returned. Impossible. It is him. That guy. Kaniya seethed with rage. He had never anticipated that the very individual who had slain several elite ninjas of the Take clan would return. Moreover, he had intercepted that devastating strike? This was inconceivable. How could a mere mortal withstand such an attack from a tailed beast? This had to be a dream. Kaniya slapped himself repeatedly. Yet regardless of how hard he struck, the pain that resonated from his fingertips to his cheek remained all too real. So, that fellow truly blocked the impact? In such a brief span of time, he had grown to such a terrifying extent. Kaniya began to tremble. Water Shadow Yagura's gaze turned cold. An overwhelming presence emanating from him. You resemble them. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. Then, you too shall perish. Enraged, Yagura activated his tailed beast transformation, filling the air with a scorching aroma. In a flash, a tempestuous energy surged outward, threatening to engulf everything in its path. The sky appeared to turn purple, casting a terrifying light upon the onlookers, igniting fear in their hearts. Boom! A massive tortoise swung its tail, mingling with the ominous thunder, swiftly approaching. Had it struck? Was that guy dead? Surely he was not formidable at all. All eyes were wide with disbelief, unwilling to accept that Lin had saved them. In fact, they harbored a sliver of hope that the tailed beast would indeed strike him down. As fate would have it, Lin was indeed hit, crashing through 2 large trees before finally halting. This time, he must be dead, right? I told you. How could a mere lower-rank ninja withstand such a blow? He must have employed some underhanded trick. But they were mistaken. In the next moment, amidst the rising dust, a figure slowly rose. It was him. He was still alive. A blood-red gaze flickered, like a beacon in the night, shimmering with resilience. He had returned. Chapter 14. The Divine Martial 6 Styles. Divine Finger, how could this be? That was a strike from a tailed beast. Even an adult would find it challenging to withstand such force. The swirling clouds of smoke intertwined like countless white serpents threshing wildly. Yet, in this critical moment, a figure emerged unscathed from the terrifying haze, with only the fabric of his upper garment torn, seemingly none the worse for wear. The eyes of all present were flooded with an uncontrollable fear. Even the water shadow of the tailed beast, Yagura, hovering in midair, trembled involuntarily. Although he had not exerted his full strength in that previous strike, only using a third of his power, that amount of force was sufficient to obliterate several adults. Why? Then, had it been thwarted here? Despite being merely a test, Lin Yu's performance astounded Yagura. The ability to withstand his strike with just one person was truly remarkable, intriguing indeed. Yagura could not contain his laughter, but in the next instant, he accelerated his assault. With a flick of his tail, he lunged directly at Lin Yu. Akin to swatting at a fly, some bolts of lightning descending from above were dispersed before they could touch the ground. Let us see how many times you can withstand this. With a roar from the tailed beast, the speed was thunderous, and the visual impact was terrifying. There was no longer any need to fear the world or any foe. With a mere wave of his hand, all the ninjas and villagers of the Take clan stood entranced, gazing blankly at the ruins beside them. At that moment, they wished fervently for Lin Yu to be crushed in a single blow. They believed that even if he could withstand such a high-frequency barrage, his body could not possibly endure it. After all, this was a tailed beast. Indeed, had Lin Yu attempted to absorb every one of those strikes, his body would have surely crumbled. Fortunately, the speed of the 3 tails was not exceedingly swift. With a slight exertion of agility, it was manageable to evade a few blows, and enduring a hit or two was not insurmountable. Suddenly, the 3 tails seemed to sense Lin Yu's intentions and realized this approach was futile. It briefly gathered a small tailed beast ball. Run! Cried an upper ninja of the Take clan, his voice strained, veins bulging at his neck. He was not concerned that this strike would kill Lin Yu. Rather, he feared it would annihilate everyone present without a single survivor. However, evasion was impossible. Boom! A condensed tailed beast chakra sphere erupted violently, creating an overwhelming force that rendered everyone immobile. That terrifying power nearly shattered the surrounding structures. They knew that with this strike, the 3 tails could obliterate half of Take village. In that instant, fear gripped them, akin to a bitter sensation lodged in their throats. Though the 3 tails was not human, its expression and effortless demeanor suggested that the prior strike had incurred no cost to it. Humans could not triumph over tailed beasts. I haven't even married my wife yet. I do not wish to perish here. Was this the end of the Teiktorai clan's history? In the distance, Zero's figure exuded an air of cold elegance as she gazed at Lin Yu's position. Her expression one of despair. Would they die here? Yet, just when everyone resigned themselves to their fate, Lin Yu once again absorbed the small-tailed beast ball, swallowing it whole before the eyes of all. Everyone blinked in disbelief. He was utterly unharmed, because they had embraced the certainty of death. The Teiktorai clansmen closed their eyes at the last moment, unaware of how Lin Yu had absorbed the tailed beast ball. All that remained in their eyes was astonishment and infinite fear. Not even a scratch marred his body. Only Zero, standing on the high slope, perceived the truth. That figure had ingested the tailed beast ball. To consume what is detrimental and nullify an attack? Zero and Appo's gaze turned grave. If that were the case, was this individual not invincible? In truth, she was half right. The other half was, ding. Absorption successful, system rewards divine martial 6 styles, divine finger, after a brief moment of contemplation. Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes wide. He extended his hands, and a chilling event transpired. A surge of black, deathly energy emanated from his palms, spreading towards the tips of his 10 fingers, ultimately converging at their ends. That black energy lingered there, evoking a sense of death upon the very bones of his fingers. In that instant, the 3 tails right eye quivered rapidly. Why do I feel this way? Yet the next moment, an even more astonishing occurrence befell Yagura, now transformed into a tailed beast. Divine martial 6 styles, divine finger. As Lin Yu's thought shifted, a bone from one of his fingers launched forth, detaching from his body and piercing the tailed beast form of Yagura. That was the ability of the corpse bone pulse. As the clan leader of the Teiktorai, Junka recognized the technique utilized by Lin Yu. However, that was a tailed beast. If such an attack could indeed be effective, he would have no reason to fear this creature. Yet, he was mistaken. Just as Yagura had thought, that small bone spike posed no real threat. With its extraordinary healing abilities, it would undoubtedly return to normal within 5 seconds, even if received directly. The bone merely grazed his flesh, leaving a minor cut. Yagura laughed heartily, his smile seemingly mocking Lin Yu and Appo's efforts. Weak, powerless. At that moment, he felt as though he had repaid all the grievances he had suffered earlier to Lin Yu. However, in the next second, he was proven wrong. Yagura's eyes shifted from mockery to terror in less than 6 seconds. What is happening to my body? When he realized that his body was no longer healing, he gazed in disbelief at his wound, witnessing the most horrifying sight imaginable. That mere cut. The force appeared to be consuming everything within him. His chakra and his very body were being drained bit by bit. Chapter 15. Divine Insight amidst the swirling smoke. No one noticed the subtle transformations occurring within Lin Yu's body. A peculiar sensation, previously unfelt, flickered across him. A strange energy, glimmering with a faint black light, enveloped him. To be precise, it clung to his hands, where bizarre black patterns crept along his fingers, only retracting to a point once the energy dissipated. Beep. Devouring successful. Stamina 1 point. Beep. Devouring successful. Agility 1 point. Beep. Devouring successful. Strength 1 point. Though the increments were modest, Lin Yu could perceive the continuous enhancement of his physique, accompanied by the incessant notifications from the system. It all stemmed from the technique known as Divine Martial 6 Styles, Divine Finger, which fused a fragment of the Grim Reaper's essence from the cosmos into his fingertips. The true potency of which remained unknown. The sole passive ability, a hint of devouring effect. This meant he could covertly consume by inflicting wounds, albeit with limited efficiency, yet still with some utility. Unbeknownst to the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, they merely observed the pained expression of their water shadow, understanding little of the gravity of the situation. Yagura was instantly shattered, his chakra waning. Everyone stood in shock, grappling with the incomprehensible reality of the tailed beast's might rendered ineffective against such a young adversary. It was but a single strike. Only when witnessing the 3-tailed beast revert from its decaying flesh to its outer beast form did they grasp the severity of the circumstances. Yagura lay gasping amidst the ruins, utterly devoid of strength, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could such a terrifying entity exist? the power of the tailed beast bomb as its wielder. He understood all too well. That dreadful force could never be withstood, especially at such close range. It was a tailed beast bomb unleashed at the cost of his own well-being, capable of obliterating everything in its vicinity. However, the outcome defied his expectations. Not only did the explosion fail to manifest power, but nothing occurred at all. The fearsome energy should have cleaved the land in twain, consuming everything within a 10-mile radius, reducing it to ashes. Yet, none of this transpired. The tailed beast bomb nearly stained the sky crimson, yet it wrought no harm. Yagura, how could he have achieved this? The scene felt frozen in time, sending chills through all present. Meanwhile, in the darkness, a sudden wave of ocular energy emanated from Yagura, who stood in his beastly form, momentarily stunned, his gaze vacant. In the depths of his being, a voice seemed to urge him, Yagura, cease this battle and retreat to the hidden mist village. With a flash of red in his eyes, Linyu noticed this phenomenon, remaining silent and steadfast. As his own gaze shifted to a deep blue, the once belligerent Yagura transformed entirely, commanding the elite of the hidden mist to withdraw. Indeed, given his current state, further conflict would yield no benefit. Yet, contrary to his anticipation, Linyu's cold, unyielding stare bore down upon him, exuding an immense pressure akin to the vastness of the cosmos. Reluctantly, Yagura chose to retreat, leaving Linyu standing atop the ridge like a divine warrior. In the pitch-black cavern, shadows flickered as figures congregated, illuminated only by the dim light within. The atmosphere was eerily silent, with familiar faces surrounding them. Devouring abilities? A man possessing the Rinnegan furrowed his brow. Are you certain of your observation? Conan interjected. Indeed, he can flawlessly absorb the tailed beast bomb, seemingly unscathed, as if. The voice trailed off, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. As if he swallowed the entire tailed beast bomb whole, he concluded. The three-tailed beast had been forcibly reverted from its transformed state back to its outer form. Pain fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Is there more information regarding him? According to intelligence reports, he appeared to be merely of lower ninja caliber, having previously dwelled in the bamboo village, where he allegedly killed dozens from the Tate clan, leading to his wanted status and subsequent escape from the village. Obito Uchiha spoke. Unable to conceal the tremor in his voice, this individual had entirely disrupted his existing plans. Pain's gaze grew cold, lost in thought. Should we recruit him into our organization? His abilities might prove beneficial, Zetsu suddenly proposed. His strength remains an enigma, even to me, Obito assessed, and to others. It was a judgment echoed by the legendary Uchiha Madara. Indeed, his words carry weight. Such a being cannot remain within the organization. We risk his power turning against us. Conan cautioned, her lips devoid of a smile, resembling an ice maiden, cold yet captivating. Moreover, her concerns were not unfounded. Should a crisis arise, given his capabilities, none present could hope to contain him. Devouring implies the nullification of all attacks. Perhaps only taijutsu could inflict harm upon him. Such a figure lingering nearby was indeed perilous. At least he is still mortal, Pain added. Speaking of which, Obito nodded slightly. It seems. His body can withstand a tailed beast and Appo's strike. Pain. Chapter 16. The howling gale. As the smoke dissipated, the fog-hidden clan had long since fled. This battle appeared to be a victory for the Tate clan, yet they had suffered a devastating defeat. The air was filled with the cries of infants amidst the countless corpses. Today, their entire village had nearly been annihilated. Death was rampant, wounds were abundant, and some had vanished without a trace, their bones forever lost. Furthermore, the members of the Tate clan had to confront a grim reality. The fate of their village rested in the hands of a fugitive, Linyu. The clan leader, Junyi Huang, furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his agitation. He gazed silently at the man before him, his expression betraying the weight of his thoughts. The wind howled mercilessly, striking at the faces of the people as if wielding daggers, reopening wounds that had begun to close, inflicting unbearable pain. Rather than being saved by this man, he would have preferred to perish here, amidst the ruins, under the assault of the tailed beast Jade. This sentiment was not solely held by Junyi Huang. It resonated with nearly everyone present, as they surveyed the sea of corpses and the remnants of their village. He pondered for a moment and made a startling decision. Suddenly, he shakily rose to his feet, his body trembling uncontrollably. It was clear his physical condition was far from stable. Yet, even in such a state, he could not help but bellow, "Kill him. The village can be rebuilt. But he must die here today." As soon as his words echoed, heads bowed, the light in their eyes extinguished, leaving them in a state of despondency. They had lost all desire to fight. Even in the face of the tailed beast, they had abandoned hope for survival. How could they possibly continue to battle against the man who had vanquished it? You. The words barely left his lips when Junyi Huang attempted to gather his chakra, a surge of energy coursing through him, only to vanish in an instant. He lunged forward, his speed explosive, his hands transforming into bone blades, power erupting wildly. However, to his astonishment, when his gaze met Lin Yu's piercing blue eyes, his body involuntarily retreated, stumbling back several dozen paces before halting at a relatively safe distance. Half crouching, sweat poured down his body, even seeping into his shoes. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming pressure. A mere glance emanated an aura of terror. Even a man of his years instinctively recoiled at that gaze. It was a pure, unadulterated killing intent. Although they hadn't even exchanged blows, the display was undeniably horrifying. In an instant, Junyi Huang's pupils constricted, and his scalp tingled with fear. How could such a gaze belong to a youth? It resembled the gaze of one who had weathered countless battles. A look born only from surviving death's embrace time and again. At that moment, the figure standing high upon the ridge cast a shadow over the hearts of all present, as if a shroud of dread enveloped them. It was he, the man who had defeated the tailed beast. Was he a god? Even if they harbored thoughts of rebellion, they would no longer dare resist. In their hearts, Lin Yu was capable of contending with the tailed beast, his power eclipsing it. How could they possibly stand against such a being? They were left to be slaughtered. Why are you standing idle? Even if you do not kill him today, do you think he will spare you? Do not forget what he has done. Junyi Huang's gaze flickered as he addressed the crowd, attempting to incite them to unite against Lin Yu. Yet, he found no one willing to nod, not even the slightest movement. They remained frozen, their expressions vacant. Even if Junyi Huang spoke the truth, who among them dared to take a stand? His strength was of an unparalleled caliber. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers and the anguished eyes of Junyi Huang, Lin Yu's bone spike pierced through Junyi Huang's elbow. Blood erupted forth, and the bone of his left arm was thrust out of his body, exposed for all to see. Yet Lin Yu's assault did not cease. Having gained strength from the preceding battle, his power was akin to that of 5 or 6 fully grown men unleashing their might. It was effortless for him to pierce through Junyi Huang's arm. "Ah!" Junyi Huang cried out in agony, a scene that instilled fear in everyone present. Despite the excruciating pain, Lin Yu swiftly withdrew the bone spike from Junyi Huang's body, inflicting a grievous wound alongside several smaller ones. Yet, even with this, he did not finish off Junyi Huang. Instead, he spared his life. Nevertheless, Junyi Huang's left arm was nearly rendered useless. Even with ample medical attention, his arm could not be saved, especially not in a village that had been all but razed to the ground, devoid of any medical facilities. He needed to establish sufficient authority in the village. Junyi Huang's presence undeniably affected his own standing. However, Lin Yu also required him to play the role of an antagonist to create a balance. This was a recent idea that had crossed Lin Yu's mind, to remain in Take. After all, he could not return to Konoha. And as a place where he had grown up, Take Village's geographical significance was invaluable. Rebuilding presented a splendid opportunity. Through this battle, he could establish his own power. Not everyone was as resilient as Junyi Huang. Killing Junyi Huang outright might provoke a backlash, so incapacitating his arm was the most fitting punishment. Subsequently, he could use conventional means to gradually integrate the influence of Take under his command. Unlike before, he no longer needed to linger in the shadows of a dank underground prison to survive. He aspired to leverage the resources of Take Village to expand his own reach step by step. This was the essence of his plan. Chapter 17. Reconstruction. Lin Yu's indifferent gaze surveyed everything below. From this day forth, Takakuri Village shall be renamed Kagaya Village. I shall lead you towards greater strength. 3 days later, after tending to the wounded, Kagaya Village was engaged in a post-disaster reconstruction effort. The heavens wept with rain. At this moment, a traveler, who had been expelled from the women's bath, barely evaded the pursuit of security personnel and staggered along the path. With hair as white as a hedgehog and a hint of grease atop his head, he appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. What is happening? I merely sought inspiration for my writing. Jiraiya sighed, his gaze becoming vacant as he stared at a nearby pond. Suddenly, the pond rippled violently, and an enormous toad leapt from the water, landing before Jiraiya. The ground trembled, and the pond and Appo's water level plummeted drastically. Jiraiya murmured, "A new prophecy. A new prophecy." The toad continued to leap rhythmically. A new prophecy? Jiraiya's eyes widened, his expression growing grave. After a while, Jiraiya gleaned the contents of the prophecy from the toad. It spoke of a man capable of steering the ninja world towards two extremes. His arrival would undoubtedly bring unprecedented changes, even toppling the existing balance. Yet, some aspects of the prophecy eluded his understanding. One particular phrase intrigued him, belonging to this world yet not belonging to it. Was this not a contradiction? Moreover, the prophecy offered no clarity regarding the man and Appo's identity. Concluding with an enigmatic riddle, red. What of the red? Jiraiya fell into a stupor. It seemed he needed to pause his work for the time being. In the days following the battle with the mist-hidden village, rumors swiftly spread throughout the ninja world. Various villages discreetly dispatched ninjas to Kaguya village and its surroundings to uncover the truth of recent events. However, the Takakuri clan had suddenly sealed themselves off, deploying numerous ninjas for patrol and counter-surveillance. The most alarming aspect was that the Takakuri clan, typically short-staffed during reconstruction, had mobilized such a substantial force for vigilance. These ninjas remained stationary, often clashing with intruders. Amidst this, many observers noticed a remarkable change. Takakuri village had been renamed Kaguya village, and the headbands worn by its ninjas had undergone a striking transformation. What had transpired in Kaguya village? Was it connected to the battle with the mist-hidden village? Did it involve the man capable of contending with tailed beasts? In an instant, the black market of the ninja world buzzed with speculation, as beneath the semblance of peace, it seemed chaos loomed on the horizon. Meanwhile, Kaguya village had quietly initiated a transformative movement. It was more than a mere name change. Half the populace donned new headbands designed by Lin Yu, while the other half remained under the leadership of the old patriarch, Junyi Huang. As for the commoners of Kaguya village, as long as their lives stabilized and they were shielded from external threats, who truly cared about the identity of their rulers? Furthermore, Lin Yu had claimed that he alone had safeguarded the entire village. Without him, their corpses would be strewn across the ruins, silencing any dissent. However, at that moment, Junyi Huang was nearly driven to the brink of madness. Lin Yu. In a cramped room, Junyi Huang, appearing as though he had not slept for days, was pale and suddenly coughed up blood, his expression contorting into a mask of rage akin to that of a wounded beast. "I am the ruler of Takakuri village. Why must someone like you exist?" The repetition of why struck at his very core, pushing him to the precipice of despair, a state he had endured for days. He seemed almost possessed, his mind consumed with thoughts of rending Lin Yu asunder. Yet, all of this was merely his delirium. Junyi Huang. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a graceful figure illuminated by the sun pierced through Junyi Huang's haze of despair. The sunlight flooded the room, yet the air remained stale after days of confinement. Cough, cough. The beautiful woman sighed. As one of the village elders, she appeared to be merely in her 20s. Junyi Huang gasped for breath, finally regaining some semblance of composure, though his eyes remained devoid of light, reflecting an utter loss of spirit. He collapsed upon the floor, motionless. Nan. Why does he not grant me a decisive end? Why has his presence shattered everything I held dear? My status, my very arm. Suddenly, Junyi Huang erupted in a fit of rage, striking the beams of the roof in a frantic search for release. His gaze quivered, as if he beheld something terrifying, his body trembling uncontrollably. Even the one who had always lurked in the shadows of their village might not stand a chance against him. Even he repeated. Junyi Huang and Appo's eyes, now complex, turned towards Nan. "You are worthless. I once considered supporting you, but since it has come to this, I will inform others to rally behind Lin Yu as the new clan leader." Nan's expression was intricate. her exquisite eyes betraying a hint of hesitation as she regarded the despondent man before her. Perhaps she needed to reevaluate her decision. Today, she had received orders to ascertain Jun Yi Huang's condition, otherwise, she would never have ventured into such a dismal place. As she fixated on Jun Yi Huang, a sense of unease crept into her heart. Was this man truly the key to undertaking such a monumental responsibility? Yet simultaneously, she had been present during the slaughter of the mist-hidden village, and Lin Yu's domineering figure often haunted her memories. After a moment's reflection, she began to comprehend Jun Yi Huang's current state. Chapter 18. The Underground Black Market. At this moment, Lin Yu sat in the foremost position of Hui Village, the room around him devoid of any presence. The reconstruction of Hui Village was nearly complete, as Jun Yi showed little regard for affairs. It naturally fell upon Lin Yu to govern temporarily. Although dissenting voices existed within the village, the majority were wise enough to refrain from making themselves the scapegoat. Through his own prestige, he had also garnered a modicum of personal influence. Lost in contemplation, he gazed at his system interface. Ding, Shenwu's 6 forms, Divine Finger, Ding, Xianren Body, allows for a brief transcendence of one's limits. Ding Amaterasu X3 Xianren Body is somewhat akin to the 8 gates of the Night Guy, yet the Xianren Body exerts almost no impact on the physique. It merely leads to a transient state of fatigue post-usage. However, its potency does not rival that of the 8 gates. Lin Yu had refrained from utilizing it, even in his battle against the tailed beasts. After all, although his physical strength was not formidable, it was sufficient to manage the situation. The 8 gates. Lin Yu fell into a deep reverie as certain memories were stirred within him. The Azure Beast of Konoha had once been his mentor. On the battlefield of the 4th Great Ninja War, that man unleashed techniques such as the Evening Elephant and Night Guy, their might so overwhelming that even Uchiha Madara, who possessed the power of the 6 paths, could not withstand them. It could be said that in the world of Naruto, if the 8 gates were to claim 2nd place, no one would dare to assert themselves as the first. Returning to reality, he found his system perplexing. Rewards had always been passively triggered by Lin Yu, with no further prompts provided. The sole avenue for obtaining rewards was through one method, devouring. Yet today, as he took a moment to examine the system panel, he discovered a line of small text. Though diminutive, it was sufficiently noticeable. Ultimate achievement, mastery of the ultimate power of the world, incomplete. The emphasis lay in the first half of the phrase. What, then, was the ultimate power? Lin Yu could not fathom. The ultimate power, he mused, his pupils constricting, gazing solemnly at the wall before him. Could it be the tailed beasts? He hesitated to dismiss this notion outright, for after his prior experience, he understood that the tailed beast could summon the 10 tails, acquiring unparalleled power. Yet, after enduring so much, he felt certain that the matter was far from simple. Beyond the tailed beasts, there must be something else, an essence not of this world. What could it be? Meanwhile, in a rather inconspicuous location on the map of the 5 great nations, the headquarters of the underground black market updated a new round of bounty tasks. As a place feared by the 5 great nations, even with rogues gathering, no one dared to act directly within the sanctity of the underground black market. Intelligence, hired assassins, and various illicit activities were all orchestrated through the workings of the black market, subsequently published on a list known as the Bounty Board. Here, no one cared about your origins. Even if you were a despicable fiend, it would matter not. The tranquility was shattered by the arrival of an individual, whose cold gaze lifted the crimson scythe on his back. Merely revealing half of his form sent shivers down the spines of those present. Hurry up. What tasks do you have? Present them all, Haydn said impatiently. This man was known as the Immortal. Legend had it that he single-handedly slaughtered the entirety of the soup-hidden village, leaving not a single survivor. Even as a bounty hunter, he was driven merely by interest, offering strong opponents as sacrifices to his dark deity. After a prolonged silence, an elder finally spoke. Capture the rogue ninjas from the mist, bounty 10 million. The Shiki duo, bounty 6 million. Listening to the bounty rewards, Haydn's expression soured, his brows knitting together in displeasure. You old fool. Are you trying to mock me with such trivial tasks? Do you look down upon me? As he spoke, he removed his crimson scythe and swung it a few times, causing the man before him to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring from his brow. He knew all too well that despite the underground's restrictions, the distance between his head and the scythe was such that it would take less than a second for it to fall. Moreover, a bounty that was initially 10 million had just been elevated by the issuer to 30 million, though it seemed there were some complications. Some complications? At that moment, not only Haydn, but also several idle onlookers turned their gazes, their expressions filled with trepidation. That name, though not yet uttered, was nearly guessed. They murmured among themselves. If the immortal encounters that individual, it could be quite the spectacle. That fellow, never mind. I reckon that Lin Yu is likely finished if he takes this job. TSK. Even some of the more notorious names in the industry barely exceed 10 million in their bounties. A 20 million bounty is already considered well-known and difficult to capture. Yet, for such a character to be listed at 30 million is beyond Haydn's expectations. Could this benefactor be a fool? Haydn took the bounty order, glancing over it nonchalantly. It doesn't seem too remarkable. His eyes gleamed. Lin Yu. The moment this name escaped his lips, the once bustling black market fell into an eerie silence. Just days prior, they may have been unfamiliar with this name, but ever since that incident, they had developed a healthy respect for it. After all, few could claim to have repelled the tailed beast single-handedly. Such a character is worthy of a top 10 bounty? I suggest you all close the underground black market before it's too late. Suddenly, the elder revealed a sinister smile. His power was not to be underestimated. It was rumored he possessed the ability to devour, rendering even the tailed beast powerless against him. The power of devouring? Interest piqued, Haydn grinned wickedly. I shall offer him to my dark deity. However, just as he surmised, Haydn indeed could not perish. He possessed the ability of immortality, instilling in him an unwavering fearlessness towards Lin Yu. Furthermore, should rumors prove accurate and Lin Yu truly be formidable, he could utilize that technique to secure his own invulnerability. Thus, his confidence in his absolute strength was unshakable. Chapter 19. Vengeance. A final strike? Are you certain that someone will take on his bounty? In a nondescript room in Kagaya village, Junya looked lifelessly at the extraordinary beauty beside him. 30 million. Surely someone will find that appealing, she remarked coldly. Quan sighed, glancing at Junya, whose despondent expression made her reluctant to continue the conversation. Moreover, it appears someone has already taken his contract. Quan's voice was tinged with indifference. Junya's eyes widened in shock. Who is it? I'm not entirely certain of his name, but according to the intelligence, his abilities surpass even that of Lin Yu. Quan stated. Stronger than him? How is that possible? Junya exclaimed, his demeanor suddenly alarmed. It is said he possesses the ability to be immortal. Immortal? Junya's expression hardened. Is it a form of ninjutsu? How could such a power exist? The notion that there could be a ninjutsu granting immortality was more terrifying than the power of devouring. However, after witnessing Lin Yu consume a tailed beast jewel, this revelation seemed less implausible. Yet, could this so-called immortality truly stand against Lin Yu? No, that cannot be. Junya quickly dismissed the thought. Indeed, even if Lin Yu's strength was godlike and his abilities could reverse fate, immortality signifies that no attack would have any effect on this individual. Therefore, even if he could not defeat Lin Yu, he could simply outlast him with his immortal nature. Is the information accurate? Is the ability truly immortality? Junya inquired again, his obsession with Lin Yu's demise reaching a fever pitch. If the information is correct, then yes. Quan replied coldly. At that moment, Junya's gaze appeared clearer, and he slowly straightened his posture. Rest assured, this time we will undoubtedly succeed. Suddenly, Quan and Appo's voice caught Lin Yu off guard. Junya furrowed his brow. Can we truly succeed? What if we fail? The thought of that man caused him to feel suffocated. And a whirlwind of complex emotions flashed through his mind, nearly tearing him apart once more. He glanced at his remaining hand, which still trembled slightly. He swore this time, no matter what, Lin Yu must perish here. Meanwhile, Kagaya village was bustling with reconstruction efforts, mobilizing villagers to repair the destruction, although the number of people was limited. There had not yet been a shortage of manpower. Zero had also remained in the village, despite not having Lin Yu's permission, like a shadow. She had decided to stay in Kagaya village. At this moment, on the back mountain of Kagaya village, 2 Kagaya Chunin were beside a grave, tallying the casualties from the war. Jishan Ming, Cloud Village, Zhiyong. They meticulously compared the intact faces against the records. Those dismembered and mutilated bodies were piled together, buried in a single location. They recorded each name diligently. Suddenly, they noticed a figure unexpectedly flash past the top of a rudimentary gravestone. It was a chilling sight, even in the afternoon light. This was a gathering place for countless corpses, where thousands of Kagaya remains lay buried. Even the homeless spirits found rest there. Tragically lying in obscurity, their bones mingled with others. Hurry up and finish recording. Something feels off. Once we're done, let us get back quickly, one of them urged. They hastened their writing. Moments later, a peculiar sound suddenly echoed, sending chills down their spines. Their eyes darted around, seemingly searching for something. But upon inspection, there was nothing but the thousands of gravestones and tangled trees. What was that? At that moment, a hand emerged from the top of the gravestone. The skeletal fingers, caked in dirt, sent shivers through them. Could it be? Is this guy truly rising from the ground? Instinctively, they both drew their kunai, throwing them symbolically toward the gravestone. Clang! The sound rang clear. However, the kunai struck the hard stone and fell to the ground without any further anomaly, just as they thought they had imagined it. The gravestone was suddenly shattered, splitting into two mid-air. A figure emerged, gray slicked-back hair, pale purple eyes, and a sinister expression that resembled that of a malevolent deity. The smile on his face was unsettling. Hey, is there a guy named Linyu here? I'm here to offer him as a sacrifice to the great evil god. Haydn shouted, somewhat theatrically. He showed no fear of Linyu, nor of Kagaya village, boldly intruding alone. In an instant, the two Kagaya ninjas felt a wave of dread wash over them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Is it human or? One ninja murmured softly. I think I just saw he seemed to rise from the ground. Due to the height of the gravestone, it created a visual illusion, making it appear as if he had emerged from below. Unfathomable terror gripped them. Furthermore, Haydn's appearance, dressed in black with a crimson scythe, made him resemble a grim reaper. The black cloak billowed slightly in the wind, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. Instinctively, they felt an urge to flee. At that moment, Haydn seemed to read their thoughts, unleashing a terrifying speed. The two Chunin were caught off guard. He struck one, knocking both out cold. Suspended in midair for a second, they fell to the ground. Dusting himself off, Haydn remarked, What cowards! I wanted to ask where Linyu is, but it seems I must find him myself. Even as he stepped into Kagaya village, Haydn continued to shout boldly. He felt no fear of Linyu. Perhaps such proclamations would hasten his search. Chapter 20. Chaos in Kagaya village. At this moment, a figure was forcefully expelled from the Water Shadow and Appo's office. A bunch of useless fools. You can end Appo's to even handle such a trivial matter. What purpose do you serve me? The fourth Water Shadow, Yagura, was filled with fury, his eyes bloodshot and radiating malevolence. The Kagaya clan was merely a branch of the Mist Village. And as the village's leader, he found himself unable to manage even this minor faction. Under the oppressive rule of Blood Mist, his position was beginning to waver. The reason was simple. During the suppression of the Kagaya clan, he, who wielded the power of a tailed beast, had been defeated by a mere child. Subsequently, the numerous elite ninjas dispatched to investigate the recent activities of Kagaya village had all returned in failure. This undeniably elevated Yagura and Appo's anger to unprecedented heights. Moreover, following these events, an increasing number of bloodline limit clans began to grow restless, engaging in secretive maneuvers behind his back. Everything was far beyond his expectations. Even Obito, who was lurking nearby, furrowed his brow slightly. The ninja before him, though not weak, was certainly of upper echelon within Kagaya village. However, after multiple inquiries, the intelligence he gathered was disappointingly scant. Lord Water Shadow, we truly. His voice trembled, and he hesitated to utter the latter half of his sentence. Currently, Kagaya village was in a phase of reconstruction. Appearing nearly complete, the ninja, terrified, pleaded for mercy. Do I really need you to emphasize that? The more Yagura listened, the deeper his frown became. What I require is the movements of Kagaya village. And information on that fellow, Linyu, do you understand? A hint of bloodlust flickered in Yagura's eyes at the mere thought of that man, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Yes, Lord Water Shadow. But that man has distributed two-thirds of Kagaya village and Appo's military strength. With just a few of us, it is quite difficult to infiltrate and gather information. Regarding Lin Yu and Appo's news, we have nothing. Before he could finish, his pupils abruptly constricted, a previously unseen murderous aura exploding forth. In an instant, Yagura appeared before the ninja, his hand gripping the man and Appo's neck, decisively ending his life. The ninja fell lifeless to the ground, and Yagura and Appo's eyes bore no trace of compassion. Renowned for his brutality, he displayed no hesitation, akin to a seasoned butcher, his slaughtering instincts unwavering. Yet, in the next moment, a hum resonated. As a wave of ocular energy surged, the light in Yagura and Appo's eyes gradually faded, rendering him as motionless as a puppet, his expression blank. Suddenly, a man donning a tiger-striped mask emerged from the spiral of space. Dusting off his shoulders, his gaze lingered on the fallen mist ninja. Beneath the mask, his brow furrowed tightly. Am I overthinking this? The mere thought of that man evoked an indescribable feeling within him. Indeed, he was not an ordinary individual. In a village lacking manpower, he had audaciously dispatched two-thirds of his forces for counter-surveillance. One could not help but acknowledge the complexity of this man. Just as Conan had suggested, his ambitions were undoubtedly vast. Such a person must be swiftly eliminated. He could not be allowed to grow and become a stumbling block, potentially jeopardizing the plan. However, devouring, now that was a troublesome ability. At that moment, Uchiha Obito unleashed a terrifying wave of energy that rippled outward. Hey, it's me. A pale figure behind him, nearly struck by the overwhelming force, hastily spoke up. Just kidding. Why are you taking it seriously? But how did you know I was here? I thought I had concealed my chakra fluctuations. Jui, with a hint of mischief, remarked, his face slightly pale in shock. As the foremost reconnaissance ninja in the ninja world, he could infiltrate any location without detection. He then focused on Obito's arm hidden beneath his robe, as if suddenly understanding something. I see. Shut up. Hearing this, a glint of menace flashed in Obito's eyes as he bellowed. Though it was not the famed conqueror's haki, it was enough to compel Jui to obediently close his mouth. I merely wish to inform you. A spectacle is about to unfold. Jui then saw Obito fall silent, vanishing quietly into the ground. Obito's gaze returned to the puppet-like Yagura. With a disdainful smirk, he chose not to elaborate further until the spatial vortex reappeared, disappearing from sight. In that moment, the clarity in Yagura's eyes slowly returned. People. A call rang out, and moments later, a ninja timidly entered. Upon seeing the corpse of the fallen ninja, he merely cast a cursory glance before respectfully kneeling halfway. Yes, Lord Water Shadow. What are your orders? He was no stranger to such scenes. The fourth Water Shadow was known for his volatile temper, and he dared not be remiss, for death was not a fate he wished to face. Seal off the village. Do not let any riffraff infiltrate. Additionally, clear this area. Meanwhile, the self-proclaimed immortal Haydn was wreaking havoc throughout Kagaya village, pulling his crimson scythe from the body of a Kagaya clan ninja. Hey, bring out that guy named Lin Yu. I want to offer him as a sacrifice to the Lord of Evil. Haydn rampaged through Kagaya village, appearing utterly unrestrained. However, the elite ninjas of Kagaya village, perched stealthily under eaves, watched him with narrowed eyes, none daring to approach, their expressions grave. They all involuntarily shuddered at the mention of that name. Could it be the Lin Yu who single-handedly repelled a tailed beast? The Mist Village had always revered strength, and as one of the three great clans in Mist, the Kagaya clan was no exception. Especially after Lin Yu had protected the Kagaya clan, he had gained an undeniable radiance. No longer merely referred to as the rogue ninja Lin Yu, but now honored as Lord Lin Yu. Everyone retreat. Quickly notify Lord Lin Yu. Chapter 21. The Undying Haydn Lord Zero, please inform Lord Lin Yu. The two ninjas in front of her said respectfully, showing no sign of negligence. They seemed to have misunderstood something. All matters, big and small, in the village required Zero to communicate with this esteemed individual. Another reason for their insistence was that Lin Yu had remained in that room for an entire month, not once emerging. Even his daily meals were delivered by Zero. Thus, they had no other choice. Despite the significant events unfolding in the village, this protocol had to be followed. Yet, Zero was equally helpless, as she had not seen Lin Yu for a month. She had created the pretense that he was in seclusion, but now, with such momentous occurrences, she found herself at a loss. At this moment, under the night sky, illuminated by a sparse array of stars, a faint light suddenly flickered. Damn it! We cannot contend with him. He is simply not a foe we can overcome. Why is his physical prowess so formidable? Where is Lord Lin Yu? The battle had only recently concluded, and most of the village's forces had been dispatched to patrol, leaving few ninjas to defend. Even though reinforcements had been called, they would not arrive in time. Retreat! Retreat! The Kagaya clan ninjas, well aware of their disadvantage, began to withdraw hastily. Haydn was almost at the front gate. Yet there was still no sign of Lin Yu. His impatience grew, and he swung his massive scythe, mercilessly slaying several Kagaya ninjas. His overwhelming dominance was evident. Hey, is there not a single competent fighter? I lack patience, Haydn declared, his tone brimming with arrogance. If I miss this opportunity, my divine master will not be pleased. Just then, a cold, detached voice resonated through the air. Divine Martial 6 forms. Divine Finger. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, sending dust swirling that engulfed Haydn and Appo's figure. What seemed like a casual gesture carried an extraordinary force. There was no time to retaliate. It is Lord Lin Yu. Before the crowd could cheer, Haydn's expression turned furious. Under the release of that terrifying power, his precious blood moon scythe was pierced, creating a gaping hole. Though the strike did not penetrate Lin Yu's body, the Kagaya ninjas gazed at him with awe. Incredible! Merely a technique, and he can destroy an opponent's weapon. What just happened? Haydn looked in disbelief at a certain spot, a chill rapidly creeping up from the soles of his feet. What was going on? How could the scythe be so easily pierced? Suddenly, a cold wind blew past him from behind, prompting Haydn to turn around sharply. There was a person standing atop the highest eaves. In the moonlight, Haydn could barely make out the outline of a tall figure clothed in gray, exuding an eerie pressure. Just a single glance filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread. But he was not old. Could this be Lin Yu? A primal fear gripped Haydn, a reaction from the depths of his being that left him unprepared. Yet, even in such a situation, he showed no signs of fear on his face. He had no need to fear anyone in this world, for he was the messenger of the divine, blessed by the god himself. Immortality was his ultimate trump card. Hey, are you Lin Yu? Haydn shouted, still brimming with arrogance. If I deliver you to the lord of the evil gods, he will surely adore you. You know who I mean, right? The evil god is the supreme deity in this world. Today, I shall take you to meet him. Haydn laughed maniacally, his expression growing increasingly bizarre, as if he were consumed by fervor. He swung his damaged scythe, unleashing a terrifying force that exploded forth. Suddenly, an agile figure vanished from sight. With a slight crouch, it darted toward Lin Yu at an astonishing speed. It was said that if he could obtain the opponent and Appo's blood, he could invoke a curse to bring about their demise. This was an exceedingly fearsome power, and Haydn poured all his energy into this attack. Therefore, his physical prowess was exponentially greater than that of an average person. However, Lin Yu's aura was equally disturbing. Over the past month, he had continuously consumed and battled against bounty hunters and members of unidentified organizations, elevating his physical capabilities to another realm. Agility, strength, stamina, and resilience, all his attributes surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Moreover, he had activated the sage body prior to this confrontation, rendering him impervious to blades and arrows. What is this? Haydn felt his blood run cold, his eyes widening in terror. Lin Yu effortlessly deflected Haydn's crimson scythe with a single punch, his hand unscathed, devoid of any wounds or blood. What nonsense is this? Did he channel chakra into his fist, forming a barrier akin to a chakra wall that blocked my lethal strike? Haydn could hardly fathom it. No, it's impossible. Even with such a barrier, there should be at least some injury. Haydn was drenched in sweat, fear rising within him as he struggled to comprehend the nature of Lin Yu's power. Even though his scythe was not whole, its sharpness remained undiminished. Under normal circumstances, such a collision, even with a chakra wall for protection, would at least leave a scratch on the skin. Yet, he had seen clearly that Lin Yu emitted no chakra fluctuations. With just one punch, he had neutralized the scythe's deadly strike. Trembling, Haydn's hand shook slightly as he fought to maintain his composure, Otherwise, that last blow would have slipped from his grasp. What kind of terrifying power is this? Suddenly, Haiden's eyes widened again, his fighting spirit intensifying. Today, I must make you a sacrifice. Chapter 22. Endless fear and almost flawless martial technique. Truly a paragon of perfection. It must be said that after unleashing his full fighting spirit, Fade One's combat power ascended to several higher planes. This time, he wagered all his honor, as well as the last vestiges of his dignity, all for the sake of the Dark God. However, for a considerable period thereafter, Fade One was on the verge of collapse. Despite his immortal abilities, he felt as though his entire skeletal structure were being shattered. No, even if he could not prevail, he must maintain his composure and smile. Fade One wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his body already marred with bruises of various hues. In stark contrast, Lin Yu appeared unfazed after a round of combat, not even slightly winded, let alone shedding a single drop of blood. A wave of nausea washed over Fade One, as if he were merely a laboratory mouse, subjected to the whims of others. Why was it so difficult to draw just one drop of blood? After another 10 minutes, Fade One was battered and bruised. Yet, he refused to surrender. Just one drop of blood, yes, just one drop, was all he needed to turn the tide and claim victory. Ding. Notification. The celestial body is now in cooldown. Cooldown time, 30 days. A crisp electronic notification echoed, and Lin Yu seemed to evaporate. A myriad of gases erupting from him. Fade One trembled, paralyzed with fear, hesitant to advance. What was this? Did he have another hidden trump card? As the steam dissipated, Lin Yu emerged slowly. He could indeed feel the significant toll on his energy, and having instantaneously expended a portion of it, he was still recovering, appearing quite fatigued. In the next moment, Fade One once again raised his enigmatic smile, brandishing his bloodied scythe. Accompanied by a few thunderous roars, he resembled the true harbinger of death. He had come to a profound realization. Fade One was convinced that Lin Yu had employed some secret technique to elevate his strength to a level that was not rightfully his. Yet now, the duration had passed. His power must have waned significantly. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was slightly astonished. Such formidable skills, while not bearing significant aftereffects, had a lengthy cooldown period. Just moments ago, as the steam vanished, Fade One had completely discerned the fatigue in Lin Yu's eyes. Now was the perfect opportunity to offer him as a sacrifice to the Dark God. Fade One and Appo's fighting spirit ignited once more, even though he was temporarily at a disadvantage. Witnessing Lin Yu and Appo's fatigue only fueled his determination. You are indeed formidable. Fade One and Appo's expression remained unflinching, his demeanor resolute as he declared, "It has been a long time since I encountered such an exceptional offering. I am certain the Dark God will be exceedingly pleased with you. However, this all must come to an end." His countenance turned cold, and from a considerable distance, he hurled his scythe with blinding speed. The earth trembled as chaos erupted. What? The next scene left everyone in sheer astonishment. From Lin Yu's eyes, a chilling power gradually extended, relentlessly stripping the vitality from the surrounding beings. In that moment, Fade One felt a chill run down his spine. He had no reason to fear death, yet at this instant, an overwhelming sensation of mortality enveloped him, spreading throughout his entire being, his heart, liver, and even his kidneys. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld the dark flames separating from Lin Yu's body. The terrifying black fire surged forth like a tsunami, akin to a ravenous beast devouring its prey. It could not be extinguished, nor could it be quelled, as its name suggested Amaterasu. Wherever it spread, not a blade of grass remained. All life was extinguished. Yet, no matter how he fled, the black flames had already engulfed him, as if a deathly force was wreaking havoc upon every inch of his being. He could scarcely believe what lay before him. No, it is impossible. I am under the protection of the Dark God. You cannot kill me. Ha. No. No. What is happening? Fade One increasingly sensed something amiss. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was slightly exhilarated. Although lacking the enhancement of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, as the system had indicated, he successfully unleashed Amaterasu, and its potency remained undiminished. In contrast, the Shinjutsu, Divine Finger, was comparatively easier to evade, thus requiring precise timing to execute an attack. He set his gaze upon Fade One. Everywhere he looked was shrouded in black flames. Faidwan shuddered, engulfed by a looming sense of crisis. The strength of this adversary surpassed his comprehension. He sought to escape swiftly, enduring the agony that coursed through him as he writhed, already covered entirely in black flames. Finally, he uttered the words he dreaded most. "Do not kill me. I can give you all my money." Faidwan trembled as he spoke. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Lin Yu's cold gaze remained fixed upon him, his eyes exuding an unyielding pressure. Money? He had no use for such trivialities. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed. Dense chakra coalesced, howling forth, winds whipping violently. Earth release. Rock pillar prison. Drawing upon memories from his past life, Lin Yu swiftly formed hand seals. In response, stone pillars erupted from the ground, rising to shield the onlookers. At that moment, Zero finally arrived, her gaze darting toward the billowing dust, her delicate hands clenched tight in worry. Winds surged. Silence reigned. The battlefield was shrouded in an eerie quiet. All eyes, in unison, turned toward a singular point. The nearly completed Kagaya village would need to undergo reconstruction once more. Dead? The ferocious Faidwan, vanquished by Lin Yu's black flames? This scene sent shockwaves through the hearts of countless Kagaya clan ninjas, stirring a profound turmoil within. What a jest! Even the immortal had gleaned no advantage from Lin Yu. Reduced to a mere rat scurrying for its life. This was utterly unbelievable. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Simultaneously, an elder sat solemnly in a prominent position within a chamber, exuding an air of gravity and authority. The flickering light cast shadows upon his face. Others fixated their gaze upon him, seemingly awaiting his command. He has arrived. The elder suddenly spoke, and at that moment, the wooden door behind him swung open. Nen nodded slightly, bowing humbly beside the elder. Someone has died. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes, previously narrowed, widened abruptly. Finally, he has perished. Let Junya handle the aftermath. His reputation has suffered greatly during this time. Nan remained silent, appearing hesitant to voice her thoughts. Is there anything else to report? Nan continued to withhold her words, and after a few moments, she coldly stated, "The deceased is not Lin Yu. It is the one who accepted the bounty." She paused, yet reluctantly relayed the news. "He is dead." Chapter 23. The Fear of Obito Dead? The old man's eyes instantly transformed into a visage of terror. Indeed, it appeared that he had employed some peculiar technique once more. Nan was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile graced her lips. However, her smile conveyed an unyielding chill. So it is, quite impressive indeed. Suddenly, the old man narrowed his eyes slightly, and then erupted into a hearty laugh, his voice raspy. Such a person is far more useful than Junya, isn't he? He rose to his feet, and the surrounding individuals echoed in unison, "Indeed." The others, who had been seated comfortably, also stood up alongside the old man. "Sit down. Sit down." The old man sighed wistfully, his back slightly hunched towards the assembly. Nan, understanding the situation, promptly offered him a cane. "I'm growing old. I shall depend on the skills of you young ones in the future." The old man's smile was enigmatic, his intricate thoughts as impenetrable as his inscrutable expression. It was unclear to whom he directed his words, perhaps to someone in the conference room, or perhaps not. No one could ascertain. At that moment, gazing at Lin Yu's silhouette, an indescribable sensation began to emanate from within him. Meanwhile, in a corner outside Kagaya village, Uchiha Obito widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the formidable Lin Yu. His hair standing on end. Even before his arrival, he had harbored a foreboding feeling. And indeed, the situation had exceeded all his expectations, beyond imagination. Obito's pupils constricted, veins bulging beneath his skin, the blood vessels starkly visible. He yearned to teleport to Lin Yu immediately and bring about a conclusion. How could he possibly wield Amaterasu? Did he possess the Manjiki Sharingan? Could it be he is Uchiha Itachi? Obito's brow furrowed deeply. In the next moment, Zetsu emerged from behind him. No, he is not Uchiha Itachi. He lacks any trace of Itachi's presence. Yet, something feels amiss. Moreover, the most crucial detail was that he did not possess the Sharingan. No Sharingan. Upon hearing Zetsu's words, Obito's fear intensified. Why can someone without a Sharingan use Amaterasu? Is it possible that what appears to be Amaterasu's black flames is actually something entirely different? Zetsu had yet to finish his thoughts when Obito interrupted him, his aura overwhelming, as the black flames consumed everything in their vicinity. Life was extinguished, and even the air was incinerated clean. Even without any combustible material, the flames persisted, eternally ablaze. Aside from Amaterasu, he could conceive of no other flame capable of such devastation. Yet to achieve this, one must fulfill a specific criterion, Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, aside from Itachi's Sharingan, no other individual could invoke such a technique. Thus, doubt began to gnaw at him. However, after Zetsu's probing, he was compelled to accept a conclusion. A person without a Sharingan had unleashed a technique akin to Amaterasu. Could it be that this individual concealed a Sharingan? Zetsu remained silent, merely shaking his head. If Zetsu's claims held any truth, then Lin Yu's power had undoubtedly ascended to an entirely different echelon. Even utilizing his and the tailed beast's might not guarantee victory. A person capable of invoking Amaterasu without a Sharingan. Taking a deep breath, Obito seemed to struggle to come to terms with the reality before him. Yet, no matter how he attempted to force himself, Lin Yu's figure lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Moreover, he had stumbled upon an intriguing observation. Oh, the leaves enveloping his upper body suddenly unfurled, revealing a black and white duo that emerged. They seemed to possess completely contrasting natures, appearing to engage in an incessant dialogue with themselves. Indeed, it seemed he had left the village for merely a month. And Obito could sense that his strength had increased at least 2 to 3-fold. Undoubtedly, the previous version of himself would have faltered under Haiden's hands, including that black flame, which might very well have been cultivated during this time. The mere mention of the black flames intensified the unease in Obito's gaze. Certainly, it appeared that the individual known as Lin Yu harbored countless hidden secrets. Just as Zetsu had indicated, his power had surged significantly compared to a month ago. Could it be that this month had propelled him to such heights? If so, it was undeniably a terrifying prospect. Obito quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. If Lin Yu was allowed to continue on this trajectory, he would undoubtedly evolve into an insurmountable adversary, one even the god of pain could not withstand. Or perhaps, an entity that the entire shinobi world could not confront. Through their brief acquaintance, Obito understood that individuals like Lin Yu could never be swayed. Thus, the only remaining option was to eliminate him. Gritting his teeth, Obito glared into the distance. It appeared the time had come to expedite his plans. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Yu's position. Suddenly, a crimson glow flashed in his eyes, and the surrounding space began to spiral and distort as he prepared to vanish into the inky vortex. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was instructing the ninjas under his command on how to handle the aftermath. However, to his astonishment, just as he was about to disappear into the black vortex, Lin Yu abruptly halted his actions, straightening his posture and casting a cold gaze towards Obito's location, his hands resting behind him. A chill surged through the air. Even Zetsu, who was partially submerged in the ground, shuddered involuntarily. Despite the considerable distance, an icy sensation coursed through Obito's feet. His pupils dilated in horror. How could Lin Yu perceive them, even in the dim light of night, from such a distance? Moreover, they had concealed their presence. This was the most terrifying aspect. No, it is impossible. Such a feat cannot be achieved. At that moment, an overwhelming dread enveloped him. Was it mere coincidence? As Obito beheld the scene, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Until the black vortex gradually engulfed the last remnants of his being, fear surged within him. Chapter 24. The ninja escaping from the mist. Once the instructions were perfected and the tasks assigned, everyone busied themselves with their respective duties. Lin Yu arrived at the secluded area in the back mountain where the remains of the Kagaya clan lay buried. Gazing at the countless tombstones of the Kagaya, he felt no sorrow. Indeed, he harbored little emotional attachment to this family. Over the past few months, his demeanor had grown rather somber. Let it go. You may depart now, Zero instructed the ninjas behind her. The ninjas nodded in response, placing the bundle they carried, wrapped in clothing, onto the ground before quickly retreating. It must be said that in recent months, Zero had excelled in her secretarial role. She was meticulous and possessed a keen understanding of human emotions. Even when faced with special arrangements, She posed no questions, simply executing her duties. Initially, she had acted as a hunter, with Lin Yu as her prey. However, she eventually abandoned that role and followed Lin Yu closely, managing the village with remarkable efficiency over the past month. Lin Yu, in turn, quietly accepted her presence. Turning back, his gaze soon settled on the nearly charred bundle. To be honest, Zero was perplexed as to why Lin Yu wanted to bring this object to the back mountain. But she buried her curiosity deep within her heart. What transpired next was beyond her expectations. The nearly carbonized bundle suddenly emitted a series of eerie sounds. "Ah, it hurts." The voice echoed throughout the back mountain, causing small stones on the slope to tumble down. Startled, Zero stepped back a few paces, accidentally stumbling against Lin Yu's shoulder. Despite their age difference of over a decade, Lin Yu's shoulder felt remarkably sturdy. A fleeting moment of distraction crossed her eyes as she caught a glimpse of him. His dark hair was neatly tied at the back, with bangs elegantly framing his face. His features were strikingly refined. At that moment, Zero found herself somewhat astonished. It was her first time meeting Lin Yu's gaze so closely, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Quickly averting her eyes, she stumbled and began to sway unsteadily. However, Lin Yu unexpectedly reached out and pulled her back. The path was narrow, barely 40 centimeters wide, bordered by patches of yellow mud. It was a tight squeeze for two people, and now, following the commotion, they were pressed closely together. Zero, clad in a loose black-gray coat that concealed her figure, still revealed glimpses of her alluring curves beneath the fabric. "Shoo!" Lin Yu gestured for silence. Conversely, Zero's face flushed crimson, and he could sense her growing warmth. The heat radiating from her made Lin Yu feel somewhat restless. Meanwhile, the layer of clothing wrapped around the carbon was being shaken loose. Suddenly, a human head emerged. "Ha! I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Thank you." "Oh, evil god. Why is it so dark here? What happened?" Snapping back to reality, Zero, her face a deep shade of red, gently pushed Lin Yu aside and began to untie the knots of the fabric. As the layer fell away, Fade Wan's face drooped significantly. "Lin Yu, not this guy again." It was safe to say that he wished to see no one less than the person standing before him. Instantly, Fade Wan ceased laughing, his eyes wide with terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out, "Don't kill me." Yet, even though he was immortal, he wished to avoid further confrontation with Lin Yu. Every additional minute spent in Lin Yu's presence felt like a torment. Trembling in fear, Fade Wan's body reacted instinctively upon seeing Lin Yu for the first time. Lin Yu's expression was icy, lost in thought. Zero suddenly inquired, "What do you intend to do with him?" "Let us see," Lin Yu replied indifferently. In a mountain gorge, the sound of rushing footsteps echoed abruptly. Soon, a dozen individuals adorned with the mist village headbands appeared. A girl, no older than 15 or 16, stood at the forefront, her expression grave. "This place should suffice. We are far enough from Mist Village now. There should be no issues." Occasionally, water dripped from the rock formations above, landing on their heads, sticky and uncomfortable. A few mist ninjas glanced around the empty gorge, unable to suppress their complaints. However, compared to Mist Village, they preferred to remain in such a desolate place. Indeed, this location felt considerably more inviting than their home village. Undoubtedly, they had seized the opportunity of a mission to escape the village. After all, returning to the village was a dead end. Under the oppressive rule of the Fourth Mizukage, they had long harbored thoughts of fleeing. Unfortunately, compared to the more comfortable inns, this cave hidden in the gorge felt safer. To their astonishment, they discovered that the cave contained enough food to last for several months, along with clean water stored in vessels, suggesting someone had once lived here. The girl's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment, but she chose not to dwell on it and resolved to settle in. The surrounding ninjas nodded in agreement. "Look, there are chicken legs here." Typically, stored food consisted of dry rations or other easily preserved items. Yet, they found a delicate iron box within a jar of well water, which contained a dozen chicken legs that still smelled fresh. The sight made the ninjas swallow hard. Nonetheless, they adhered to the protocol of verifying the food's safety before cautiously controlling their fire techniques. In the cramped cave, they gathered some twigs and kindled a fire. Perhaps due to their hunger, they quickly devoured the food. Only the girl, aged 15 or 16, remained focused on the jar of well water, lost in deep contemplation. The preservation technique was unprecedented. Merely relying on a jar of well water to keep food in such pristine condition was a novel idea. She struggled to imagine what kind of person had previously inhabited this cave. Suddenly, she removed her headband, grasped a kunai in her right hand, and reluctantly drew a line across it. At least tonight, I can sleep a little more soundly. Chapter 25. The Recruitment of Haydn. Sensing Lin Yu's gaze, Haydn felt a chill run down his spine, enveloped in an aura of impending doom. Please, don't kill me. I can offer you anything you desire. I can assist you in eliminating the bounty of 30 million on your head, if only you spare my life. However, unbeknownst to Haydn, his survival was not due to the protection of his dark deity, but rather because Lin Yu had momentarily retracted his Amaterasu, thus sparing Haydn's life. Lin Yu's intentions were unmistakable, for reasons unknown. Upon their first encounter, an extraordinarily whimsical notion took root in his mind. Drawing from memories of his past life, he recalled that Haydn later succumbed to Orochimaru's threat of a living seal, which compelled him to join the Akatsuki organization. What if Lin Yu forcibly recruited him, thereby altering the course of history? Could subtle influences reshape grand destinies? Lin Yu was not naive. He understood this principle to some extent. Would the outcome of infinite Tsukuyomi thus be transformed? Hence, assimilating Haydn was merely a minor experiment for him. Nevertheless, entrusting someone like Haydn to remain close at hand stirred unease within Lin Yu. After all, Haydn was far from a compliant individual. Thus, he calmly declared, from now on, you shall accompany me, with your obedience serving as the price for your life. With a tranquil demeanor, Lin Yu swiftly reattached Haydn's severed limbs. Ouch, that hurts, Haydn exclaimed, rising to his feet and rotating his arms. His body bore the marks of black flames, but fortunately, his relatively attractive visage remained unscathed. He soon wore a look of rapture, reveling in the prospect of unrestricted slaughter. Everything else was secondary. As a devoted acolyte, he was relentless in his offering of sacrifices to his god. Lin Yu, however, chose to disregard Haydn's musings, for his purpose in this domain was not to entertain such heretical theories. Yet, he could not allow this individual to act recklessly. If left unchecked, Haydn would inevitably become a target for the 5 great nations. Moreover, Haydn's demise had to remain a secret, concealed from the world until he faded into obscurity. Even as far as the Akatsuki was concerned, treating him as a mere ghost. To achieve all this, a methodical approach was essential. Taking measured steps towards fulfilling Lin Yu's objectives. After contemplating Haydn's situation, Lin Yu made a decisive resolution. While I cannot allow you to kill as you once did, I can select offerings that align with your desires. Some matters are beyond my purview. Now, it is time for your answer. Lin Yu extended his hands, one transforming into a bone needle that pierced through his skin. Will it be death or life? Surely, any rational person knows how to choose. Furthermore, Lin Yu had not prohibited him from engaging in slaughter, and with the promise of high-quality sacrifices, Haydn had no grounds to refuse. After all, his very existence rested in Lin Yu's hands. Haydn glanced at Lin Yu's imposing figure. Should he decline, he would likely find himself turned into a pincushion. Thus, he nodded vigorously. Understood, understood. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu tossed a new robe for Haydn to don. From this moment forth, you shall work for me. However, I must impose certain constraints upon you first. Those words sent a chill through Haydn's entire being. What are you going to do? I have already agreed, he shouted. Yet the fear etched on his face betrayed his bravado. He felt a wave of terror wash over him, as if thousands of mountains were bearing down upon them. In merely a second, though he felt no physical change, Haydn perceived a minuscule needle, less than 0.1 millimeters in diameter, piercing his flesh. In the wilderness, where could such a tiny silver needle possibly originate? Having witnessed Lin Yu's prowess, he had every reason to believe this needle was a manifestation of Lin Yu's abilities. Indeed, it was an extension of his power, known as the bone pulse. What have you done? Haydn gasped, realizing it was Lin Yu's strike. Dread once more creeping across his pallid visage. As his words faded, a decaying force surged within him, spreading like wildfire. It was indescribable. His chakra became chaotic, unable to coalesce, and his strength was entirely siphoned away, as if everything had been stripped from him. Gradually, He discerned that the tiny wound was being ravaged by a black energy, a manifestation of Lin Yu's divine martial six styles, divine finger. Through prolonged practice, he had discovered an alternative application of the divine finger. By utilizing the bone needle embedded within Haydn's body, he could unleash this technique. Furthermore, as long as the needle remained within him, its use was limitless. When the divine finger activated, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding, devouring in progress. Mental power 0. 1 points. Ding, devouring in progress, stamina 0. 5 points. Ding, devouring in progress, agility 0. 1 points. This was a faint residual effect of the divine finger's consumption mechanism. However, compared to the meager rewards Lin Yu had garnered from his encounter with the Three Tails a month prior, it was astonishingly paltry. This disparity did not stem from Haydn's inferiority in strength compared to the Three Tails, but rather from the diminishing returns of rewards as the consumption accumulated over time. Initially, Lin Yu had intended to adopt an alias in the underground black market to pursue bounties. But the meager rewards he received led him to swiftly return to the village after a month of training. Though masked, he still attracted the attention of the 5 great nations during this period. At present, his abilities were insufficient to confront them. He was merely the head of a clan within the hidden mist village, which could hardly be considered a village in its own right. It had only recently adopted the name Kagaya Village for the sake of prestige, having once been part of the 3 great families of the hidden mist. Observing Haydn's agonized expression, Lin Yu promptly retracted the effects of the divine finger. Chapter 26. The doubts of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The news of Haydn's demise reached all major ninja villages in a timely manner, stirring a considerable uproar. Haydn was a figure feared by the 5 great nations, possessing the ability of immortality and audacious enough to provoke even the most powerful. Countless ninjas from these nations had fallen victim to his hand. Yet, due to his formidable abilities, the 5 nations had hesitated to take action against him, preferring instead to wait for the other villages to deal with the threat. But now, with his death, their concerns had dissipated. He was not a victim of some celestial calamity. Rather, reports began to circulate that his killer possessed even more terrifying powers. What had transpired? How could someone eliminate such a formidable foe? Haydn's death brought no benefits. Instead, it intensified the anxieties of many. Their apprehensions were now directed towards another individual, one named Lin Yu. Everyone may leave. I am aware of the situation, commanded Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage of Konoha. Understood. The masked ninjas responded, their expressions indifferent as they departed. Unlike ordinary Umbu, these were undoubtedly members of Danzo's faction, who had been keeping a close watch on the movements of the 5 great nations. However, this time, they brought news capable of unsettling the very fabric of the ninja world. As silence returned to the office, Sarutobi lit a cigarette, his gaze flickering thoughtfully. Lin Yu. That name felt oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. A sense of déjà vu enveloped him, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Dismissing the thought, he took a few puffs before placing the cigarette on his desk, his gaze drifting over the entirety of Konoha. He observed a figure clad in a shirt emblazoned with the Konoha emblem, energetically leaping about with a paint bucket in hand, pursued by several ninjas. Such a troublesome character, he mused. His thoughts soon returned to Lin Yu, who had rapidly ascended to the position of village leader and, with remarkable prowess, had repelled the tailed beast's forces. Now, he had even vanquished Haydn, a man whose immortality had instilled fear in the hearts of many. While the means of his triumph remained uncertain, if true, it signified an alarming reality. Since the Warring States period, the 9-tailed beasts had been distributed among the 5 great nations, their strength directly correlating to the might of a village. The most powerful of these, the 9 tails, resided in Konoha, while the 3 tails belonged to the Mist Village. Even with just 3 tails, how could an ordinary person withstand such might? Not even Sarutobi, a man at the pinnacle of the ninja world, dared to claim he could confront a tailed beast. Yet, here was a young man who could seemingly do so with ease. Did such individuals truly exist? Or was there an error in the intelligence received? Contemplating this, Sarutobi's expression turned grave. The emergence of someone who could represent the combat capabilities of an entire village posed a significant concern. He resumed smoking, pondering the implications of Lin Yu's presence on Konoha. Was he an ally or an adversary? If he were indeed an enemy, precautions would need to be taken. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a strange sense of familiarity with this individual. Meanwhile, in the Mist Village, a shroud of eerie mist enveloped the area, rendering the streets nearly deserted. Few ventured outside, and even fewer conducted business. Occasionally, patrolling figures hurried by, their demeanor suggesting an air of trepidation. The atmosphere, tinged with blood and fog, sent chills down one's spine. Inside an office, a disheveled figure sat slumped in his chair, exuding an aura of lifelessness. "You intend to ally with Orochimaru?" he inquired. His form split into two halves, one dark, the other light, imbuing him with an unsettling presence. "It is time to act. I have a premonition that he will become a figure akin to Uchiha Madara, perhaps even surpassing him, achieving a level of power beyond our expectations," he replied. Indeed, his power rivals that of Uchiha Madara, yet the true extent of Lin Yu's abilities and hidden cards remain shrouded in mystery. After all, Obito has never clashed with Lin Yu directly. However, the fact that he could repel tailed beasts and bring about Haiden's demise is not to be taken lightly. To compare him to the peak ninja of the Warring States period, Uchiha Madara, is not an exaggeration. If he had merely triumphed while bearing injuries, it would be easy to gauge Lin Yu's strength, but each battle seems to leave him unscathed. Even Obito remains uncertain if Lin Yu has utilized his full power. And then there's the matter of Amaterasu and his peculiar abilities. That is why Obito holds him in such high regard. His actions have instilled a sense of caution in Obito, he remarked, glancing at the masked man with a hint of fear in his eyes. "Let us observe what Orochimaru is up to," the masked man suggested. "He is likely engaged in some trivial research. Yet, your collaboration with him indicates that Lin Yu has indeed influenced you. But won't you inform Zero? Perhaps harnessing his power could prove advantageous," he smirked, a sinister glint in his eyes. After all, those possessing the legendary eyes are often deemed godlike. Employing a deity against a mere mortal seems an extravagant use of resources. Furthermore, the unpredictable variables Lin Yu presents have led Obito to withhold this information from Zero for the time being. This matter should remain undisclosed to Zero for now. Are you referring to Lin Yu or your collaboration with Orochimaru? Moments passed before the masked man clarified. His gaze fixed intently on Obito's face as he slipped into the shadows. Only Obito remained, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. Chapter 27. The crimson lightning in the dead of night. The dark clouds obscured the waning moon. Danzo sat in the underground command room of Konoha, eyes closed, leaning back in his chair, intently listening. Before him, ninjas continuously brought forth the latest intelligence. In his sole unbandaged eye, a flicker of satisfaction emerged as he spoke calmly. Previously, he had dispatched a dozen ninjas to surveil Orochimaru's activities, and today, significant news had finally surfaced. Orochimaru had ventured out. Moreover, he had deliberately changed 3 or 4 hideouts to throw off his pursuers. Such elaborate efforts to conceal his movements raised suspicions. Yet, even with such cunning, he had been detected by the sly Danzo and his associates. The sound of dripping water echoed in the secluded basement, accompanied only by the flickering of lights. As the leader of the Root organization, Danzo possessed intelligence that surpassed even that of the third Hokage. Every secret since the founding of Konoha had been meticulously documented in his archives. It could be said that he held the entirety of Konoha's intelligence network, including the dark sides of every individual in the village. Not even the revered Sarutobi Hiruzen could claim to be entirely untainted. Perhaps he was the most genuine embodiment of Konoha's essence. After a lengthy silence, Danzo finally opened his eyes and inquired, "What is his purpose?" "We're unsure. We were discovered midway through our pursuit," the reporting ninja replied, appearing somewhat desensitized. "We couldn't follow any longer." Danzo paused, understanding the limitations of this individual all too well. Having spent years in the laboratory, this sortie was fraught with questions. Yet, after all these years of laying his chess pieces, they had now been exposed. Regrettably, no particularly intriguing information had emerged. "Withdraw the remaining operatives near the hideouts. We have already stirred the hornet's nest," he ordered. "What about the hideout? The materials inside?" After a moment of contemplation, determination flickered in Danzo's eye. He was well acquainted with Orochimaru's modus operandi, forged through years of collaboration. It's unnecessary. He will leave nothing of value for us. What remains are trivialities that hold no significance. That night was as desolate as countless others before it. Many had long retired to recuperate, preparing for the challenges of the following day. On the streets, only a handful wandered, occasionally encountering a few alluring women beckoning patrons from doorways. The Uchiha clan continued their nocturnal patrols as usual. Everything appeared so tranquil, indistinguishable from any other day in Konoha. However, at that moment, a wire on a telephone pole crackled incessantly. Within 3 seconds, all the wires erupted violently, scattering to the ground with a thunderous roar. What is happening? 2 guards rushed over, their flashlights illuminating a solitary figure standing nearby. Who goes there? As the light revealed his face, recognition dawned. Itachi, out on a mission at this hour. Truly commendable, Itachi. But take care of yourself. Don't overexert. The guards relaxed slightly upon seeing a familiar visage. Yet their gaze remained fixed on the dancing wires below, as if bewitched. Strange, what could cause this? One mused. Perhaps it's due to an overload in the wires. It's nothing to worry about. We've encountered similar occurrences in the past. This time, it's just a bit more severe. Leave it to us, Itachi. Without uttering a word, Itachi swiftly vanished from sight. TCH, that guy is truly indifferent, one guard muttered in annoyance. Well, he has his burdens. Every time one task ends, another begins. We should empathize with him, another defended. All right, but aren't we also out on patrol at this hour? Meanwhile, Itachi reappeared atop a high slope in Konoha, his eyes vacant and lost in the night sky. The dark clouds had inexplicably taken on a hint of crimson. He gazed silently at the ominous red clouds, the swirling patterns of his Sharingan concealing his inner unrest. Is it beginning again? The ancient prophecy. 1, 2, 3. Boom. A bizarre thunderclap struck the roof of a nearby home. The thunder roared as if heralding apocalyptic devastation. The slumbering villagers were jolted awake by the cacophony. Strange lightning surged through the air, coalescing into a terrifying force. Even the drowsy attendant at the inn fled in panic as the atmosphere crackled with anxiety. In a flash, a bolt of lightning descended upon a household with ferocity. The sky transformed into a terrifying crimson hue, casting a dreadful beam of light that, accompanied by the thunderous roar, challenged the hearts of all who witnessed it. The red lightning. Boom. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans alike gazed in horror at the menacing display. Sarutobi Hiruzen, recently finished with his paperwork, widened his eyes in disbelief. That is, red lightning. In the deepest recesses of Konoha, where the root organization's operations flowed, intelligence circulated swiftly. As soon as the incident unfolded, a ninja arrived to report. Sir, a terrifying surge of lightning has triggered numerous anomalies. Danzo, though underground, was far from deaf. He heard the commotion with clarity. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a resounding thunder. Initially, he assumed it was merely a powerful storm, but now it seemed the situation was far more intricate. What has transpired? Danzo furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Everything felt unnaturally coincidental. Just after Orochimaru departed his hideout, such chaos erupted in Konoha. Yet, Danzo and Appo's expression turned grave, suspicion flickering in his gaze. That suspicion quickly transformed into resolve. He firmly denied the notion that it could possibly be that individual. Indeed, that one style was not akin to this. Danzo remained steadfast in his conviction. Chapter 28. Child. The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the Hidden Leaf Village, simultaneously stirring the entire ninja world. Despite the distance, all major ninja villages felt the tremor of this startling thunder. Its emergence seemed to serve as a reminder to the entire shinobi realm, rousing what appeared to be a tranquil existence into a state of unrest. Red lightning? The fourth Raikage furrowed his brow, a hint of malice flickering between his brows. As a leader from a region known for its frequent thunderstorms, he was acutely aware of what color lightning should be and what it should not. This red lightning struck a disquieting chord within him. Red lightning. The fourth Raikage repeated thrice, yet offered no further words. His secretary, Mabui, hesitated momentarily. According to the observations from the astronomy division, this phenomenon was believed to have transpired within the Land of Fire. Konoha? The fourth Raikage's pupils constricted slightly, and the immense force of his grip caused the table before him to creak ominously. Meanwhile, beneath a sky filled with swirling yellow sand, a being whose skin was composed of serpentine scales curled the corners of his mouth in intrigue. "I never anticipated you would willingly collaborate with me," he mused. His gaze reflected a sense of nostalgia, occasionally flicking a snake-like tongue from his lips, enveloped in an aura of unsettling elegance that seemed to drop the temperature several degrees. Orochimaru possessed an eerie charm that was undeniably disconcerting. "The body of Lin Yu truly captivates me. As a wielder of the bloodline limit, he possesses remarkable power." In truth, he had long been cognizant of this newly emerging star. Although he typically resided in his laboratory, oblivious to such occurrences, he had taken note. Even if the masked man did not seek him out, his interest in this individual was profound. After a brief cough, Orochimaru continued, however, regarding the corpse bone pulse. "I wonder who reigns supreme when compared to the Sharingan. TSK. Before him stood two figures, and despite the circumstances, he could not resist a jest. His serpentine essence was ever present, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. With a subtle smile, his gaze shifted to the man adorned with a tiger-striped mask. Notably, they all wore black cloaks embroidered with red clouds, presenting a formidable visage under the cover of night. Perhaps sensing the awkwardness, Setsu spoke up. "So, have you made a decision about our collaboration?" The pale, slender man responded with a sinister smile. "Then, what is the price for my assistance? Surely, I must gain something in return." Beneath the mask, Uchiha Obito frowned slightly. "What is it that you desire, Orochimaru?" He responded coldly, his hands resting behind his back. "Simply relinquish your body to me," he stated. In an instant, Obito flashed before Orochimaru, the sudden surge of his formidable presence rendering Orochimaru momentarily immobile. Despite the identity of the masked man being Uchiha Obito, the name of Uchiha Madara still instilled a sense of trepidation within him. After all, that name belonged to a legendary shinobi from the Warring States period, and as a ninja hailing from Konoha, Orochimaru understood the weight of such a title. Though he had always harbored doubts regarding Obito's identity, at this moment, the prospect of collaboration had begun to take root in his mind, and thus, he saw no need to exacerbate the tension. After a fleeting glance, Orochimaru did not reject the proposition. "Just a jest. Handing over your body would suffice. I find myself rather eager." Suddenly, Uchiha Obito, who stood atop a rise, wore a grave expression as he gazed toward the distant crimson light, followed by a heavy rumble. Boom! The thunder echoed across the expanse of the sky. Under the moonlight, three figures stared at the distant crimson phenomenon, a chill creeping down their spines. Even Orochimaru could not help but utter, "That is in the direction of Konoha. What has transpired?" Confronted with such an anomaly, the trio fell into an uneasy silence. At this moment, Zetsu suddenly remarked, "Red Lightning, it appears Konoha has encountered some intriguing developments." Yet, inexplicably, this red lightning instilled a sense of unease among them, even a tinge of fear. From afar, the thunder still resonated, stirring the hearts of those who heard it. "Who is that? Shu, even you do not recognize Lord Danzo? He leads the Root organization." Meanwhile, the vigilant Uchiha guard observed an elderly man, bandaged and leaning on a cane, emerging slowly from a nearby street, leaving them momentarily stunned. "Deploy 10 more squads to conduct a sweep within a 10-kilometer radius of the village. Additionally, verify the identities of any outsiders within the village. No one must be overlooked." On the rooftops, dozens of ninjas swiftly moved, their figures flickering as they raced to follow the orders. Whoosh! 2 masked Root ninjas appeared seemingly from nowhere, responding in unison. "Lord Danzo." Even Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Appo's eyes flickered with surprise as a figure, supported by a cane, emerged slowly from the shadows. "The third. You arrived first." The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. What on earth had transpired? Danzo stood naturally beside Sarutobi, his bandaged form gazing towards the raging inferno, filled with astonishment and concern. A bolt of red lightning had struck a household. A ninja swiftly answered Sarutobi's inquiry. The lightning and Appo's energy was overwhelming. Although there was a lightning rod, it still caused significant damage. Fortunately, it seems only the house was affected. The occupants appear unharmed. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. Saratobi set down his pipe and instructed, quickly arrange accommodations for these individuals. Allow them to settle in while we check for others who may have suffered losses. Report back promptly. As he spoke, several onlookers praised, truly our Hokage. Even in such dire circumstances, he prioritizes the victims. Danzo remained silent, absorbing the scene before him, his eyes betraying a hint of discontent. Yet, he quickly suppressed that emotion. Meanwhile, two individuals huddled in a corner, trembling and crying out in anguish. Their behavior indicated severe psychological distress, compounded by the deafening noise that had momentarily robbed them of their hearing. Stepping closer, Saratobi silently observed the two, expressing an air of sympathy. Let us place them in a quieter setting. However, just as he turned to leave, one woman suddenly leapt up, racing toward the house with vacant eyes, murmuring, "Child. Child." Chapter 29, The Path of the Divine Children? Does this family still have a child? Saratobi Hiruzen immediately instructed the ninjas to enter the house and investigate. The charred wood was still warm to the touch, but there was no time for hesitation. Everyone began searching rapidly through the collapsed structure. Broken pottery lay scattered everywhere. After much effort in moving the fallen stones, they were met only with disappointment. Even a corpse would have provided some closure. However, despite their thorough search of every corner, the ninjas found nothing. "Child. Where are you, child?" A woman dashed toward the ruins, desperately sifting through the debris with her bloodied hands. Other ninjas attempted to intervene, but Hiruzen held them back. Let her be. The deeper she dug, the more despair filled her heart. Sharp shards of porcelain grazed her palms, causing blood to flow freely. Time passed. And perhaps due to her overwhelming sorrow, the woman eventually collapsed amidst the rubble, her body torn and blood seeping into the ground. At that moment, Hiruzen lifted the woman's shoulders and shouted, "Medical team." A swarm of ninjas rushed forward. Meanwhile, Danzo, unable to bear the sight, cast a fleeting glance before turning to leave. However, when the medical team took the woman from Hiruzen, he casually glanced at the ground and noticed a symbol. An eerie black mark, increasingly prominent under the blood stain. Merely a glance was enough for Hiruzen to stagger back several steps, a tremor of unease stirring within him. What kind of symbol is this? Simultaneously, the atmosphere began to shift. A decaying odor swirled around, churning ominously. This is Hiruzen gasped, a sense of dread enveloping him. After receiving a report from a nearby ninja, his unease intensified. Lord Hokage, according to the records, this family engaged in small trade and recently welcomed a baby named Linyu. I believe we must find this child. Yet, for reasons unknown, the infant was missing. Upon hearing the crucial name, Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock. Even Danzo, on the verge of departing, halted in his tracks. What did you say? Danzo approached the reporting ninja, disbelief etched across his face. Yes, they were involved in small business. Danzo's agitation was palpable as he grasped the ninja's sleeve. Are you saying Linyu? The ninja, still bewildered, could only nod vigorously. Once everything was settled, two figures reappeared in the Hokage building. Danzo opened his eyes, inquiring, "Is it merely a coincidence, Hiruzen?" The missing infant bears an astonishing resemblance to the name of a certain individual. Hiruzen paused, though he too found the explanation hard to believe. Danzo, you are overthinking this. Can you truly expect an infant not yet a month old to achieve such feats? Even a genius like Itachi wouldn't be able to perform hand signs at that age. That requires the strength to repel tailed beasts, something even you might struggle with. However, the undeniable fact remained. On this night, a person had inexplicably vanished from the annals of Konoha's history. In times past, such an occurrence might have gone unnoticed, perhaps merely whispered among villagers. Yet now, in this tumultuous time, such an incident could only breed unease and fear. What do you think that lightning sought to accomplish? What? Hiruzen's gaze flickered, still fixated on the scene of the incident. That lightning under such immense energy, the couple survived, yet the child is nowhere to be found. Does that not strike you as suspicious? Danzo pressed. Although the couple had been relocated, the haunting cries of despair still echoed through Konoha, drawing attention from many. Initially, only a few individuals noticed, but as more arrived, the Uchiha guard stationed outside blocked access to all. What do you think, Danzo? Hiruzen set down his pipe and spoke softly. That lightning sought to erase the existence of that child. We must acknowledge that these events in the village are undeniably related to that individual named Linyu, who is currently in the spotlight. Hiruzen, we must remain vigilant. You witnessed that red lightning, did you not? Even if it was not artificially generated, its power has clearly surpassed our understanding. Even if Hiruzen was reluctant to believe or acknowledge it, he could not alter the truth. That red lightning was overwhelmingly powerful, if it so desired. It could erase Konoha from the annals of the shinobi world this very night, and yet it chose not to act. Then there was that dark symbol. Hiruzen could not articulate what it was. Merely a glance had filled him with an overwhelming sense of oppression. It appeared for a fleeting moment before vanishing again. Are you suggesting that all of this is a divine miracle? Only a deity could accomplish such feats? Hiruzen's expression tightened. Every event that transpired that night left him in a state of turmoil. I will continue to investigate whether it is divine or not. However, we can no longer remain passive. It is time for us to take the initiative, Danzo declared passionately. Hiruzen seemed to pay him no mind, remaining silent. Hiruzen, are you still in denial? That Linyu will inevitably become our collective nightmare. Absolutely not. To act recklessly is tantamount to declaring war. War brings no benefits. I will devise further plans, and when the time is right, I will take action, but for now, it is not yet time. Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes widened. Not yet time? When will the time be right? After a long silence, he finally managed to quell his emotions. Exiting the Hokage building, Danzo could not find peace. Yet, he continued to mutter under his breath, "You have grown old, Hiruzen. You truly have grown old." Chapter 30. Extending claws towards the Devil the Root organization, a desolate realm. Those who should take pride in their identity as members of the Umbu live in constant trepidation. They undertake clandestine missions, engaging in acts of assassination and trafficking. Tasks unsuitable for the Umbu fall to the Root, and conversely, what the Umbu can accomplish, the Root can as well. Superficially, the Root appears to overshadow the Umbu of Konohagakure, yet the reality is far more complex. Due to the covert suppression by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the entire Root organization struggles to function effectively. Thus, every member of the Root is extraordinary. From a young age, they have endured near-apocalyptic trials of life and death, gradually clawing their way to their current positions. Many are war orphans, scavenged from the ravages of conflict, or individuals who have suffered from hunger due to warfare. In this decaying system, survival is a luxury few can afford. There exists neither absolute light nor unyielding darkness. Even their names are relinquished in favor of code names. Leaning against a tree, a figure removed his mask and began to toy with it. Only when Danzo emerged from the Hokage Tower did he calmly bend down to don it once more. 10. Take 3 teams for your next mission. Investigate the Kagaya village near the mist. 10 and Appo's pupils constricted momentarily, but he soon regained his composure. He found it perplexing that Danzo would allocate 3 teams for what seemed a simple reconnaissance task, further straining an already resource-depleted Root organization. Such an arrangement could only signify the existence of a special mission. Do you have any other requests? It was a routine inquiry, yet 10 sought information beyond mere formalities. There was another plan, one that only you, as the team leader, could know. What? 10 narrowed his eyes. I need you to assassinate the 4th Mizukage. Even if you fail, it must be made widely known. Indeed, targeting a figure of such stature was an almost insurmountable task. Each Kage possesses immense power. And according to reports, the Mizukage is a Jinchuriki, wielding the formidable abilities of a tailed beast, surrounded by countless elite shinobi. The implication was clear. It was a death sentence cloaked in a mission. Are you afraid, Ten? Danzo's voice cut through the air. You've been with me for a long time. I understand your struggles. You have a younger sister still in the Ninja Academy, correct? Rest assured, when she graduates, I will personally oversee her training and future. Both Ten and his sister were orphans of war. Despite their differing bloodlines, Ten cherished her as more than a sister. His dedication to his duties stemmed from a desire for her to live a better life. At this moment, he hesitated, a rare frown creasing his brow beneath the mask. Lord Danzo, please take care of my sister. I do not wish for her to become a ninja. This is my final request. Keep her away from the world of shinobi, even if it means leading a simple life. With that, he returned his forehead protector to Danzo. Surrendering this emblem signified the relinquishment of his identity as a Konoha ninja, a public declaration of his stance. Tin did not waver. His life had been granted by Danzo, who had assumed a paternal role in his upbringing, even as he recognized his place as merely a pawn in Danzo's game. He had long since accepted the specter of death as part of being a member of the Root. Yet, who does not desire to live in this world? Danzo remained silent for a moment, contemplating the forehead protector in his hand. In this world, no one can remain unscathed, not even himself. Go, Tin. I will honor our agreement. Danzo coldly stated. Understood. In the darkness, another figure gradually faded from view, leaving behind an air of foreboding that cloaked the seemingly straightforward mission. A gentle flick of the fingers sent a crow soaring from a branch, its eyes eerily distinct from others, a manifestation of Uchiha Itachi. In the shadowy depths of the forest, a cadre of shinobi descended quietly. By the flickering campfire, an unassuming tint occasionally revealed ordinary villagers about to smoke. A closer inspection, however, betrayed their true identities through the cold glint in their eyes. As shadows shifted, the ninjas swiftly closed and under the cover of night. Without warning, the war erupted. Little hope remained for an honorable battle. The only sounds were the cruel thrust of kunai and the pooling of blood upon the ground. In less than a minute, the skirmish was over. Emerging from the darkness were several figures, their piercing gazes fixed upon the fallen bodies. Is everything taken care of? All is resolved, Lord Kaniya. A youth stepped forward, methodically plunging a kunai back into the heart of an enemy feigning death. Blood splattered, painting half his face a vivid crimson, stark against the night. He retrieved a clean white cloth to wipe the blood from his visage. Yes, he affirmed to Lord Kaniya. Had it not been for his prior knowledge of the village's defenses, they might have struggled to recognize that those lying on the ground were, in fact, reconnaissance agents disguised as merchants, set in place by Hayato. A pity, for a single misstep had cost them dearly. Kaniya believed himself to be more cunning than Hayato. This night, he had summoned an assembly of ninjas, including elite jonin, all for a singular purpose. A smirk played on Kaniya's lips, tinged with mockery. Indeed, his confidence had once been shattered by Hayato, but now he reclaimed it. It was less a revival of confidence than a gamble of all he possessed. Failure was not an option. Kaniya planned to remain in the village, slowly contesting Hayato for power, yet things had not unfolded as anticipated. Even Nan had not sought him out for days, signaling that the esteemed figure had abandoned him. As chaos descended, he would cultivate even greater turmoil. In that moment, Kaniya unfurled his fangs, unwittingly reaching towards the devil. Dark clouds loomed over Kagaya village. Chapter 31. The worthless person has no meaning in life at this moment. It was already deep into the night. The bright moon was obscured by thick clouds, casting no rays of light upon the land. Unbeknownst to anyone, beneath this tranquil night, a fierce battle was about to unfold. In several darkened corners, where no light shone, heaps of lifeless bodies lay, remnants of severed limbs scattered amidst pools of blood. Jun Yi Huang's figure moved like a specter among the fallen. Those who followed him acted as vanguards, clearing the path of obstacles. Tonight, the massacre of Huiyi village commenced. With a swift motion, he wielded a blade, instantly eliminating the ninja before him, then dragging the body into the shadows for concealment. The entire process was remarkably silent, and due to his extensive knowledge of Huiyi village's defenses, his progress was remarkably smooth. Even the lord of the village remained oblivious to Jun Yi Huang's actions, let alone Lin Yu. In a flash, he executed a spinning maneuver. The chakra blade in his hands was infused with razor-sharp wind chakra. Even the leaves that accidentally fell upon it were sliced in two in an instant. Let alone human skin. A mere cut could unleash a torrent of blood, although many of the deceased were comrades or friends, some of whom had been jesting with them just hours prior. Sacrifices were necessary to achieve great deeds. They were ninjas, and they considered themselves warriors defending Huiyi. By the time midnight had passed, thousands of corpses littered Huiyi village. Some even lay with their eyes wide open, their faces bearing expressions of disbelief until the very end. In truth, there should not have been so many deaths. However, a fierce glint flashed in Jun Yi Huang and Appo's eyes. This was a cleansing operation, aimed at eliminating all who did not stand by his side. He was prepared to inflict severe damage upon Huiyi, no matter the cost. Those who betrayed him never met a good end. He intended to ambush Lin Yu while he slept, plunging his wind blade into his heart. Thus, even if Lin Yu possessed overwhelming power, it would be of no consequence. Indeed, As long as the body was destroyed, it mattered not how strong Lin Yu was. Yet not long ago, another individual shared his thoughts. He approached the vicinity where Lin Yu was lodging. Apart from two flickering lights, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. What struck Jun Yihua as peculiar was the absence of even a single guard ninja in the expansive house. Truthfully, he had expected Lin Yu to have arranged for several elite ninjas to stand watch, for it was no easy feat to remain undetected. However, upon witnessing the lax defenses, he harbored no further doubts and entirely dropped his guard. The desolate mire was littered with corpses. The elite ninjas sent to encircle him quickly resolved their tasks and joined Jun Yihua. His white hair fluttered gently in the breeze. His expression was calm and resolute. For reasons unknown, he felt an increase in strength. However, it was not that he had grown stronger. Rather, he had shed his fear of Lin Yu. Previously, the mere mention of this name would send him trembling in despair, but now it seemed he had discarded that weakness. His bloodied hands returned to this land. Within the depths of his eyes resided a terrifying murderous intent. Had the area been cleared? Yes, it had been. A masked ninja responded affirmatively. Hundreds of lives lost. Nearly everyone a core strength of Hui Yi, cultivated through countless sacrifices. Yet now, he felt no trace of compassion. No bitterness or regret, only an overwhelming desire to kill and a seething hatred. At long last, the time had come for him to confront the one who had once been his nightmare. Watch this place. Allow no suspicious individuals to enter. I will kill him alone. The atmosphere thickened with terror, spreading like a contagion through the crowd. The principle of self-interest prevailed, even in the current moment. All actions taken were for personal gain, without consideration for others. Being a ninja of elite caliber, infiltrating a location was no great challenge. Just then, he quietly appeared on the balcony, gazing at the bulging covers. At that moment, he could hardly articulate his emotions. Kill, kill, kill. Jun Yihua murmured, his voice chilling against the night backdrop. Then, wielding two blades, he thrust them directly into the rising mound. At that instant, several sharp wind blades suddenly surged forth from within the house. They slashed the air with a fierce, rapid sound. Lin Yu emerged from the living room, seemingly unfazed. Jun Yihua and Appo's anger flared. Impossible. How could you be here? Seeing Lin Yu and Appo's nonchalant expression only intensified Jun Yihua and Appo's fury. He had clearly heard the sound of snoring. Logically, Lin Yu should have been in a deep slumber. Yet, it appeared Jun Yihua had been deceived. How did you discover me? His face twisted in extreme anger. With such a strong scent of blood, do you take me for a fool? Realizing this, he brandished his chakra blades and launched a frenzied assault. You, don't underestimate me. Before I took charge, I was also an elite ninja. Indeed, each ferocious wind blade he unleashed tore through the air with a sharp crack, proving that he was still formidable. His speed was astonishing. However, Lin Yu simply tapped his toes on the ground, effortlessly evading Jun Yihua's flurry of strikes as if they were in slow motion. After several exchanges, Jun Yihua found himself winded from expending too much chakra. Yet more than that, he was consumed by rage. Watching Lin Yu and Appo's disinterested expression ignited his fury. Song of the Pines. Countless bones erupted, enveloping the entire room with no room for evasion. Jun Yihua nearly forgot that Lin Yu was a wielder of bloodline limits, a ninja of considerable strength. However, to Jun Yihua's astonishment, a figure wielding a crimson scythe descended from above, using his weapon to block the bones. This person was none other than someone Jun Yihua knew well. The worthless have no meaning in life, but there is a way to realize one's value. I believe you would agree with my perspective. In that instant, the last bastion in Jun Yihua's heart crumbled entirely. Chapter 32, Awakening. The moment of hunt, are you not dead? Jun Yihua gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the man before him, whose expression remained eerily calm, yet bore a hint of dazedness. After a moment's contemplation, Jun Yihua confirmed that this was indeed Fei Duan. It must be an illusion. You have likely spent considerable time mastering such intricate illusions, transitioning from layering to control, releasing multiple layers from within, he mused. Thus, it appears so convincingly real. Lin Yu, I must commend your skill in crafting such exquisite illusions. However, they possess no lethal capacity, do they? After all, illusions merely deceive the senses. Before he could finish his thought, Jun Yihua's countenance turned pale. Fei Duan casually rotated his scythe, a gash appearing across his own visage. Yet after a few moments of contemplation, he clung to his belief that this was merely an illusion. I never imagined illusions could reach such a level of realism, he conceded. He pressed his lips against the wound, attempting to discern its authenticity through any sensory means. And the sensation was undeniably genuine. Even the pain of injury was rendered so vividly real, it seemed he had underestimated Linyu. Moments prior, he had made elaborate explanations solely to boast before Linyu, attempting to exert intellectual superiority once more. He quickly formed a universal hand seal to dispel the illusion. Yet it bore no effect. His aged face was once again filled with disbelief. Could this be a complex illusion, rendering ordinary methods ineffective? Surely, that must be the case. Linyu remained unfazed, gazing at Jun Yihuang with an expression akin to that of a fool, despite having done nothing. Jun Yihuang felt as though he were entrapped in a trance. Let me offer this fellow to the Dark Lord. Proceed with your intentions, Fei Duan. This seemingly gentle remark sent a chill down Jun Yihuang's spine. At that instant, a beam of light, reminiscent of a crescent moon, pierced through his abdomen. Jun Yihuang's eyes widened in horror, his expression contorting into one of agony. The coldness enveloping his abdomen drained him of strength, and he felt his vitality ebbing away. No, I distinctly witnessed you kill him. With despair weighing heavily upon him, Jun Yihuang gradually closed his eyes. Perhaps this way, he would find release. Simultaneously, in a desolate corner of the shinobi world, a coffin slowly emerged from the earth, breaking through the soil. Suddenly, a figure struck the coffin lid with a powerful blow, sending it flying. Clenching his fists, the formidable body clad in warrior attire wore a mask resembling a filter, and his skin was marred by numerous cracks, giving him a ghastly appearance. At last, he had made his appearance. Orochimaru surveyed the scene with satisfaction, his expression betraying no emotion. The man before him retained the strength of his living self, astonishingly powerful despite being deceased. It was unclear by what means he had been brought from the underworld to the realm of the living. All of this stemmed from the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei. Feeling the surge of power, Hans was overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions as memories surged forth. The man, known as Hans, was once hailed as a demigod. Even Uchiha Obito and Zetsu standing nearby could sense an intangible pressure encroaching upon them. This was the legendary figure, Hans of the Salamander. In that moment, their pupils constricted. The mere mention of his name was enough to instill profound fear in all who heard it, let alone being in such close proximity now. I remember you. One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha on the battlefield, Hans remarked, raising a trembling hand to point at Orochimaru. Even his hand shook slightly, reflecting his internal struggle. Yet, he remained silent, accepting the reality of his situation. Who would have thought that the once mighty Hans would meet such a tragic end? Buried in a mass grave in the Rain Village alongside countless unknown corpses? This place, perpetually eroded by the rain, could not wash away the atmosphere of despair. This is the Rain Village, Hans murmured, his voice hoarse, as memories of his past flooded back. He had once been a figure of great prestige, but now felt bound and constrained. Attempting to break free, Hans slightly shifted his body, and Orochimaru sensed a formidable force resisting his control. Indeed, it was Hans's own power. Orochimaru was taken aback that Hans could resist the technique solely through his strength. At that moment, veins bulged on Orochimaru's forehead, and he partially closed his hands. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, although he could barely withstand it, Hans's title of demigod was not bestowed lightly. Even if he were to confront him again, he could not claim absolute certainty of victory. Moreover, the technique was still in its early stages, indicating that there were many aspects yet to be refined. Thus, the constraints on the resurrected were not particularly strong. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to keep Hans at bay. Once Orochimaru regained control, a collective sigh of relief rippled through the group. Now I understand. As expected of one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, your skills have only multiplied over the years, Hans remarked, turning slightly to regard the two coffins beside him. Unlike his own, just a glance at those two coffins elicited an immediate sense of dread. Even Hans felt that those entombed within were no ordinary individuals. Then, with a deft motion, Orochimaru commanded the two coffins beside Hans to sink back into the earth, leaving behind two deep, ominous pits. Who were the occupants of the other two coffins? Even Uchiha Obito, who typically shunned meddling in others' affairs, could not help but inquire. Yet, Orochimaru seemed intentionally evasive, merely smiling with a serpent-like grin. His interest piqued. Very well, it is time to proceed. Chapter 33. Is effort truly inferior to talent? Bang. In a training ground newly established by the Kagaya clan, daily training was underway. Ha! Cha! A slender figure was rapidly hurling shurikens at a moving target. Although the force was not great, each strike caused the connection point to tremble. Perhaps due to prolonged training, physical exhaustion caused her to stumble and fall. A hand rested on her arm, helping her back up. Thank you. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she smiled at the man before her. Take a deep breath. Focus on the angle of the shuriken. His originally graceful demeanor momentarily shifted to one of seriousness. Without even aiming at the target, he abruptly threw the shuriken. Buzz. 3 or 4 different shurikens collided mid-air, altering their trajectories, yet their spinning speed remained unabated. In the next instant, the already battered target was pierced through. Upon closer inspection, every single one had hit the bullseye without exception. Indeed, these were merely fundamental skills. However, they were not techniques one would expect at Lin Yu and Appo's age. In a brief span, he had transformed from a rogue ninja to the clan leader, showcasing extraordinary power at such a young age. One could not help but feel envious of Lin Yu's metamorphosis. Though she was now working in Kagaya village, she remained diligent in honing her skills. The world is undeniably cruel. For a ninja lacking talent, the ceiling of potential is limited, while talent often dictates one's upper limits. From this perspective, the circumstances of one's birth become paramount. With such formidable talent at such a tender age, Zero believed that Lin Yu's future held limitless potential. That day, he had withstood a tailed beast's attack through sheer physical strength, leaving Zero astounded. Yet, despite this, he adhered steadfastly to his ninja way. As he helped Zero to her feet, Lin Yu naturally offered her a drink. Lin Yu, do you have any cultivation secrets? Sitting on the ground to rest, Zero increasingly found the man before her to be enigmatic. His reflexes and agility were beyond what one would expect from someone of his age, surpassing not just his peers, but even most adults. One merely needs to experience life anew, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. However, Zero clearly did not grasp the meaning behind his words, nodding in a vague understanding. For Lin Yu, though, this statement bore significant weight. Indeed, after all, in his former life, he had been a Genin. Although he could not compare to elite Genin like Kakashi, he was not weak by any measure. His decision-making and execution were commendable. Yet, he and Zero found themselves ensnared in the same vicious cycle. Talent. This elusive quality often determines one's limits. Many individuals toil their entire lives, yet their efforts may pale in comparison to the advantages bestowed by a bloodline limit. In his past life, Lin Yu was neither born into the Uchiha nor the Hyuga clans. He hailed from a modest background devoid of resources or guardians. Through sheer perseverance, he clawed his way to the rank of Genin. However, this journey, often envied by many, rendered him little more than cannon fodder on the battlefield. Can effort truly surpass talent? Once, Lin Yu believed it could, even if an anomaly like Might Guy emerged, earning respect through sheer physical prowess. Including that of figures like Kagaya Tsutsuki, such feats often came at a grave cost, the sacrifice of one's life to unlock boundless potential. Lin Yu could not concur with this notion. Perhaps out of resentment, he was granted a second chance, complete with a system to aid him. In other words, Lin Yu had a promising start. After his rebirth, he discovered the meaning of life. He was quite satisfied with the power he currently possessed. For him, the sole secret to strength lay in continuous consumption. Everything was fair game for consumption. Every blade of grass, every creature. At that moment, he was growing at an astonishing rate, even reaching a level of monstrosity. Though his growth was rapid, it also revealed a significant flaw. Recently, he encountered a bottleneck. Through his own exploration, he uncovered a critical issue. When facing ordinary ninjas, even the system ceased to offer further rewards for consumption. He began to question the criteria of the system's judgments. Was it based on the magnitude of energy or the notoriety of the individual? Nevertheless, Lin Yu gleaned some insights. The rewards from consuming ordinary ninjutsu were scant, Yet devouring an entire tailed beast's chakra orb could yield profound techniques. Thus, he could no longer be satisfied with the meager gains from surrounding bounty organizations. As time passed, even the consumption of C-rank and B-rank ninjutsu ceased to provide any benefits. It was akin to his current dining experience, merely a routine meal, no longer yielding strength as it once did. Moreover, the time until the Fourth Shinobi World War was gradually diminishing. With his current capabilities, he remained unable to resist, even with a golden finger. The prospect of altering the tide of battle with his current power seemed incredibly slim. The power of the Sage of Six Paths. Lin Yu's mind briefly flickered with images. Yet, he was not troubled by these thoughts. His scheming had commenced the moment he was reborn into this world. Everything was firmly within his grasp. At present, he merely lacked suitable prey. He had come to this world with the resolve not to become a pathetic character, one who perished on the battlefield from a single blast. In this life, he aspired to be the protagonist, the kind who stands above the masses. Thus, to achieve this goal, he must persistently consume. What are you thinking? Beside him, Zero seemed somewhat aggrieved as she glanced at Lin Yu. Recently, there is something troubling me that I can't seem to resolve, leaving me rather perplexed. Is it something concerning the village? Lin Yu paused, taken aback. Zero quickly articulated her thoughts, yet internally dismissed the notion. Since taking charge of Kagaya village, she had never seen Lin Yu manage village affairs. Often, he would leave early in the morning and return late at night, sometimes not appearing for days. Comparatively, she, an outsider, seemed more invested in the village than he, a clan member. Lin Yu said nothing, yet inadvertently revealed a glimmer of an expression never before seen, eyes that hinted at hidden depths. Chapter 34. Guidance of the system. Come on, don't wear such a stern expression. Allow me to treat you to something to eat. How about Ichiraku ramen? Without a moment and hesitation, Lin Yu blurted out the name. Ichiraku ramen, undoubtedly a favorite of that yellow-haired boy from Konoha. Unfortunately, this isn't Konoha. And the place Lin Yu currently finds himself, Kagaya, is far less developed and lacking in such culinary delights. No, but I can treat you to some dumplings, came the reply. The village of Kagaya, post-reconstruction, had yet to stabilize, but it had begun to see a number of vendors setting up stalls, starting their businesses. Besides the role of a ninja, taking on missions issued by a department of the village, the Kagaya clan, having severed ties with the Hidden Mist, had few tasks to offer. After all, it is not a large ninja village. Especially after the village was destroyed, missions were nearly non-existent. It was only after Lin Yu single-handedly withstood the power of the tailed beasts that the number of missions gradually increased for the Kagaya clan. Yet, these tasks could only sustain a modest livelihood. Thus, during this period, many ninjas resorted to small businesses. The dumpling shop in Kagaya, while lacking the alluring flavors of Ichiraku ramen, was also a local delicacy with its own unique charm. In that quaint little shop, it often attracted those fond of dumplings. Among the upper echelons of Kagaya village, Kan was currently seated on a small stool, her legs crossed, savoring a steaming plate of dumplings. Appearing quite different from her usual aloof demeanor. The space was limited, so the two found themselves seated across from one another. However, upon Lin Yu's arrival, the awkward Kan immediately stood up, said nothing, and proceeded to settle her bill before departing. Who is she? Lin Yu inquired. Oh, you mean her? She was just promoted not long ago, a young elder. But indeed, she has never been involved with the village. How would she know such matters? He hardly recognized the higher-ups of Kagaya. The aroma of the dumplings was quite appealing. However, Lin Yu's mere presence attracted quite a crowd of onlookers. Look. That's Lin Yu, the legendary figure who is as elusive as a dragon. I never expected Lin Yu to dine in such a humble place. It's quite down to earth. Indeed, without Lin Yu's protection, our Kagaya village would have been razed to the ground. The crowd buzzed with excitement. What had started as a small stall quickly became bustling with patrons, even forming a queue. The woman named Kan gradually faded from Lin Yu's view amid the throng. He merely glanced at her before retracting his gaze. His expression remained one of calmness that belied his age, unaffected even amidst the praise of thousands. Despite being merely 6 or 7 years old, he exuded an air of authority akin to that of a clan leader, possessing a maturity surpassing that of many adults. This left Zero somewhat astonished. Is it delicious? She asked, her tone gentle as she watched Lin Yu consume the dumplings, though her own hand continued to reach for them. "I'm full, the rest are yours." Discarding the toothpick, Lin Yu pushed the small plate of dumplings toward Zero. As a clan leader, how could you eat so little? Zero's face lit up with enjoyment, a sensation she seldom allowed herself to experience amidst her busy life. Rarely did she indulge in the simple pleasure of street food. Perhaps being at this stall with Lin Yu allowed her to momentarily forget everything else. Observing Zero's blissful demeanor, Lin Yu, with time on his hands after more than a month, reopened the system panel. It was a rudimentary interface displaying only basic information, leading him to question its necessity. Thus, he seldom accessed this screen, only occasionally glancing at it. To Zero, Lin Yu appeared to be in a meditative state, showing no signs of peculiar behavior. Noticing his disinterest, she resumed her enjoyment of the dumplings. Name: Lin Yu. Strength, 342. Agility, 212. Stamina, 521. Mental resistance, 51,000. These recorded attributes showed only mental resistance as the hardest to acquire, with a defined upper limit. A mere 50 points in this metric could effortlessly repel ordinary genjutsu without the need for physical confrontation. What if I max it out? Lin Yu pondered, daring to speculate. If his mental resistance reached its full capacity, would it be impervious even to illusions like the infinite Tsukuyomi? The answer was affirmative. He was aware of this benefit. However, acquiring mental resistance was no easy feat. Continuing to examine the information, he noted, techniques unlocked, Divine Martial 6 styles, Divine Finger, Amaterasu 2, Sage Body. With these abilities, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a demigod in the ninja world. Yet, he remained lucid. These powers did not grant mastery over all things. As he stood, he could not dictate any outcomes. Previously, his lack of a clear purpose had led to excessive reliance on the system, mistakenly believing that it could determine everything for him, leading to the loss of his greatest asset, his intellect. Indeed, neglecting the use of one and Appo's mind was a colossal waste. Upon reflecting on the current situation, it seemed that only the chakra of the tailed beasts could elevate his abilities. Thus, it was evident that stabilizing himself and seeking out the three tails repeatedly, engaging in battles to enhance his skills, was the correct course of action. While he could pursue stronger tailed beasts rather than limiting himself to the three tails, he preferred to remain discreet due to his current strength, not wanting to draw attention from the 5 great nations. The existence of the three tails was undoubtedly his optimal choice at present. The nature of the system indicated that his path of development would involve assimilating the resources of others and transforming them into his own benefits, thereby completely integrating them into his capabilities. Furthermore, the application of techniques could evolve over time, leading to various innovative uses. For instance, Lin Yu had utilized a method on Haiden, turning a bone into a bone spike infused within Haiden's body, allowing him to activate Divine Martial 6 styles, Divine Finger, from any location at will. Thus, Lin Yu continued to explore the application of his techniques. From the name alone, it was evident that there were 6 styles, yet he had only activated one thus far. There were presumably 5 more. The small gray text beneath remained unlit. Final achievement: Mastery of Ultimate Power, Incomplete Ultimate Power. What could it possibly be? Lin Yu felt increasingly unease. For months, the system had offered no hints. Functioning as if it were lifeless, relying solely on his own exploration, he had yet to grasp the essence of this ultimate power. However, compared to this enigma, there were many other pressing matters to consider. Strength. Relaxing his fist and then clenching it tightly once more, Lin Yu's gaze gradually brightened. Chapter 35. The terrifying fiery creature before a smooth cliff edge, a small, inconspicuous protrusion emerged. The pharmacist stepped forward, channeling his chakra, and swiftly pressed a sequence of points on the cliff wall. Soon, the rock began to morph, ultimately transforming into a bottomless cavern. Do not be surprised. There are many such bases, D remarked. Lord Orochimaru has been waiting inside for quite some time. Uchiha Obito and Zetsu regarded the man before them with an expression of cold indifference. Orochimaru was not foolish. This was an abandoned base he had long since forsaken. Although he had vacated it years ago, he occasionally repurposed it as a temporary refuge. As they ventured deeper, their progress halted at a rusted iron door, likely immovable due to years of neglect. Wait a moment, D grunted as he struggled to turn the key, but it remained obstinately locked. There and amp, Oppos, es no need to exert yourself. Obito said, adopting a combat stance. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight and charged at the iron door. With a powerful kick, chakra surging through his leg. He struck the door, causing it to crash to the ground. The main base was expansive, resembling a hollowed-out cavern. Countless pathways snaked through the empty cliff, beneath which lay an abyss so deep that a single misstep could lead one to the depths of the underworld. The cave was a magnificent sight, seemingly shaped by nature itself, and with a few modifications by Orochimaru, it had quickly become a base. One could not help but marvel at the artistry of nature. Rumors about his numerous bases were not unfounded. For Orochimaru, releasing a few small snakes daily would suffice to discover more such locations. However, a mere glance downwards was enough to induce weakness in one's legs. The sight was chilling, causing D to break into a cold sweat. Obito and Zetsu remained unmoved. Even if they were to accidentally step into the void, one could escape with the Kamui technique, while the other, being a product of will, could not be killed by ordinary means. The white Zetsu, being an artificial being, could easily be cloned given the right materials. Thus, even a fall from such heights posed no real threat. As they descended along the uneven path, an unsettling sound grew louder. A roar, indeterminate in origin, resonated throughout the cavern. A bizarre creature, composed entirely of magma, erupted from the depths, raising the surrounding temperature significantly. Although not reaching the terrifying heights of true magma, it hovered around 200 degrees Celsius. What is that? Zetsu exclaimed, having never encountered such a being. A mere touch from it transformed into an ethereal grasp, searing D's left shoulder. The moment skin made contact, it would char instantly. The group quickly scattered as the fiery creature advanced with alarming speed, leaving behind trails of crimson. They quickly coordinated to unleash a powerful water technique. Water-style, waterfall technique. In an instant, a massive wave, 100 meters in diameter, surged towards the fiery monster. Upon contact, however, the water evaporated into thick steam. The creature paused for only 2 seconds, its form shifting from red to gray, before quickly reviving. Clearly, even techniques as formidable as the waterfall were ineffective against it. Realizing the technique had little effect, Obito had an epiphany. If water merely serves to restrict, then water-style, water prison technique. Infusing more chakra into the jutsu strengthened its power, encasing the creature anew. Its surface transitioned from crimson to gray, yet it swiftly regained its original form, repeating the cycle. The intense heat evaporated the surrounding water rapidly, but the abundant chakra released allowed them to maintain control for a brief period. Meanwhile, applause echoed from a corner of the cavern. A seemingly androgynous man, surrounded by a few small snakes, drew the attention of the others, as if his presence alone could resolve the situation. Sorry for the inconvenience, everyone. I accidentally let it out. However, you all know that ordinary methods cannot contain this creature. Zetsu's eyes brightened. Such a beast was indeed Orochimaru's summoning. Yet, having survived since the era of Kagaya, he could not recognize what type of summoning it was. I know you might be wondering. To deal with Linyu, one must always be adequately prepared. With a snap of his fingers, a figure emerged from behind Orochimaru, Hanzo the Salamander, a legendary demigod. Since his resurrection via the impure world reincarnation, he had remained by Orochimaru's side. Your summoning beast has its merits, Zetsu remarked, curiosity evident in his expression. Orochimaru merely chuckled dismissively. It was merely a past experiment. After I left this place, it evolved into what it is now, but it's not truly a summoning beast. In fact, I cannot control it myself. However, if it is your eyes. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Orochimaru's eyes as he assessed Obito. Indeed. Your Sharingan can control even tailed beasts. What more for a creature formed by the earth and sky? This plan must succeed. Failure is not an option. And if we fail? Orochimaru jested, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. It would require the power of tailed beasts. If we fail, then we all perish. This was the assessment from the masked man, causing even the typically carefree Orochimaru to shudder slightly. Such was Orochimaru's nature. To him, Linyu was merely an inexperienced youth, relying on a few special abilities, yet a difficult foe. This did not mean he could not be vanquished. However, the masked man's words instilled a hint of dread in him. Could it be true that this boy, not yet 10 years old, possessed extraordinary strength? The others fell into a contemplative silence, each harboring their own thoughts. Only Uchiha Obito, beneath his mask, wore a serious expression. For the recent incident, Orochimaru had not merely been careless in releasing the fiery creature. It had been a test of Obito's capabilities. Chapter 36, System, Devouring Fear. At this moment, Lin Yu had departed from the village and was en route to the Hidden Mist village. According to his knowledge from a previous life, the current master of the situation should be a figure known as Yagura, a powerful individual endowed with the strength of a tailed beast. Having been stagnant for too long, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming eagerness to collect his rewards. However, the sensory unit of the Hidden Mist was not to be underestimated. They could effortlessly detect anything within a 10-mile radius, including wild beasts or ordinary infiltrating ninjas. The sensory unit stood dumbfounded as they observed a lone man walking boldly down the main road, astonished by the sight. They had never encountered anyone who dared to trespass into another village so brazenly, which left them utterly bewildered. Could it be just one person? Yes, indeed, just one. Wait, he is the man who repelled Lord Yagura? This realization instilled a profound terror in everyone. Quick, inform Lord Yagura. Time was of the essence. He had already entered a radius of 5 miles. This guy? He wouldn't be here to massacre the village, would he? If so, we must find a way to escape. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the Hidden Mist, all prompted by the name of a single individual. Meanwhile, as Lin Yu continued down the road, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Finally, after a prolonged period of inactivity, the system emitted a sound once more. Ding. Successfully devoured fear from Kitsuya of the Wood Village. Reward: 5 points to mental resistance. Ding. Successfully devoured fear from Otoman. Reward: 12 points to stamina. He swiftly accessed the system panel, witnessing astonishing changes in the values displayed. No longer was it the meager 0.02 points gained from absorbing a single ninjutsu. Now, his rewards had escalated from decimal points to whole numbers, even reaching the tens. This unprecedented situation startled Lin Yu. However, what was this sudden influx of fear? Could he even consume the fear of others? Lin Yu felt a mix of astonishment and intrigue as he scanned his surroundings. Confirming that no one was nearby, he refocused on his intended destination. It appeared he had been detected. Yet, Lin Yu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With this recent influx of power, he could sense his strength rapidly escalating, a warm energy coalescing within his body. Initially, he had merely sought to provoke the Three Tails, but now he found himself unexpectedly enriched. It had been a long time since he felt such a surge of power, marking a gradual increase in his capabilities. A deafening alarm echoed throughout the Hidden Mist. He is coming. The demon is here. Damn it. I refuse to wait here to die. I'd rather become a rogue ninja. At least my life will be my own. A small faction of individuals, seizing the moment of chaos, discarded their forehead protectors. After all, if a battle were to ensue, the power of a tailed beast could be cataclysmic, and their lives could be at stake. As Lin Yu drew nearer, panic ensued among the masses. Even ordinary villagers hastily sought refuge in their homes, praying for a swift conclusion to the impending conflict. Close the door. We cannot let him in. A massive iron gate was hastily shut, but it was merely 200 meters from the main entrance. His focus remained entirely on the rapidly escalating values before him, though the surge of fear soon began to dwindle, almost disappearing entirely. After a considerable wait, the system chimed once more. Ding. Successfully devoured fear from Hashimoto Rihua. Reward: 1 point to agility. The blaring alarm had captured the attention of Yagura, who abruptly opened his eyes and sprang from his chair. He understood the significance of the alarm. It was a signal that only sounded when the village was in peril. Undoubtedly, visitors had arrived. Yet, after a prolonged silence, no ninja appeared to report the situation, further fueling his rising anger. People. With a fierce shout, a short-statured ninja finally entered. What is happening? Lord Yagura. We just received a confidential report that a man named Lin Yu is audaciously attempting to breach the village. Upon hearing this, Yagura's eyes filled with murderous intent, and the chakra of the tailed beast within him surged violently. In an instant, a tumultuous chakra coalesced, threatening to rend the very air around him. The crouching ninja felt the weight of the atmosphere, too terrified to lift his gaze from the ground, trembling slightly. However, Yagura was not without intellect, after all. He was someone capable of holding the title of Mizukichi. Though long manipulated by Obito's Jinjutsu, he still grasped a crucial insight. If Lin Yu chose to arrive during such a sensitive time, he must have some ulterior motive. At this moment, Yagura began to piece together Lin Yu's intentions. First, he might be seeking revenge for their previous encounter. Second, he could be aiming to absorb the power of the hidden mist, positioning himself to become the new Mizukichi and leverage the village's strength against the other 5 great ninja villages. Regardless of his motives, they all led to one inevitable conclusion: bloodshed. With a crack, Yagura rolled his neck and rose from his seat, issuing commands as if he had not moved in quite some time. Draping himself in the Mizukichi cloak, he vanished in the blink of an eye. At the main gate, Lin Yu once again astonished the crowd. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick that obliterated the once impenetrable iron gate, sending it flying several dozen meters before crashing into a building, splintering its supports and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. The owner of the destroyed house cowered in his cellar, trembling in fear. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. That was their fortified iron gate, crafted by the village's blacksmith, renowned for its impenetrability. Logically, even a physically superior martial artist could not achieve such a feat. Why could he break it down with just a single kick? Monster. There was no better word to describe him. Ding. Successfully devoured the fear from the villagers of the hidden mist. Reward, 31 points to speed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was astounded. He had never witnessed such a dramatic increase in data. His body began to emanate a faint glow, and the warmth surged as the system worked to enhance his attributes. His speed had risen once more. Yet, a gain of 31 points did not significantly alter his capabilities. Only through gradual accumulation would he realize he had grown substantially stronger. That guy seems even more formidable than before. As the dust settled, only a familiar visage remained, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread. All their faces were etched with disbelief. With each step Lin Yu took forward, they retreated, fully aware that advancing meant certain death. Chapter 37 The last remnants of warmth. The very air quivered in response, an intangible pressure radiating outward. Lin Yu merely shifted slightly, and their tension mounted. Even though Lin Yu had not acted, their eyes were wide, brimming with disbelief. Only Lin Yu gazed at the values displayed on the system panel, a long-lost smile gracing his lips. Ding. Absorbing the fear of Hirata. Reward, 2 strength points. Wait a moment, Hirata? That name seemed familiar. However, Lin Yu recognized a critical issue. The numbers indicating his rewards were inexplicably diminishing. Just moments ago, the increase had been a staggering 31 points. Yet now the disparity was stark. At that moment, a bold hypothesis formed in Lin Yu and Appo's mind. It suggested that they had steeled themselves for death, thereby replacing their inner fear. As a result, the fear value had decreased, leading to a meager reward. Just then, Yagura, cloaked in the guise of a tailed beast, descended slowly from the air, his violent chakra enveloping him as he fixed his gaze upon the iron gate where he landed. Was he courting death? He rotated his joints, seemingly preparing his body for combat. In the past, I had underestimated you, but since you have ventured into the land of mist alone, I presume you are ready to embrace your demise. In response to Yagura and Appo's provocation, Lin Yu stood still, unyielding, observing the tailed beast-clad Yagura. Initially, his intent was to confront Yagura. However, he had devised a more advantageous plan. He could even foresee that he would no longer glean substantial points from Yagura. Even if there were any, they would not be nearly as lucrative as before. Yagura kept his eyes trained on Lin Yu, not daring to relax for a moment. In fact, he sensed no fluctuations of chakra emanating from Lin Yu, as if he bore no defenses. Yet, this very calmness heightened Yagura's caution. After witnessing Lin Yu's formidable prowess, he became increasingly wary, his mind replaying countless imagined confrontations with him. This was a being capable of consuming his entire tailed beast orb. Indeed, the only viable strategy against this individual was through physical combat. And despite his current peaceful demeanor, Yagura suspected Lin Yu was secretly concocting some scheme, perhaps concealing his murderous intent in the manipulation of vast chakra reserves. Yes, it must be so. The greater the calm, the more vigilant one must be. With this thought, Yagura's wariness intensified. "If you wish to leave now, I shall grant you an opportunity," he declared suddenly after a prolonged silence. All present were rendered utterly speechless. What was happening? Their Mizukage was exhibiting weakness. This was not the Mizukage they knew. Had it been anyone else, Yagura's temper would have swiftly dispatched the intruder, allowing no room for insolence. It was truly astonishing. At that moment, Lenya nodded slightly, saying, "You make a valid point. Then I shall take my leave." With that, he nonchalantly retraced his steps through the village gates, leaving behind a bewildered crowd and a Yagura who had shed his tailed beast form. After exerting so much effort to engage in combat within the village, he could have seized the opportunity to eliminate the fourth Mizukage, thereby becoming the new leader of the Land of Mist and ending the prolonged reign of bloodshed. Yet, Lin Yu simply circled around, damaged an iron gate, and departed without further ado. The onlookers exchanged perplexed glances, utterly confounded by the turn of events. Only Lin Yu understood that his objectives had been achieved, and the benefits he had reaped far exceeded their imagination. After all, the fear had reached its zenith. It could no longer furnish him with generous point rewards. It was better to leave and return after a few days. In the subsequent seconds, all eyes turned toward their Mizukage, seeking answers in his expression. Yet, even Yagura was drenched in sweat, having prepared himself for battle, though nothing transpired. Phew. From an angle unnoticed by all, Yagura exhaled a breath of relief. Lin Yu's departure had lifted a great weight from his shoulders. Was it the Mizukage's murderous intent that had deterred him? A ninja exclaimed. The crowd erupted in applause. Their spirits lifted. At that moment, Yagura raised his left hand, signaling for silence. They believed their leader was merely modest, reluctant to draw attention to himself. However, internally, Yagura felt as if 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. Just minutes had passed since Lin Yu left the village. Should he return, it would surely be catastrophic. Long moments passed as he gazed outside the village, observing nothing but the occasional crow flying by and leaves falling to the ground. Only then did Yagura finally exhale in relief. His emotions were akin to a tranquil lake suddenly disrupted by an explosion in midair. Assess the aftermath. Check for any damages. Additionally, dispatch several teams to. Yagura began, only to lapse into silence, his gaze fixated on a specific point, the very spot from which Lin Yu had departed. In the Leaf Tree Town, a small settlement established between the two great ninja villages of Konoha and Kirigakure, tranquility reigned. Once, this town thrived, bustling with merchants and thriving businesses. But now, following the emergence of the Blood Mist Village rumors, few traders dared to visit. It had become merely a resting place for passers-by. As elites of the root organization, Tion and Appo's team had long since blended into the ordinary populace, determined to incite a war between the two villages, even at the cost of their lives, in order to ensure the success of their mission. Contemplating this, Tion's mind drifted to a woman, a beautiful silhouette who appeared to be of similar age. One, blissfully attending Ninja Academy, immersed in the joys of life. The other, masked and transformed into a member of Konoha's Umbu, navigating the darkness of night on covert missions, engaging in endless killings or gathering intelligence from foreign lands. The irony was palpable, yet Tion harbored no regrets. To him, his sister represented everything. Indeed, all his efforts were dedicated to her well-being. Perhaps it was only when she thrived that he could find true peace of mind. It struck him that he had departed without even a farewell. Closing his eyes, he continued to savor the last remnants of warmth, only to find his eyes unexpectedly dampened. Chapter 38. By the Lake. The matters of the fishing hook. Upon returning to Huizong village, the tranquil days seemed somewhat monotonous. By the lakeside, Lin Yu leisurely engaged in fishing, though his method diverged significantly from that of others. While most would reel in the line upon catching a fish, Lin Yu's approach was to simply let the line extend, regardless of whether a fish had taken the bait. Even when a fish actively bit, he refrained from pulling back. For others, fishing was a straightforward pursuit. Yet for Lin Yu, it served merely as a means to pass the time. He intended to wait until the tumult in the Mist Village subsided, seizing the opportunity to enhance his strength. Presently, it was undeniably a time for cooling off. At the lakeside, a fire pit had been set up. The occasional chirping of birds in the serene environment easily lulled one into a dreamlike state. After casting his line a few times, Lin Yu soon closed his eyes to rest. However, In a moment of drowsiness, he sensed something amiss and abruptly opened his eyes in astonishment. It felt as though he had hooked something substantial. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had inadvertently torn the clothing of a young lady with his fishing hook, leaving her in a most vulnerable state. At that moment by the lake, Lin Yu gazed calmly at the water's surface, where a head emerged. The young woman's garment irreparably damaged. In desperation, she submerged completely, leaving only her head above the surface. One might say, misfortune struck unexpectedly. She had merely been resting peacefully. And yet such an incident unfolded. Though her face bore no makeup, it was striking, albeit with a somewhat frosty demeanor. Lin Yu found himself momentarily dazed, as a flicker of recognition crossed his mind. He seemed to recall having seen her before, not as a mere courtesy, but as an undeniable fact. As memories resurfaced, he recalled a day at a dumpling shop where she had been enjoying her meal before hastily departing. He vaguely remembered her as a young elder from the Huizong clan. Though her name eluded him, clearing his throat, Lin Yu awkwardly explained, I assure you, this was unintentional. Would you believe me? After a brief pause, he added, I'll arrange for someone to bring you a change of clothes shortly. The atmosphere was thick with silence, with only the breaths of the two resonating in the air. The woman fixed her gaze on Lin Yu, her eyes filled with an intensity that could pierce through him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yu draped his windbreaker nearby, a gesture of goodwill, saying, You may borrow this to warm yourself by the fire. Yet, as the words left his mouth, he recognized the potential for misinterpretation. His intention was noble. However, he was acutely aware that prolonged exposure to the cold water could lead to illness, especially for a young woman. Nevertheless, he failed to consider a critical issue. She was left without any garments. The thought of her emerging in such a state was troubling. After a moment of contemplation, he hastily departed, retrieving a clean set of women's clothing. Upon his return, he found the lakeside deserted, the fire extinguished as if nothing had transpired. Observing the abandoned windbreaker, a sense of relief washed over him. With the incident behind him, Lin Yu lost interest in fishing. He packed his gear and departed the scene. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu, came a voice from nearby in Huizong. Leaning against a tree, he found Ling holding a stack of documents. What is the occasion for congratulations? Lin Yu inquired, a chill running down his spine. Had word of his lakeside mishap spread among the villagers, reaching Ling's ears? If so, the smile on Ling's face was all the more unsettling. According to the village and Oppos, S anonymous background check, your support rate has risen to 78.63, based on the decisions made by the village leadership. You are now the new clan leader of the Huizong. Lin Yu exhaled in relief, his expression returning to neutrality. 78 ISNT particularly high. Based on historical data. The support rates of the two previous clan leaders never exceeded 60, and even Jun Yi Huang only reached 65, which is considered commendable. Intrigued by this, Ling continued. It's quite significant. That's inconsequential, Lin Yu replied listlessly. He felt little sense of belonging to the village, thus lacking any enthusiasm for its matters. He had delegated the management of village affairs to his subordinates. His thoughts were occupied with more pressing ambitions. Gazing into the distance, Lin Yu fell deep into contemplation. It was now the 56th year of Konoha. He was acutely aware that the annihilation of the Uchiha clan loomed closer, an eventuality that could strike any night. In the not-so-distant future, one of Konoha's two great clans would be erased from history, leaving only the lonely Sasuke to grow up in solitude. Conversely, Naruto's situation was not much better. Orphaned in infancy, his parents had sacrificed their lives to seal half of the nine tails within him. Their appearance is only a figment of his imagination based on photographs. Within him resided a tailed beast of immense chakra, the nine tails, the most powerful of the nine. The disparity in strength between the tailed beasts was staggering. Even the eight tails, GY paled in comparison to the nine tails. The difference of a single tail translated to a strength exceeding twofold, and collectively, the power of the other eight-tailed beasts was still vastly inferior to that of the nine tails. This disparity accounted for Naruto's eventual ascendance to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Now, Lin Yu pondered an audacious thought. What if he could absorb the chakra of all nine-tailed beasts? Suddenly, memories of Naruto and Sasuke on the battlefield surfaced. Undoubtedly, they were the two brightest stars, having saved countless lives, even resurrecting Might Guy through extraordinary means. Their prowess transcended mere mortal comprehension, elevating them beyond the realm of gods. Yet, in the midst of a bright morning, no one noticed a red shooting star streaking across the sky at incredible speed, vanishing into silence. Chapter 39. The Six Forms of Divine Martial Arts. Burning palm under the luminous glow of the full moon, the village of mist, shrouded in a thick veil of fog, lay in a profound stillness. The surrounding houses and their furnishings emerged as dark silhouettes against the ethereal light, creating an almost desolate atmosphere. The streets were nearly deserted, a stark contrast to the usually bustling mist, rendering the village akin to a lifeless ghost town. After a fortnight's absence, a figure reappeared in Mist Village. With a sudden crash, the iron gate was forcefully kicked open, shattering the tranquil night. The ensuing explosion of fireworks pierced the silence, invigorating the somnolent village. The identity of the pyrotechnician remained a mystery. Yet the vibrant display infused a semblance of life back into Mist, with loud booms echoing through the air. Damn it! Who would dare to ignite fireworks at such an hour? The fourth Mizukage, abruptly awakened from slumber, seethed with fury, longing to confront the provocateur and exact retribution. Meanwhile, the villagers, roused from their dreams, peered through their windows. The dazzling fireworks, a rare sight, momentarily enveloped them in warmth, contrasting sharply with the chill of the night. With a match, Linyu ignited the final firework before leaping onto a nearby utility pole, his form agile and feline. His cerulean eyes reflected the entirety of Mist Village, the illumination from the fireworks revealing his presence. Realization dawned upon the villagers. It was him. Panic ensued as they hastily retreated indoors, securing all windows and doors. Those with children hurried them to their makeshift basements, for no one dared meet his gaze, even though his eyes lacked the overt malice of a Sharingan or Byakugan. Yet, the mere act of looking into those eyes felt like an invitation to an untimely demise, akin to a harbinger of death for Mist Village. The bloodshed in his wake was palpable, yet the shock had waned significantly since his previous visits. This marked Lin Yu's third arrival at Mist, and the villagers' irritation was palpable. His habitual nocturnal visits robbed them of restful nights. An alarm blared once more, but no one responded. They had grown indifferent to the prospect of annihilation. Some reclined on their couches, surrendering to sleep. Observing from a high hill, a figure cloaked in a red cloud-patterned black robe watched intently. With a cold gaze, a single Sharingan eye peered from behind a mask, fixated on Lin Yu's every move. The observer, Uchiha Obito, aimed to discern Lin Yu's intentions, ready to intervene should the situation escalate. However, his attention was drawn not only to Lin Yu but also to a concealed squad from Konoha, seemingly biding their time. Their stealth suggested sinister motives, and Obito recognized them as members of Danzo's root organization, tasked with monitoring Lin Yu. A sly smile crept across Obito's face as he raised a hand, his chilling gaze seemingly capable of inflicting harm. A surge of potent chakra emanated from him, and he thought, "Let us play." Meanwhile, in his home, the Mizukage, Yagura, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos until he suddenly collapsed, gasping for breath as if his very essence had been drained. His temperature soared, 37 degrees, 38 degrees, 39, 5 degrees, and finally 40 degrees. He teetered on the brink of collapse, but it was merely a manifestation of Obito's force control. For a fleeting moment, Yagura's laughter echoed, initially light but soon devolving into a maniacal cacophony. Yet, just as abruptly, he returned to normal, his temperature gradually diminishing, appearing as he always had. Unbeknownst to anyone, his eyes had transformed into a vivid crimson, replete with bloodshot veins, signaling a state of berserk fury. The tumultuous chakra surged forth, its metallic scent invading the nostrils of those nearby, inducing a wave of nausea. "Go," Obito commanded, forming hand seals. In an instant, Yagura shattered the window and leapt from the balcony, his chakra cloaked around him, revealing the first glimpse of his tailed transformation. Just then, Lin Yu materialized from the shadows, seizing Yagura's sleeve and executing a swift shoulder throw, delivering a powerful blow that rendered Yagura unconscious. With a casual flick of his wrist, Lin Yu dusted off his hands, as if nothing had transpired. From a distance, Obito's eyes widened in disbelief, his body recoiling as he struggled to comprehend the simplicity of the maneuver. A mere shoulder throw? Indeed, it was astonishing. The raw energy of the tailed beast would obliterate any ordinary individual on contact, yet Lin Yu stood unscathed. Ding. Successfully absorbed the fear from Uchiha Ibito, granting 3 points to mental resistance. Uchiha Ibito? Lin Yu scanned his surroundings, noting a figure retreating swiftly into a spatial vortex atop the hill. A slight smile graced his lips, eliciting a profound emotional turmoil within the vanishing figure. The distance was great, and Ibito had concealed his presence, yet Lin Yu had effortlessly perceived him. Ibito trembled, sweat soaking his garments. Hugo Lin Yu, you are truly terrifying. An intangible fear gripped his heart. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's system chimed again. Ding. Successfully absorbed the fear from Uchiha Ibito, rewarding the 6 forms of divine martial arts, Burning Palm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a flicker of delight. Chapter 40, Brother. You king of doves. In that moment, Lin Yu turned and departed without a trace of hesitation, as though nothing had transpired. A luminous moon hung in the sky, gradually obscured by drifting clouds, casting half of its glow into shadow. In the village, the blacksmith toiled through the night, diligently welding the great iron gate of the hidden mist, striving to complete the last segment of construction. He gasped for breath, sweat pouring from his exposed skin. Only one section remained. He should not overexert himself. It was already around 3 or 4 in the morning, and the patrolling ninja cautioned him, reminding him that if that fellow returned, all his labor would be in vain. The blacksmith, however, waved off the concern, declaring, "It's fine, as long as the wages are paid." Yet, unbeknownst to all, within the hidden mist village, a space vortex unfurled once more in the office of the Mizukichi. A masked man clad in a black cloak adorned with clouds was scrutinizing the situation. During his absence from the village, he had gathered a general understanding of recent events. A certain figure had brazenly breached the defenses of the hidden mist, shattering its great door, and departed without shedding a single drop of blood. This figure, notably, hailed from the Kagaya clan. Pondering with trepidation, he questioned the motives behind such actions. This individual could easily usurp Yagura and ascend as the next Mizukichi. Was he truly indifferent to such tempting prospects? The existence of one who remains unyielded by the allure of power was indeed perplexing. The mere thought of Lin Yu's capabilities sent a chill down his spine. Analyzing the current circumstances, he found himself at a loss. Staring blankly at the lifeless form of Yagura, who had been rendered unconscious by a single blow. Such terror, from what he understood of Lin Yu. It was utterly implausible that he would retreat in disgrace as he had been led to believe. It was inconceivable. There must be a more sinister plot at play. Uchiha Ibito sneered coldly, his hands sweeping through the air. Regardless of Lin Yu's hidden intentions, it mattered little now. Tonight, he would wager everything to erase that individual from the annals of the ninja world. With his voice rising, the very ground beneath him trembled, as if a formidable power was on the verge of being unleashed. Conflict intensified. The crimson Sharingan spun rapidly, seemingly reflecting its owner's emotions. Approaching Yagura, Uchiha Ibito glared fiercely, forcefully lifting Yagura's eyelids. Awaken. The time for the hunt has come. An invisible force enveloped Yagura. Kill, kill, kill. A resounding roar echoed throughout the hidden mist village. Brother, could you teach me the great fireball technique? A youthful voice called out from behind. In the land of fire. Within the confines of Konoha, a boy clad in Uchiha attire bounced eagerly before the recently returned Itachi Uchiha. His expression revealed he had been waiting for hours. Regrettably, his hopes were dashed once more. The young man gently ruffled Sasuke's hair with a hint of warmth, shaking his head softly. Next time, Sasuke. He then tapped Sasuke's forehead lightly with 2 fingers, offering a refined smile. We will definitely do it next time. Before Sasuke could respond, Itachi simply observed him in silence. Indeed, it had been quite some time since he had engaged in meaningful conversation with his brother. He often returned home at the early hours of 5 or 6, only to leave again at dawn, spending far more time away than at home. Even the next meeting remained uncertain. Yet, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Once one has experienced the warmth of familial bonds, the loss or deliberate severance of such ties is a feeling known only to Itachi. His younger brother weighed heavily on his mind as he gazed at Sasuke. Brother, you king of doves, you've promised next time so many times. Last time, on my birthday. You said next time as well. With that, Sasuke dashed out of the Uchiha household. Just as Itachi was about to call out to him, he withdrew his voice, feeling a tumult of emotions within. The moment Sasuke exited, Itachi sensed a gaze upon him. Merchants of tea and cloth, even the playful children in the streets, could all be watching. After relocating their clan, although it appeared that all were members of the Uchiha, an unsettling feeling of being monitored lingered. Naturally, the Uchiha clan was grumbling. For a clan that had always prided itself, this was undoubtedly Konoha's greatest humiliation. Whispers of rebellion echoed throughout. Even the selection process for the Umbu seemed to be manipulated to restrict Uchiha members from joining. While Konoha was said to be a beacon of light, perhaps only Itachi comprehended the truth. With light comes shadow. Beneath that illumination lies an unceasing darkness that continues to spread. With less than 10 days remaining until the appointed time, this was the fate of the Uchiha clan. Weariness flickered in his eyes as Itachi sighed softly and turned to leave. Having graduated from the Ninja Academy in just a year, he joined the Umbu at the tender age of 11. At times, he wished he could renounce his own talents and live a simple life alongside his brother. Alas, time cannot be reversed. As he departed, a strange recollection surfaced in his mind. He remembered that day of ominous red lightning, an ancient prophecy poised to be unveiled. This secret was one Itachi had stumbled upon by chance, a matter even Uchiha Fugaka remained oblivious to. The ancient prophecy detailed the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, recounting how he would personally slay 3,483 of his kin. Yet, the subsequent details eluded him. His vision had been limited. However, he did catch sight of a flash of red lightning. Whether that red lightning would herald fortune or misfortune remained unknown to him. What could it be? With that thought, his form flickered and vanished from sight. Chapter 41. Hubris leads to ruin. An hour later, at the heart of Kagaya village, atop the tallest watchtower, Uchiha Obito emerged amidst a spatial fluctuation, casting his gaze over the entire village. At that moment, his pupils constricted and his expression shifted subtly. He had already ascended into the air. Subsequently, a coffin plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the muddy ground, its lid clattering aside, revealing that it was empty. "I have brought you a coffin," Obito declared, waving his hands. Instantly, the entire Kagaya village sprang into action. "Enemy attack!" Many ninja exclaimed in alarm. However, they quickly rallied a multitude of shinobi. Under the cover of night, countless figures leapt onto rooftops, fixating on the man suspended in the air. "Eliminate the intruder!" Strangely, upon seeing the man, they were enveloped by an unexplainable sense of oppressive dread, as if they were being crushed beneath an unseen weight. "Who is this person? This is Kagaya village's territory. If you do not leave, you shall remain here forever," they shouted defiantly. Yet, the once arrogant Kagaya clan ninja made an unexpected concession, which was decidedly out of character. Even Zero, who had just finished reviewing documents and was preparing to rest, was instantly roused by the commotion. "Where is Lord Linyu? It seems he has gone out again," they whispered among themselves. Upon hearing this, their expressions changed. Before they could continue their hushed conversation, a fiery magma creature descended from the sky, crushing one individual beneath its molten weight, incinerating them to the point of leaving no trace. "What a monstrous being!" Zero gasped. Even Obito's brow furrowed slightly. Compared to the last encounter, the terrifying temperature of this creature had escalated exponentially. Previously, it could only scorch a person, but now it could obliterate a living soul entirely. This indicated that its temperature had likely surpassed 1,000 degrees. "Is this Orochimaru's doing?" Obito mused silently. The creature had also undergone a transformation. Its flames had shifted from a bright orange to a hue tinged with black. Boom. The surrounding temperature soared, a terrifying energy engulfing the skies. "What manner of beast is that? Run!" In an instant, the elite shinobi of Kagaya widened their eyes, their skin crawling with goosebumps as an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped them. Yet, that was not all. Before the astonished crowd, an unknown figure tore the coffin to shreds, enveloping Yagura in a crimson cloak of tailed beast chakra, 3 tails unexpectedly sprouting from his back. An astounding surge of tailed beast chakra erupted from his form. His energy continued to swell, bloating and expanding until he transformed into a colossal gray tortoise with 3 tails. Occupying a tenth of Kagaya village's territory, countless shinobi were crushed beneath his immense size, gasping for breath. They all recognized it. This was the fully transformed Yagura. But he appeared far more formidable than before. His movements and strength were on an entirely different level. With a mere flick of one of his tails, he could mercilessly annihilate 2 or 3 dozen Kaguya Chunin. However, none noticed that in his tailed beast state, Yagura was in immense pain. He howled in agony, extending his claws, while his eyes, stained crimson, dripped blood incessantly. He could no longer discern whether the blood was his own or that of others. Yet, he could not cease his rampage. Slaughter had become his primary objective. This terrifying power was almost unbearable even for him. This suffering stemmed from Uchiha Obito forcing the Three Tails into a rampage, exceeding its physical limits to achieve an astonishing effect, perhaps due to its massive size. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble violently. Those shinobi with weak foundations could hardly maintain their footing, let alone prepare for battle. With the added firepower of such a creature, Kaguya had transformed into a veritable hell, ripe for the slaughter. Up to this point, had I known it would come to this, I might as well have done it from the start. A manic smile spread across Obito's face. However, it abruptly faded, as the person he awaited had yet to appear. In an instant, the entirety of Kaguya village seemed to tremble, an ominous foreboding in the air. Are you not going to reveal yourself? Then I shall force you to. Just as Obito was about to utter more, his smile froze. He beheld the Three Tails gathering a super terrifying tailed beast bomb. The black sphere, compressed to its limit, was on the verge of reaching a horrifying stage. If the Three Tails faltered even slightly, the land they stood upon would be instantly leveled. This was no exaggeration. Chakra continued to condense, and even Obito felt a tinge of fear. The shinobi were trembling in unison. What is that? Retreat. Evacuate the village. Everyone, quickly. Upon witnessing this technique, every face paled, their eyes filled with boundless despair. What an unfathomable power! They had even lost the will to survive. No one could survive under such an attack. Soon after, feeling the overwhelming force, the ground shattered, and torrents of water surged forth from beneath. These were the underground rivers, now erupting violently, flooding the village around the Three Tails. The deluge only increased. At that moment, the energy gathered to its zenith. The sheer horror of it was beyond description. With its power maximized, the Three Tails hurled the sphere into the fray. A force that defied nature stirred the winds, sweeping toward the crowd. Hiss. Merely the passage of the wind brought forth razor-sharp gusts, slicing through their skin. What a terror. Boom. Chapter 42. The emergence of the salty fish. Han's peculiar surge of energy erupted, accompanied by the resonating tremors of the earth. Just as the tailed beast orb was on the brink of detonation, an enigmatic figure cloaked in darkness materialized from the sky, akin to a bolt of lightning. With a swift motion, it opened its jaws wide and consumed the entire tailed beast orb. In an instant, the fierce winds subsided, and tranquility enveloped the scene as if nothing had transpired. Such serenity was unsettling, especially when witnessing the immense energy being effortlessly devoured by Linyu, who appeared utterly unfazed. In the air, Obito seemed on the verge of bleeding from frustration. This was the ultimate technique of the tailed beast, possessing a terrifying might capable of obliterating not just ninja villages, but even a multitude of mountains with ease. The energy orb, converged into 8 yin-yang ratio, was arguably the most formidable technique in existence. At that moment, Obito's mental defenses crumbled completely. Even the protesting Sanbai, the Three Tails, let out anguished cries, expressing its discontent. Only in water could it unleash its fullest potential, and the recent attack had indeed been executed in water, gathering most of its chakra. Now, it found itself unable to replicate such a feat yet. Why was Linyu able to simply devour it without consequence? As the onlookers absorbed this surreal scene, the despairing Kaguya clan ninjas instinctively recoiled, having grown numb to the spectacle. They recalled a similar event from the past. Ding. Successfully devoured the super-tailed beast orb. Reward. 1 lottery chance. With that, the system interface abruptly appeared, presenting Linyu with a series of options arranged in a spinning wheel format, a pointer suspended in the center. This unexpected reward sent a wave of exhilaration through Linyu. However, knowing that it was a lottery, he understood he could not dictate his choice. With a decisive thought, he opted for the lottery. To others, it appeared as though he had merely closed his eyes. Go wild. Continue to revel. Our esteemed leader has returned. Your doom approaches. Many ninjas shouted in fervor. Yet, this only served to ignite the wrath of Sanbai and Obito, especially upon witnessing Lin Yu shut his eyes completely. Provocation had no effect on the fiery beast. It was not human but a creature birthed from the earth itself, further mutated by Orochimaru's enhancements. At that moment, it was bouncing around, surrounded by an ominous crimson hue, a sign of dangerously elevated temperatures. In a flash of infinite rage, Lin Yu abruptly opened his eyes. With the system and amp, Oppo's, notification, clarity returned to his gaze. Ding! Congratulations, host, on drawing the sword intent of the Great Swordsman. Unlock progression activated. Sword intent of the Great Swordsman. Unlock progression. 0. Lin Yu stood momentarily stunned, his intuition signaling that this power was anything but ordinary. Perhaps even more potent than any technique he had previously acquired. Yet, the unlocking process seemed gradual, requiring a full 100 completion to truly harness its might. Before he could revel in his fortune, Sanbai roared in fury, launching a furious tail swipe towards Lin Yu. The three tails surged menacingly in his direction, their tremendous force amplified by acceleration, rendering the attack terrifyingly swift and leaving no room for response. Be careful. As he gazed at the figure in the sky, Zero felt an overwhelming sense of disparity. The dreadful power descended directly upon his head. With a cloud of smoke, spectators witnessed the figure plummet to the ground. Zero's pupils constricted in horror. Haha. Today is your day of reckoning. You thought you were invincible? Stand up. The masked man laughed maniacally, his grin growing increasingly sinister beneath the mask. Yet, at that crucial moment, another figure descended from the heavens. The Kagaya ninjas gasped, their pupils dilating as they trembled involuntarily. The visage was unmistakable. It was the being once revered as a demigod in the shinobi world. The demigod has returned. What do you mean, demigod? Who is this demigod? The demigod was once our leader, but he was supposed to be dead. How can he appear here? Impossible. People cannot return from the dead. Who is spreading these rumors? In an instant, the entire Kagaya village wavered with disbelief. Even Zero found herself staring at the figure in astonishment. Though she had never personally encountered this so-called demigod, she was certain that the silhouette and countenance were unmistakable. The overwhelming presence caused the surrounding flora to stir, and even the air seemed infused with an unsettling energy. An invisible, terrifying force began to wreak havoc. Could one truly achieve resurrection? Impossible. This must be an illusion. His name alone was sufficient to instill fear in all present. It hurt a little. In less than a second, he realigned his dislocated bones. Thanks to the abilities bestowed by the corpse bone path, he could effortlessly manipulate his skeletal structure. The pit beneath had descended more than 10 meters. While it would be insurmountable for an average person, Lin Yu merely leaped lightly from the depths. Sanbai continued to unleash its fury. The Kagaya clan ninjas were fixated on a singular point. In his contemplation, Lin Yu finally discerned the fleeting glimpse of the Manjiki Sharingan within Sanbai's eyes. Just as suspected, this triggered Sanbai's berserker state, granting it a temporary boost in power. Even a mere swipe of its tail could unleash formidable force. However, the creature atop the tortoise shell also captured Lin Yu and Oppo's attention. Hanzo the salamander? Lin Yu marveled, realization dawning upon him as he noticed the fissures on Hanzo and Oppo's body. It was the reanimation jutsu. Chapter 43, Praise from Hanzo in Days of Yore. The legendary Hanzo was a formidable presence, reigning supreme in the realm of shinobi. His mastery of both taijutsu and ninjutsu was unparalleled. And it was indeed a surprise for a ninja from Kagaya village to behold him in this moment. The mere appearance of the demigod evoked astonishment among all present. As a venerable figure in the shinobi world, his name commanded an undeniable aura of intimidation. Yet, it seemed that Uchiha Obito paid no heed to Lin Yu, who had emerged from the depths of the pit. With a chilling gaze, he confronted Hanzo, inquiring, "What brings you here?" "Naturally, I have come in response to orders," Hanzo replied. It was astonishing to witness the once invincible Hanzo of the salamander reduced to a pawn under the control of a technique known as Edo Tensei. His shattered form appeared to be held together by some unseen force, on the verge of collapse. "I believe it is no longer necessary." Suddenly, Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Lin Yu rising from the pit, his expression a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Wasn't his vulnerability supposed to be physical attacks? How could he appear seemingly unscathed? That had been a strike from a tailed beast. Any ordinary person would have been pulverized into a mere pulp under such force. Yet, Lin Yu's condition was remarkably better. Although he bore some abrasions and a fractured left hand, he remained fundamentally intact, thanks to the regenerative powers bestowed by the bone pulse. Hanzo turned his attention to the young man, then faced Obito again. "It seems you require my assistance." With that, he vanished in an instant, his hands moving swiftly to weave seals as he summoned a scroll. A thick fog enveloped the area, revealing a monstrous creature, the salamander, infamous for its potent venom. This beast had once incapacitated Kankuro, a testament to the ferocity of its toxins. An overwhelming pressure emanated from the creature, as if each heart was burdened by an invisible weight. Before anyone could process the scene, the salamander unleashed a torrent of poisonous mist, enveloping the vicinity. "Beware! This is toxic gas. Everyone, cover your mouths and noses," cried the Kagaya ninja. Hanzo observed the chaos with keen eyes, knowing full well that even if one covered their mouth and nose, it would not slow the invasion of the toxic fumes. His strategy was clear: to poison the enemy before striking with a sudden and lethal blow. Indeed, Hanzo demonstrated his formidable prowess, leaving no room for his adversaries to breathe. Those afflicted by the venom began to wail, soon frothing at the mouth as their minds spiraled into madness. The salamander continued to release vast amounts of toxin. Yet Uchiha Obito remained at a distance, his expression grave. From his elevated vantage point, he noticed Lin Yu absorbing the relentless cloud of poison, the noxious fumes gathering inexorably within him. It was only when the gas had been mostly consumed that Hanzo recognized the gravity of the situation. Yet, a smile crept onto his face. The toxin was lethal with just a single inhalation, and yet this young individual had devoured it all. To Hanzo, that meant certain death awaited him. How tragic! Hanzo scoffed at Lin Yu, feigning pity for what he perceived as folly. Self-sacrifice for the sake of others is indeed a commendable virtue. However, after inhaling such a copious amount of poison, your demise is inevitable. What a pity that a prodigy like you should meet such an end. With those words, Hanzo retracted his scythe, believing the conclusion was near. Yet, the very moment the last vestiges of poison entered Lin Yu and Appo's body, Hanzo felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. Logically, he should have collapsed. Yet Lin Yu stood resolute, defying all expectations. Then, a notification echoed in Lin Yu and Appo's mind. Ding. Successfully absorbed the deadly poison from the salamander. Reward: 10 stamina. As he slowly opened his eyes, a terrifying spectacle unfolded. From the palm of Lin Yu's hand, a flame began to emerge, black and imbued with an aura of death, as if it were siphoning the life force from everything around it. Even the surrounding flora wilted instantly. In that fleeting moment, Hanzo was struck with dread. This opponent was extraordinary. He quickly regained his composure. It had been years since he had felt such intensity, even during his battles against pain. He began to regard Lin Yu with trepidation. This individual was an enigma, his strength inscrutable despite their vast age difference. Every action seemed poised to transcend Hanzo's comprehension. What was this newfound power emanating from Lin Yu's palm? Why did it instill such profound unease within him? It felt as though a single blow from that hand would seal his fate. Hanzo had intended to rely on his poison during close combat, believing it would lead him to an unheralded victory. However, it now appeared that Lin Yu possessed an extraordinary immunity to toxins, thwarting Hanzo's plans entirely. Only Lin Yu understood that his capabilities stemmed solely from the system's intervention. "You have truly surprised me. Among the countless opponents I have faced throughout my life, only you have instilled such anxiety within me." Could it be that Hanzo, the illustrious genius, had acknowledged a divine presence? His words astonished all those in attendance. "State your name," Hanzo demanded, his pupils narrowing as he entered a battle-ready stance. "Lin Yu," came the resolute reply. Hanzo nodded slightly, raising his head once more, an infinite malice radiating from him. Chapter 44. The extraordinary art of instantaneous movement. It is truly astonishing to witness such remarkable achievements at such a tender age. However, beneath this praise lies no tone of pity for the gifted. Hanzo of the salamander spread his hands, and within his seemingly indifferent gaze, a hint of murderous intent flickered. He was, after all, a prodigy of his generation, a shining star even among the elite ninjas. Yet, the geographical position of the hidden rain village was far from advantageous. Surrounded by the other four nations, as the former leader of the hidden rain village, Hanzo understood that fostering its growth would be an exceedingly arduous endeavor. The peculiar geography dictated that they could only thrive by appeasing the great powers in exchange for a semblance of survival. In simpler terms, no matter who governed, the village would not flourish under their stewardship. Nonetheless, against all odds, the hidden rain village, under the command of Hanzo, managed to navigate the complexities of the various ninja villages, earning the title of demigod. Although at that time, the hidden rain village was not among the 5 great ninja villages, whenever its name was mentioned, the legendary figure of Hanzo would invariably come to mind. Even the adept Sarutobi Hiruzen, who mastered the 5 chakra nature transformations, felt a twinge of apprehension upon hearing Hanzo's name. Thus, it was evident that Hanzo's prowess was likely far beyond the ordinary, arguably surpassing that of a typical Kaga-level ninja. Yet now, his brilliance was overshadowed by another individual, rendering him seemingly insignificant, much like before. Indeed, this once legendary figure found himself intimidated once more. It was not Lin Yu's current strength that instilled fear in him. Rather, it was Lin Yu's unique abilities and his insatiable devouring prowess that truly unsettled Hanzo. Such an individual, if not dealt with promptly, could ascend to great heights, potentially standing atop him. This was an intolerable prospect for a man at the pinnacle of the ninja world, even if he was merely a reincarnated being at present. In a flash, Hanzo appeared directly before Lin Yu, wielding a scythe laced with deadly poison. With a mere slash, he conjured a powerful gale, rendering those present nearly unable to open their eyes, their bodies growing sluggish under the force. The gathered ninjas gasped in awe. Was this the might of the demigod of the ninja world? Merely a single slash unleashed such terrifying power? In their astonishment, they failed to notice that Lin Yu had vanished from before Hanzo, only to inexplicably reappear behind him. This was the art of instantaneous movement. Hanzo was momentarily taken aback, as his scythe was mere fractions of a second away from striking Lin Yu. The latter had swiftly repositioned himself mere inches behind Hanzo. A missed strike from the legendary Hanzo? As the spectators remarked on Hanzo's apparent decline, only he understood the true nature of what had transpired. It was an extraordinarily rapid technique, so swift that even his reflexes were outpaced. As a man whose physical prowess approached its zenith, to have evaded such an attack with such ease was beyond human capability. How could this be? Was it space-time ninjutsu? Hanzo was utterly bewildered. No, it was impossible. Even the yellow flash of Konoha could not entirely evade such an assault unscathed. Moreover, he felt no fluctuations in the space around him. In that moment, Hanzo was profoundly shocked. Indeed, this was a manifestation of Lin Yu's agility and speed. When one's reflexes reach an astonishing velocity, actions can be completed before the enemy's brain has even registered the movement. To the untrained eye, it appears as if one has simply vanished and then suddenly reappeared elsewhere, what this world would term instantaneous movement. Yet, it was not ordinary instantaneous movement. Even Hanzo relied on ninjutsu to achieve such feats. However, this boy, scarcely 10 years old, accomplished it through sheer physical prowess. What an overwhelming terror! As Hanzo contemplated, a massive 3 tails descended from above. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted, and the ensuing wind made it nearly impossible for anyone to see. Initially aimed at crushing Lin Yu, the attack instead stirred up a substantial cloud of dust, effectively concealing his form. "You fool, call your pet back." Just then, a clear electronic notification echoed through the air. Ding! Successfully absorbed the fear from Hanzo of the salamander. Reward, 3 mental resistance. After a prolonged wait, the dust had yet to settle. Hanzo, wielding his scythe, called out, "Young friend, cease your hiding." No sooner had he spoken than a gust of wind swirled around him. Lin Yu, like a specter, navigated the vicinity with uncanny speed, his bright blue eyes cutting through the haze with piercing clarity. His movements were so rapid that even Hanzo struggled to track him. Damn it! If it weren't for that foolish turtle, Hanzo thought, remaining vigilant as his eyes darted around, scanning the area. However, he realized, you are still too inexperienced to play this game with me. Moments later, Hanzo seemed to regain his composure, reattaching a layer of chakra to the blade of his scythe, beginning to spin it with renewed vigor. In an instant, A whirlwind of dust was unleashed, even tearing at the remnants of shattered samurai armor. The dust began to dissipate, but just as he was about to succeed, a chilling voice resonated throughout the clearing. "You cannot do it." The succinct declaration echoed in the ears of all present, including Hanzo, who heard it all too clearly. Suddenly, Lin Yu vanished, unleashing an eerie black energy from his palm, aimed directly at Hanzo's back. Externally, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary punch. Caught off guard, Hanzo had no choice but to meet the strike head-on, bracing himself against it. The impact was merely a gentle touch upon Hanzo's form, failing to displace him in the slightest. Such a feeble strike rendered the onlookers speechless, including Uchiha Obito, who watched in astonishment. A being capable of astounding Hanzo with his physical prowess delivered such a lackluster blow? Clearly, he had overestimated this individual. The Kagaya clan remained silent, observing the unfolding scene. Whoosh! The sound of rushing winds signaled a group of masked Umbu ninjas from Konoha, perched atop a nearby hill, watching the spectacle unfold. Their captain, Tin, merely observed from a distance, showing no inclination to intervene. It seemed the outcome was already determined. Tin's focus, however, was not solely on the duel between Lin Yu and Hanzo, but rather on the now rampaging Three Tails, whose chaotic energy seeped from its tailed beast form. An ominous premonition stirred within him, though he could not discern the reason why. Chapter 45, Departing Without a Word? This captivating performance must not be missed. At this moment, he appeared in a corner, unnoticed by anyone, observing intently. His presence elicited no attention, however, when his gaze fell upon the center of the battlefield. He noticed Lin Yu stealing a glance in his direction. Was it mere coincidence, or something more? In such a tense situation, Lin Yu managed to divert his focus from the fight to survey the surroundings, rendering him quite astonished. Yet, he bore no concern about being discovered. For Lin Yu seemed disinclined to cause him any trouble. Thus, he settled comfortably upon a nearby branch to watch the unfolding drama. Heaven! His body seemed to be ablaze. Just as the Umbu believed Hans had secured victory, the tide of battle reversed once more. The strange black flames engulfed Hans entirely. Obito's pupils dilated in shock. Black flames? Could it be Amaterasu? The flames swiftly consumed Hans's entire form. Standing atop the salamander, the flames spread to its entire body as well. Typically, such damage would compel the summoned creature to revert, yet the salamander writhed in agony, showing no signs of returning. A peculiar aroma of roasting flesh wafted through the air. This was Lin Yu's previously acquired Flame Palm, one of the 6 divine techniques. Its defining trait was its ability to eternally lock onto an enemy, requiring little physical exertion. Instead, it operated through the connection of the palm to the opponent's body, controlled by sheer will. True to its name, it incinerated the foe completely, and unlike Amaterasu, it embodied a far more terrifying force, delivering a dual assault on both body and soul. Before long, the scent began to disperse. While somewhat peculiar, it was still flesh. And soon the air was thick with an appetizing aroma. How delightful! Merely catching a whiff stirred an insatiable hunger within him. The salamander. Hans wailed in torment, desperately attempting to summon the creature back, yet found himself unable to do so. In that fleeting moment, he felt a profound severance of the bond that had once connected them. Gazing at the lifeless form of the salamander, the truth was unmistakable. Yes, his once loyal companion had met its end. Hans emitted a mournful cry. Indeed, the salamander was dead, and it had been transformed into a barbecue. The legendary ninja was weeping, reduced to tears by the brutality he faced. The shinobi world was on the brink of upheaval. The previously composed Hans could no longer contain his rage, unleashing a ferocious roar. He summoned the remnants of his strength, advancing step by step. Ordinarily, as a reincarnated entity, he would quickly regenerate from any assault, whether physical or ninjutsu. He would only depart this world if his soul were sealed or if the caster willingly released him. Yet, his demeanor was decidedly abnormal. "I will kill you." However, the strength remaining within him was dwindling, his very soul being consumed by the raging flames. His vitality ebbed away until the fire reduced his body to mere ashes. What? Impossible. How could this be the outcome? Obito's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Releasing minimal chakra, this was a technique that required no chakra at all, entirely independent in its unique energy. Yet, akin to divine finger, each application left Lin Yu increasingly fatigued. He then turned his gaze toward Uchiha Obito, clearly having lost all patience. The leaping fire creature appeared almost comical, seemingly attempting to converse with other animals. Having spent decades underground, devoid of any interaction with other beings, its curiosity rendered it utterly devoid of fighting spirit in the face of this vibrant world. However, whenever it approached another creature, that unfortunate being would swiftly become a roast, and the surrounding earth would ignite as if hell itself had opened. Nearby, the carcasses of deer and rabbits lay piled together, posing no significant threat to the Kagaya clan. Yet, Uchiha Obito was infuriated, his visage beneath the mask contorting into a ghastly snarl. What an unreliable being. At that moment, he intended to deploy an illusion to unleash the Three Tails' fury once more, but a shocking event occurred. Lin Yu vanished from his position, executing a body flicker technique, leaving Obito uncertain of his next appearance. "Look, that fellow is in the sky." A fist descended. "I sense danger." Meanwhile, a member of the Konoha Anbu, skilled in sensory techniques, widened his eyes in alarm, his body trembling. "Why? Despite the vast distance and my role as a mere spectator, why do I feel this way?" Before he could voice his thoughts, a figure plummeted from above, shattering the enraged three-tailed shell into 5 fragments. With a violent shockwave, many beheld Lin Yu standing atop the shattered shell, his fist colliding with it in a fierce confrontation. Though the Three Tails was not particularly strong, its defensive capabilities were renowned among the tailed beasts. To think such formidable defense could be so effortlessly toppled. How terrifying! The Three Tails collapsed in anguish. Initially, it had merely bled from its eyes, but now blood flowed from its entire being, and several cracks marred its shell. "Flee, run." Before he could finish his warning, the Umbu's legs grew weak. Yet, in a corner unseen by all, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with a crimson hue, a power only attainable through the activation of Sage Mode. "Run. This being is far too terrifying." This thought quickly surfaced in Uchiha Obito's mind. Before he could decide, his body reacted instinctively, a black vortex opening in the air. Uchiha Obito thrust his half-formed body into it. Just as he was about to fully escape, Lin Yu appeared like a deity, disrupting Obito's thoughts once more. Then came a spinning strike, pulling Obito back and slamming him forcefully to the ground. Boom! The air thickened with smoke. Chapter 46. The new master of the hidden mist village in the outside world. Uchiha Obito's eyes suddenly filled with despair, and a smirk crept onto Jun's lips. Such terrifying power. However, it serves as a lesson. At the very least, it can temper his arrogant demeanor. As the fog dissipated, Lin Yu observed Obito vanishing once more through Kimui, feeling no anger in his heart. He had intentionally let him go. Amidst the chaos, the Three Tails also made a hasty escape into the distance, moving with heavy, clumsy steps that somehow appeared endearing. Turning to face the entire Kagaya clan, all members knelt in unison, demonstrating the utmost respect that the Kagaya clan was capable of. After all, as an arrogant family, each member regarded themselves as superior. Even during the reign of Lord Kagaya, such reverence was seldom displayed. This scene, however, attested to the immense respect Lin Yu commanded from thousands. Though physically weary from battle, he closed his eyes and summoned memories of the sword intent of the great Swordmaster. Merely catching a glimpse, he could feel the energy contained within. It was an exquisitely refined sword intent, akin to the Conqueror's haki, emanating from a legendary swordmaster, capable of intimidating opponents without a strike. At least on the surface, this appeared to be the case. Its practical applications would only be revealed through further development. Beep. Sword intent from the great swordmaster. Unlock level 0. Though it stood at a mere 0%, the overwhelming sword intent lingered in Lin Yu's mind. However, the vast Kagaya village lay in ruins once again due to this conflict, strewn with broken bricks and debris. Gazing at the devastation before him, he felt powerless. Hours later, the Kagaya army pressed forward, and with the absence of the water shadow Shikaku's deterrent, the hidden mist resembled a cornered dog, ready for slaughter. This base was now more than double its original size, with facilities that were still commendable, yet they appeared somewhat desolate compared to the Kagaya clan. Ninjas from the Kagaya clan roamed outside the village, muttering in a mocking tone. The iron gate was once again kicked open, and alarms blared in response. The blacksmith, who should have been anticipating a lucrative repair job, found himself unable to muster any joy. Outside the gate, countless pale figures surged forward. The citizens of the hidden mist gathered in a frenzy, rushing out of their homes, their lives undoubtedly held in the hands of others. This sensation was undeniably unpleasant. Such is the fate of the defeated. Once failure occurs, one becomes a plaything for the victors. As the army advanced and the fourth Mizukichi mysteriously vanished, a singular thought resonated among the people. Infants cradled in their parents' arms succumbed to terror, bursting into inconsolable tears, no amount of soothing proving effective. Kneel, all of you. Kneel before Lord Linyu. Before any command could be issued, a Kagaya ninja spoke up. The citizens of the hidden mist turned to see the speaker and, out of instinct, knelt. Elderly figures, disregarding their dignity, laid down their canes and knelt as if in worship of an emperor. Yet in that moment, the crowd found themselves unable to kneel. Beneath their knees lay remnants of wind attribute chakra. A resounding voice echoed throughout the hidden mist village. Rise. There is no need to kneel. Within a secret chamber in Konoha, even in the deep of night, many gathered there, the once spacious area now appearing somewhat cramped. As members of the Hokage's elite Umbu, most were engaged in covert operations, with only a few from the root organization mingling among them. Yet, when it came to significant matters, it was the Hokage's Umbu members who took charge. The intelligence they possessed mostly concerned unsavory affairs. At that moment, Hanza's unexpected arrival silenced the previously bustling environment. His entrance transformed the atmosphere, quieting the noise. He stepped into a room, gently closing the door behind him, his presence fading from sight. What have you done? Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his back to Danzo, wore the Hokage's mantle, symbolizing the will of fire. Clenching a cigarette, he appeared as the quintessential old smoker. Recall your three teams. Though reluctant to face Danzo directly, Hiruzen's expression was notably grim. I permit the existence of the root organization because certain matters require extreme measures, not as an embodiment of your personal power. You are gradually leading Konoha into the abyss. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Everything I do is for the sake of Konoha. Besides, Third Hokage, you have grown old. Your blade is no longer sharp enough. Your vision has diminished. Danzo and Appo's gaze was resolute. Over the years, this had been the nature of their disputes. Both had made substantial contributions to Konoha, one in the light, the other in the shadows, quietly shining. Stand down, Danzo. The consequences of your actions are beyond your capacity to bear. Danzo remained silent, his thoughts diverging greatly from Hiruzen's. Third Hokage, do not forget. You have tacitly permitted all of this. Indeed, from the moment the root organization departed Konoha, the all-seeing Umbu had already gathered intelligence, relaying it to Hiruzen almost immediately. What Danzo failed to comprehend was that while Hiruzen had allowed these events to unfold, he was now feigning ignorance to avoid inciting war. I have not lost. I shall not lose. With this declaration, Danzo's resolve hardened further. Your compassion is your weakness. Third Hokage, your foresight is woefully inadequate. There is no turning back. Only the unwavering pursuit of one and amp. Appo's convictions is the right path. He exited the door without a backward glance. Angrily departing, Danzo seemed disinterested in further debate with Hiruzen. He merely needed to fulfill his obligations, sufficient even if it meant defying Konoha's higher echelons. Chapter 47. The Sword Intent of the Great Swordsman. Terrifying indeed. It was initially presumed that one had maintained an adequate level of discretion. However, the emergence of Lin Yu as a new star has once again stirred a sensation within the ninja world. This young prodigy, barely 10 years of age, has ascended to the position of Mizukichi, leaving the leaders of the major ninja villages utterly astonished. Waves of astonishing news ripple through the ninja realm. To become Mizukichi at such a tender age? Merely a callow youth, one might ponder, surely he is but a puppet occupying the role. In a clandestine intelligence agency, individuals accustomed to the shadows and the incessant clattering of keyboards have become isolated from the world for years, now audaciously proclaiming their opinions. If he were to confront me, within 10 exchanges, I would undoubtedly bring him to his knees. They boast. Ha ha ha. Have you lost your wits from dwelling underground? After all, he is the Mizukichi. If he lacked strength, could he possibly occupy such a position? and he is merely 10 years old. It is said that he single-handedly repelled the tailed beasts. And even the legendary ninja, revered as a demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, fell at his hands. And what of it? Who can ascertain the veracity of such claims? That fellow Hanzo, has he not already perished? How could he possibly rise from the depths once more? Thus, I suspect the tale of him fending off the tailed beasts is largely fabricated. Indeed, how could the dead be resurrected? In an instant, countless voices began to murmur. For no one had ever laid eyes upon this individual, yet his name resounded throughout the ninja world. The 5 great ninja villages began to take notice of this Linyu. The 5th Mizukage? Why was I not informed? The feudal lords of the water country seethed with rage. Although ninja villages and their respective territories ostensibly do not interfere with one another, the strength of a ninja village directly reflects the might of its land. As the leader of the ninja village, the Mizukage is ostensibly selected from among the various clans within the village, yet the ultimate confirmation lies with the feudal lord. While the process may be cumbersome, it is an undeniably necessary step. Generally, the feudal lords do not oppose such appointments, often acquiescing without interference, and any intervention merely serves as a point of reference, potentially inciting the displeasure of the higher echelons. Thus, they frequently maintain a stance of neutrality, engrossed in their own power structures to assert their prominence. As for who will assume the role of Kage, regrettably, such matters do not concern them. This explains why Yagura could maintain his reign of blood mist without interference from the territory. The heavens are high, and the emperor far removed. They see no reason to trouble Kirigakure nor create complications for themselves. In truth, when executing official duties, they require the protection of ninjas. The relationship between them is one of mutual necessity. The 5 great nations rely on their respective ninja villages, and in a scenario where these villages mutually constrain one another, a fleeting peace can be attained. As long as the territory requires assistance, timely provision of military and manpower suffices. What they truly relish is the process of having their opinions solicited, a manifestation of the pinnacle of power. However, to select a village's Kage without the feudal lord's involvement and without even a notification is a profoundly absurd act, one that would not be acknowledged by the feudal lords of the water country. Furthermore, it is a scenario that has never transpired in the annals of history. At this moment, the feudal lords of the water country sat in a conference room, contemplating how to address this outrageous 5th Mizukage. Absurd. Truly absurd. Kirigakure has grown quite audacious, disregarding us feudal lords entirely, exclaimed one lord, fanning himself, his visage adorned with heavy makeup, slamming his fan onto the conference table in frustration. Upon hearing this, the attending lords voiced their agreements. Isn't Kirigakure still under that tyrant's blood mist rule? Why the sudden change? A hoarse, aged voice interjected. I believe the name was something like Yajima. What? It is Yagura. Yagura. The 4th successor was at least a courteous young man. But this new 5th seems to regard us with disdain, raged a lord with a small mustache above his lip. How dare he? Should we not send someone to inquire? Indeed. We must give this newly appointed 5th Mizukage a proper lesson. Ideally, he should submit a 10-word written report. 10 words seems rather insufficient, does it not? A voice chimed in from an unknown origin. The room fell into a profound silence, enveloped in an oppressive stillness. The feudal lords were left in an interminable silence. 9,996. 9,997. 9,998. 9,999. 10,000. In the training grounds of Kirigakure, Linyu wielded an iron short blade, executing a flurry of strikes time and again. After hours of rigorous practice, the intense physical exertion had left his body on the verge of numbness, his shoulders aching profoundly. With a sigh of relief, Linyu lowered the iron blade and sat cross-legged on the ground, having only realized yesterday that this was a task assigned by the system. With the unlocking of the template, the system began issuing daily tasks to increment the unlocking degree. After a day of training, he was drenched in sweat, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes. At last, upon completing his daily task, striking the blade 10,000 times, the crisp electronic voice resounded once more. Ding! Congratulations on completing the daily task, successfully increasing unlocking degree by 1. Ding! The sword intent of the great swordsman has been successfully enhanced, unlocking degree now at 1. In the next moment, An excruciating pain surged through Lin Yu's mind, vivid images flashing before him, rapidly flipping like pages in a book. The intense agony, coupled with the tremendous physical drain, pushed Lin Yu to the brink of collapse. Yet, at such moments, one could not succumb to slumber. Among the images was a breathtaking figure, though veiled, her exquisite beauty radiated through the fabric, her serene smile illuminating the darkness. This woman wielded a serpentine curved blade, honing her swordsmanship within a long, winding tunnel. A great swordsman, Lin Yu gasped in astonishment. Yet, the figure continued uninterrupted. Her fluid swordsmanship infused with an overwhelming aura of deadly grace. Were it not for her enchanting visage, one might mistake her for a demoness from the depths of hell. Ultimately, Lin Yu found himself captivated, and within the realm encircled by sword energy, a mirror shattered silently, and his consciousness returned to the present. As Lin Yu opened his eyes, it felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. Merely a one increase in unlocking degree could yield such a breakthrough? He rose to his feet, lifting the iron short blade with a gentle flourish, and unleashed a fierce strike forward. Without any embellishments of technique, merely a straightforward slash. Yet the piercing momentum suggested a burgeoning mastery of the sword path. From the very moment he grasped the sword, he could perceive a powerful aura emanating from his body. This must indeed be the sword intent spoken of by the system. The pallor on his face dissipated, replaced by a fervent glow. He began to ponder what the outcome would be if he could unlock it to 100%. Lin Yu harbored a few conjectures in his heart. Chapter 48. Cultivating the sword path. Time swiftly elapses. In the blink of an eye, another week has passed. During this week, Lin Yu has immersed himself in the practice of swordsmanship, reaching a state of obsession. The cold wind gently caresses his face, lifting a lock of his short black hair. In truth, the hair of the Hui clan is predominantly white, making his dark hair strikingly unique. Gripping the iron short sword tightly, he merely engages the muscles in his arm, executing a series of skilled movements in the modest clearing. With a resounding shout, he suddenly unleashes a strike, cleaving through the air, producing a piercing sound that seems to penetrate the very eardrums. His sword strike, akin to a thunderous blow, carries an overwhelming momentum. Subsequently, the towering tree before him, which has stood for nearly a century, is effortlessly cleaved in two, the entire process executed with remarkable precision, yielding only a handful of wood shavings. Even with a chainsaw, it would be impossible to achieve such a clean division with so little residue. The crux of the matter is that Lin Yu's iron short sword never even grazed the bark of the century-old tree, it merely etched a line in the air. And the tree was severed. For 3 consecutive days, his daily task remained unchanged, to wield his sword 10,000 times. Although initially challenging to control speed and force, by the end of the week, he had nearly mastered it. Moreover, this accomplishment was only possible with the aid of the system. For an ordinary person, even swinging a sword 1,000 times would likely lead to exhaustion. The recent strike marked his 10,000th slash. Indeed, there are no shortcuts to becoming a formidable warrior. Even with the assistance of a system, personal effort is indispensable to achieving one's aspirations. At this moment, a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations on completing the daily task, 10,000 slashes. Ding. Suggestions from the Great Swordsman. Unlock level 7. Upon opening the system panel, he was met with basic information. Name, Lin Yu. Strength, 901. Agility, 538. Stamina, 822. Mental resistance, 102, 1000. Skills, Divine Martial 6 styles, Divine Finger, Divine Martial 6 styles, Burning Palm, Amaterasu 2, Immortal Body. Latest unlock, Swordsman's Intent of the Great Swordsman. Unlock level 7. Task, 10,000 slashes. His statistics had improved compared to before, and with the initiation of the unlock feature, Lin Yu also accessed the task panel. This panel not only recorded his various abilities but also showcased some unique techniques. However, the task panel was currently only open for the unlock level of the Great Swordsman's Sword Intent, and the tasks were predictable. Lin Yu could ascertain the content without even glancing. 10,000 slashes. Even if he accomplished the daily task at that rate, he would not need to worry in the least after 100 days. Lin Yu analyzed the situation carefully. However, Performing merely the same slashes for 100 days would demand a level of time and energy beyond the imagination of an ordinary individual. It was inconceivable to think that for 100 days, he would merely strike at the tree, engaging in such monotonous practice. Even if he had begun to find it second nature, he would still need to dedicate at least 10 hours a day to this endeavor. 100 days of such training would surely lead to mental exhaustion. Therefore, even if he were to become a grandmaster of the sword path in the future, such mental fatigue would render his achievements futile. Thus, he gradually came to understand the importance of balancing work and rest during this time. Yet, the benefits of a complete unlock are undoubtedly promising. There is no denying that this training method is akin to torture. As evening fell, Lin Yu reclined comfortably in the nearby grass, relishing the rare moments of leisure. Beside him, a campfire crackled, filling the air with the enticing aroma of barbecued meat. With a companion named Zero tending to the grill, Lin Yu, the meat is ready. Come and eat. Pitter-patter. The gentle rain falls upon the lake, creating countless ripples. An unusual force seems to be exerting control over the surroundings. At last, illuminated by dim light, shadows flicker within a cold, dark rock cave. Suddenly, the final figure flashes across the scene, revealing a corresponding face. Are all present? A figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, with black rods protruding from his nose and body, inquired coldly. The fourth Mizukichi has been replaced. Do you have anything to say to me? After a prolonged silence, not a single member of the Akatsuki spoke. Very well, since none wished to speak, allow me to voice my thoughts. Tendo Pain rarely exhibited any emotional fluctuation. Yet his voice grew solemn. The Mist Village has undergone a change. That individual named Lin Yu has become the fifth Mizukichi. With that, Pain cast a sidelong glance at the masked man. In his view, as a legendary ninja, Uchiha Obito was expected to possess omniscience. Yet he had so easily succumbed to him and lost the village, though he had remained within the Rain Village, indifferent to such matters. It did not imply ignorance to what had transpired. Pain's reflections led him to question Obito's identity. Lin Yu? Is he the one who has recently garnered considerable attention in the ninja world? As a usually reticent puppeteer, Scorpion unexpectedly spoke up. When I first took notice of him, he seemed to shine like a star, flickering rapidly. In just a few months, astonishing. Not even 10 years old, yet at the level of a Kage. Such a figure has not graced the ninja world since the Warring States period. Orochimaru listened quietly, occasionally flicking his serpent tongue, feigning interest. Yet, to whom could he voice his inner fears? He was acutely aware of Lin Yu's terrifying prowess, although he had yet to confront him directly. The fact that even a formidable existence like Hanzo of the Salamander had fallen to Lin Yu's might was enough to illustrate his fearsome nature. It is said that he possesses the power of devouring, having once consumed a full-force-tailed beast bomb from the Three Tails. Scorpion regarded Tendo Pain with a grave expression. Do you think his rapid growth could be attributed to those he has devoured, transforming them into his own abilities? If so, it would indeed lead to a formidable existence. If this snowball continues to grow unchecked, his strength will only increase. Uchiha Obito remained silent, an unusual occurrence for someone typically active within the organization. His silence stemmed from contemplation of a pressing issue. Lin Yu was proving to be exceedingly troublesome. Should he merely be a character of ordinary strength, dispatching the Akatsuki's elite, including Pain, would suffice. However, the crux of the matter was Lin Yu's enigmatic nature and his extraordinary devouring ability. What if, as Scorpion suggests, sending Pain to eliminate him instead becomes a source of nourishment for the latter? The mere thought sends shivers down my spine. In the past, they could handle it with indifference, treating such individuals as if they did not exist. However, as time progresses, they are compelled to confront the reality of this figure's existence. Chapter 49, Brother-in-Law? What brings you here? Inside the mist-hidden office, Lin Yu wore a look of bewilderment on his face. In truth, he was somewhat perplexed upon receiving the news. The assassination department from Konoha had brazenly infiltrated Mist-Hidden, publicly executing several of its ninjas and villagers. The number of assailants was approximately 3 teams. In the past, such a sizable contingent of ninjas invading another hidden village and openly slaughtering its citizens would have been seen as a blatant provocation for war. And any village instigating such malice would be swiftly suppressed by the other 5 great ninja villages. Furthermore, through the glass, Lin Yu witnessed them clamoring in the square. Was there truly no one left in Mist Hidden? They had dispatched this motley crew. Quickly summon your leader to meet me. I see that all of you from Mist Hidden are nothing but a bunch of useless fools. One ninja mocked, his tone dripping with disdain. Lin Yu smirked, his divine finger already poised for action. Then, with a swift motion, he transformed into a bone needle. Thunderous cracks echoed as the glass shattered. And before the crowd could comprehend the unfolding chaos, Lin Yu had already descended from above, leaping from a height of over 10 stories. A cloud of thick smoke billowed forth, the gusts of wind obscuring the onlookers and Appo's vision. Who goes there? A voice echoed amidst the swirling yellow smoke. You are Daytime? Lin Yu remarked with a chilling smile as he seemingly recognized an old acquaintance. Unbeknownst to the crowd, the Konoha ninja struck by his bone needle had already been reduced to decay, with not even a fragment of bone remaining. In less than 3 seconds, all that remained at the original spot was a pool of green liquid, exuding a nauseating odor that made those nearby retch involuntarily. The 3 small teams instinctively took a few steps back, cold sweat drenching their brows as their bodies trembled uncontrollably, even as members of the Root organization. Trained under Danzo to disregard life and death, they could not suppress their revulsion at such a grotesque demise. Initially, they could hardly believe that the green puddle on the ground belonged to their teammate. However, upon spotting a personal item nearby, they quickly identified his identity. The horror was palpable. Before they could fully grasp what had transpired, the figure had vanished, as if swallowed by the air itself. Who did this? Their gazes turned towards the silhouette amidst the yellow smoke, and an inexplicable dread gripped their hearts, sending chills down their spines. As they gradually discerned the figure within the smoke, a grave realization dawned upon them. Is that Lin Yu? The man who single-handedly repelled a demigod? Not to mention the tailed beasts was the one who sent them fleeing. Before Lin Yu stood the captain of the mission, who now regarded him with a serious expression. This was due to the fact that he had just revealed an astonishing truth. Daytime. This was the name he had once adopted in Konoha, a name known to very few. Even his teammates referred to him by the codename Tion. But why did this man before him recognize him? Tion's brows furrowed deeply as he scrutinized Lin Yu's countenance. Beneath the black hair lay a delicate face, appearing merely 10 years old, yet marred by scars that gave him an air of maturity far beyond his years. Still, Tion could not recall knowing such a person. Could it be that he too was an orphan left behind on the battlefield? Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. For this name had been chosen anew upon his arrival in Konoha. A child of the battlefield would not have knowledge of such a name. Standing nearby, Lin Yu seemed to see through Tion's doubts. No need to ponder. With my current appearance, it is impossible for you to recognize me. Who exactly are you? Tion lowered his kunai, gradually revealing a more gentle demeanor. Simply remember that I am someone who was once quite familiar to you, Lin Yu replied, remaining rooted in place. He had no intention of disclosing that he was the brother-in-law of Daytime. Were it not for his connection to Daytime's sister, it is likely that his recent move, the divine finger technique, would not have targeted merely the arrogant fool, but all of them instead. As Daytime had surmised, his name was largely unknown among the people of Konoha, save for his sister and Danzo, the only other person aware of his true identity being Lin Yu. However, according to the original plot's progression, Daytime's sister was on the verge of graduating from the Ninja Academy in Konoha. Matters of marriage and courtship would not arise until she turned 18. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu recalled fond memories of a gentle girl who had always stood by him, regardless of the circumstances. Yet, all of this had been irrevocably altered by that blood-red moon. He, who should have been trapped in the infinite Tsukuyumi, had returned to the past. And how is your sister faring these days? Lin Yu's sudden inquiry only deepened Daytime's suspicion regarding his identity. Could it be that you also hail from Konoha? Who are you truly? Should we know one another? Daytime's rapid-fire questions struck at the heart of the matter, each one piercing the core of Lin Yu and Appo's identity. Yet, Lin Yu remained silent, unwilling to clarify any of Daytime and Appo's queries. In truth, even if he did explain, it would be futile, for no one would believe that he was a traverser who had fortuitously returned to this moment. Is this Danzo's directive? To instigate conflict between 2 ninja villages and ignite war? This hardly aligns with your character, brother-in-law. Daytime. Lin Yu nearly revealed his slip of the tongue, but noted that Daytime and Appo's expression seemed to remain unperturbed. Who are you? How do you know these things? Daytime and Appo's fear intensified, as he found himself unable to decipher the intentions of the man before him. Every one of his actions seemed to be anticipated by Lin Yu. He could even surmise the general content of this mission. Moreover, from his tone, Daytime sensed an unsettling familiarity, as if they were old friends engaged in casual conversation. Chapter 50. Brother-in-law, sit down for a cup of tea. In the world as it once was, such events had never transpired, even until his sister reached adulthood. He remained entrenched within the root organization. Danzo would never dispatch an individual of such caliber on a mission tantamount to suicide. This raised doubts within Lin Yu. Why would someone so esteemed by Danzo be assigned such a perilous task? An assassination mission aimed at inciting war between two ninja villages was inherently self-destructive under such circumstances. Sending a throng of foot soldiers could achieve the objective without resorting to such talent. In his past life, though he was not well acquainted with Danzo, he had seldom encountered this clandestine figure from Konoha. However, based on his understanding of Danzo's modus operandi, this operation was fraught with inconsistencies and had already deviated from his expectations. He had not anticipated encountering an old friend here. Had his very existence begun to indirectly influence the abnormal dynamics of the entire ninja world? Thus far, the changes had been minuscule, barely perceptible. Even the alterations during Haiden's time had been slight, with everything still unfolding as per the original narrative. In the midst of his contemplation, a leaf ninja charged forth with remarkable speed. Yet, the tactics employed did not resemble those of an elite ninja, as Lin Yu effortlessly sent him flying. He cast a glance around. Apart from the leading brother-in-law, the others were nothing more than insignificant pawns, mere fodder. Not even belonging to the main forces of the root organization. A slight smile crossed Lin Yu's face, but it was soon replaced by an overwhelming chill. Has Danzo threatened you with your sister again? At this moment, Lin Yu's demeanor turned serious. Even the ordinary civilians of the mist, standing several dozen meters away, could sense the overwhelming murderous intent radiating from him, an aura so potent it seemed capable of annihilating everyone present in an instant. Why had this typically gentle individual undergone such a drastic transformation? No one knew the reason behind his sudden change in expression, nor could they fathom the thoughts swirling in his mind. He wielded the word again with finesse. In his past life, Lin Yu was aware that Danzo consistently used his sister's safety as leverage, coercing him into undertaking perilous missions fraught with danger. Each time, the implication was clear. If he failed to comply, dire consequences awaited his sister. Previously, he had been cautious due to her predicament. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. Lin Yu now possessed formidable abilities that commanded respect from all ninja villages. A mere Danzo was no longer a concern. This vendetta, he felt compelled to address. His thoughts began to crystallize. Bai Tian stood frozen, wide-eyed. The man before him had deduced all his secrets, even those he held dear. It's none of your concern, Bai Tian retorted, biting his lip, his brow furrowed in tension. My life was granted by Lord Danzo. Now that he requires it, it must be returned to him. So you admit he sent you? Lin Yu smiled faintly. You may do as you please, whether to kill or maim. He then averted his gaze, refusing to meet Lin Yu's eyes. A mere exchange of words had revealed too much. He could no longer face this individual. Fear taking root within him. Every passing minute risked further exposure of vital information. Yet, Lin Yu's next utterance astonished everyone present, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Indeed. Shall we take a moment for tea? Upon hearing this, the members of the Kagaya clan presumed Lin Yu was about to execute a stunning act of violence. And whispers began to ripple through the plaza. Tea? Could it be a new poison devised by Lord Lin Yu? Surely. He wouldn't be Lord Lin Yu if he didn't conjure such an extraordinary method of assassination. But would it not be excessively cruel to conduct human trials? Perhaps he intends to lull his opponent into complacency before delivering a lethal blow. That would be more humane. The Kagaya clan members grew animated, their eyes fixated on the plaza, eager not to miss any thrilling moments. More and more onlookers gathered, drawn by curiosity about what would unfold. Zero entered, carrying a tray of tea utensils. Here it comes. Look at the exquisite tea set in Lord Zero's hands. Surely it is no ordinary item. What if the poison is not in the tea itself, but rather smeared on the cups, killing without a trace? Shoo, quiet down. You're distracting me. While the stage remained still, chaos threatened to erupt among the spectators below. Lin Yu, however, sat down, prepared a cup, and promptly offered it. Drink. Without hesitation, Bai Tian consumed the steaming tea in one gulp, resolute in his acceptance of fate. He understood the dire implications of inciting conflict between villages. After all, they had publicly executed several missed citizens. His outcome was all but sealed. Aware of Lin Yu's overwhelming strength, he chose to bypass the intricacies. Heading straight for his inevitable end. Death was his most fitting fate. Yet, from this moment forward, his sister would have to navigate her path alone. For reasons unknown. A trace of melancholy glimmered in his eyes. A grown man, at this juncture, shedding tears. The droplets cascaded down his cheeks, pooling at his collar, leaving a clear mark. His purpose had been fulfilled, providing Danzo with an explanation, yet he had not accounted for his sister. Indeed, he had longed to remain at her side, indulging her whims and playful antics. Even if she viewed him as a strict elder brother, forbidding her from becoming a ninja, would she grieve upon hearing the tragic news? Blue? He had not even been able to bid her farewell before embarking on this mission. Time to say goodbye, Blue. The teacup shattered upon the ground, splintering into pieces. Yet, nothing transpired. Bai Tian remained standing there. Do not prattle on. The truly potent poison silently erodes one's body without detection. This is Lin Yu we speak of. Can we presume to understand his intentions? Surely, something extraordinary awaits us, though we remain in the dark. Chapter 51. The initial manifestation of sword intent in stark contrast. The crowd of the mist-hidden village remained eerily silent. The majority of the voices were those of the Kagaya clan, driven by their inherent belligerence and cold-heartedness. Little did they realize, had it not been for Lin Yu's intervention, their clan would have faced annihilation twice over. Now, emboldened by their acquisition of the Mist Village, they brazenly claimed dominion over its lands, and the Kagaya had become the foremost family in the Mist. Yet, even as the preeminent clan, none dared to acknowledge a second, let alone a third. Most merely sought to survive. Even the esteemed Kirigikure clan refrained from meddling excessively in these affairs. The upper echelons had begun to conceal themselves, with some retreating to rural life, cultivating vegetables, perhaps relieved to escape the long-standing oppression under the Blood Mist S rule. This new leader, unlike the tyrannical fourth Mizukage, exhibited a demeanor that was more palatable to them. Thus, it was indisputable that Lin Yu had ascended to the position of the fifth Mizukage. In recollection, even the true fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi, remained remarkably composed, with no signs of unrest. However, upon learning the intentions of the enemy ninjas gathered in the square, the atmosphere among the silent mist villagers grew tense. Fear gripped them, and apprehension toward the prospect of war, as the memories of past conflicts loomed large, leaving deep, painful scars. Most disconcerting was that these ninjas hailed from the Leaf Village, the mighty, unassailable Konoha. The status of the Leaf Village among the 5 great shinobi nations was irreplaceable. Yet, confusion pervaded the minds of the villagers. Was war truly upon them once more? As they gazed on, their eyes flickered with uncertainty. However, Lin Yu's next move left the onlookers in utter astonishment. With a swift motion, those ninjas from Konoha, who had approached with the intent to engage, collapsed to the ground mere seconds later, their bodies marred by numerous severe wounds, as if sliced by a blade. The phrase skin torn and flesh lacerated seemed an understatement. 3 squads lay defeated without exception. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained serene, merely sipping his tea, betraying no signs of unusual activity. Tian turned to observe his comrades. They were dead. Their bodies bore hundreds of scars, a stark contrast to their previous vitality, now replaced by lifelessness. Danzo had been astute. He refrained from deploying members of the root organization, instead relying on mercenaries he had likely hired from elsewhere. To Danzo, Tian's fate was perhaps inconsequential, merely a pawn to be replaced at will. At that moment, Danzo's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Yu. Indeed, he had not lost sight of him, and despite the proximity, even the best concealment would be rendered ineffective. Yet, disbelief clouded his judgment. Could it truly be him? Was such a feat achievable by a mere human? Lin Yu had merely been brewing tea, displaying no strange behavior, and there was not a trace of chakra emanating from him. But who else present could execute such a feat? Apart from Lin Yu, no one else possessed such capabilities. Undoubtedly, this individual's prowess exceeded all expectations. Tion's mind was awash in doubt, a barrier preventing him from accepting the reality of the situation, that it was indeed Lin Yu responsible for this chaos. If it truly were him, then a reassessment of his strength was imperative. First, he had confronted a demigod, driving the tailed beasts into retreat. Next, he had silently dispatched over 20 elite Chunin and a handful of special Jounin, all under Tian and Appo's very nose. Yes, it was undeniably him. Although Lin Yu had merely conducted a test, he had already begun to masterfully control his sword intent to slay his enemies. In simpler terms, he could utilize this skill to eliminate lesser foes with ease, a technique achievable only by a grandmaster of the sword who had comprehended the art to its utmost. Yet, astonishingly, such remarkable results had manifested with merely a 7 unlocking degree. The essence of the sword intent of the Grandmaster indicated that this power served not solely as a means of intimidation. Even as Lin Yu leisurely sipped tea, he felt a flicker of surprise. However, terror also gripped him. What if he reached 100? The implications of such power were beyond his imagination. He need not unlock it entirely. Achieving just half could allow him to effortlessly obliterate an elite Jounin or even a Kaga-level figure. Apologies for the unintentional loss of life, he remarked coldly. Yet, you have taken many lives as well, so it seems we are even. This admission sent a wave of dread through the onlookers, for it was tantamount to confirming his culpability in the recent events. Why then did he spare Tion's life? This perplexity gnawed at Tion. Lin Yu had seemed oddly familiar with him. Could it be that he refrained from killing him out of some recognition? No, that was implausible. Had Lin Yu not possessed the Shikatsu-miyako bloodline limit, Tion might have entertained the notion that he hailed from Konoha. But it was too late for such thoughts. There was no doubt he was of mixed descent. The bloodline limit was an indelible mark he could never escape. After a prolonged reflection, Tion was certain that the tea he had just consumed was nothing but ordinary, devoid of any poison. He even detected a refreshing quality within it, a sensation long forgotten. The last time he had enjoyed tea was years ago, seated in a courtyard with his sister, savoring a few cups before rushing off on a mission, leaving her in a huff. Now, with the absence of poison, a question loomed. Why had Lin Yu spared his life? They were not kin, having committed such acts. Why grant him clemency? Only Lin Yu understood. This was his brother-in-law. Thus, rather than executing him on the spot, he offered him tea. Please convey a message to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I shall personally visit Konoha in 3 days to discuss the friendship between our villages in detail. Please ensure he has tea ready. With that, Lin Yu's demeanor turned cold once more. Moreover, there was something more pressing to communicate to Danzo. Lin Yu murmured, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper audible only to Tion. I intend to take his life. Urge him to bring more reinforcements. Chapter 52. The dark side. The implications of the Kirigakure incident extend far beyond what Sarutobi Hiruzen had anticipated. For reasons unknown, intelligence networks across various nations have become remarkably adept at disseminating information, and within mere days, the news had spread like wildfire. As the third Hokage, Hiruzen bears an undeniable burden of responsibility for this event, and many will surmise that he orchestrated it from behind the scenes. In just a matter of days, the shinobi villages of the world had become aware of the situation. Currently, the ninja world is rife with unrest. Major villages are conspiring, amassing military forces as if each harbors clandestine ambitions. Even the Land of Lightning, known for its expansionist tendencies, has subtly sought to incite conflict through this incident. Various shinobi villages have issued statements condemning Konohagakure, and soon, Konoha will become the target of collective ire. Hiruzen understands that this may very well serve as the flashpoint for the Fourth Great Ninja War. The other villages are not motivated by noble intentions, rather, they are driven by their own ulterior motives, each seeking to exploit the chaos for their own gain and the shinobi world's resources. Had it not been for the Fifth Mizukage's desire for reconciliation, the situation may have spiraled beyond Hiruzen's control. The only potential turning point lies in the upcoming summit in 3 days, where the legendary figure will personally visit Konoha to discuss reparations. The outcome of this meeting will undoubtedly influence the future trajectory of the ninja world. If an agreement can be reached, matters may be resolved amicably. The question remains, shall they opt for substantial reparations, or will they ignite the flames of war? As the sun sets, Hiruzen often finds solace in solitude at home, leisurely smoking a cigarette while gazing at the waning light over Konoha. The sun, too, will age and ultimately descend, much like himself. Yet, he refuses to concede to the passage of time, despite his body beginning to betray him. A sense of restlessness has begun to brew within him. The pressing matters at hand have started to surface. Who can guarantee the absence of selfish motives? He must pave the way for his successors. Although, as a member of the Sarutobi clan, his talents and capabilities pale in comparison to his contemporaries, he is nonetheless discreetly striving to fulfill his responsibilities by leveraging connections. He aims to establish the 12 Guardian Ninja as a direct force under the feudal lord, which could potentially influence the upcoming Hokage election. In truth, Hiruzen intends for Asuma to inherit his position, although he remains unaware of this inclination. Asuma embodies the will of fire, capable of guiding Konoha down the righteous path. Where the leaves flutter, the fire shall continue to burn brightly, illuminating the village and nurturing new growth. Time is of the essence, Hiruzen. Prepare the necessary personnel and recall any ninjas on missions for unforeseen circumstances. An elderly figure suddenly materializes behind him, quietly urging him. The tone of his voice carries an air of urgency. In Konoha, Midogate is pressuring Hiruzen to make a swift decision, with much of his influence stemming from unseen instigators. He has two clear choices: war or reparations. If Lin Yu were to be publicly executed in Konoha, the village would undoubtedly face unimaginable repercussions, likely drawing the ire of the other major villages. Such a scenario is fraught with peril. Alternatively, the other option is to acquiesce to Lin Yu's exorbitant demands. Previously, Hiruzen would have unhesitatingly chosen the latter path, yielding to Lin Yu's wishes. Yet, unexpectedly, the usually peace-seeking Hiruzen finds himself hesitating at this juncture. Frustration simmers within him as all blame is directed towards him and Konoha, leaving him feeling cornered. Is it feasible to shift the blame onto smaller ninja villages? As long as it does not involve the major powers, the losses could potentially be minimized. However, Midogate shakes his head, indicating that it is too late. The news has spread faster than anticipated, and others now perceive it as a Konoha maneuver. Attempting to deflect blame would be futile, as those seeking conflict care little for the truth. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen's gaze deepens with contemplation. Had the situation not deteriorated to this extent, it would not be so arduous now. Ultimately, he had granted too much leeway. He must first assess the demands presented before deciding. If an agreement can be reached, there is no need for a larger uproar. Contact Danzo and ask him to visit the Hyuga clan to ascertain how much they can contribute. Within mere seconds, Sarutobi has devised a strategy. The third Hokage, indeed, excels at maneuvering the village and Appos affairs, adept at shifting responsibility onto others. He has even contemplated utilizing reparations as a means of scapegoating. His intentions are quite transparent. He wishes for the Hyuga clan to cover the costs, though he cannot be the one to negotiate. Thus, Danzo becomes the most suitable candidate for this role. If this is the case, then it poses no loss to Hiruzen. He is skilled in the governance of the village, though this is evident only in matters of authority. Yet, such individuals seldom exhibit the tranquility they outwardly project. Hiruzen is confident that the Hyuga clan would willingly contribute, as they possess compelling reasons to do so. Failure to pay these reparations would likely place the Hyuga in a more precarious position than the Uchiha. Who could have foreseen that merely a week later, this once mighty clan would meet its demise under the cover of nightfall? The truth would remain shrouded in mystery. The populace would only know that the once mighty genius of Konoha, the man most likely to become the next Hokage, Uchiha Itachi, would descend into madness, methodically exterminating his own kin. In the end, no one would connect the dots back to him, despite his tacit acknowledgement of the circumstances. Ultimately, the legacy of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan would endure, preserving Konoha's status as the bastion of absolute power. The fire shall continue to burn brightly. Yet, little did he know, the eternal flame would be extinguished by the emergence of a singular individual. Subsequently, a far more ferocious blaze would ignite. Chapter 53. Return to Konoha. As the sun set over Konoha, the shadows deepened, and news of recent events reached Danzo. The matter of Lin Yu's threat to his life had also found its way to his ears. This incident had indeed garnered significant attention, successfully stirring discord between the Mist and Konoha. Considering Lin Yu required a messenger, it was understandable that Danzo harbored no suspicions towards him. However, what incited greater ire within him was the audacity of the third Hokage, who contemplated undermining his authority. With a cold gaze that brimmed with menace, Danzo recognized that Hiruzen Sarutobi sought to wrest power from him, aiming to establish an organization that would directly heed his commands. Furthermore, Danzo had been issued a decree by Hiruzen, forbidding his root organization from leaving the village without the third and Appo's consent. Failure to comply would brand them as rogue ninjas, subjecting them to pursuit. This root organization, which he had painstakingly nurtured, could not merely be seized through a piece of paper. It could be said that the root organization would prioritize Danzo's commands over the Hokage's. Indeed, should Danzo order an assassination of the Hokage, they would comply without hesitation. Was the existence of the Umbu not sufficient? This was what you aspired to, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Danzo was not to be underestimated. He scoffed at the foolishness of Hiruzen's ambitions. The third was astute enough to realize that nearly all members of the root were Danzo's loyalists, rendering their integration into the Umbu impossible and thereby limiting the Umbu's strength. Yet, this would also give rise to espionage, as those appearing to serve the third would secretly report to Danzo. Thus, the third was clever. He merely needed to transform the root into his weapon. Suddenly, a figure materialized before Danzo, revealing Tion, who had returned from a failed mission. "I apologize, Lord Danzo," he murmured, his head bowed, unable to meet the gaze of the man before him. He feared that his failure to perish in the land of mist would reflect poorly upon him, and he dreaded the possibility of Danzo's wrath being directed towards his sister. "You have performed well. Your survival is a success in its own right. As promised, I shall ensure your sister's path ahead is smoother," Danzo reassured him. "However, now that you are back, you must redouble your efforts." Meanwhile, at the root base, ninjas continued their operations, even under the constraints of remaining within Konoha. They persisted in their previous tasks, gathering intelligence, conducting assassinations, and monitoring the movements of feudal lords in the 5 great shinobi countries. "Apologies, Sarutobi Hiruzen," Danzo thought dismissively, having never truly regarded him with respect. From the outset, he had no intention of adhering to Hiruzen's directives. To him, the Hokage's commands held no weight. In the grand scheme of Konoha, Danzo stood as a formidable power, rivaling Hiruzen, and should tensions escalate, Hiruzen would hesitate to provoke Danzo excessively. As for Lin Yu, regardless of Hiruzen's forthcoming choices, Danzo intended to see the 5th Mizukage meet his demise upon Konoha's soil. Even if this ignited a war, he remained unfazed. Allowing such a dangerous individual to roam free was far more perilous than the specter of conflict. As night descended, Lin Yu prepared to depart. The plan was to arrive by dawn, affording him ample time to assess the situation. It was already evening when he visited the Mizukage Tower once more. Though it was merely 8 o'clock, Zero, fatigued, had succumbed to sleep at her desk, surrounded by a mound of paperwork. Observing her slumbering form, Lin Yu gazed out the window, where the village appeared tranquil. "You have worked hard during this period," he whispered, shedding his cloak and draping it over her shoulders. He glanced at the pile of documents. Honestly, without Zero's efforts, he would have found it difficult to maintain his carefree demeanor. These responsibilities rightfully belonged to him. Yet Zero never complained, silently bearing the burden. He resumed his work, meticulously reviewing the unfinished documents and arranging them neatly on the desk. Turning off the lights, Lin Yu stepped back into the darkness, his silhouette illuminated by the moonlight. Following the river, he was on the path to Konoha. The notion of negotiation and his desire to eliminate Danzo were indeed true, yet they were not his ultimate intentions. His true aim was to alter the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan. By recalling the souls of thousands, those destined for another realm, he sought to rewrite history, potentially altering the course of the shinobi world. Perhaps even the 4th Great Ninja War could be averted. At this moment, a tempest of thoughts surged within Lin Yu. Such audacious ambitions left one wondering how they could even be conceived. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed through his mind. Uchiha Itachi, the so-called god of crows. Merely hearing his name sent shivers through those around him. This prodigy of Konoha had joined the Umbu at a tender age. becoming a source of pride and hope for many. Yet, in comparison to Lin Yu, what significance did his genius hold? To Lin Yu, he was merely a man who, in the name of his lofty ideals, had become a cold-blooded killer, capable of slaying even those he loved. How could such a being possess any true emotion? A mere automaton, a pitiable soul ensnared in self-deception. With a moment's pause, Lin Yu's azure eyes cleared, focusing on the heavens above. His left hand conjured a dark, decaying power. I have returned. He had not anticipated his return would manifest in such a manner, yet he found satisfaction in this new identity. Previously, he felt his strength was insufficient, his abilities limited. Now, however, he could effect change and wield power in ways he had never imagined. A black bird took flight from a nearby tree, its hoarse cry casting a shadow over the world anew. Chapter 54. When turbulence becomes the norm, the fire shall continue to illuminate the village, nurturing new leaves to take root and flourish. This embodies the will of fire. Despite the arduous journey, I hope you can become the beacon of hope for the village and the future of Konoha, entrusted to your guardianship. The annual culmination of the year inevitably features the indoctrination session led by Hiruzen Sarutobi. In a bid to cultivate unwavering loyalty to the village and to contribute the strength of a new generation, he laboriously transforms budding talents into robust trees, demonstrating his evident dedication. The so-called Will of Fire is merely an indoctrination tactic to ensure the village's continued prosperity. Even the king of the skies, the eagle, must learn to soar and hunt while also receiving harsh lessons in survival from its mother. Nevertheless, Hiruzen Sarutobi is not in error. As a leader, he possesses sufficient strength and considers the village's development, which is commendable. In contrast to those who fail to grasp the workings of this world, he stands out as a wise leader. Thus, even on this significant occasion, he carves out time to deliver his speech. After recounting Konoha's history, Hiruzen also touches upon the paths available to the graduates. For instance, upon graduation, they may continue as ninjas, led by a Jonin instructor to undertake missions, eventually ascending to Chunin and then Jonin ranks. Alternatively, some may choose to pivot entirely, venturing into business or clerical roles. Regardless of the paths you choose, you will all become a source of pride for Konoha. Next comes the annual commendation segment. It is Uchiha clan members. With a gentle nod towards Sasuke, the third Hokage warmly summons him to the stage. His kind demeanor, though occasionally serious, is often softened by a smile, serving as his greatest disguise. As the top student, he must not become complacent. I believe you will undoubtedly become a radiant ninja in the future. While nearly all the girls in the audience are swooning over the podium, one girl stands apart. The princess from the Hyuga clan, though born into the main family, is often overlooked due to her lack of strength. At this moment, she shyly gazes at a blond boy who is anxiously scratching his head. Damn it, Sasuke, I will surpass you next time, Naruto exclaims in frustration. First, they produced a genius like Itachi Uchiha. As Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke has consistently claimed the top rank multiple times. It is evident that the Uchiha influence will inevitably spread throughout the village of Kagaya. One can easily envision a future where Konoha is dominated by the Uchiha name. Thus, he silently consented to that plan. With less than 4 days remaining until the anticipated night of the massacre, the Uchiha clan faces a tragic fate. Despite one's strength, an individual remains just that, an individual. Even the mightiest cannot stir the sea's waves alone. It is apparent that Sasuke's talent falls short compared to Itachi's by a significant margin. A single wave could easily cast him back to the barren shores. On stage, a ninja donning a raccoon mask swiftly materializes behind Hiruzen Sarutobi, bows, and whispers something to him. Kakashi, leaning against the wall, raises an eyebrow, seemingly anticipating the unfolding events. Is the information accurate? Hiruzen inquires suddenly. Indeed, comes the reply, and in an instant, the smile vanishes from Hiruzen's face. His pupils constrict. And many high-ranking ninjas in Konoha glean a sense of the impending crisis from the third's expression. Meanwhile, half an hour prior, the village gates had already swung open, with ninjas forming a line to await the arrival of the fifth Mizukage. Like his father, Asuma has developed a penchant for smoking YZ brand cigarettes. How foolish. At a time like this, you're still thinking of smoking? If the third finds out, he'll scold you mercilessly. Hong chastises. She wonders why Hiruzen's son, Asuma, has adopted such a detrimental habit instead of learning the good traits from his father. By this time, he should have already arrived. Still not here? How slow. Turning to Asuma, Hong's expression is beyond words to describe. However, what no one anticipated was that while they stood in formation at the entrance, waiting for the fifth Mizuki's arrival, Lin Yu had already circumvented Konoha's sensory team and Umbu, stealthily infiltrating the village. She found herself in a location she frequented outside of her studies at the Ninja Academy, a serene spot adorned with wildflowers. Although not breathtakingly beautiful, it served as a tranquil refuge. Lin Yu's figure suddenly appeared amidst the blossoms, reaching out to adjust the straw hat on the head of a girl before her. Though part of Konoha, this area seldom saw visitors. Sentinels were positioned outside, and occasionally a few ninjas would patrol, merely glancing around. "Big brother, who are you?" The girl, Lon, whispered softly. "Me? I'm just a passerby," Lin Yu calmly replied, sitting beside her. Lon made no resistance, shifting slightly to the left. At her age, Lon's eyes shimmered with innocence and gentleness. "Do you like wildflowers too?" "Of course," Lin Yu smiled, recalling that Lon had posed a similar question to him once. Though he was merely an ordinary flower, like ninjas, they quietly radiate their own light. Even if that light is dim, they strive to shine. In truth, Lon felt quite lonely. Having lost her parents at a young age, and with an older brother who was often on missions, she spent much time alone. Thus, she frequently dined alone and practiced shuriken techniques at the training grounds. Lon always seemed out of place, perhaps due to her nature. She had not forged strong friendships at the Ninja Academy. Yet, Lin Yu understood the reasons behind her isolation. Born in tumultuous times, even in a seemingly untroubled environment like the Ninja Academy, issues often lurked beneath the surface. Children as young as 5 or 6 began to establish standards and targets for companionship. Those at the bottom aspired to rise, while the already elevated sought even higher. This explains why Uchiha Sasuke was so well regarded at school. He belonged to the Uchiha clan. Who wouldn't want to ascend to such heights? When turbulence becomes the norm, purity becomes a crime. Chapter 55. A reunion. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was swiftly traversing the rooftops. His speed was remarkable. Had his skin been any thinner, the rushing wind would have left its mark upon him. No one anticipated that this Lin Yu fellow could elude Konoha's patrols and stealthily infiltrate the village. Not yet. Still no sign. After searching various locations, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor shifted, losing its usual warmth and adopting a more irritable tone. The shock was not limited to those privy to the information. Even Hiruzen himself was taken aback. How could this be? How could someone enter so effortlessly? Typically, Konoha fortified its borders with a plethora of defenses to thwart foreign spies, including numerous jonin and elite ninjas. Was it possible that none of these skilled shinobi noticed a single intruder under their very noses? It was utterly perplexing. Although Konoha's current situation was far from ideal, with a dwindling number of loyal ninjas and some defectors, it still fared better than many other ninja villages. Hiruzen spared no effort in ensuring the village's defenses were robust. Yet, despite such formidable preparations, a lapse had occurred. Whether Lin Yu possessed some unique ability to infiltrate undetected or whether there was a flaw in the village's defenses remained to be seen. Regardless, the incident was a clear manifestation of Hiruzen's failure in duty. The pressing concern now was to locate the new Mizuki. Behind him trailed a ninja adorned with a raccoon mask, an Umbu member, who found it challenging to keep pace. Despite his advanced age, the third Hokage retained an impressive agility. In a moment of awe, Hiruzen suddenly inquired, "Where is the fifth Mizuki? Has the Umbu located him?" It seems he has deliberately concealed his presence. Currently, our sensory team can only ascertain that he has entered the village, but determining his precise location will require additional time. We are already searching. I believe news will come shortly. Only barely? Observing Hiruzen's troubled expression, the Umbu quickly added, "We have dispatched 2/3 of our Umbu to search. As long as he isn't infiltrated deeper, we are sure to find him within 10 minutes. And if he has, then it will take much longer. The underground pathways are intricate. At our current rate, merely investigating those hidden routes could take 1 or 2 hours. Infiltration? 1 or 2 hours. Wouldn't that turn Konoha upside down? What about Danzo? What is he doing now? According to the Root organization, Lord Danzo appears to be asleep at this time. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into contemplation. If the Umbu's words held any truth, the situation was far graver than he imagined. An internal infiltration could result in the theft of crucial intelligence, leaving Hiruzen helpless as he witnessed the events unfold. Yet, he found it bewildering that such a significant occurrence could allow Danzo to slumber peacefully. Perhaps his sleep was a fade, and his dissatisfaction with the restrictions was genuine. While ordinary ninjas might struggle, Danzo, as a village leader, certainly possessed considerable clout. The internal matters tended to be murky. Any single piece of information extracted could potentially shock the ninja world. In terms of status, they were peers. As long as Lin Yu denied any wrongdoing, Hiruzen would have little recourse. Moreover, given Konoha's current disadvantage, any attempt to search him could lead to an outright failure in negotiations, resulting in unforeseen consequences. Notify Danzo and instruct his Root organization to assist in the search. We must locate this new Mizukage at the earliest opportunity. Understood. Responding promptly. The raccoon-masked Umbu leapt down from the lofty rooftop. However, many began to sense the disturbance, gazing upward at the ninjas who roamed the rooftops. What calamity was about to unfold? Unlike the situation in Kirigakure, life in Konoha was akin to a paradise, leisurely and unrestrained. Even those who did not engage in shinobi duties could lead fulfilling lives. Thus, many failed to connect the dots toward impending conflict. Yet, such innocence would one day be disrupted by an individual or a singular event. In the world of ninjas, who could truly remain untouched by turmoil? Meanwhile, the door creaked open. Lan returned with Lin Yu to her modest courtyard. Inside, the decor remained as unadorned as ever. The tatami mat nestled in the corner, alongside a few ninja school textbooks and some meticulously polished tools of the trade were the only furnishings. On the tatami mat, a man knelt, meticulously auditing a ledger. As a favored underling of Danzo, he should have been financially secure, likely wealthier than the majority. Yet, who would have guessed that such a man could be so frugal? Meticulously saving for his sister's future, ensuring she had enough to live a simple life? Hence, the spacious courtyard appeared starkly plain, furnished only with essentials. Brother, I brought a friend home. With a look of curiosity, he peered towards the entrance. It was the first time he had seen his sister bring a friend home. And a smile began to form on his lips. Really? Let me see. However, upon laying eyes on Lin Yu, his smile vanished completely. There was no mistaking that face. It was him. Tian fixed a piercing gaze upon Lin Yu, instinctively drawing out a kunai and positioning his sister behind him. What do you want? If you have a grievance, face me directly. Spare my sister your tricks. Lan was indeed Tian's sister, a fact that had never changed. Anyone who dared to threaten her would become his target, regardless of their strength, which far exceeded his expectations. It seemed time had come for him to return and have a serious discussion with the third Hokage. Brushing off the dirt from his hands, Lin Yu offered an apologetic smile. I must take my leave now. Let us enjoy some ramen together next time. Chapter 56. Just a child stretching lazily. Lin Yu stepped into the bustling streets alone. As he re-emerged into the gaze of the crowd, a group of Umbu descended from above, kneeling before him. The man in front seemed to hold a slightly higher rank, offering a slight bow as a gesture of respect towards the Mizukage. Lord Mizukage, our Hokage has been awaiting your arrival for some time. Please, accompany us to the conference room. The man before him was undeniably elite, in terms of combat prowess. He could perhaps rival even Kakashi with his Sharingan, if not surpass him. Of course, this was merely Lin Yu's speculation, as he believed Kakashi was no longer in the Umbu, devoting his time to training the next generation. May I ask where you have been? Lin Yu's body paused slightly. Although he merely squinted and smiled, it exuded an unsettling aura. Ah, the squinting monster, Lin Yu thought. He was aware that the moment he stepped out of his residence, before he even reached the bustling market, these individuals had been following him. My apologies, Lord Mizukage. But it is our duty to inquire. If you choose not to speak, we will find a way to make you. Lin Yu remained silent, his expression as calm as ever. Although the words seemed gentle, they carried a subtle sting that was discomforting. However, Lin Yu had no desire to be threatened in such a manner. In an instant, a shocking event transpired that left everyone astounded. Despite Lin Yu keeping his hands behind his back, the elite Jonin before him was suddenly sent flying, multiple scars appearing across his body. Blood gushed forth, and several bones were fractured. Had it not been for his timely reaction, Lin Yu would have lost his life that day. He was acutely aware that the wounds he bore were inflicted by the man standing before him. It had to be him. Though Lin Yu appeared motionless, he was certain of this much. In truth, he was correct, but lacked the evidence to substantiate his claims. The sword intent emanating from the great swordsman was as straightforward as it was brutal, immensely terrifying. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, witnessing the aftermath of the chaos. Unfortunately, he had seen the entire incident unfold. However, upon seeing Lin Yu's youth, he was even more astonished. By his age, even in Konoha, he would merely be considered a jonin compared to the other prodigies. Yet this individual had achieved the status of a village leader at such a tender age. One would be hard-pressed to find another like him in the entire shinobi world. What had transpired? Why did his subordinate bear such grievous wounds? These questions remained unanswered. He had every reason to believe that the fifth Mizukage was responsible. However, what he had witnessed alone was insufficient to warrant a conviction. Indeed, Lin Yu seemed to have made no move at all, not even a flicker of chakra. What had happened? If it truly was Lin Yu's ability, it was utterly terrifying. Invisible and elusive, even he could not discern when it had been unleashed, let alone prepare for it. Even those of shadow-level status would have to tread carefully. Clearly, he possessed considerable strength. Thus, it was prudent to temporarily set aside these thoughts. He slowly approached. Lord Mizukage, why did you not notify us of your arrival? I could have sent someone to greet you. He appeared to smile jovially, yet his eyes betrayed him, though he often acted foolishly in matters of great importance. Sarutobi Hiruzen retained a modicum of discernment. At that moment, he behaved as if nothing had transpired, cheerfully remarking. He understood that any escalation could lead to an irreparable situation. After all, he still wished to negotiate. During such a delicate time, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhibited a remarkable degree of composure, knowing when to be humble and circumspect. You must be weary from your long journey. We shall postpone today's discussions. I have already arranged for your accommodations, and you may check in at your convenience. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a calm demeanor. Truth be told, upon seeing Lin Yu, his heart had hung in the balance. He had never fully grasped this man. Yet now, he found it somewhat amusing. Regardless of his strength, he was still just a child. Much like those brainwashed by the will of fire in the Ninja Academy. They were still in their formative years. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed he was merely a troublesome child. With a few well-chosen words, he could surely influence him. His temperament and mindset were exceedingly immature, often requiring time for maturation. Ultimately, how far could a 10-year-old child see? With ample vanity and respect. It would not even necessitate excessive reparations. A few flattering words and a slight deflection of responsibility could resolve matters satisfactorily. At that moment, he felt a sense of pride, as if he had discerned something profound, believing he understood Lin Yu's thoughts. However, underestimating another is the height of ignorance and folly, and it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who had misjudged Lin Yu. After a brief exchange, a group of Umbu escorted Lin Yu to a quaint wooden cabin. The room was quite luxurious, yet the presence of numerous Umbu outside was palpable. Lin Yu could sense that Sarutobi Hiruzen had dispatched more than half of his Umbu to monitor him, ostensibly for security purposes. Meals would be prepared by designated personnel, and while he had the freedom to come and go, he would remain under constant surveillance, rendering any attempts at escape futile. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen made his way to the ninja hospital to check on the injured Umbu. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that his injuries were indeed inflicted by a sword. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself puzzled. How could one be wounded by a sword under such circumstances? Was it an act of divine intervention? Hokage-sama, every injury perfectly avoided vital areas. Had they penetrated just a few centimeters deeper, he might have suffered fatal blood loss. Chapter 57. Devouring a Great Tree? The extent to which he could be driven was something I had never anticipated. If such a person could be persuaded to align with Konoha, it would be nothing short of splendid. With a mere gesture, he could render an Umbu operative incapacitated. His prowess indeed instilled fear in the third Hokage. After a brief silence in the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his gaze, overlooking the entirety of Konoha through the glass, while casually lighting his cherished pipe. If he were merely 10 years old, perhaps one could alter his thought process through dialogue. However, as Danzo had aptly remarked, this individual was undeniably perilous. The last time Danzo offered him counsel, he disregarded it, and in a remarkably short period, ascended from a mere rogue ninja to the clan leader, and subsequently to the village's shadow. His danger stemmed from his unique abilities. It was said he possessed the power of devouring. Along with the formidable methods that Hiruzen had witnessed today, the ability to kill without lifting a finger. Yet, this technique, despite its might, bore a fatal flaw. If my judgment holds true, it likely involved wind blades or something akin. However, it was imperceptible to the eye, and this tactic relied on an element of surprise. Should one's reflexes or intuition be sufficiently acute, countering this attack would pose little issue. Indeed, the invisible wind blades were not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was his ability to strike unexpectedly. No one had anticipated his swiftness. Had it not been so, the elite J-mean level Umbu would not have suffered such grievous harm. Thus, a curious perception emerged. This child appeared quite ordinary, even devoid of any threat. At first glance, he exuded an impression of fragility, fragile enough to be felled with a single punch, especially in regard to the fifth Mizukage, who was rumored to be a mere puppet. Hastily elevated to position, most believed his strength to barely reach that of a J-mean. However, the events of today were enough to slap the faces of all skeptics. Indeed, Linyu appeared notably youthful, scarcely distinguishable from Sasuke. Although his power might have been several magnitudes greater than Sasuke's, Hiruzen remained unconvinced that such strength was innate. Perhaps wielding this power came at a cost, possibly leading to periods of exhaustion afterward. It could also be a form of strength acquired at the expense of one's own life. At his age, no matter how prodigious he was, he could not possibly be so terrifying. Repelling tailed beasts? Forcing them to flee? A resurrected demigod? None could withstand more than 10 exchanges against him. At this moment, Asuma entered the office with an air of composure, mimicking his father by lighting a cigarette. However, their smoking preferences diverged. One relished the subtleties of fine tobacco, while the other favored the nostalgic aroma of aged smoke. In an instant, the room transformed into a haze reminiscent of floating amidst clouds. Narrowing his eyes, the third Hokage slowly remarked, "Smoke less. You are still so young. Don't you wish to live a few more years? Are you not doing the same?" Asuma replied nonchalantly. "Has that fifth Mizukage settled in? He seems rather untrustworthy." Indeed, he visited Konoha's back garden, then went to Tintin's home, or rather, a little girl escorted him there. "Oh, is she someone you know?" "Her brother is in Danzo's employ." "Danzo? Could it be that this Mizukage has ties to Lord Danzo?" Simple words repeatedly invoked Danzo's name, resonating with Hiruzen's age-driven suspicions. Inherently distrustful, he struggled to shake off a sense of skepticism, even towards those familiar to him. However, to claim any connection to Danzo was somewhat far-fetched. Although Danzo seemed intent on keeping Hiruzen from discovering the Mizukage's stealthy infiltration of Konoha, a crucial point remained: they had never met. Furthermore, Danzo had once suggested to Hiruzen to eliminate this individual in his cradle, advice Hiruzen had regrettably overlooked. Had he engaged with Linyu earlier, he might have heeded Danzo's counsel. Thus, based solely on his animosity toward Linyu, Hiruzen felt assured that the two could not possibly be allies. Yet, discussing such matters now bore little significance. Everything had already crystallized. Hiruzen merely squinted, contemplating the pros and cons enough. "Let us depart." Asuma extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and left the Hokage and Appo's office, hands clasped behind his head. At last, amidst the thickening smoke, Hiruzen and Appo's nearly indistinguishable visage began to clear. Just a child, Hiruzen repeatedly reassured himself, revealing a faint, cold smile from behind the glass, hidden from all. Such individuals are often easiest to manipulate. This was precisely why he perpetually delivered speeches on the will of fire, emphasizing the significance of the village. To put it plainly, he sought to instill a collective mindset through his rhetoric, achieving a form of mental conditioning. At this impressionable age, one is most susceptible to external ideologies. It is no wonder Asuma could be regarded as the person most adept at comprehending the will of fire within Konoha, save for the third himself. Hiruzen's persistent indoctrination from childhood had cultivated a directed thought process within Asuma. As his son matured, he too would echo his father's ideals. Consequently, as long as Hiruzen articulated his thoughts carefully, Linyu would pose little threat, even though he hailed from an external force, not from Konoha. Such a talent remained within controllable bounds. It was time to orchestrate a grand performance. With a serene gaze, Hiruzen turned his attention to the outside world. Already, a script was forming in his mind, one capable of fostering trust between him and the fifth Mizukage. Night had fallen. In the expansive courtyard, aside from a handful of umbus still monitoring, Linyu extinguished the lights within the room. With a branch, he fashioned a rudimentary wooden dagger. Though it appeared crude, it sufficed for his needs. He could distinctly sense the subtle watchfulness surrounding him. As per routine, Linyu accessed the system interface. Initially intending to embark on a task requiring 1,000 slashes, he cast a fleeting glance at the task list. Task: Devour a sufficiently large tree. Under the moonlight, Linyu gazed at the ancient tree in his courtyard. It appeared to be over a century old, towering several hundred meters. Although it seemed to have lost its vitality, the system had not stipulated that the tree needed to be alive. As long as it was sufficiently grand, would it not suffice? It was almost as if it were a gift, requiring not a single step beyond his threshold. He had originally thought unlocking the sword intent of the great swordsman might take a year or more. Now, it seemed he might achieve it sooner than anticipated. Chapter 58. Is my strength comparable to the third? No, I am far superior. Countless specks of light gathered at the edges of his teeth. Initially, Linyu felt a sense of resistance, yet in pursuit of his mission, he set aside his hesitations. With a mere thought, the towering tree before him was swiftly devoured. His system chimed in once more. Ding! Devouring successful. Reward: 50 points of fire resistance. Ding! Devouring successful. Reward: 48 points of lightning resistance. Ding! Devouring successful. Reward: Divine Hand. Allows the theft of any ninjutsu from an opponent, doubling its release effect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task. Current sword intent of the great swordsman. Unlock percentage: 802. Linyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he quickly shifted his focus to the attributes displayed on the panel. Indeed, the new rewards were straightforward in meaning. It implied that any ninjutsu released by an opponent, provided it shared the same attribute, would yield a certain degree of immunity, with the upper limit of resistance determining the efficacy of that immunity. Furthermore, the skill, Divine Hand, allowed him to steal any ninjutsu from others, enhancing its effects twofold. If he were to steal a powerful technique like Tsukuyami, would that not render him invincible? What astonished Linyu further was that he had merely consumed a tree yet reaped such bountiful rewards. It was truly perplexing. He was left pondering the criteria by which the system assessed rewards. Nevertheless, he thought, as long as the system was pleased, that was all that mattered. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a fleeting image flashed in his mind, seemingly a prompt from the system. Beyond the principle that the stronger the original entity, the greater the rewards from devouring it, every minute detail concealed hidden special events. Even a tiny screw could yield significant rewards. The ancient tree before him was not ordinary. In truth, the location where Linyu resided was far from commonplace. Not long ago, it had been the domain of the Uchiha clan. This ancient tree had existed since the era of Uchiha Madara, during the Warring States period. Thus, consuming such a meaningful ancient tree equated to unlocking a special event, naturally leading to substantial rewards. Moreover, if this were the case, it was likely that every ninja village harbored special events. As long as he successfully consumed them, his strength would witness rapid enhancement. His unlock percentage had directly surged to 802, a modest increase of 102. Such an increment required prolonged accumulation, otherwise Linyu would have to strike the air a staggering 10,000 times to achieve a similar figure. In an instant, Linyu felt invigorated. A surge of powerful energy coursing through him, refining his sword intent. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. He found himself once again facing that ghostly woman, her silver sword dancing through the air, each movement now imbued with greater meaning. He was captivated, even losing track of time. It was not until the early hours of the following day that a pair of masked Umbu members shook him awake, pulling him back to reality. The images from his memory shattered like a broken mirror, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Such exquisite sword intent. Who exactly was that woman? Just as Lin Yu reveled in his newfound joy, the voice of a Konoha Umbu broke through the silence. Water Shadow-sama, you must not fall asleep here, or else we shall face the wrath of the higher-ups. Understood. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully, feeling the sweat pouring from his body, his strength nearly depleted. Speaking of which, he realized he was quite hungry. Without hesitation, he made his way to the Ichiraku ramen shop. However, unlike before, he donned the water shadow hat and a flowing cloak, making him exceptionally conspicuous as he walked through the streets. It was not that he could wear such attire freely. Rather, it was a deliberate arrangement by the cunning Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus, merely walking around in this garb would attract considerable attention, making it easy for anyone to find him even if he attempted to slip away unnoticed. Everything was as usual, without a hint of interruption. As Lin Yu proceeded directly to the Ichiraku shop, this time, the blonde-haired boy was seated at the table, savoring the last mouthful of broth. Beside him, Irika-sensei was lecturing the boy. You should understand what kind of person the Hokage is, right? So why are you drawing all over Hokage Rock, Naruto? Of course, the Hokage is the strongest ninja in the village. One day, I will inherit the title of Hokage, and I'll surpass all past Hokages, Naruto proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with determination. So, I need the villagers to recognize my strength. Can I have another bowl, sensei? After a brief silence, Lin Yu, who had been standing quietly behind, suddenly spoke. I can treat you to another bowl. Really? But who are you? Naruto asked curiously, noticing the hat Lin Yu wore, which seemed vaguely familiar yet eluded his memory. He scratched his head, scrutinizing Lin Yu closely. Irika, however, reacted dramatically, leaping from his seat and quickly adopting a half-crouch position. Ah, Water Shadow-sama. I never expected to encounter you here. Lin Yu merely smiled in response. No need for excessive formalities. I am merely here for a bowl of ramen. The owner of the Ichiraku shop, a boisterous man, chimed in. You are indeed Water Shadow-sama. I never imagined our humble establishment would host someone of your stature. It is an honor. Today's meal is on me. Please, eat freely. Really, Uncle Ichiraku? Can I eat as much as I want? Naruto asked excitedly, as indulging in all-you-can-eat Ichiraku ramen was one of his dreams. Naruto, mind your manners. Irika reprimanded. It's fine. No need to be formal. Just treat me as an ordinary person. Lin Yu glanced over at Naruto. Although sealed, a terrifying chakra was continuously leaking from him, emanating from the nine tails. It was even dozens of times stronger than the chakra of the three tails he had encountered. Generally, one would not sense it. And had it not been for the system's devouring prompt, Lin Yu would not have discerned it. The seal nearly isolated everything. However, the thought of devouring the nine tails chakra had crossed Lin Yu's mind, yet he had not been foolish enough to act upon it within Konoha. As he departed from the Ichiraku ramen shop, Naruto, clutching his stomach, curiously inquired, Irika-sensei, is the water shadow as powerful as the Hokage? Of course, the water shadow is on par with the Hokage. Only those whose strength is recognized and acknowledged by others can become the leader of a village. However, in terms of sheer strength, it is not a simple comparison, Naruto. Naruto nodded, somewhat comprehending, though he was puzzled. How could someone of such a young age, seemingly not much older than himself, already hold the title of Water Shadow? Did that imply his strength rival that of the venerable Sarutobi Hiruzen? Chapter 59. Just a child what? Has he come into contact with that boy? In the office of the Hokage in Konoha, Yamato knelt respectfully before Sarutobi Hiruzen, reporting his observations. Years ago, he had served under Danzo, but after the third Hokage set aside past grievances and allowed him to join the Hokage's direct Umbu, he transformed into a distinguished elite ninja within the Umbu. The mere ability to wield wood release was enough to make him stand out, although his strength was not formidable. Possessing Hashirama's cells enabled him to utilize wood release, yet he still could not match Kakashi. Nevertheless, the rarity of wood release made him a significant asset. Most importantly, Yamato's somewhat naive demeanor made him easier to control. The third Hokage recognized this trait, prompting him to request Yamato from Danzo. After all, he was someone he had guided from darkness into light, and he would not betray that trust, making him worthy of cultivation. If Hiruzen were unaware of Yamato's abilities, it would be inconsequential. However, he was clearly informed, even if he had yet to witness this power. A force that could disassemble and devour everything, rendering it utterly absent. At this moment, the third Hokage also grasped the underlying intentions of the other party. He was well aware of the existence of something significant within Naruto Uzumaki, the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails. If that were the case, Lin Yu's visit to Konoha would likely not be a mere formality. He had always presumed that the power Lin Yu possessed could not assimilate the power of devouring. But upon learning of Lin Yu and Appo's connection with the Nine Tails, he found himself compelled to reconsider. At the very least, the Nine Tails must be of some use to him. Otherwise, he would not expend such effort to make the trip. What did he discuss with Naruto Uzumaki? Yamato reported truthfully. According to Irika, it seemed he had not said much, merely offering a brief greeting before wholly engrossing himself in his meal. Oh, was it really that simple? It appears that over the past couple of days, he has consistently chosen to dine on Ichiraku ramen, seemingly quite fond of it. Am I overthinking this? The third Hokage suddenly chuckled. What a simple-minded youth. Utterly transparent in his intentions. After lighting a cigarette, he took a slow drag and said, "You may leave now. If possible, consider recalling some of the umbu in the coming days. However, if there are any irregularities, report to me promptly." Sarutobi Hiruzen rose from his seat, surveying the tranquility of Konoha. Soon, the troublesome Uchiha clan would be addressed by a certain instigator. Although he was a genius, he was ultimately a pitiable soul. Hiruzen wished to smile but refrained. Yet, Yamato remained by his side. "Very well, you may take your leave for now. If there is anything else, inform me." "Yes, but I also have an application for entry that requires your approval." Yamato bowed and presented the document. Upon receiving the application, Sarutobi Hiruzen examined it closely. The candidate and Appo's abilities barely met the minimum requirements, with several metrics falling woefully short, and his strength barely sufficient to qualify as a jonin. What puzzled Hiruzen, however, was the rarity of those with families opting for such perilous work. As he read the reason stated, a realization dawned upon him. Name: Yamamoto Kojiro. Rank: Special Jonin. Completed missions: A rank, 3, B rank, 12, C rank, 32, D rank, 53 notes, proficient in lightning release, capable of translating ancient texts. Application reason: the dangers at home outweigh those outside, hence the desire to serve as an umbu for the village. Hiruzen initially found this perplexing, but upon seeing the details of the applicant and Appo's spouse, clarity struck him. Name: Xiao Benro. Rank: Elite Chunin. Height: 159 centimeters. Weight: 261 gene. Notes: exceptional chakra reserves, but requires constant consumption to maintain balance. Proficiencies: mountain press, maternal push. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, a flicker of sympathy crossing his features. After clearing his throat twice, he instructed, "Let him remain nominally in the umbu for now. Do not assign him any dangerous tasks. He should simply keep watch during the night shift." After pondering for a few moments, Hiruzen amended, "If possible, arrange for him to also work during the day shift." Understood. However, there is another matter to discuss regarding the current residence of the 5th Mizukage, which is located in the former Uchiha clan courtyard. Exhaling a leisurely puff of smoke, Yamato resumed the conversation, the warmth of the sunlight contrasting with a chill creeping up Hiruzen's spine. "What is the issue?" The tree in the courtyard vanished overnight. While it was merely a decrepit old tree, I find it somewhat suspicious. A realization washed over Hiruzen, yet his brow furrowed once more. Indeed, he would hardly have noticed such details if it were anyone else. However, with this individual, he felt the need for caution. Such a grand old tree could have been cut into several pieces and transported from the village without a whisper of disturbance. Even if used for firewood, it would take weeks to burn completely. Yet now it was gone? To Hiruzen, this was exceedingly unnatural. Nevertheless, he mused, even if Lin Yu had taken the tree and done something with it, it was merely a tree, a dead one at that. What grand feats could he possibly achieve? Just a tree, after all. A tree that could elevate Lin Yu's power to a new echelon and bestow upon him several abilities. All of this stemmed from the advantages afforded by the system, things Hiruzen could hardly fathom. In his mind, the child remained just that, a child. regardless of his mature intellect. Hiruzen could not shake the notion that he was simply a boy. Everything hinged on the discussions to be held the following day. He hoped all would proceed smoothly. Sarutobi Hiruzen set aside his cigarette, gazing quietly into the distance. Chapter 60. The Strategist of Konoha? Is this the best they can do? In the southeastern residential area of Konoha, dozens of ninjas, including Nara Shikaku, knelt before Hayashiyu. Even though they did not owe allegiance to the Mizukichi, had this been in the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen would hardly have extended such respect to a visiting Mizukichi, perhaps even relegating them to a merely acceptable end. However, the current circumstances were starkly different. These ninjas bowed deeply, seemingly revering Hayashiyu. The reason was simple. After a certain incident, even Shikaku himself trembled. A Konoha ninja had assassinated the shadow of a village. This should have sent shockwaves through the ninja world. Originally, the Mist Village could have seized the opportunity to incite turmoil, yet they chose to pursue peace instead. Even offering an exorbitant compensation today was, in their view, the best option for Konoha. Mizukichi, the meeting is about to commence. We kindly ask you to proceed promptly. In such a significant moment, Nara Shikaku adopted a much more serious demeanor. Hayashiyu did not refuse. With a hint of indifference in his smile, he made his way to the meeting place. Sarutobi Hiruzen, too, swiftly ordered the assembly of all ninjas without missions in the village. Not only within the village, but also for a 10-mile radius surrounding it. Eyes and ears were everywhere. As Konoha's strategist, it must be said that Shikaku was a formidable figure. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's demise, Konoha's upper echelons had immediately considered him for the position of the new Hokage. With his reputation and intellect, had he not chosen to step back, Kakashi would never have ascended to the role. Indeed, while Kakashi was strong and composed, he did not seem quite fit for the Hokage title. It was only through Shikaku's vigorous recommendation that Kakashi attained the position. This illustrates the considerable influence Shikaku wielded within the village. Had he accepted the role of Hokage at that time instead of declining, the Nara clan's power would have eclipsed even the Hyuga clan, establishing them as Konoha's foremost family. In this crucial moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally utilized such talent. After all, Shikaku was unmatched in negotiation skills. Does anyone have anything to say regarding Konoha's recent actions? Hayashiyu inquired with a smile, observing his confident demeanor. Nara Shikaku and the others felt that any attempts to argue would be swiftly countered. However, he could not remain in a passive state. Mizukichi, we sincerely apologize for the incident. However, this does not imply that it was our people who committed the act. We have thoroughly examined the bodies, and they were merely hired mercenaries. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Initially, it seemed Konoha would bear the blame, but Shikaku appeared to be deliberately shifting the narrative. Yet, could the contradiction truly be redirected? The events were already set in stone. Even if Konoha denied involvement, the entire ninja world would hold them accountable. This was likely the true reason behind their willingness to offer compensation. Rather than engage in fruitless debate, it was wiser to resolve the matter with reparations, lest they lose sight of the bigger picture. Upon hearing this, Hayashiyu fell into a brief silence before clapping his hands lightly. Your point is intriguing. You mentioned these were hired ninjas. Who, then, employed them? What evidence do you have to prove it was not your doing? Within the expansive conference room, the tension between the two escalated, reducing the atmosphere to a palpable chill. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, merely a bystander, felt the weight of the moment. At that juncture, there was an empty seat, originally belonging to Danzo, who, for reasons unknown, had not attended that day. If you cannot provide proof, I must regrettably assume that Konoha is responsible. Considering there were Konoha ninjas involved, their gazes locked, electric hostility crackling between them. How could a mere 10-year-old child dominate Shikaku in such a manner? Indeed, it was a grave oversight on their part, and Konoha could not escape culpability. They were willing to offer compensation for the reconstruction of the Mist Village and the recruitment of ninjas. In summary, they would provide funds to assist in restoring the Mist Village to its former glory. Once in a position of strength, Shikaku quickly adopted a more conciliatory stance. Yet, to Hayashiyu, it felt as though he was the one being pressured. This was due to the fact that Shikaku, while appearing calm, was lacing his words with subtle threats. Each phrase seemed innocuous, yet carried a weight of intimidation. However, Hayashiyu discerned the underlying message. Instigating war would be detrimental for him. This was not merely a conflict between two ninja villages. It was highly likely that the other three villages would intervene. Under the oppressive regime of the Blood Mist, many ninjas had fled. Given the present strength of the Mist Village, should war erupt, Konoha would suffer, but the Mist Village faced the peril of annihilation. Restoring to previous levels, this phrase was pivotal. It served as a reminder that the Mist Village was no longer the second most powerful among the 5 great shinobi nations, perhaps not even in the top 5. Shikaku's method of building tension before resolution was commendably astute. He truly deserved the title of Konoha's strategist. The earlier attempts to deflect blame were merely a prelude to his subsequent statements. What had been said before was inconsequential, as long as he could deliver a sufficient deterrent. He would shift the balance of power to his advantage. He gambled on Hayashiyu's reluctance to wage war, confident that Konoha's offer of compensation would deter him from such actions. The probability of success was undoubtedly high, nearing 99. Well then, if there is nothing more to discuss, perhaps a straightforward confrontation would be more satisfying. As his words echoed, the entire village was drenched in sweat. Even Shikaku was taken aback, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. The logic seemed flawless. How could such words be uttered? Moreover, this was Konoha's territory. How dared Hayashiyu make such a declaration? Chapter 61. The future of Konoha, even the most inflated egos would refrain from uttering such words openly. One might initially acquiesce to Konoha and Appo's demands, only to later retract in private. A person of sound mind would never articulate such sentiments. Thus, Lin Yu and Appo's declaration astonished every individual present. Even the usually reticent Tkash Rin was taken aback, her azure eyes narrowing in disbelief. She had never encountered someone quite like him before. Perhaps we can continue this dialogue, Lord Mizukichi. None of us desire the outbreak of war, do we? Lin Yu ventured, pausing momentarily before exhaling slowly. No, I don't believe so. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, with Mito Minion exclaiming in shock. Do you truly wish for war to ensue? The ramifications extend beyond Konoha. Even your own village of Kirigakure may face annihilation. Once the words were spoken, there would be no turning back. Would you really stand by as innocent civilians suffer the ravages of war? No, I firmly believe that is not our desired outcome. I trust you will make a judicious choice. We are all acutely aware of the consequences that war entails. Assuming that the youthful Mizukichi, barely 10, might lack understanding. Konoha's senior officials reiterated their points with clarity. Yet, Lin Yu remained unfazed. The outcome of the negotiations was of little consequence to him. His purpose in Konoha was solely to draw closer to Danzo, eliminate that wretch, and simultaneously alter the course of the Uchiha clan's history to fulfill his own experiment. The pretense of diplomacy was merely a facade to grant him sufficient time to accomplish his objectives. It was not that he harbored animosity towards Konoha. Indeed, he had a certain fondness for his birthplace. Nonetheless, no amount of affection could outweigh the oppressive demeanor he faced. Lin Yu detested being threatened. That was his line in the sand. The recent words of Rikuju subtly commanded him, and the subsequent remarks from the Konoha higher-ups felt patronizing, which irked him. Are you instructing me? Lin Yu's voice was cold, and silence enveloped the conference room. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the third Hokage, ought to have spoken, yet he remained silent. Deep in thought, the tension in the room reached a palpable zenith, with the possibility of confrontation looming. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he instinctively murmured, If Lord Mizukichi finds the reparations unsatisfactory, we can discuss alternatives, including the surrender of individuals for your discretion. Furthermore, any future trade between Kirigakure and Konoha could be offered substantial discounts, with tariffs waived. Even standing beside Sarutobi, Rikuju could not suppress a gulp. How could one maintain such composure in such a tense atmosphere? His smile betrayed an inscrutable agenda, causing Rikuju to feel a twinge of unease. This was, after all, a child under 10 years of age. Could it be that the divergent thought processes between adults and children were the root of such arduous negotiations? It was the first time he had been cornered by a mere child. In that moment, Rikuju began to grasp the implications. Yet, he was acutely aware that a person lacking strength would never dare speak so boldly. This individual must possess considerable power. However, one must also consider that a village leader could hardly be an ordinary figure. How much of the rumors surrounding him were true, and how much were fabrications? Indeed, the reparations proposed by Sarutobi were enticing, yet given Lin Yu's previous conduct, their effectiveness remained uncertain. As the last words left his lips, Lin Yu stifled a yawn. I shall ponder your proposal. However, I did not sleep well last night, and my mind may not be clear for deliberation. Perhaps we can resume our discussion another day. Without waiting for the response from the senior officials, Lin Yu rose and departed, disregarding the sentiments of those present. In a mere instant, he vanished from sight. A long silence ensued, punctuated only by the rustling of termites within the table. Risen, I can no longer endure this. Summon Danzo to eliminate him. Mito Minion, typically a proponent of peace, now yielded to the grim reality, even entertaining thoughts of violence. He is but a child, Sarutobi rebuked. While he may appear competent and his methods formidable, he remains impulsive. Yet we must consider the implications of his demise. What benefit would it bring us? Sarutobi and Appo's tone was resolute. The fifth Mizukage was proving to be a source of considerable frustration. However, eliminating Lin Yu would undoubtedly invite trouble, a certainty beyond dispute. Here was a young envoy, coming to Konoha to negotiate, only to be silenced during the discussions. Any rational mind would suspect Konoha's involvement. Therefore, not only was Sarutobi unable to consider his assassination, but he also had to ensure Lin Yu's protection. At the very least, it was imperative during this period. Even if they were to eliminate him outside of Konoha, the village would undoubtedly be thrust into the center of controversy. The exchange of one individual for the stability of an entire village was, in Sarutobi's estimation, a most unwise transaction. Such a poor transaction was one no one would entertain. As Konoha's strategist, he should have been offering counsel and insight, yet he found himself inexplicably mired in silence, bordering on a state of withdrawal. Even if we were to eliminate him, how could we be certain that other shinobi villages would refrain from retaliating? Risen, he is merely a Mizukage. He cannot stir the waters significantly. At that moment, Mito Minion, infuriated, was unwilling to hear another word. I cannot gamble with our safety, should something occur. I would bear the weight of immense guilt towards Konoha. In the past, he might have dared to take risks. However, the Konoha of today was no longer the formidable village it once was. Sarutobi understood this well. With the departure of the legendary three, even if elite shinobi remained, their numbers were dwindling. It was challenging to ensure that other shinobi villages would still regard Konoha with trepidation and refrain from mobilizing their forces. Moreover, no matter how reckless he was still just a child. Engaging in a conflict with a mere child was hardly sensible. The issue lay in the approach. One must adapt to the individual's capabilities, Sarutobi concluded. Chapter 62. The Hand of God. The Art of Enchantment and Restraint as Time Progresses. This year has gradually transitioned into autumn. Due to geographical influences, the temperature has begun to cool. War is merciless. This is why Sarutobi Hiruzen remains motionless. He perceives the gravity of the situation. Particularly in the borderlands of the three great ninja villages, conflicts are inevitable, a reality Hiruzen fully comprehends. Smaller towns, minor ninja villages, or organizations residing near the borders find it exceedingly difficult to survive without a solid foundation. It can be said that 1/3 of Konoha's missions are dispatched to suppress such disturbances. Abductions and acts of violence, which horrify the villagers of Konoha, are commonplace in the border regions. Often, conflicts between factions ignite into small-scale wars. Hence, Hiruzen is acutely aware of the horrors of war. He would not intentionally provoke it out of anger. Although not the perfect leader, he is undeniably the most suitable leader for Konoha. Thus, he must tread carefully, as such matters cannot be approached with impulsiveness. In a courtyard beset by the autumn winds, Hate savored a cup of tea prepared by the umbu. Such luxuries are non-existent in the village hidden in mist. However, his subordinates procured the tea leaves at great expense from merchants of the land of tea, hoping to win Hate's favor. The day's wind was particularly boisterous, yet the atmosphere in Konoha remained unchanged. At that moment, a masked umbu stepped forward, separating the tea leaves from the spring water, and took a seat before Hate. Upon removing his mask, Hate was pleasantly surprised to recognize Itachi Uchiha, the renowned prodigy of the Uchiha clan. "I sense you are quite different," Itachi remarked, his initial reaction to Hayate's identity indicating no surprise, though they had never met. "You must have anticipated my arrival." Scanning the surroundings, Itachi's Sharingan glimmered, revealing his inability to fully comprehend Hate. Only the Byakugan can truly see through a person. "It seems you possess considerable knowledge." Hate smiled, filling Itachi's teacup to the brim. "A full cup of wine honors a guest. A full cup of tea hastens their departure." Itachi understood that at that moment, Hate desired nothing more than to enjoy his tea in silence. "There is something I do not comprehend," Itachi inquired. "Does the red lightning bear any relation to you?" His expression remained inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger, while the villagers viewed Hate as a mere child. Itachi discerned the depth of his character, recognizing that he possessed a maturity surpassing many adults. At present, Itachi had already attained the level of an elite genin. Compared to his peers, the term genius scarcely sufficed. He was a super genius, indeed. Yet, before a figure like Hate, his brilliance seemed eclipsed. Itachi's venture today was not for trivial matters. He sought to unravel the meaning of the red lightning and its implications for the Uchiha clan. Confident that Hate held the answers, with a slight bow, Itachi transformed into a crow, vanishing from sight. The sky darkened to a purplish hue, exuding an eerie aura. Hate felt himself sinking, surrounded by a flock of crows that loomed like monsters, yet he remained immobile. "Are you attempting to use genjutsu against me? How audacious!" In an instant, the crows that had encircled him vanished. This was a testament to Hayate's formidable mental fortitude. Even Itachi, famed for his genjutsu, could not exert significant influence over him. Having disappeared, Itachi reappeared behind Hate, brandishing a kunai, aiming for his heart with a swift motion. Itachi's taijutsu was exceptional, and this position was one few could evade. However, he underestimated Hate, whose physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In the blink of an eye, Hayate's eyes met Itachi's Sharingan once more. The Hand of God, activate, skill extraction, the art of enchantment and restraint, effect activated too. This technique was familiar to Itachi, for it was his own. In an instant, Itachi's limbs felt as if they were driven by wedges, immobilizing him as though bound by some unseen force. He heard the sound of cracking bones echoing throughout his body. The sight of his ribs protruding through his skin was grotesque. It felt as though his bones were being ruthlessly extracted by sheer brute force. Ah! Itachi gasped, sweat cascading down his cheek. Pain surged through his body, flooding his consciousness. Why did Hate employ this technique? Itachi sensed that the intensity of the binding and the agony he endured had more than doubled compared to his own technique. The realism of the experience was chilling. It was as if this entire technique was a manifestation of his own power amplified twofold. What tremendous strength! His genjutsu, utterly eclipsed by mine. As Itachi's thoughts settled, he felt his bones disintegrating like sawdust, scattering into the air. The pain persisted. What kind of indomitable will could endure such torment? He had mastered the art of manipulating others even beyond the reach of their perception, his genjutsu reaching an unparalleled zenith. Yet, at this moment, he found himself smiling. The once revered master of illusions was now casually subdued. "Let me be clear. When I release the genjutsu, you must depart from here." As Hate lifted the Jinjut chapter 63, does he possess the eyes of a celestial being? Can it be that a mere 10-year-old possesses such formidable strength? If this is indeed the case, the term genius fails to encapsulate his true potential. His genjutsu surpasses even that of Uchiha Itachi. And should he continue on this trajectory of growth, his mastery of illusion techniques could very well alter the fabric of the ninja world. Does such power truly exist? How did he acquire it? A flurry of questions erupted in his mind, disrupting his thoughts. Though Itachi himself found it hard to believe that such power could belong to a child of 10, Linyu had undeniably delivered a resounding blow to his expectations. "You are remarkably strong." After traversing several meters, Itachi slowly rose from the ground, momentarily stunned before smiling and saying, "Perhaps your prophecy is indeed accurate. You possess the power to change the world." With that, he gingerly made his way toward the exit. A stark contrast to his usual swift departure using the body flicker technique. This time, however, he opted for an exceedingly ordinary method of exit. For his body remained ensnared in a state of fear, and his strength had significantly diminished, rendering him incapable of executing high-speed body techniques. Indeed, this is the terrifying effect of the magical restraint technique, which is, at its core, a profoundly fearsome jutsu. Even when Orochimaru attempted to pry into Itachi's Sharingan, he was rendered speechless by this very technique. Lin Yu's activation of the Divine Hand, compounded by its effects, transcended the realm of human endurance. Of course, the Divine Hand has a cooldown period. It can only be employed once every 3 days, and the skill acquired must be utilized immediately. Thus, should Lin Yu face Uchiha Itachi again, he could not be certain of his ability to triumph. If he were to draw a basic ninjutsu, even with its effects doubled, it would hardly pose a significant threat to the enemy. In this respect, Lin Yu was fortunate. Had he not drawn this technique, he might have had to bear the full brunt of the attack aimed directly at his heart, a fate he could not guarantee he could evade. Indeed, those hailed as genius ninjas are not mere pretenders. Upon exiting the door, the hidden Umbu operatives finally caught sight of Uchiha Itachi in his disheveled state. What has happened to Itachi? Why does he appear so disheveled? Did something occur inside? Such questions inevitably arose in their minds. However, from Itachi's woeful demeanor, they could surmise the general conclusion. An intense battle had undoubtedly transpired in the courtyard. Through the open doorway, they gazed at the fifth Hokage, Lin Yu, who seemed at ease, sipping tea. Yet, what manner of individual could confront an elite like Itachi without even a furrowed brow? They found themselves unable to comprehend. The atmosphere was laden with silence, as nearly all the Umbu averted their gazes, unwilling to confront the grim reality. Konoha was no longer the premier ninja village. The once thriving village now stood nearly deserted. What? Even Itachi has been defeated? Allow me to finish, Hiruzen interrupted. My people have been observing from the shadows. And if the intelligence is accurate, then Lin Yu truly bested Uchiha Itachi, even surpassing him in genjutsu mastery. As soon as the words left his lips, Hiruzen appeared profoundly shaken, his hand trembling uncontrollably, ash from his pipe falling to the ground. Mido Iminin, positing a theory, suggested. Is it possible that he possesses a second bloodline limit? I mean, if he has eyes akin to the Sharingan, it would not be surprising if he surpassed Itachi. I could even posit that he triumphed through ocular prowess. Bloodline limits are categorized into 2 types, one derived from the fusion of attributes, such as Kagaya's lava and boil release. The other, inherited through lineage, relies on destiny. Even those born into the Uchiha clan cannot guarantee the awakening of their eyes. This uniqueness lies in the ability hidden within the bloodline, waiting to be awakened, rendering such individuals exceedingly rare, capable of serving as a village's second line of defense. Aside from the tailed beasts, as far as Hiruzen was aware, Lin Yu already possessed a bloodline limit known as the Shikatsumiyaku. But what if he did not? Could he truly dominate the Sharingan with merely ordinary eyes? Yet, one must ponder, what eyes could possibly eclipse the Sharingan? Hiruzen was at a loss, generally speaking. Any part of the body could possess such potential, but only the eyes remain the most elusive. Could it be? Suddenly, Hiruzen's eyes widened as a memory surfaced of a youth similar in age to Lin Yu, who possessed such eyes and summoned a monstrous entity, annihilating countless ninjas before vanishing from the battlefield. The Rinnegan, a legendary existence said to transcend the Sharingan, often referred to as the Eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, reserved only for those deemed legendary sages. Could Lin Yu be the second individual to possess such eyes? However, the original bearer of the Rinnegan had long since faded into obscurity. If he indeed possessed such eyes, then his strength could perhaps be explicable. Should he truly wield the Rinnegan, I would find it unsurprising. Yet, if he does not, then where does this terrifying power originate? Given time, he may very well render the 5 great nations to mere shadows of their former selves. Regardless of the truth, this rapidly ascending star is more than capable of unsettling the world. Danzo shares this sentiment. Consider this carefully, Hiruzen. Everything is now in place. With a single command from you, he shall not escape the confines of Konoha. Danzo, Hiruzen mused, realizing he had not heard from him in several days. Not escape Konoha? Hiruzen pondered, apprehensive that should things escalate, allowing such a figure to slip away would inevitably create an adversary for Konoha. For now, he had no intention of taking action. But should the time come, he would need to strike with sufficient ferocity. What do you think? Mido Imanin persistently pressed Hirazensai for a decision. Minutes passed as he grappled with his thoughts, his jaw clenched in indecision. Keep a close watch on Danzo. If we are to act, I will inform him. But ensure he does not take any sudden moves that could jeopardize my original plans. Chapter 64, Late-Night Conversation of Uchiha Fugaku as night fell. The new residence of the Uchiha clan was aglow with lights, though the clan's power was gradually being usurped. They remained content and lived their lives with a semblance of ease. Little did they know that the following night would bring about their tragic annihilation. Despite their grievances towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, they kept their discontent to themselves. In light of this, and the numerous dissenting voices within the clan, the higher-ups of Konoha tacitly approved Danzo's proposal to close the chapter on the Uchiha clan's history. At 11 o'clock in the evening, many matters still required Fugaku's attention. As the clan leader, he had just finished dealing with some of the pressing issues and felt quite fatigued. However, the sight of his wife waiting at the dining table always filled him with warmth. "Where is Itachi?" Fugaku inquired. "He must be on a mission," came the reply. Fugaku refrained from mentioning Sasuke. Although he was a father, his heart seemed to belong solely to Itachi, even if both sons were in peril. He would instinctively ask about Itachi first. To be precise, he regarded Itachi as his own flesh and blood more than Sasuke. It was akin to the time when Sasuke first demonstrated the great fireball technique before Fugaku. Disappointment led him to walk away, and even when Sasuke executed it again. Achieving a power comparable to Itachi's, Fugaku's reaction was one of shock followed by disillusionment. No matter how many accolades Sasuke earned or how many admired him, he always fell short compared to his elder brother. It is difficult to imagine what kind of character a child would develop under such circumstances. Even staying at home, an invisible pressure could be felt. "It and Appos, it's quite late already. Let me heat up the food for you. Perhaps you should stay home tonight," she suggested gently. "I have much to attend to tomorrow." After a few hurried bites, Fugaku did not elaborate further. During this period, he had not paid much heed to family matters, dedicating his fervor to the Uchiha clan's affairs. Meanwhile, Makoto prepared dinner every night, quietly awaiting Fugaku's return, harboring no resentment. After all, as the clan leader, his burdens were several times heavier than those of others, and even when he seemed distant, Makoto understood his actions. She also made an effort to help Sasuke understand Fugaku, often telling him, "When he is with me, we speak of you." Though this may have been a kind-hearted deception, it is undeniable that Uchiha Makoto was a good mother. "I must be going." Wiping the grease from his mouth, Fugaku rose, resembling an emotionless automaton, ready to depart. At times, he despised himself, loathing every aspect of his being. His emotions were on the verge of collapse, and he struggled to maintain control, distracting himself with work to numb his feelings. "Be careful on the way," Makoto replied, her gaze tender as she resumed tidying the dishes. On the road, Fugaku's eyes were vacant, lost in thought, until they settled upon the lake at the roadside. Releasing a deep sigh, suddenly, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he addressed the empty space. "Come out. There is no need to hide." Living under constant surveillance sharpened his instincts. Even in the absence of any disturbance, his intuition told him someone was present. Given his understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen's subordinates, he knew they would not place their spies along this route, as it lay at the heart of Uchiha territory. Anyone monitoring here must consider the possibility of being discovered. There was no need for Sarutobi to surveil the Uchiha. It would be a waste of his resources. Besides, they were all in Konoha, bound by the Hokage's authority, and merely needed to grasp the Uchiha's general movements. This brief analysis clarified Fugaku's thoughts. At that moment, a figure emerged slowly from the darkness, with an unfamiliar visage. Fugaku quickly discerned that this individual did not hail from Konoha, and with the information from his intelligence network, he could deduce the person's identity. The fifth Mizukage? He mused, surprised that such a figure sought him out. "Uchiha Fugaku, what stage are the Uchiha and Konoha at now?" Lin Yu inquired suddenly. Fugaku, astute as he was, immediately surmised Lin Yu and Appos' identity, yet he found himself at a loss for how to respond to the unexpected question. The history between the Uchiha and Konoha was a complex issue that no one could resolve. Furthermore, Lin Yu was not an Uchiha but merely the Mizukage of Kirigakure. What benefit would it serve to reveal the current state of affairs? Would he merely incite discord between the Uchiha and Konoha, allowing this outsider to reap the rewards? Should he divulge that Konoha was on the brink of collapse, embroiled in internal strife, with the higher-ups exerting pressure on the Uchiha? Fugaka fell silent, unwilling to engage further with Lin Yu. Although he shared some history with the third Hokage, he had not reached the point of betraying Konoha. Even if he and Konoha were to part ways, he would not become a historical villain. If my guesses are correct, you must have snuck out. So, it would be wise for you to return before I summon others. I want and Oppos, to expose you. Before he could finish, Lin Yu interrupted him. Itachi has already aligned himself with Konoha. What choice will you, as the Uchiha clan leader, make? Will you offer the Uchiha to them willingly? Or will you fight to preserve your clan, regardless of the consequences? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku exhibited heightened vigilance. This outsider possessed far too much knowledge, and he could sense that the man before him was aware of many hidden truths. Nonetheless, Fugaku maintained his cold demeanor. That does not concern you, he retorted, effectively closing off the conversation. It was evident that Fugaku wished to avoid divulging too much information to this foreigner, especially considering his identity as the fifth Mizukage. He had not anticipated crossing paths with him over such matters. Chapter 65. The daily task of distress at times. Avoidance merely reflects a cowardly disposition. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, you bear the weight of everything, undeniably burdened by it. However, is it not true that only by living can one shoulder such a burden? Lin Yu smiled, exuding a calm demeanor. Cast aside your prejudices. I do not seek to incite conflict between you. My assistance stems from personal reasons. Can you truly cling to your biases, believing that I am hostile simply because I am from the Mist Village? Fugaku exhibited no surprise, his expression rather serene. It appeared he had long been aware of these matters. Without a doubt, as the head of the Uchiha clan, he was not foolish. Even if the members of his clan were. At the very least, he was cognizant of what he needed to know. His amiable and unperturbed demeanor surprised Lin Yu slightly. The answer was clear. Fugaku Uchiha was reluctant to take action. The autumn breeze of the night carried a hint of chill. Fugaku finally uttered a word before falling silent once more. Lin Yu's persistent inquiries had struck a chord within him. Yet, he felt powerless, compelled to allow time to pass slowly, gradually accepting everything, ultimately awaiting the fate that awaited him. I can assist you. After a prolonged silence, Fugaku finally laid aside his reservations, albeit with a hint of caution, and asked, how do you intend to help? Quite simply, eliminate Itachi Uchiha. On the night of the clan's annihilation, Sarutobi Hiruzen sought to shift all blame onto Itachi, making him the scapegoat. Essentially, without Itachi, Sarutobi would likely not have acted. At least, his reputation would hold greater significance. Given that aspect, he would not utilize the Umbu. Do you understand? It must be a member of the Uchiha who takes action to absolve all responsibility. In the end, Itachi would be the one reviled by Konohagakure, not him, Sarutobi. Do you comprehend? Fugaku swallowed hard, seemingly contemplating Lin Yu and Oppos' words. However, what would you gain from aiding the Uchiha without reason? Furthermore, that is my child. Then you have only considered yourself. Have you truly contemplated the welfare of the Uchiha clan? It is not solely you who has a child. Ponder this, Fugaku. I believe you are undoubtedly an intelligent man. As for my motives, consider it a transaction. And I require no repayment from you, Lin Yu stated coldly. Since ancient times, there has never been a clear dichotomy of good and evil. Sarutobi Hiruzen does not embody absolute righteousness. However, when one day, those regarded as dark are eradicated by those seen as just, what then defines the righteousness of the latter? This has always been a profound quandary, one that no one can resolve or differentiate. It is merely a conflict of interest between two sides, inevitably resulting in a disparity of strength. The actions of the powerful are deemed just. In this pathological consensus, what distinction is there between good and evil? This has allowed Lin Yu to perceive the murky nature of this world. In fact, as Itachi Uchiha uttered many strange words, Lin Yu contemplated what answers he might provide. It is merely a pretext for the powerful to chastise the weak. Only the strong have their words deemed as justifications, nothing more. This reflects the lamentable reality of the ninja world, a truth Lin Yu had comprehended long ago, and one that continually constrained him. The time until the Fourth Great Ninja War draws ever closer. Only by mastering formidable strength can one alter this course. Lin Yu felt this deeply. Presently, he sought clarity on a particular matter. If he were to deviate from the original course of events, would his actions lead to change? No one willingly aids another without ulterior motives. Lin Yu, too, was not a paragon of virtue. Thus, he harbored his own self-interest. The following morning, Lin Yu reopened the system panel. Today's task appeared rather unusual. Ever since the last task of devouring the colossal tree, he had assumed there would be no further assignments. A glance at the system, however, left him exasperated. Daily task: successfully devour 500 bowls of ramen. How utterly absurd. The daily tasks provided the quickest means to gain unlocking progress. Though the progress consistently hovered around one, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance, and one is not insignificant. Furthermore, anything related to devouring not only enhances his unlocking progress but may also yield unprecedented rewards. Yet, could he truly consume 500 bowls of ramen? However, recalling that his devouring would automatically convert into the system, he felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, the bizarre items he had consumed thus far might never be digested. A sudden chill reminded him that time was slipping away. Only one day remained. By tomorrow, the fate of the Uchiha would be all too evident. Lin Yu-kun. At that moment, a gentle fragrance wafted towards him from behind. Turning around, a familiar face came into view. It was her. Lin Yu smiled. Though her mental maturity seemed mismatched with her appearance, lending her an air of a little adult. Her unfamiliar visage, while not flawless, was indeed exquisite, reminiscent of his past life. Though she would likely grow braver with age, she currently exuded a hint of timidity. Each morning, provided there were no classes, she would visit the back garden, inhaling the faint scent of flowers, allowing Lin Yu to catch a whiff of floral fragrance from afar. Previously, Lin Yu would place his hand atop her head, gently stroking her hair. Yet now, he seemed to lack a reason to do so. Lin Yu extended his hand to adjust her sonnet back into place, and it appeared quite charming. He had anticipated Lin Yu would utter something more profound, but instead, he bluntly inquired, "Have you eaten?" This left Lon momentarily bewildered. "Shall we eat together?" Chapter 66, The Gastronomic Showdown with the Akimichi father and son on the other side. It was astonishing. He had already consumed 30 bowls of ramen consecutively. 30 whole bowls of ramen. One bowl weighs at least 500 grams. Consuming that many without pause is beyond the capability of an ordinary person. Did you not notice their names? They are none other than the Akimichi father and son, who have monopolized the championship in previous years. It is said that at their peak, they could devour over 70 bowls. What? Over 70 bowls? Such a feat is unimaginable for the average individual. Outside Ichiraka ramen, the crowd had amassed to such a degree that it was nearly impenetrable. Even Saratobi Hiruzen dispatched Kakashi and others to maintain order. This spectacle also caught the attention of Lin Yu. Ichiraka ramen, renowned in the land of the Otsutsuki, was managed solely by its owner and his daughter, yet they successfully sustained the entire operation. Despite the intense competition, they remained remarkably composed, and the flavors produced were identical to those crafted on any other day, unaffected by the time constraints. Every year, such an event is held, with the champion receiving a year's supply of free ramen vouchers. However, as the rounds progressed, by the time they reached the 40th bowl, the Akimichi father and son had already outpaced most competitors. The results were clear. First place, Akimichi Choji, with 42 bowls. Second place, Akimichi Chijiro, with 40 bowls. The challengers had dwindled, leaving only remnants of unfinished ramen scattered about. It seemed the championship was already a foregone conclusion. I had expected a worthy adversary to emerge. One must consider their background. In the absence of absolute confidence in victory, few would dare to join mid-competition. After all, the Akimichi duo and Appo's record stands at over 40 bowls. Who would be foolish enough to? Yet, at that moment, a seemingly slight figure wove through the crowd and sat down at an Ichiraka ramen chair. "Oh, my apologies, Lord Mizukage. We are currently hosting a competition. If you wish to enjoy ramen, you might have to wait a moment," Ichiraka chuckled, his hands never ceasing their deft movements. Such skill is rarely achieved without years of practice. The speed at which he switched tasks was even swifter than that of an average Chunin ninja, prompting Lin Yu to question his true identity. Indeed, I have come to compete, he declared, his voice resonating throughout the arena, igniting the atmosphere to a new height. Even Kakashi, who had been covertly engrossed in a book titled Some Paradise, was drawn in by the declaration. His previously listless eyes began to take on a serious demeanor. The fifth Mizukage, he murmured. A new challenger had arrived. Oh, is that so? He hardly appears to be someone capable of consuming such quantities of food. Could he merely be using the competition as a pretext for a meal? Well, he doesn't seem to be from Konoha either. His belly is not even as large as mine. I hope he doesn't embarrass himself by only managing 1 or 2 bowls, the onlookers jeered. Lin Yu remained indifferent, ignoring the disparaging remarks from the crowd. When the steaming bowl of ramen was placed before him, he took a sip of the rich broth. Savoring the soup before the noodles is an eternal culinary principle. Yet, anyone could see that his stature hardly matched the capacity of Akimichi Choji. The Akimichi clan was renowned in Konoha for their unique physique, capable of converting accumulated calories into energy, thereby significantly enhancing their physical abilities. For an ordinary person to eat in such a manner, it would be akin to hastening their own demise. Insanity. He dares to challenge the Akimichi father and son. A raspy voice emerged from the crowd. Huh. The Akimichi duo possesses a unique physique, honed by a lifetime of training where they are constantly consuming food. This young man is utterly oblivious to the challenge he faces. I estimate he will manage perhaps 10 bowls, came the dismissive response. 10 bowls, in the context of a challenger, would be commendable. Most individuals could only manage 7 or 8. Achieving 10 or 20 bowls would indeed classify one as a competitive eater. But the extraordinary nature of the Akimichi clan necessitated a different standard. At that moment, Akimichi Choji reset the record. What? Have they surpassed 50 bowls already? My goodness. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Given that there were no rivals left, the Akimichi father and son continued to eat, indicating they were pursuing a specific goal. Indeed, they aimed to break their own record once more. The best record stood at 76 bowls. Could they truly achieve this? Could the Akimichi clan once again shatter the record? Meanwhile, Lon sat beside Lin Yu, quietly savoring the broth. Haha, I hope he doesn't end up being outdone by a girl. That would be quite amusing, he chuckled. Look, he is barely halfway through his first bowl and has already stopped eating. Clearly, he lacks the strength to compete. While the villagers of Konoha are known for their simplicity, they can be quite harsh when it comes to competition. However, when Ichirakas suddenly presented 20 bowls of ramen, their expressions transformed into sheer disbelief. In mere seconds, before they could register what had transpired, Lin Yu's bowl vanished completely. This? Impossible. He must be cheating. Yes. It has to be foul play. Who could consume food at such a pace? That was 20 bowls. A full 20 bowls. The crowd erupted in protests. Noticing Lin Yu's cheeks bulging, unable to articulate the enormity of the situation. Yet, within 2 seconds, he returned to his previous state, his body seemingly unchanged. He sat comfortably in the Ichiraka ramen shop, his arms extended wide enough to nearly touch both sides of his neighbors. How terrifying. How could he consume so much in such a short span? Could he, like the Akimichi clan, possess a unique physique? Even Akimichi Choji wore an expression of fear, his eyes betraying his astonishment. It appeared he had encountered a worthy opponent. Who could have anticipated such formidable competition? Come on, Choji. Akimichi Jiro declared, his spirit ignited. Chapter 67. The Fear of Akimichi Choji. All right, Dad, we are the true kings of gluttony. Akimichi Choji declared confidently, his hands never ceasing their work. He remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. A crisp electronic sound rang out once more. Ding. Devouring ramen 20. Reward. Water resistance 5 points. As anticipated by Lin Yu, not only did the consumption contribute to unlocking progress, but it also yielded rewards for devouring. However, how long would it take to consume these 500 bowls? With 20 bowls served at once, even with the broth pre-prepared, it would take at least 5 minutes to plate them. This meant that at maximum, only 200 bowls could be served in an hour. At the current rate, Lin Yu would need at least 5 hours to complete this task. Yet, For the sake of the rewards, he chose not to voice any complaints. After finishing his own meal, Linyu observed Lan as she ate her ramen slowly, savoring each bite. She found nothing unusual in Linyu and Amp, Appo's method of eating. In her eyes, the more one consumed, the better. She, however, could manage only a bowl and a half at most, so she simply joined in the festivities. Even Otsutsuki Ishiki felt a twinge of fear, astonished that someone could devour 20 bowls of ramen in such a brief period. Cold sweat dripped down his face. If it were an ordinary person, he might have considered them a monster. But upon recalling his unique identity, Otsutsuki Ishiki felt somewhat reassured. After all, this was the esteemed Mizukichi. Being able to eat was, ultimately, a positive thing, akin to the idea that those capable should bear more burdens, albeit here. It translated to those capable consuming more. In less than 10 minutes, Akimichi Choji surpassed the milestone of 60 bowls. Initially, he believed Linyu had scarcely eaten. However, a mere glance at the towering stack of empty bowls revealed it was nearly as high as his own. How could this be? We are the true kings of gluttony. How could we possibly lose to someone like him? Choji sneered. He had never experienced such humiliation. His sole pride was being overshadowed by a mere rookie. Nevertheless, he still believed Linyu was merely eating at a faster pace and that his own body had reached its limits, unable to consume any more. 60 bowls was already his extreme. At most, he could manage 70. At that moment, a fierce determination surged within Choji. This is... He could feel his entire being on the brink of explosion. Meanwhile, his father remained stuck at 65 bowls, gradually losing his appetite, even slowing his pace of consumption. Even the heavenly realms could not compare to the spectacle unfolding before Kakashi, whose face was etched with disbelief. That guy, can he really eat so much? Subsequently, Choji gave Linyu a thumbs up, saying, "You're impressive, but if you have the ability, try to break my previous record." With that, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the eating contest. This time, he no longer underestimated Linyu, the dark horse. His entire body seemed to pulsate with energy, entering a frenzied mode as he devoured a bowl in mere 3 bites. In just 5 minutes, he shattered his own record, achieving a staggering 78 bowls. 78. A new record. Truly, the Akimichi clan possesses incredible appetites. Choji, you mustn't continue like this. The essence of a competition lies in participation. You've surpassed your limits. And I know your capacity is only around 70 bowls. You are now overexerting yourself. Eating more could endanger your health, his father cautioned, fully aware of his son's capabilities. However, once the spirit of competition ignited within Choji, he was not one to easily concede. Eating was his ninja way. Perseverance was also his ninja way. Fueled by this drive, his total reached 83, a remarkable feat never before achieved, representing his final stubbornness. Finally, his body could take no more. He even began to feel nauseous. The human body, no matter how strong or gluttonous, has its limits. His veins were visibly prominent, and a flush spread across his skin, yet he persisted. He glanced up, witnessing Linyu's almost devilish speed as he polished off 20 bowls in an instant. And fear filled his gaze. Choji and Amp, Appo's count surged from 80 to 100 bowls. Most alarmingly, Linyu appeared unfazed, even regurgitating what he had consumed in a single moment. Despair washed over Choji. This guy, is he truly a monster? Akimichi Choji lamented, but he did not receive a reply from Linyu, who was now attended to by medical personnel. The keyboard warriors, who had once mocked Linyu, now slinked away, their bravado deflated. From 50 to 80, and then to 100, Linyu's demeanor was calm, instilling dread in the onlookers. Could there truly be such a monstrous appetite? They were incredulous yet compelled to accept the reality before them. Everything seemed surreal. With Choji now incapacitated, Otsutsuki Ishiki and Appo's speed accelerated. 200, 250, 300, 500. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Linyu shattered the record, simultaneously startling Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once Linyu achieved this new record, both the Root Organization and Umbu reported the news to them immediately. The revelation that Linyu had sent Akimichi Choji to the hospital only deepened their apprehension. Even Otsutsuki Ishiki, as he presented Linyu with complimentary meal vouchers, did so begrudgingly. though he ultimately relented, thinking that the Mizukage likely wouldn't remain in Konoha for long. After all, someone who could consume 500 bowls of ramen could potentially bankrupt a restaurant in just a week. Another notification chimed in. Devouring ramen 500, reward, poison resistance 200 points. Gained fire resistance 121 points. Gained ice resistance 214 points. Although no particularly useful skills were acquired. The continuous notifications from the system filled him with immense joy. However, it seemed he had forgotten something important. This should have been his first date with Lon, and he had somehow botched it. Chapter 68. The humility of the weak Lon swayed her little feet, creating ripples in the air. Lin Yu-jun, will I see you again? The silence was ultimately shattered by Lon and Appo's inquiry. Indeed, she was now around 10 years old, not much younger than him. Perhaps only a year or two apart. She had just graduated from the Ninja Academy this year. Perhaps she would continue to study diligently, aspiring to become a nin, or even a nin. She had a fondness for flowers. Or perhaps she would open a flower shop and engage in small business ventures. However, Lin Yu could not foresee the events that would follow. His continued presence in Konoha was contingent upon his request for negotiations. Naturally, this discussion would not last long. Given Lin Yu and Appo's adaptability, he could only manage to hold it off for a maximum of 2 weeks. But what would happen after those 2 weeks? He would no longer be in Konoha. And possibly even before that time frame, he would depart. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's temperament, he would swiftly conclude these negotiations, regardless of the compensation or conditions offered. He could be resolute. As the saying goes, it is not his own money, so why wouldn't he agree? Thus, Lon's question struck a chord, persistently troubling him. At least at this moment, he could not provide a definitive answer. Yet, he did possess a means to keep Lon by his side. However, that would necessitate her returning to the Mist Village with him, undeniably stifling her future prospects. Lin Yu could not bring himself to do that. Have we truly reached the age of graduation? Lin Yu sank into deep contemplation. In fact, Lin Yu-jun, your identity is that of a significant figure, an immensely influential one. Lin Yu smiled. To what extent? Perhaps as notable as Hokage-sama. They say Lin Yu-jun is also a shadow of the village. Will Lin Yu-jun return to his own village? If this is our last meeting, I will cherish these days. It is wonderful to have become your friend. As he gently tousled Wan's hair, she offered no resistance. Indeed. Just as in his past life, Lin Yu was drawn to such a spirited girl. He could not help but feel affection for her. Yet, the moment of parting was inevitably approaching. Even if it was merely temporary, it was a foregone conclusion. Lin Yu could only respond with a foolish smile. Indeed, he would willingly forsake all his abilities to exist as an ordinary person by her side, even if he were born in Konoha. Regrettably, not everything could unfold as one desires. The system endowed him with formidable power, and through relentless effort, he had gradually cultivated his current prowess. But was that truly sufficient? Lin Yu was not inherently greedy. He simply wished at times to allow himself a touch more avarice. On a moonlit night, a figure stealthily approached the Uchiha clan and Appo's territory. The crimson Sharingan rotated slightly, and the coldness on his face deepened. According to plan, tonight, he was destined to be a sinner. Simultaneously, on the other side of Konoha, a spatial vortex erupted, heralding the reappearance of a certain individual. Clearly, aside from the instigation of Konoha and Appo's higher-ups, Masked Man was also involved. He had also descended upon this land. Yet, he found himself in a quandary. Would Uchiha Itachi truly erase the entire Uchiha clan from history? It was undeniably a matter of suspicion. Mere hearsay was hardly convincing. However, as he observed Itachi mercilessly slaying his kin, Uchiha Obito, the Masked Man, revealed a rare smile. Though he hailed from the Uchiha clan, it was evident that since those past incidents, he had developed little fondness for this family. Yes, continue, Itachi. Yet, just as he contemplated joining the fray, a familiar voice resonated behind him. Oh, what a coincidence, you are here too. As the words fell, Obito felt a sudden, intense killing intent surging towards him from behind. Who goes there? Instantly, he submerged his body into the ground, emerging a few dozen meters away, his head barely peeking out. At that moment, cold sweat had already drenched Obito. What are you doing here? Playing mahjong? Linyu teased, despite the casual attire he donned. Obito could recognize his identity at a glance. Linyu, the name that instilled both disdain and fear within him. But why was he here of all places? This was Konoha. That guy had not informed him that Linyu was currently in Konoha. He had just approached him silently. In that instant, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was a close call. He felt as if his whole body was about to tremble. Had he not reacted in time, he might have lost half his life on the spot. Indeed, the name Linyu weighed heavily upon his heart, akin to two boulders pressing down. Could you perhaps wear something else? That outfit hasn't an amp. Appos, tea been washed in over a month, has it? Linyu continued to jest. Were it anyone else, Obito would have long since lost his temper and struck back. Yet, before this man, he dared not move. Tonight was the night of extermination. Following this, Itachi would become a member of the Akatsuki organization. What was supposed to be a straightforward plan had encountered obstacles from the very beginning. Upon reassessing the individual before him, Obito's eyes darkened with gravity, and he made a decisive choice. I'm out of here. He had no desire to engage with such a person. He had merely intended to assist in picking up the pieces and had no intention of risking his life. As Obito and Appo's figure began to flicker away, Linyu revealed a rare disdain. Legendary figures of the Warring States period, the name Uchiha Madara is a title you hardly deserve. I feel no sense of the dignity of a strong person emanating from you. Return to your true name, Uchiha Obito. In just a few short phrases. Every word resonated within Obito. This fellow was insinuating that he was not a formidable individual? How did he know that he was borrowing the name of Uchiha Madara? His pupils contracted, and the Sharingan concealed beneath his mask began to whirl wildly, transforming into its highest form, Manjiki Sharingan. Obito's brow furrowed deeply. Despite the fury boiling within him, he dared not provoke this individual. He could only silently swallow his grievances. Indeed, this was the humility required of the weak. Linyu had once possessed it, yet now, he no longer needed such a thing. Instead, he appeared as a being of strength. But does being strong merely equate to possessing great power? Chapter 69. The arrival of the Night of Annihilation, you wretched, traitorous wolf. The Uchiha clan raised you, and yet you would commit such heinous acts. Insanity. This man, not even sparing his own kin. On the other side, countless wails and screams echoed through the night. No one could have foreseen that what was once considered the prodigy of the Uchiha clan would turn into its betrayer. Under the oppressive gaze of the Manjiki Sharingan, even the hidden members of the Uchiha clan found no refuge. Once, a masked man stood vigil from afar, observing the slaughter of his own kin. However, that masked figure had long since fled in disgrace. As he traversed the Uchiha territory, a mountain of corpses lay in his wake. The work of the Umbu had rendered him almost numb. Even as blades pierced the bodies of his clansmen, no trace of compassion graced his countenance. A cold-hearted man, indeed. This indifference extended to ordinary Uchiha members, who were merely treated as objectives in a task, even if they were relatives he had never met. He did not even blink. Amidst the piles of lifeless bodies, familiar silhouettes emerged. Former companions, and even his beloved, Uchiha Izumi, lay pierced by that merciless blade. Her once lustrous black hair, usually adorned in a purple garb, now stained crimson with blood. Uchiha Itachi felt more than mere sorrow. For the future of the Uchiha, it was imperative that I sever these ties myself. The crimson blood once again saturated the land, enveloping the Uchiha territory in a thick, metallic scent. A faint sound echoed as yet another corpse fell. Forgive me. Yet, this sorrow was limited. His actions conveyed a resolute stance. To capture the leader first, Itachi intended to commence the end of Uchiha history with his father, Uchiha Fugaku. Outside, the masked man and Danzo's root organization awaited. Should anything fall through, there would be others to ensure no loose ends remained. Gazing at the light flickering to life in his family's study, Itachi remained eerily calm. Are they coming? He inhaled deeply, uttering coldly. However, he knew little of his father and Appo's true strength, Uchiha Fugaku. Rumors suggested he too had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet Itachi remained unaware of the abilities it bestowed. Rather than enter through the front door, he opted to appear atop the eaves. Unable to face his father's aged visage or the sight of him kneeling before him, he resolved to conclude this swiftly. Fugaku would find release, as would he, Uchiha Itachi. Gradually exhaling the stagnant air, Itachi radiated a chilling intent. It was only upon shattering the window that he sensed his father's lack of surprise at his arrival. "You have come?" Those simple words sent a shiver down Itachi and Appo's spine, for the voice did not belong to Uchiha Fugaku. It was a voice he knew all too well, Linyu. These two characters unfolded in his mind. This massacre was merely executed with a handful of Danzo's trusted subordinates. Who could have imagined that while one side of Konoha was engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed, the other remained tranquil? Lord Third. There have been unusual movements within the Uchiha clan. Should we suppress them immediately? As the night of annihilation approached, to prevent the Umbu from discerning the truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen had gradually withdrawn Umbu personnel, even commanding them to cease surveillance on the Uchiha clan a day in advance. Yet, it seemed some had slipped through the cracks. While speaking, the Umbu member trembled slightly, the harrowing image of a landscape strewn with corpses etched firmly in his mind. "Understood. This matter is no longer your concern," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied coolly. At that moment, the Umbu member lowered his head, perhaps beginning to understand the connection between this event and his Hokage's actions. However, the silence of the night was on the verge of eruption. The Umbu vanished from sight, awaiting a fate that was all too simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not permit another soul within the Umbu to know of this affair. He would assign the Umbu member tasks beyond his capabilities, so that should he perish in battle, others would believe it was due to his own inadequacies. This was Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's method. He merely needed to observe and await the dawn when the Uchiha clan would vanish from Konoha and Appo's history. Everything was arranged with utmost precision. And he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would remain on the side of the light, respected and revered by all. Yet, as the Umbu member departed, he harbored additional news to relay to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but chose to conceal it. That news pertained to Linyu, the fifth Mizukage, who had vanished from the courtyard. Whereabouts unknown. His murky pupils trembled violently. At that critical moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an unexpected twitch in his eyelid. Left eye for fortune, right eye for disaster. Though he was not superstitious, he felt an unusual unease this night. Am I overthinking? With Danzo watching, there should be no issues. Yes, it should be fine. Yet, inexplicably, his palms grew clammy with sweat. A breeze swept through, sending a chill through him. Perhaps I am simply aging, becoming fragile, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. Donning the Hokage and Appo's cloak, his gaze fixed on a distant part of Konoha. Setting down his pipe, he reached for the thermos on the table, steam rising from it. He sipped the tea, contemplating, "It seems I must quit smoking. Drinking tea is far more beneficial." Though he uttered these words, the act of quitting was another matter entirely. Nevertheless, the eradication of the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly diminish Konoha's strength significantly, rendering it precarious, leaving it vulnerable to those with malicious intent. The new generation had not yet matured. Like a wounded tiger, one must conceal the injury. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood this principle all too well. Chapter 70. The Puppet of Fate. At this moment, Linyu emerged from behind Uchiha Fugaku. A gentle breeze tousled his dark hair, and an imperial aura radiated from between his brows. The mere essence he exuded was enough to render Itachi unable to meet his gaze. However, Itachi was no ordinary individual. He had witnessed grand spectacles before. The pretense of anyone before him held no weight. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. What was he, the fifth Hokage, doing here? Before Itachi could voice his thoughts, Linyu spoke first. If that fellow hadn't Appo's been scared off just now, the four of us could have gathered for a game of mahjong. His tone was calm and measured, devoid of any discernible emotion, save for a fleeting glimmer of lethal intent in his eyes that might have led Uchiha to believe he had simply come to play a game. However, recalling the events of that day, Itachi instinctively felt a surge of weakness. Even the chakra within him grew restless. His brow knitted tightly. The fellow Linyu referred to was likely the masked man. Itachi's own strength had begun to waver in the presence of Linyu, a sensation he had never encountered before. Yet, ironically, Linyu and Appo's divine hand was still in its cooling phase, rendering it unusable today. His previous success had merely been a stroke of luck, having drawn a formidable skill. This time, the outcome might not be so favorable. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, pooling at the tip of his nose. He unleashed a torrent of ocular power. The kaleidoscope in his eyes spinning rapidly, engulfing the entire room in immense chakra. Tsukuyami. Lin Yu had witnessed the might of this technique before, albeit in its enhanced form. In an instant, the floor began to undulate like a river, twisting and contorting. The atmosphere turned a deep crimson, and Itachi and Appos' form inexplicably transformed. Just when victory seemed assured, the illusion shattered, and the surroundings reverted to normal. Impossible. Itachi had never failed before. Uchiha Fugaku and Appos' expression darkened. Itachi, who had prided himself on his mastery of Jinjutsu, had suffered such a dismal defeat. Even a novice ninja, devoid of distractions, would not allow their technique to abruptly cease, let alone a genius like Itachi. Fugaku's astonishment swiftly morphed into terror. The ocular power continued to dwindle, and the kaleidoscope of Sharingan gradually faded from view. Could it be that the man behind him had done something? No, that was not the case. Lin Yu had remained directly behind him, and he was acutely aware that no chakra or ocular fluctuations had emanated from him. The only plausible explanation was that Itachi had dispelled the Jinjutsu himself. But why would Itachi choose to release the illusion? The answer lay solely with Itachi. After such an incident, he could no longer face Lin Yu while employing Jinjutsu. The illusion Lin Yu had casually unleashed dwarfed his own in power. Once confident in his illusions, how could Itachi stand before Lin Yu and attempt to use them? With a cry of bitter reluctance, Fugaku realized that it was not Lin Yu who had acted. It was Itachi who had succumbed to fear. What manner of person could instill such dread in Itachi? Fugaku could not fathom it, nor could he penetrate the mystery surrounding the man before him. At that moment, Itachi finally spoke. This is not a place for you. Clearly, Lin Yu's presence had instilled apprehension in him. Itachi had surmised Lin Yu and Appos' intentions for being here. With him around, Uchiha Itachi was rendered motionless. Dawn was approaching. He could hear the roosters crowing, and he could no longer halt the slaughter. Yet, as if fate were mocking him, just as he was about to execute his plan, a formidable obstacle appeared before him. But Uchiha Itachi was not a man controlled by fate. It is getting late. Let us indulge in some breakfast. Lin Yu yawned, stretching languidly, and in the next instant, he materialized several dozen meters behind Uchiha Itachi. What an extraordinary body flicker technique. Both men in the room gasped in astonishment. Moreover, Itachi sensed that Lin Yu had not utilized any chakra in that maneuver. His Sharingan was continuously spinning, indicating that Lin Yu had achieved such a feat purely through physical prowess. To accomplish this solely through body technique? Remarkable. Such speed. Could he be a master of taijutsu? Fugaku and Appos' eyes widened in awe. In his lengthy life, he had never encountered anyone whose physical abilities reached such heights. Even the famed blue beast of Konoha could not match this velocity. Itachi comprehended the implications of Fugaku's realization and swiftly turned to face the rear. His crimson Sharingan spun anew, and this time he felt invigorated. Even if Lin Yu overshadowed him in Jinjutsu, he would not employ it in his presence, for he held unwavering confidence in the technique he was about to deploy. The Sharingan whirled rapidly, and a wisp of dark flame ignited, seemingly materializing from nowhere. Descending upon this realm, the overwhelming force of destruction began to ravage everything in its wake. Dense black flames encircled Lin Yu from all directions. Merely catching a glimpse of it felt as though one's entire being was aflame. Amaterasu, the pinnacle of the kaleidoscope techniques. Once locked on, the flames would not extinguish until they had incinerated their target completely. Fugaku and Appos' eyes widened in terror. If this were the case, Lin Yu was doomed. No matter how powerful one might be, a mere brush with this flame would unleash its devastating force, subjecting the victim to unimaginable agony until death. This pain transcended physical suffering, invading the soul and even the fabric of space itself. Even as an observer, the sensation felt akin to being seared. As the scene shifted, what transpired next caused the cold sweat on Fugaku's brow to trickle into his eyes, rendering him too fearful to wipe it away. He faced the unfolding events with unending dread. Chapter 71. I am fishing. What are you doing? On the long street. The terrifying black flames emanating from Lin's palm wreak havoc upon everything, completely consuming Uchiha Itachi's own black flames. Eyes gazed intently at the conclusion of Konoha's night. But Amaterasu, in Fugaku and Appo's eyes, astonishment could no longer be contained. Who would have imagined that even without the Manjiki Sharingan, Lin could wield such a technique as Amaterasu? Moreover, that black fire was devouring Itachi's Amaterasu, incinerating it completely. It was utterly suppressed. But why? In an instant, Itachi felt as if he were on the verge of spewing blood. This powerful ocular technique could only be awakened by the Uchiha clan, and it could even be regarded as Itachi and Appo's unique technique, the most formidable and destructive of all fire techniques. Ancestors from the Warring States period had once possessed such ocular prowess, but by Itachi's generation, few remained. It could even be said to be a technique exclusive to Itachi. Presently, the Uchiha clan had become so scarce that even the Manjiki was a rare treasure. Even a single tomo was a peak achievement, something many Uchiha clansmen could only dream of throughout their lives. Countless clansmen lived their lives in a daze, never awakening their eyes. How then could Lin possibly wield Amaterasu? There was no mistaking it. Itachi would not misjudge. The terrifying might he sensed was undoubtedly Amaterasu. But why? Why should his half-hearted Amaterasu surpass his own? It was clearly illogical. Yet, what is logic? The very fact that he could use Amaterasu defied all logic. So many events had transpired today, each one exceeding expectations. Thus, even if Lin now employed a technique like Amaterasu, Itachi would not reveal excessive surprise. He simply felt a perplexing weight pressing down on him. Yet, it was undeniably bizarre. This terrifying creature had disrupted his existing plans. Without him, the Uchiha clan would have long since perished. However, Itachi could not comprehend Lin and Appo's intentions in fiercely protecting the Uchiha clan. After all, he was not one of them, and as the Mizukichi, he should have preferred the chaos of conflict among other ninja villages. The strongest clan in Konoha, the Uchiha's disappearance would only benefit the Mist Village, as it would significantly diminish Konoha's combat strength. Regardless of the eventual outcome, the Uchiha clan's existence offered him no advantage whatsoever. At that moment, a flash of realization illuminated his mind. He seemed to recall something. Like the ancient prophecy, the Crimson Lightning would alter the fate of the Uchiha clan. Thus, the red lightning from several months prior was indeed connected to him. Itachi began to scrutinize the man before him. Combining his previous observations, he appeared to be gaining insight. Could he also be a member of the Uchiha? Upon closer inspection, Itachi quickly dismissed this foolish thought. The bloodline limit he possessed was all too evident. The Sh10 clan undeniably proved his origins from the Kagaya clan of the Mist, not Konoha and Appo's Uchiha. Therefore, his identity was beyond question. Itachi and Appo's hands trembled. Before him stood not merely a man, but rather a monster returned from the depths of hell. Although he could wield Amaterasu, Itachi detected no signs of the Sharingan being utilized. In fact, he could clearly see that Lin's eyes were nothing more than ordinary blue-black pupils. Moreover, Lin's Amaterasu, to be precise, differed in nature from Itachi and Appo's Itachi and Appo's Amaterasu originated from his eyes, engulfing all within his gaze in black flames. However, Lin's seemed to emanate from the palm of his hand. In this regard, they diverged. As the dawn gradually brightened, it became evident that even if he still possessed the strength to fight, he could not continue the battle. Although he could potentially activate the Susanoo, the situation had already been determined, and with the sun rising, there was no further need to persist. This night, without a doubt, Itachi had failed. Thoroughly. At that moment, a pale mist suddenly surged before him, accompanied by a compressed sound. Within the haze, the eerie fluctuations of space could be felt. Vaguely, Itachi crossed his hands, presenting a cold demeanor. He then positioned himself within that spatial vortex. After a considerable time, the mist dissipated, revealing an empty space before him. Lin merely cast a fleeting glance, his expression icy. Sensing the residual spatial fluctuations, he pondered, has Obito not yet received his due lesson? What a tireless specter he was, seemingly appearing wherever one looked. Lin had anticipated that he would learn from this experience and retreat in disgrace, yet he had returned once more. It seemed that when they next crossed paths, he must leave him no opportunity. Meanwhile, a pair of aged eyes bore down on him, filled with torment, fixating intently upon him. Despite being the clan leader, he appeared utterly disheveled, lacking conviction. What should I do next? The weathered visage was etched with the marks of hardship. After enduring these events, he now exhibited utmost deference. The dawn was fast approaching. All he needed to remember was to always stay a step ahead of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if the Uchiha clan could not reclaim its former glory, they would not suffer a devastating fate. Before Fugaku could finish his thoughts, a swift movement saw Lin vanish from before him once more. Simultaneously, the Umbu had spent the entire night searching for Lin. Eventually, they discovered him purchasing breakfast at a local eatery. "Good morning, everyone. Would you care for something to eat?" Lin inquired, holding 2 steam baskets filled with dumplings. "No, thank you, Lord Mizukichi." "Really? What a pity. Such delicious dumplings are a rarity in the mist." At that moment, the Umbu seemed poised to ask something, yet hesitated to voice their inquiries. They exchanged furtive glances, using gestures typically reserved for missions. The gist of their conversation was as follows. "Hey, who will ask first?" "I dare not." "Neither do I. The one who asks first gets treated to barbecue by the others at noon, so who will go?" After a moment of standoff, someone finally spoke up. "Lord Mizukichi, where did you go yesterday?" "Ah, I went fishing," Lin replied candidly. "But, Lord Mizukichi, what about the fish you caught?" To be precise, it was impossible to find a fishing spot within Konoha. Even the nearest river required leaving the village. Although the Umbu knew Lin was fabricating a story, they dared not speak out against it. "I didn't catch anything. The fish slipped away." Beneath their masks, the expressions of the Umbu froze, their bodies standing still in shock. Yet, Lin had indeed not lied. Fishing did not necessarily require one to catch fish swimming in water. With a slight smirk, he nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 72. Shimura Danzo and Appo's next move at dawn. Sarutobi Hiruzen awoke in the Hokage and Appo's office. As was his routine, if he worked late into the night, he would often take a brief respite in his office. After changing his attire and grooming himself, his gaze fixated intently on the other side of Konoha. At this moment, his brow furrowed deeply. According to the timeline, someone should have arrived to report the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. To his surprise, there was indeed a visitor, but it was not one of his subordinates. It was Shimura Danzo, who had been conspicuously absent for half a month. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, he burst through the door of the Hokage and Appo's office, accompanied by a legion of root members. This brazen act caused Hiruzen and Appo's expression to darken, and he was seized by a fit of rage. "How dare you, Danzo? What is your intention in storming into the Hokage and Appo's office with such a multitude of shinobi?" Hiruzen and Appo's voice rose in a serious tone, his suspicions of rebellion igniting with fervor. He was acutely aware of Danzo and Appo's long-standing ambitions for the Hokage title, but he never expected him to resort to such crude threats. The position of Hokage is not merely a matter of strength. It is a role that must be filled by one who embodies the will of the people. It cannot be seized through brute force. Indeed, power is one of the essential prerequisites for the Hokage, yet it is far from the only criterion. Has Danzo truly failed to grasp this fundamental truth all these years? Seeing Danzo and Appo's audacious behavior ignited Hiruzen and Appo's fury. His eyes radiating an aura of lethal intent focused sharply on Danzo. "Our plans have faltered. Uchiha Itachi has vanished. That old wretch still lives. The Uchiha clan has not been exterminated." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's countenance shifted dramatically. "The old wretch? Are you referring to Uchiha Fugaku? Are you jesting? Has Itachi truly had a change of heart?" In the Hokage and Appo's office, Hiruzen appeared increasingly agitated after receiving this news, as if his very soul had been sapped. Collapsing into his chair with panic etched across his face. The night of the massacre had unfolded in such a manner, presenting a dire omen for Konoha, for Danzo. and even for the third Hokage himself. The failure of the extermination plan implied that Fugaku would likely suspect him of complicity. The thought filled Hiruzen with dread. If this were indeed the case, the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha would only deepen. He then retrieved a crystal ball, seated himself in the Hokage and Appo's chair, and infused his chakra into the orb. Ninjutsu, telescope technique. This unique jutsu of the third Hokage, which even his disciple Jiraiya had not had the opportunity to master, served to surveil the entirety of Konoha, including the state of the Uchiha clan. A ripple spread across the surface of the crystal ball, and soon an image materialized. What should have been a scene of carnage and despair instead astonished Hiruzen. The ground bore no traces of blood, nor were there any corpses in sight. Uchiha clan members wandered about, engaged in light-hearted conversation, as if leading a serene pastoral existence. Cold sweat broke out upon Hiruzen's brow. Why was this occurring? He could not fathom it. He incessantly switched the angles within the crystal ball, desperately seeking to quell the unease swelling within him. Not him. Not him. Where could he be? Suddenly, the image within the crystal ball stuttered, revealing a corner of the clan's territory. Uchiha Fugaku, a face marked by the passage of time, yet maintaining its stern demeanor. He acknowledged the greetings of clan members with a brief smile and a nod, appearing to be on his way to work. Could it be that Itachi had ultimately not gone through with it? Hiruzen sprang to his feet, shattering the teacup on his desk with a fierce grip. The splintered shards mingled with the remnants of yesterday's tea, scattering across the Hokage's office in an instant. No, given his nature, he is not the sort to have a change of heart midway. If he were to reconsider, it would not be at such a critical juncture. At this point, Danzo hesitated, as if he had more to say. On the surface, it seems inconsequential, but we have already disposed of the bodies. My men discovered one corpse, a body belonging to Uchiha Izumi. The mention of this name rendered Hiruzen and Appo's expression one of sheer shock. He understood that Uchiha Izumi was Itachi and Appo's girlfriend. A man capable of such ruthlessness towards his own beloved could never simply abandon his mission halfway. Moreover, the notion that Uchiha Fugaku possessed greater strength than Itachi was dubious at best. Ultimately, Fugaku was merely a charismatic leader. In terms of raw power, Itachi far surpassed him, even eclipsing the clan and Appo's elite. With eyes now filled with astonishment, Danzo broke the silence after a lengthy pause. There is another intriguing matter, but I presume your men have already briefed you on it. Before Hiruzen could inquire further, Danzo sensed the answer on Hiruzen and Appo's face. I never expected you to be unaware of such matters, Hiruzen. Danzo and Appo's expression bore a hint of mockery. Hiruzen, feeling an inexplicable irritation at Danzo and Appo's words, scoffed. Enough with the cryptic hints. Is this the attitude one should exhibit when soliciting assistance? Ask your subordinates, but to wield such influence over others is typical of you. The third. Very well, I must now depart to prepare for the next steps, Danzo retorted with an air of sarcasm, turning to leave without a backward glance. As he watched Danzo's retreating figure, Hiruzen fixed him with a fierce glare, shouting, "What are you scheming behind my back? Your audacity knows no bounds, Danzo." Danzo's face remained shrouded in shadow, unperturbed by Hiruzen's outburst, instead exuding an air of disdain. Yet, perhaps sensing Hiruzen's ignorance, he revealed a fragment of information. You might want to investigate whether that individual left any locations yesterday. Though he did not name the person directly, Hiruzen had an inkling. His brow furrowed once more. And this tension lingered for an entire day. Chapter 73. I wish to protect you within the confines of Training Ground 8 in Konoha, amidst the dense thicket. A masked man, whose face was obscured save for a single eye, observed Lin Yu and Lan engaged in their training with a sense of ennui. After a few disparaging remarks, Kakashi seemed slightly perturbed. However, the task assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen was not one he could easily shirk, despite this being a time when a new issue of A Certain Paradise was to be released. He had to forego the opportunity to queue for it in order to monitor the pair before him. Kakashi found himself perched atop a tree, silently scrutinizing the two. To his surprise, the esteemed Mizukage of the Mist Village was personally instructing the young girl from Konoha. On the training field, the girl diligently struck at the wooden post, perspiration glistening on her brow, while beside her stood a gentleman, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. To an unsuspecting passerby, this scene might appear innocuous, merely depicting two childhood companions engaging in mutual training. Yet, only Kakashi, concealed in the shadows, understood the significance of the dashing youth beside Lon. At such a young age, he had already ascended to the stature of a village leader, a figure whom even the third Hokage regarded with trepidation. Kakashi could sense that the fifth Mizukage was not the weak puppet that rumors suggested. Rather, he was formidable and indeed perilous. This instinct was honed through countless encounters with adversaries, a skill forged in the crucible of experience. Kakashi surmised that as long as no provocations were made, danger could be averted. The dilapidated training ground 8, while evoking a sense of melancholy, possessed a singular advantage that masked its numerous deficiencies, an abundance of tranquility. This training ground had become a relic of the past, seldom frequented by others. In contrast to the complexities of the adult world, the realm of children remained simple and predictable. Kakashi quickly discerned Linyu and Appo's intent. He merely sought a peaceful environment. As a man, there were certain matters he preferred not to expose. Those who understood did so without words. Observing the youth's courtship of the girl was rather uninteresting for someone of Kakashi's maturity. Thus, he retrieved an issue of A Certain Paradise from the inner pocket of his attire. Though he had perused it numerous times, he found himself engrossed once more, savoring its contents. However, due to his surveillance duty, he would be unable to procure the latest issue of the magazine until 3 days hence, when it would be widely available. Frustrating indeed. Kakashi reclined against a branch, his thoughts drifting. Lon maintained her gentle demeanor, yet Linyu was acutely aware of the concealed sorrow lurking beneath her soft exterior, the plight of a war orphan. Following her entry into an orphanage, her brother had caught the attention of Danzo, who brought him into the Root organization for training. The young man had made a request to take her along, much to Danzo's initial reluctance. An additional person was merely an extra burden. Although her talent was somewhat promising, Danzo doubted the feasibility of nurturing it with the substantial investment of time required. However, as her brother excelled within Root and garnered Danzo and Appo's favor, he gradually acquired a degree of influence, successfully advocating for her to receive a new identity, enabling her to reside within Konoha, merely a stroke of luck. At this moment, Lon was practicing the body flicker technique in the clearing, occasionally attempting a C-rank ninjutsu with apparent lack of fluency. The space was occupied solely by the two of them. Linyu-kun, could you teach me the hand signs once more? She inquired. Pay attention. This technique primarily emphasizes maintaining chakra stability, and hand signs are not strictly necessary. Wind release, gale palm. In an instant, Linyu and Appo's hands came together, a torrent of chakra coalescing within her grasp, compressing into a violent gale. Kakashi, who was observing from afar, furrowed his brow. Though merely a modest C-rank technique, the sheer intensity of the compression in her execution was alarming. Even from 500 meters away, he could feel the chaotic chakra energy continuing to accumulate. The potency had transcended that of a mere C-rank ninjutsu. This was an improved version of Gale Palm. Originally, the technique and Appo's lethality was already considerable. There was no need to compress such an overwhelming amount of energy merely for demonstration. Cold sweat trickled down Kakashi and Appo's brow as his gaze remained fixated on the scene. The chakra continued to amass. He pondered, what was she attempting to achieve? The ominous force drew closer, a tempest of wild chakra swirling about. A violent gust surged toward him, nearly propelling him from his perch. No, it was far more than mere displacement. Moments later, Kakashi realized that the gale palm unleashed by Linyu had uprooted dozens of trees in its wake. Even after traversing 500 meters, it retained such formidable power. Had he been any closer, he might have met his end at that very moment. Kakashi and Appo's expression grew grave as he reluctantly set aside the magazine and began to take the situation seriously. Had he been discovered so early? This was indeed perilous work. Monitoring such an individual proved to be a daunting task. The capacity to compress chakra to such an extent was indicative of a truly formidable opponent. It was worth noting that the technique itself did not require a substantial amount of chakra. However, continuous compression diminished 1 and amp, Apos, S control over it. Given the scale of what she had just executed, only someone with absolute confidence in their chakra mastery would dare attempt it. A failure could have resulted in being torn apart by the surrounding tempest, a gruesome fate. Kakashi, known for his composure, now exhibited a hint of disarray. However, now that he had been discovered, remaining there served no purpose. He decided to return and report to the third Hokage, perhaps if time permitted. He could still procure the latest issue of the magazine. After a moment of contemplation, he vanished from his hiding place. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Linyu gently caressed Lon and Amp, Apos, S head. You must diligently study your ninjutsu, even if you choose not to pursue the path of a ninja. Possessing strength will enable you to protect those you wish to safeguard. Lon, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, smiled and replied, Then can I protect you? Chapter 74. The dusty memories. Of course, if Lon becomes formidable in the future, then anyone can be protected. Time is not on our side. The day's training is drawing to a close. After escorting Lon home, on a secluded path, a member of the Uchiha clan appeared behind Linyu, unhesitatingly handing over critical intelligence. Currently, the Uchiha territory has been infiltrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Apos, S subordinates, each one originating from the Umbu. Using the Uchiha's turmoil as a pretext to enhance their surveillance over the clan. This isn't merely observation. They are attempting to usurp the Uchiha. They have systematically undermined the authority of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. Although their infiltration is not yet profound at this rate, they will soon uncover the conspiracy that the Uchiha once harbored against the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen acted preemptively because he was aware of the Uchiha clan's intentions. Thus, this time, he was impulsive in his quest for substantial evidence to condemn the Uchiha, which would label them as traitors to the village and the Hokage, leading to their expulsion or, at worst, their demise at his hands. Rationality. Sarutobi Hiruzen is seeking justification. It is evident that Itachi's disappearance has thrown a wrench in his plans. If he does not strike first, the Uchiha will retaliate. This is a straightforward logic. One even Linyu, who is not particularly adept at strategy, can comprehend. He is merely searching for a valid reason, a cause that would allow him to condemn the Uchiha openly. As he spoke, the Uchiha clansman found it hard to believe. Being Fugaku's trusted aide, he felt assured. However, Linyu felt no obligation to provide counsel. His primary concern was ensuring the Uchiha were not erased from history. Nevertheless, witnessing the respect emanating from the individual before him, he decided to voice his thoughts. Lord Linyu, the clan leader has sent me to seek your guidance on our next steps. To ensure matters proceed smoothly, one must not be hasty. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Apos' maneuver was swift. Even Linyu could commend it. However, for someone who holds the reins of the situation, he was a tad too impatient, inadvertently revealing his intentions. By conventional reasoning, when a village head faces a massacre within the village, the first course of action should be to comfort the clansmen and bolster their protection, rather than seize the opportunity to infiltrate. It is likely that many Uchiha can sense this as well. Although Itachi's hand seems to have been behind the massacre, Sarutobi Hiruzen's involvement cannot be entirely dismissed. The third Hokage, disregarding external criticism, appears to have completely ignited the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha. Such impulsiveness, Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed anxious. However, it is precisely because of this urgency that Linyu sees an opportunity. Since they are intent on finding evidence, let them have it. Yet, for someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is steeped in suspicion, convincing him is no simple feat. Inform Fugaku to confront Danzo and create a scene. It must be evident to all. Moreover, we shall provide them with whatever evidence they desire, but we also need to fabricate some items. The autumn night breeze carried a chill. Nevertheless, Linyu remained clad in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, barely donning the Mizukage cloak he had brought along. But what exactly do we need to fabricate? Observing Linyu and Amp, Apos' expression, the Uchiha Fugaku and Amp, Apos' aide seemed to grasp Linyu and Amp, Apos' intent. Yet, hearing a child younger than himself articulate such a strategy sent shivers down his spine. Given that the conflict has been thoroughly ignited, why not allow it to trigger a chain reaction? Spectators never find events too grand. If we can fabricate evidence suggesting that Danzo instigated the Uchiha rebellion, ultimately aiming to eliminate them, then Hiruzen and Appo's wrath will divert toward Danzo. Thus, Danzo's involvement could be orchestrated without Linyu needing to intervene directly. Although the Uchiha might suffer some repercussions, they would not bear the brunt of the damage. This is merely the first step, yet it is also the most challenging. The Uchiha and Appo's survival hinges on how their clan leader navigates this. With a wave of his hand, Linyu departed. The day following Linyu and Appo's conversation with the aide, Fugaku acted swiftly. As the Uchiha clan leader, he was decisive and unhesitant, directly leading a group to confront Danzo. Calmly enjoying some dumplings by the roadside, Linyu squinted. Following the unrest in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen's surveillance had significantly diminished. The Uchiha clan must be preserved at all costs. According to the plan, Fugaku need not engage Danzo directly. Even a mere altercation with Danzo and Appo's subordinates would suffice to create the desired illusion. The subordinates, manipulated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, would present the evidence they had gathered to him. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen reviews the materials, he will undoubtedly feel the pressure, not from the Uchiha, but from Danzo. In this manner, the conflict would be successfully redirected. On the surface, the fact that the Uchiha intended to rebel would remain unchanged, yet the narrative would suggest that Danzo was the mastermind behind the scenes. Moreover, evidence personally obtained by Fugaku and Appo's trusted aide would lend credibility, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed something amiss. It is entirely foreseeable that Konoha would soon be abuzz with excitement. Linyu, who still harbored fondness for the people of Konoha, held little affection for the place itself. Suddenly, an idea struck Linyu. He stuffed the last dumpling into his mouth and followed the trail of memories to a particular household. Sure enough, at the entrance, 2 wooden plaques stood, and the familiar grand door resembled that of his former home. However, unlike before, the familiar door bore 2 unfamiliar seals, indicating that the premises had been locked down, prohibiting entry to anyone. Not only were there seals, but Linyu could also sense a faint layer of sealing placed around his home. What had transpired? Without further ado, Linyu gathered a decaying power in his hand. Divine Martial 6 techniques. Divine Finger, as a bone needle gradually emerged from his fingertip. The terrifying force caused the surrounding air to stir restlessly. Manipulating the needle, he directed it toward the seal, as the decaying power consumed everything upon it. After a second, the seal was shattered, and the dusty memories began to awaken. Chapter 75. Insights. What is the ultimate power of the world? After enduring numerous trials, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared utterly worn out. His countenance aged significantly. Recently, the only tidbit of good news was that Asuma had once again successfully completed an S-rank mission, allowing for another tally on his record. Early in the morning, Hiruzen, who could have relished a cup of tea and a leisurely smoke, was instead consumed by fury upon receiving this news, his expression darkening ominously. Cough, cough. Before him stood a man who seemed equally feeble, plagued by a persistent cough that rendered speech difficult. Yet, who would have thought that such a frail individual was also a formidable jonin? Mikazuki Jiraiya gazed at the vapor wafting from the pipe, yearning to voice his thoughts but too apprehensive to do so. Thankfully, the wind was not blowing in his direction. Yet his throat could not cease its incessant coughing. Danzo and Fugaku? Are you certain? Hiruzen and Appo's eyes glimmered with disbelief. He could not fathom that Danzo and Fugaku would come to blows, considering their minimal interactions, if any. Yet, why did such a confrontation occur at this precise moment? Even if the plan had originated from Danzo and received unanimous approval from the higher-ups, they were not fools to discuss such matters openly. Are you certain it was Uchiha Fugaku? Mikazuki Jiraiya replied with a wry smile. Cough. It was undoubtedly Fugaku. His men have already clashed with Root due to some conflict. The Umbu did not intervene? After a moment of silence, Hiruzen spoke again. Cough. They did not engage, considering the Uchiha and Appo's combat prowess. Cough. They are utterly useless. Infuriated and at a loss for words, Hiruzen cast a cold glance at Mikazuki Jiraiya. Though he said little, Jiraiya could feel the chill emanating from him. He donned the Hokage cloak and hastily departed to quell the unrest. This was the first time he had witnessed the Hokage in such a furious state. Even though he understood that these remarks were directed at the Umbu, he still felt a lingering dread. Despite his timely report, he sensed that Hiruzen's wrath had inadvertently splashed onto him. He could even perceive Hiruzen and Appo's unusual expression while he coughed during the report. How had the Hokage suddenly become so unfamiliar? Perhaps it was due to his usual kindness that this sudden anger created such a stark contrast, making Hiruzen seem strange. After a moment in Appo's contemplation, Mikazuki Jiraiya shook his head and let out a long sigh as he departed. Meanwhile, Linyu was about to step into his home when he was halted by some idle gossip. Some passers-by, residents of the area, were startled to see Linyu return. Trembling with apprehension, they whispered among themselves, "That ominous place. How could anyone dare venture there? What if they attract something sinister?" Yes. They say that family angered some malevolent spirit and is now being hunted down. Who knows? That young man, so youthful. Red lightning. Uchiha Itachi had mentioned this when he sought him out, and Linyu was beginning to understand. Second, evaporation. Those closely connected to him had been erased from existence. From these keywords, Linyu could surmise the sequence of events. At that moment, a bold hypothesis struck him. Perhaps his rebirth in this world had caused a conflict with the original world, prompting that mysterious force to strive to erase his existence in an attempt to rectify the anomaly. It is a simple truth: two identical souls cannot coexist in the same realm. It is easy to imagine that had he been his former self, he might have shared the villagers' incredulity regarding such matters. However, after this reflection, he began to comprehend. If the impossible event of his rebirth could occur, what else could he possibly question? He had arrived in this world under mysterious circumstances, the details of his rebirth now a blur. Yet, he sensed an immensely powerful force guiding him through this world. Suddenly, a thought struck Linyu. Narrowing his eyes, he swiftly accessed the system interface. Indeed. Name: Linyu. Power level 1384. Agility 999. Stamina 1200. Mental resistance 314. 1000. Fire resistance 315. 2000. Water resistance 521. 2000. Abilities: 6 styles of divine martial arts, divine finger; 6 styles of divine martial arts, flame palm; sage body, hand of God. Latest unlock: sword intent of the great swordsman. Unlock percentage 903. Daily task: devour Jiraiya and Appo's summoning beast. After a period of growth, Linyu had made significant improvements in his stats. Beyond the foundational values, he had also acquired some resistance attributes. Literally interpreted, he was now immune to certain low-powered techniques. However, the acquisition of these resistances was random and occurred with relatively low probability. Occasionally, the system would issue some bizarre tasks, such as devour Kusanagi sword, blade of the void, or devour the cosmos, for tasks that he could not complete immediately. Linyu chose to wait for the next day and Appo's refresh. Not every moment was opportune. When faced with peculiar tasks, Linyu had to forego them, which is why his sword intent of the great swordsman had only reached an unlock percentage of 903 thus far. He disregarded these and navigated to the final item on the system and Appo's list. It was a small line at the very bottom. He had been at a loss, but today, after experiencing these events, he began to form his own insights. Was there a connection between the red lightning and the ultimate power of the world? Chapter 76 Shimura Danzo shall not allow you to exit Konoha. That afternoon, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemingly stirred by some unseen force, summoned a meeting once more. The conference room quickly filled with attendees, including Sarutobi. In stark contrast to the previous occasion, a cold smile coupled with anger adorned his visage. Observing his displeasure, Linyu speculated that he must have uncovered some troubling information. The very air around them was thick with tension, as even from across the table, he could sense the tremor in Sarutobi's beard, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Danzo. These subtle details did not escape Linyu's keen perception, prompting a mere smile in response. In light of the circumstances between Konoha and the Hidden Mist, at the behest of the Hokage, we have resumed negotiations, hoping for a resolution satisfactory to both parties, stated Kakashi. Sarutobi then turned his piercing gaze towards Linyu. He had become privy to a piece of intelligence, precisely what Linyu intended for him to learn. Indeed, Linyu's departure that fateful night had sown seeds of doubt in Sarutobi's mind. Even now, he remained on high alert, aware that a mere fleeting glance could reveal his intentions and place him back in Sarutobi's crosshairs. The atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating, while Sarutobi scrutinized Linyu. The other senior members of Konoha awaited his words with bated breath. I apologize, but recent events involving the Uchiha clan have delayed our discussions with the Hidden Mist, Sarutobi remarked, casting a careful eye upon Linyu to detect any unusual reactions. If he were dealing with an adult, Sarutobi might not have perceived any signs. Trained ninjas, even under duress, rarely divulge their secrets. However, Linyu was different. Still perceived as a child, Sarutobi believed he could easily read Linyu and Appo's expressions for any hidden agendas. While words can deceive, expressions rarely do, making this a shrewd technique in negotiations. Yet, this approach would prove less effective against seasoned ninjas. Linyu, however, was a reincarnated soul, his mind far from ordinary. Though he lacked Sarutobi's experience, he was adept at concealing his true self. It and Appo's quite all right. The ramen in Konoha is quite delectable. I might just become a resident here. Who knows when I'll have the pleasure of tasting such delights again? Linyu replied with a calm smile. Sarutobi slowly continued. Is it possible that the Mizukage is unaware of the happenings within the Uchiha clan? This was a trap laid by Sarutobi. Since it was a trap, it was not straightforward. To him, Linyu and Appo's response, while seemingly flawless, concealed a critical flaw. He was evading discussions regarding the Uchiha entirely. Thus, Sarutobi's next statement was a test, straightforward and potent. I've heard whispers of a madman emerging, one who has even slain his own kin. However, Hokage, I have no interest in such matters. Let us focus on discussing reparations instead. Linyu replied with a subtle smile. In this strategic exchange, he gained the upper hand. His seemingly innocuous words were, in fact, a counter to Sarutobi, as he deliberately referred to Itachi Uchiha as a madman, avoiding direct mention of his name to mask his own knowledge. At this juncture, Sarutobi's expression hardened, and he refrained from pursuing the line of questioning further. To continue would imply a lack of clarity in his role as Hokage. He felt a sense of frustration, as if being led by the nose. In the past, Sarutobi often employed this tactic. Despite his suspicions regarding Linyu, he recognized the urgency of addressing the main issue. Indeed, harboring such a perilous individual within Konoha was a source of great concern, and monitoring him would further strain an already depleted Umbu. Sarutobi began to suspect that Linyu and Appo's interference had led to Itachi and Appo's failure in his mission, and with the emergence of numerous troubling revelations from Danzo, his distrust deepened. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi finally broke the silence. We acknowledge our prior transgressions. After careful consideration, we have resolved to double the compensation amount while maintaining all existing conditions. Naturally, I hope the Mizukage, as a person of great magnanimity, can overlook past grievances and accept our sincere apologies. We will also defer to you regarding the personnel involved in this incident. Should you have any further requests, do not hesitate to voice them. This was not an act of surrender. Rather, he aimed to expedite Linyu and Appo's departure from the village. Konoha could no longer afford the unpredictability he represented. Meanwhile, Danzo squinted, feigning indifference as he gazed elsewhere. Konoha had always adopted a softer approach in negotiations, and upon witnessing Sarutobi and Appo's demeanor, Linyu pondered deeply. He had anticipated a firmer stance from Sarutobi, expecting Linyu to concede under unchanged conditions. However, the current climate left him disoriented. This was no negotiation. Sarutobi was subtly pushing for Linyu and Appo's exit from Konoha. Even if Linyu were to propose greater demands, Sarutobi would likely acquiesce on the spot. Yet, it was this very insight into Sarutobi and Appo's intentions that enabled Linyu to seize the opportunity. Rising to his feet with a slight smile, he declared loudly, "I demand 20-fold compensation." His proclamation revitalized the previously stagnant atmosphere. Expressions of outrage quickly spread across the faces of those present. 20-fold? Is this a signal that you wish to terminate negotiations? We cannot afford to ignite a war. I refuse to be subjugated any longer. Reason prevailed. At least it was not he who initiated hostility. It seems there is no need for further discussions, Linyu. Today, you shall not leave Konoha. Chapter 78. The inevitability of circumstance in the courtyard of the Hyuga clan within Konoha, Hinata, and Appo's father, Hyuga Hisashi, wielded a wooden sword, embodying the essence of martial tradition. Yet, he felt an overwhelming burden. Following the recent turmoil involving the Uchiha clan, he had become increasingly subdued, haunted by the uncertainty of whether he might be next. His dedication to the Hyuga clan had always been unwavering, even shouldering the financial repercussions from the conflict with the Hidden Mist. As the clan leader, he often felt suffocated, grappling with the question of how to face his kin. The prospect of selling off all the Hyuga family and Appo's assets to cover the compensation weighed heavily on his mind. What would become of them then? He had long faced the pressures imposed by Sarutobi Hiruzen with the demeanor of a submissive lapdog, and he had grown weary of it. Memories of past events flooded his mind, reminding him of how he had capitulated even in the face of the Hidden Cloud Village. Agreeing to surrender his own brother at the behest of Konoha and Appo's higher-ups. These memories left scars that could never truly heal. Despite being a nobleman within Konoha, blessed with the Byakugan, he felt as though he lived a life inferior to that of a mere dog. Thus, he yearned for someone to lead the Hyuga clan towards glory, resulting in his occasional strictness, a reflection of his inner turmoil. Perhaps he had once considered Niji as that beacon of hope, yet the division between the main and branch families rendered such aspirations futile. Consequently, he placed his hopes on the young Hanabi. As for Hinata, he held little expectation, merely wishing she would not become a source of ridicule. A sense of foreboding settled over him. He sensed something amiss, an instinctual dread that gnawed at him. After completing 10,000 strikes, Hinata and Appo's frail arms ached unbearably. Who could have imagined that even Linyu could not endure such a task? Yet here was a little girl who, year after year, persevered in her training without complaint. It was almost unfathomable. Hinata sheathed her wooden sword, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared for the next phase of her training, despite her hands being swollen and bruised. Even after years of training, her 7-year-old body struggled to withstand the strain, merely compounding her injuries. She bore the pain in silence, determined. "Father, I wish to continue practicing gentle fist," she announced. The gentle fist technique involved channeling chakra into the palms to inflict internal damage with even the lightest touch, a unique martial art of the Hyuga clan. The exhausted 7-year-old Hinata bowed slightly to Hisashi, ready to embark on the next exercise. Although she worked diligently and often exceeded the tasks assigned by her father, her innate talent was lacking. Among her peers at the Ninja Academy, she could surpass many. Yet within the confines of the Hyuga clan, she felt utterly ordinary. This perception dulled Hisashi and Appo's features, rendering him perpetually stern as he demanded excellence from Hinata. Perhaps burdened by numerous worries, his temperament today was particularly irritable. There and Appo's no point in continuing. "No matter how hard you try, you remain the same," he reprimanded, his tone harsher than usual, tinged with frustration. Hinata and Appo's eyes glistened with tears as she bowed and left. She had grown accustomed to this treatment. A little girl yearning for her father and Appo's approval. For 7 years she had waited, using this desire to restrain herself. Yet, her father had never truly acknowledged her, only offering sighs of disappointment. From the moment of her birth, she had been subjected to her father and Appo's rigorous training regimen. As early as a year and a half, when she had just learned to walk, he demanded she run laps around their courtyard. As a member of the main family, she was constantly compared to her brother Niji, who had mastered walking before he was even 1, while Hinata had still been crawling. Everyone recognized Niji Hyuga, and those who met him often lamented the misfortune of his being born into the branch family. Yet, rules were rules. The cage bird of his forehead restricted all his potential. No matter how great his achievements or how prodigious his talent as a member of the branch family, he was destined to protect the main family. This was Niji and Appo's own tragedy, fueling his resentment. He directed his anger not only at the circumstances, but also at his sister. In their sparring matches, he showed no mercy. Hinata, too, bore her own sorrow. Even when she fell, no one offered her words of comfort. It was always, "Get up." Hinata. This was the harsh truth she had to accept as a member of the main family. How about this? Let me give you another number, 128 times. 128 times? What kind of concept was that? If they had initially intended to offer a compensation of 1 million to settle matters. Now they were faced with an astronomical figure. Most of Konoha and Appo's higher-ups, witnessing Linyu and Appo's erratic behavior, assumed he had been provoked into madness. At this moment, Linyu and Appo's newly proposed figure left everyone, including Hiruzen, in shock. 128 times. Even if they were to liquidate all the assets of both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, it was uncertain if they could even meet half of that sum. In that instant, Hiruzen began to comprehend that Linyu had not come to negotiate in good faith. Whatever his intentions, Hiruzen felt as if he were being toyed with. Capture him. Don't let him get away with this madness. Make sure he cannot leave Konoha, and let us see how he dares to claim 128 times. Urged Danzo, igniting a fervor among the assembly. Only Hiruzen stood still, lost in thought, pondering Linyu's true motives. What exactly did he intend to achieve? Chapter 78. The retreat of Danzo. In that moment, the atmosphere within the conference room reached an unbearable tension. The inner turmoil of each individual was reignited anew. Adding to this, Danzo and Appo's provocative words undeniably lowered the mood even further. Linyu nonchalantly waved his hand, subtly indicating that this was his final attempt to corner Sarutobi Hiruzen into a desperate situation. He wished to gauge the limits of Hiruzen and Appo's forbearance. For he was certain that no matter how exorbitant his demands, Hiruzen would acquiesce without hesitation. Thus, he boldly made his demands, knowing full well that it was not his own wealth at stake. He could even petition the feudal lords of the Land of Fire or compel the Hyuga clan to liquidate their assets. Ultimately, the blame would rest upon Danzo, for it was his nefarious deeds that had led Konoha to such a dire state. The third Hokage was merely attempting to clean up after him. All ire would inevitably be directed at Danzo, while Linyu would merely be seen as the one making unreasonable demands. Understanding Hiruzen well, Linyu dared to dismantle his psychological defenses step by step. A cornered dog will leap over walls, a frightened rabbit may bite back, yet Hiruzen Sarutobi would not. Have you made up your mind? Linyu propped his legs on the table, exuding an air of calmness that only served to infuriate those around him. Do not overstep your bounds. Mito came and growled through clenched teeth, his fists tightly balled. Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku, known as Konoha's strategist, remained silent, as did the representative from the Hyuga clan, who was presumably a minor figure. With an air of arrogance, Linyu's gaze swept over the faces of the Konoha ninjas before he exhaled 2 words. Well then? His voice was soft, yet in that confined space, it was unmistakably clear. The high-ranking officials shifted their gazes toward the third Hokage, but the warning glint in Hiruzen and Appo's eyes dissuaded them from engaging in conflict. Even Kakashi, who had been quietly observing, shook his head in disbelief. Impudent. At that moment, Danzo and Appo's rage was palpable. Despite prior discussions with Hiruzen about managing the delicate relations, he felt a profound indignation at being provoked in his own village. How could he protect his dignity when faced with such blatant disrespect? It would only serve to make the entire ninja world regard Konoha as an easy target. A major ninja village, reduced to being threatened by a lesser one, was nothing short of a farce in Danzo's eyes. If Hiruzen wished to be a coward, then let him. The people of Konoha would not all follow suit. Chakra surged within him, and everyone present could feel a tremendous force gathering. A whirlwind of energy erupted, nearly blinding them. Papers scattered across the table, and even the table itself began to tremble. Danzo, have you lost your mind? Using vacuum great sphere here? This is a B-rank jutsu, regardless of its power. In such a confined environment, there was no place to evade, and everyone around would be caught in the crossfire. An oppressive pressure enveloped the room, causing even the bravest to tremble. As the leader of the Root organization, few knew of his true strength. For those who had witnessed him in action rarely lived to tell the tale. Perish! You shall descend into the abyss. Danzo roared, his eyes glinting with a chilling malice. This was a long-accumulated fury. In the next instant, the air around them became chaotic as a massive sphere of energy coalesced in Danzo and Appo's mouth, resembling a cannon of compressed air. The remarkable chakra within swirled ominously, sending chills down their spines. Everyone recoiled, pressing against the walls to minimize the impact of the jutsu. Despite the fierce winds making it difficult to see, they caught glimpses of Lin Yu, still seated, his legs resting casually on the table, seemingly unfazed. At this distance, a direct hit would surely cripple him. They thought, does this man wish for death? The absurdity of Hiruzen and Appo's in action puzzled many. A cold voice pierced the air, wind style, vacuum great sphere. A colossal air cannon shot toward Lin Yu, spanning 50 meters in diameter. After a whirlwind of chaos, the overwhelming chakra erupted from Danzo and Appo's mouth, nearly breaching the walls, shaking the very foundations of the building. How about that? Are you not capable? Danzo suddenly laughed maniacally. The walls of the conference room crumbling into rubble. Layers of energy peeled away, threatening to collapse the entire room. A thick smoke enveloped the space, and countless high-ranking officials stared vacantly, their pupils betraying their fear. Indeed, leading an organization like Root was no trivial matter. How about that? Lin Yu replied, his tone unperturbed. Yet, Danzo stood there, dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. You, how is this possible? No, you did not even move. What kind of sorcery is this? Danzo and Appo's gaze was icy. He had struck true, yet it seemed there had been no effect. Even Lin Yu and Appo's clothing bore no signs of damage. Had he missed? Impossible. Given the proximity, such a mistake was unlikely. The wall behind Lin Yu had crumbled, indicating that the attack had indeed connected. But why? Danzo was baffled, his expression one of deep humiliation. Only Lin Yu understood the advantage of his wind resistance. Such a wind technique, while visually impressive, could not harm him. Thus, he remained still, and even if struck, it would only yield the sensation of a gentle breeze grazing his skin. Sarutobi Hiruzen was now in a stupor, bewildered by the power that could withstand Danzo and Appo's might. Then, in a shocking turn of events, Danzo fled. The man who valued his pride above all, the one with the most resilience in Konoha, had been frightened into retreat. How could such a thing transpire? Observing Lin Yu and Appo's demeanor, though infuriating, exuded an unsettling calm. Chapter 79. Ninja Turtles. No one could have anticipated that the once formidable Shimura Danzo would now resemble a wild dog fleeing in panic. Simultaneously, a deranged man appeared on the streets of Konoha, desperately sprinting forward while casting frantic glances behind him. His bloodshot eyes were filled with sheer terror. The cold sweat trickling down his body had soaked the bandages wrapped around Danzo, although Lin Yu had not made any move. Danzo was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread, as if his arms had been forcibly torn from his body. The same motions, the same sensations tearing, ripping, made him feel as if every limb, every organ, even his very intestines were being violently extracted from him. He could not comprehend the source of this excruciating sensation. He only knew that it stemmed from the individual before him. This person, decades younger than him, panted heavily while running, and Danzo felt as if he were on the verge of collapse. He realized that if he remained in that place any longer, his only fate would be death. Lin Yu was a perilous adversary. After merely exchanging a single move, even before Lin Yu had struck, Danzo could ascertain the danger he posed. Concealed in the shadowy corners of Konoha, a place untouched by sunlight, lay a vast power structure. The individuals there were like machines, donning masks and mechanically wielding their short swords, while others busily transported intelligence documents. This was Root, a place devoid of emotion and names. Suddenly, At that moment, they were struck dumb. What had happened to Lord Danzo? The expressions of despair and anguish on his face raised numerous questions. What had he experienced? Why was he so terrified? No one had the answers. Below ground, the headquarters of Root was rarely silent. As usual, an air of mystery enveloped the entire space, creating an inscrutable atmosphere. Dark winds swirled below, with countless erratic air currents resembling ghosts wandering in the shadows. Get away. Leave me alone. A tortured scream pierced the underground darkness. The person seemed to be in immense agony. Danzo's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was hoarser than ever, resembling that of a sickly individual. I will kill you. I must kill you. While Lin Yu had already established dominance in the underground black market, he had repeatedly warned Sarutobi Hiruzen to be cautious of this individual and to eliminate him before he could fully mature. However, Hiruzen had not heeded these warnings, leading to the current predicament. Udon and Amp, Oppos, TC far enough. Third Hokage. You simply do not see far enough. Historically, all peace has been built upon suffering. Without bloodshed and injury, where would peace arise? Danzo and Oppos' gaze was icy, his eyes radiating a peculiar intensity. Rising to his feet, he advanced towards the gathered members of the organization, and in the next moment, all the Root ninjas knelt in unison. Their loyalty had always been to Danzo, not to that old fool Sarutobi Hiruzen. Gather everyone. It is time for a significant operation. Yes. In an instant, every ninja displayed a chilling resolve. Danzo never engaged in ventures lacking assurance. Whatever he had decided would undoubtedly be backed by a solid plan. Lin Yu, what ability do you possess that could rival these thousands of elite ninjas? Danzo and Amp, Oppos' voice was hoarse, and his mind was racing with countless thoughts. In the conference room, events unfolded too swiftly for even Sarutobi Hiruzen to grasp. By the time everyone regained their composure, Danzo had fled in terror. Indeed, it was rather embarrassing. Even when Danzo had spoken those bold words, many had considered him a true man, feeling that his fiery will had briefly surpassed that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reason was simple. This man had voiced what others dared not say, stepping up to uphold Konoha and Oppos' dignity. Such a warrior deserved to be celebrated. Even if negotiations failed, others would regard him as far more resolute than Sarutobi Hiruzen, a figure worthy of admiration. Danzo had indeed sought the spotlight today, albeit only for a fleeting 5 seconds as a true man. In that moment, nearly everyone silently aligned themselves with Shimura Danzo, except for that cowardly Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had made a hasty retreat. Watching Danzo and Amp, Oppos' panicked escape, Hiruzen and Amp, Oppos' face darkened with anger as he glared in the direction of his departure, leaving him with a mess to clean up. The situation had escalated to an extreme. Moreover, an even greater challenge awaited him. This farce had rendered Konoha precarious, as tensions with the Hidden Mist village had reached a boiling point, nearing the brink of war. Lord Mizukage, I implore you to temper your anger. Hiruzen's face bore an expression of helplessness and deep regret, albeit feigned. When he uttered those words, it was evident that he had truly exerted himself as Hokage. As for the compensation, it would follow the Mizukage and Amp, Oppos' proposal. However, Konoha and Amp, Oppos' finances were strained. If possible, I would prefer to arrange for installment payments, providing the Hidden Mist village with a sum each year. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. Though he wielded significant power before the villagers, he felt insignificant in the presence of these higher-ups. He had spoken his piece and played the role of the submissive, at least from certain perspectives, factored in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched, but he restrained his irritation. Agreed. We shall proceed as you suggest. Though he was but a child, there was an elusive quality about Lin Yu that was hard to decipher. Hiruzen regarded Lin Yu with uncertainty. Lin Yu, in turn, observed Hiruzen. The atmosphere had reverted to that of the initial peace talks. In truth, even Lin Yu had not anticipated that as a village leader, Sarutobi Hiruzen could exhibit such restraint and humility. However, it was understandable, after all. When the conflict between the Hyuga clan and the Hidden Cloud village had arisen, Hiruzen had also sought peace. Had he been born a few millennia later, a certain individual named Nobel might have been compelled to rise from his grave to bestow upon him a peace prize. Chapter 80. Indeed, you resemble yourself, Lord Mizuki's. But rather as a child. Although it is quite begrudging, it is the undeniable truth. Consequently, the actions of Shimura Danzo can only be attributed to him alone. If possible, I implore you, Lord Mizuki's, to refrain from elevating this matter to the level of the village, and I hope you can overlook past grievances. From his seasoned demeanor and calm manner of apology, coupled with that awakening look in his eyes, it appears that Sarutobi Hiruzen has learned his lesson. A mere 10-year-old child? Do not be deceived by his appearance. Even a cunning old man pales in comparison to his subtle treachery. Hiruzen was deceived by this facade, which has led to the current predicament. There remains one crucial question. Until now, he remains unaware of Lin Yu's true intentions. If it were merely to leverage the threat of war to extort exorbitant compensation, it would be reasonable. However, a demand of 128 times that amount is astronomical. The initial compensation was set at 1 million, which has now skyrocketed to over 100 million for any small ninja village. For seeking to place Hiruzen in a difficult position, perhaps he derives satisfaction from witnessing the Hokage and Appo's embarrassment, fulfilling a twisted desire within. Although Hiruzen has aged, he was once a man at the pinnacle of strength within the ninja world. He comprehends that those endowed with great power share a common flaw. Once their strength reaches a certain level, mere domination brings no simple pleasure. Does he simply wish to see those more powerful than himself falter, to indulge in a sense of superiority? In the past, Hiruzen would have unhesitatingly agreed. Yet, reality has gradually taught him a vital lesson. One must not be so quick to judge, especially before fully understanding Lin Yu and Appo's character. This unpredictable individual truly instills a sense of fear. Your sincerity places me in a difficult position, but I trust the additional conditions we discussed still stand. Village wish to trade in Konoha. Discounts and subsidies for medical services, education, and taxation can certainly be considered to facilitate mutual benefits. Is that not commendable, Lord Mizuki's? Straightening his posture. The longer Lin Yu remains in Konoha, the more Hiruzen's unease lingers. After all, it is not his interests that are at stake. At this moment, he simply chooses temporary acquiescence. Sooner or later, he shall demand that Lin Yu repay in full what he has devoured, doubled. The incident in the Mist Village, although unknown to the common villagers, has had far-reaching repercussions, greater than he had anticipated. Among the many clans in Konoha, discontent has begun to stir. An unyielding retreat will only ignite the flames of resentment within the hearts of the people. Paper cannot contain fire forever, especially for the Konoha clans, who embody the will of fire. In fact, the most troubled clan is undoubtedly the Hyuga. After all, the exorbitant demands from the Mist nearly cost the Hyuga their very existence. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen did not actively seek Hyuga Hayashi's opinion, but rather hastily urged him to prepare part of the compensation. Upon learning of the staggering burden they must bear, Hayashi felt an immense weight upon his shoulders, visibly aged in just a few days. At this moment, within a residence remodeled to resemble a dojo, Hyuga Hayashi, concealed behind a folding screen, lit a cigarette, taking several puffs. As the clan leader, he certainly would not smoke anything cheap. Being a seasoned smoker, he would not skimp on such indulgences. A leader of his stature, enduring such pressure daily, would find it unbearable without the occasional respite from smoke or drink, lest he crumble under the strain. Exhaling slowly, Hayashi seemed to ascend to another realm, a blissful expression contrasting sharply with his usual stern demeanor. After all, as the Hyuga clan leader, every action reflects upon the clan, leaving him perpetually tense. Only when hidden behind the screen could he indulge in a few cigarettes, experiencing a fleeting sense of liberation. Damn it, Sarutobi Hiruzen is truly something else. Only in the sanctuary of the screen can Hayashi reveal his true self. Through the screen, he observed Hinata and Niji engaged in training. Hayashi extinguished his cigarette and stepped out from behind the screen. That's enough, Niji. Apologies, Lord Clan Leader. Niji halted his approach and bowed deeply to Hayashi. Niji, this is not your concern. You may withdraw. Watching Niji and Appo's retreating figure, Hayashi fell into contemplation. You truly resemble yourself, Hayashi. At that moment, Hinata and Appo's eyes quivered slightly. Chapter 81. Bringing back the cigarettes. Hinata, with a look of determination, was about to express herself to Hisashi, but he merely sighed, casting a helpless gaze upon her. Often at a loss for words, misinterpreted her father's silence as a sign of despair regarding her abilities, leading her to believe he no longer wished to grant her the opportunity to train. Return home, Hinata. You have trained for 10 hours today. Perhaps you could take a stroll or buy something for yourself. Hisashi pulled a large bill from his wallet and offered it to her, but Hinata did not accept it. And I shall correct it. Hisashi shook his head, remaining silent. The conflict between the main and branch families weighed heavily on his heart, along with the pressing matter of ensuring the Hyuga clan's survival in this harsh world. Suddenly, his white eyes widened slightly as he regarded Hinata with seriousness, placing his left hand gently on her shoulder and nodding ever so slightly. Go, Hinata, take a break and, while you're at it, bring back some cigarettes for me. What are cigarettes? Hinata asked curiously, her innocent face rendering Hisashi momentarily speechless, unsure of how to explain it to her. Well, they come in a square box, containing thin sticks. Clenching his fists, Hisashi and Appo's gaze faltered. He did not wish to lead her astray, especially at such a tender age. Yet he found himself pressed for time to procure them himself. Here, the remainder is for you as pocket money. Hisashi leaned down, ensuring no one else was around, and whispered in her ear. Yes, father, she replied eagerly. But this is a powerful weapon, isn't it? This was the first time her father had asked something of her, and she was determined to fulfill his request. Hisashi handed her an empty cigarette box with a wry smile. Something like that. Just remember not to make a mistake. In the main hall of the Hyuga clan's estate, Sarutobi Hiruzen, draped in his Hokage cloak, paid a visit. This time, his words bore a commanding tone rather than a plea for compromise. He was pressuring Hisashi to expedite the repayment of debts, and even suggested that the Hyuga clan provide ninjas to fill gaps within the Umbu. Though Hisashi appeared calm, a tempest raged within him. Had it not been for Hiruzen's presence, he might have unleashed a torrent of grievances upon the man. Oh, the Hyuga clan is out of funds? Hisashi maintained a composed demeanor in front of Hiruzen, making it clear he could not meet the financial demands. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, having anticipated Hisashi and Appo's lament. Did we not come to an agreement previously? The seemingly harmonious tone belied an undercurrent of danger. Hisashi smirked inwardly, maintaining his facade of calm. I apologize, Hokage-sama, but I genuinely have no money left. The previously discussed amount was not as substantial as this. Even selling the entirety of the Hyuga clan and Appo's assets would and Appo's suffice. Indeed, I did not consider this thoroughly, yet I still hope the Hyuga clan can contribute something. As the head of the Hyuga, I wonder if you are aware? Who could have imagined that one among them sought to eradicate the entire Uchiha clan? I hope you cultivate your people wisely, so as not to produce another Itachi Uchiha. The implication was clear. Reflect on the Uchiha and Appo's fate and refrain from undertaking any reckless actions. Hiruzen no longer held back, launching a verbal assault to threaten Hisashi. How bold! Using the Uchiha incident to suppress him was not a first. Each time this occurred, Hisashi felt a sense of helplessness. The third Hokage's message was unmistakable. If you do not assist me, your fate may mirror that of the Uchiha clan. Thus, Hisashi was left with little choice but to comply, masking his frustration with a mere smile. If the sum were merely 100 or 200,000, even a million, Hisashi might not have batted an eye, simply handing over the money to maintain peace. However, this time, The demand exceeded his limits. Shall we go to war then? Just a small mist ninja, leave it to the Hyuga clan, and we shall subdue him in no time. Hiruzen and Appo's expression twitched. Are you jesting, Hizashi? You need only commit to an annual expenditure of 1 million. Surely that is not insurmountable for the Hyuga clan. Why must you complicate matters for me? Hiruzen was puzzled by Hizashi's newfound resolve. Perhaps the financial demand had far exceeded Hizashi's expectations, leading to his unwillingness. Yet, he believed, based on years of experience, that Hizashi would ultimately concede. He recognized Hizashi as a man much like himself. To preserve the Hyuga clan, he would acquiesce to the demands presented. If you assist Konoha through this crisis, I can arrange a few special positions for your clan. Furrowing his brow, Hizashi appeared hesitant. Hokage-sama, the Hyuga truly lacks funds. Just then, Hinata returned with the cigarettes, hidden in her embroidered pouch, anxious to avoid detection. Grandfather Hokage, what brings you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled warmly. It has been a while, Hinata. You have grown taller. However, when Hinata produced the cigarettes, Hiruzen and Appo's expression shifted from sunny to stormy, instantly. Father, I brought back your cigarettes. At that moment, Hizashi, who had been sipping tea, splattered it all over the floor. Chapter 82. Forgive me, blue at this moment. The streets of rain-hidden village appeared somewhat desolate, particularly after the rain had fallen, leaving only a scattering of individuals. Just a few minutes had passed before the rain resumed its gentle descent, tapping rhythmically upon the surface of the lake and creating ripples that danced across the water. Above these ripples hovered a distorted visage. Those pale violet eyes seemed to possess an infinite allure, alongside a power that encompassed all. The Rinnegan, the eyes only a sage could wield. Nagato proclaimed himself a god. Yet, during his youth, after being betrayed, he had overdrawn his life force in a moment of peril, summoning the outer path to mete out punishment to those ninjas at the cost of his own body. And he could only lie motionless on a metal slab, his existence reduced to that of a cripple. His days were filled with dissatisfaction. In essence, he felt utterly incapacitated. He relied solely on those eyes and a black chakra rod to sustain his meager existence. He was unwilling to accept this fate. And that individual Zero calmed down a bit. A girl with long purple hair urged gently beside him, concern evident in her eyes. Ever since she learned of Lin Yu and Appo's deeds, Nagato's actions had grown increasingly erratic. His temperament had become volatile, and even the slightest provocation could send him into a rage, leaving him in a state of disquietude. He was a god, after all. No one should dare challenge his divine status. Yet, all of this had been shaken by a mere boy named Lin Yu. An opportunity has arisen. You might find this target intriguing. Conan glanced over the new intelligence, a significant assignment originating from Konoha, seemingly issued by someone named Lin Yu. Upon hearing this name, the orange-haired figure and Appo's expression twisted into one of fury. In an instant, a terrifying repulsion emanated from him, causing the very ground to tremble beneath their feet. The lake appeared as if it had been violently shattered, an overwhelming terror cascading forth. This state of unrest persisted for a while, as if he were venting his inner turmoil. Eventually, he ceased the release of his power, his countenance gradually returning to an icy calm. Where is he? He uttered. And at that moment, a chill ran down Conan's spine. She could not fathom why Nagato reacted so intensely to those two words. He seems to be returning from Konoha. My subordinates have been monitoring him closely. He should be nearing us shortly. However, we have yet to accept this assignment. Accept it. Pain and Appo's gaze shimmered, and within the depths of his powerful eyes, an eerie light flickered incessantly. This was what he had long desired, a confrontation with Lin Yu. Why not accept it? As long as he does not flee, I shall ensure he does not return. Conan and Appo's brow furrowed. She could not shake her sense of foreboding. It had been quite some time since the Akatsuki had adopted a cold stance regarding Lin Yu. Yet her concern extended beyond that. Given the passage of time, how much stronger had Lin Yu become? Lin Yu, the power of devouring, can mere divine eyes truly withstand it? Meanwhile, walking through the streets of Konoha, Lin Yu had already gathered his belongings and departed. Blue, clad in her ninja attire, navigated the rugged paths, the snug fabric accentuating her figure. A light drizzle fell from the sky, and she trembled slightly, her beautiful face marred by tears that mingled with the rainwater. Why did he leave? He hadn't even taught me the three-body technique before departing. Was it disappointment? Suddenly, an umbrella shielded her from the rain. A surge of joy filled her heart, only to be met with an unfamiliar face. Return home, Blue. You are ultimately not from the same world. He is from the hidden mist village, born of blood and mist. Your paths are destined to diverge. Tin removed his mask, though he had little fondness for that individual. He dared not voice anything too radical due to his sister and Appo's presence. Are we not also not from Konoha? After all, they were both survivors of war, mere orphans who had managed to endure. They had merely received permission to reside in Konoha temporarily. This is different, Blue. You must understand, you are still young. Some matters are beyond your comprehension. Everything is predetermined, and there is no altering that. Get up. You will catch a chill if you remain here. Tin continued to persuade her. Hachu. As soon as he finished speaking, Blue sneezed, and helplessly, Tin removed his cloak and draped it over her. Honestly, you've graduated from ninja school, yet you still behave like a child, unable to care for yourself. Hurry home, I beg you. Return so I can make you some ginger soup to ward off the cold. If you continue like this, you will certainly fall ill by morning. He will return. One tee, Blue murmured vacantly. Yet, Tin did not respond. He too was uncertain of the answer. As the village leader, unless there was an urgent matter. Even if he were to return to Konoha, it would not be often, most likely only through letters. Who could say for certain? However, if not for the conflict of their positions, Tin might have befriended him. After all, he fundamentally held no animosity towards Linyu. Yet in the world of ninjas, who could remain unscathed? Each served their own master, engaged in their own pursuits. Konoha and the hidden mist were insurmountable barriers, should they cross paths again. They might be adversaries. Forgive me, Blue, this is the last time. After donning his mask, Tin reluctantly rendered Blue unconscious, carefully lifting her into his arms. It was the first time he had seen his sister in such a state. The trials of a pubescent girl. Tin shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. A memory resurfaced in his mind. If he recalled correctly, during his time in the hidden mist village, he had overheard Linyu calling him something big brother-in-law? With agility and stamina that surpassed the norm, what would require 2 or 3 days for others was merely a matter of hours for him. The hidden mist village was encircled by the sea, and most individuals could only reach it by boat. After departing from the borders of Konoha, he found a small vessel and prepared to sail to Hidden Mist. A sudden clap of thunder reverberated from the distant sky, startling even the boatman, who had never encountered such a thunderous sound before. Looks like rain, the boatman murmured, cautioning, be wary of the wind, hold steady. At that moment, layers of paper began to swirl in the sky, concealing countless lethal intentions, spinning and releasing like a multitude of razor blades. The paper began to merge from an unknown source, gradually coalescing into a chilling figure suspended in the air. She possessed wings crafted from the very paper that surrounded her. Floating above like an angelic being, Conan, a core member of the Akatsuki organization. Countless sheets of paper continuously reconfigured and unfolded around her, creating an eerie spectacle. She was strikingly beautiful, standing motionless high above, gazing down at Linyu. This path is blocked, she stated coldly, her mere words causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Despite his calm demeanor, the aura radiating from him sent shivers down her spine. What level of strength does he possess? She pondered. Could the eyes of God be his opponent? ISN and Amp, Appos. Is there someone missing? Why not call them out? Linyu fixated on the frigid woman before him and spoke in a low voice. How do you know? Do you understand as well? Conan narrowed her eyes, seemingly unable to see through him. What do you know of our identities? Before Linyu could respond, an array of paper detached from her form, swiftly encircling him. Among them were thousands of explosive tags, ready to obliterate the area with a single movement. How could he possibly know the secret? No one within the ninja world knows his identity, she thought. Yet from the depth of his gaze, she sensed an understanding of pain, as if he were intimately familiar with him. Why do you know this? She questioned, manipulating the explosive tags as they spun ominously, gradually revealing their terrifying power. The boatman, recognizing the gravity of the situation, abandoned his oar and leaped into the sea, choosing to swim back to safety. Choosing silence, playing the part of the expert. Yet in the next instant, Conan resolutely triggered the explosive tags. A cataclysmic explosion erupted around the vessel, a colossal mushroom cloud ascending as the ocean and Apos' surface was consumed. The sky appeared ablaze, the surrounding oxygen rapidly depleting, creating a whirlpool on the sea. The sheer force of thousands of explosive tags was unimaginable. Even Conan was momentarily taken aback. It was her first time unleashing such power, and she had not anticipated its magnitude. As she observed the flames devouring the wreckage of the boat, she wondered if that man had perished in the depths of the sea. Yet, an unsettling feeling persisted within her, a sense that everything had unfolded too easily, as though it were surreal. At that moment, Payne's eyes widened, and his expression shifted. His figure materialized in the sky, his spiky orange hair floating as he hovered above, revealing black chakra receivers across his body. His Rinnegan eyes brimming with disdain for the world. I arrived too late. He has perished, hasn't he? Conan's gaze flickered. She nodded slowly, then shook her head. Only when the sea lay still did she confirm with a nod. Why not wait for me to arrive before making your move? Payne laughed. A chilling sound that echoed ominously, as if an eerie force were amplifying his mirth. Upon realizing that Conan had used thousands of explosive tags to eliminate him, he laughed even louder. To be defeated by explosive tags is hardly worthy of my attention. Clearly, we overestimated him. He was merely a weakling taken down by explosions. With the burden lifted from his heart, Payne felt liberated. Well done. With this threat eliminated, the path ahead for Akatsuki will be much smoother. Yet, Conan gazed at Payne with unease, never imagining that Lin Yu's existence would so profoundly affect him, rendering him increasingly unfamiliar. At this moment, Payne unleashed his repulsive force, utilizing it to strike the waves, laughing uncontrollably. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation gripped him. Something was amiss. His expression shifted as a terrifying repulsive force surged from the sea, propelling him through the air. Repulsion. This is the power of the Rinnegan. Conan and Apos' eyes narrowed, quickly realizing the situation had changed. On the ocean and Apos' surface, a figure drew her attention anew. What are you laughing at? Lin Yu chuckled, an immense force erupting from his palm, sending Payne soaring into the clouds. Chapter 84. The man favored by the gods. Why? Why is he still alive? Conan gazed almost vacantly at the figure standing at sea level, his face radiating an undeniable confidence. Yet, even if he could survive amidst the flames of tens of thousands of explosive tags, there remained a pivotal question. He lacked the Rinnegan. How could he possibly wield repulsive force? And he managed to send Payne flying? Payne had not managed to block that last strike? With his reflexes, it was inconceivable he would fail to counter such an attack. Could his repulsion surpass that of Payne? Conan was bewildered, a chill creeping over her. Nagato, no. Could Payne truly be an opponent for such a person? Watching that figure, Conan felt her anxiety rise, her heart racing. At that moment, the Deva path of Payne, sent soaring into the clouds, seemed to awaken from a dream. As he opened his eyes, he was filled with shock. Repulsion? At this instant, he was drenched in cold sweat. This was no ordinary repulsion. It was a force that transcended his own. He realized that, despite having used repulsion to block the attack, his body had still been propelled away. Why? Only Payne understood the reason. This repulsion was far beyond his capacity. Indeed, it was not even a force of the same magnitude. What was the source of this power? Did he possess the eyes of a god? Or perhaps a Rinnegan that surpassed his own? No, that is impossible. There could only be one set of divine eyes. A flicker of astonishment crossed Payne and Apos' gaze before it morphed into rage. Unbeknownst to everyone, Lin Yu and Apos' right hand shimmered with a faint glow. Gravity, repulsion, even without direct contact, merely by gazing upon that individual, he could extract the power within him. This was the strength Lin Yu had just siphoned using the hand of God, amplifying its potency twofold. Although he had utilized it once before, only gravity remained. The reason for his delay was to provoke Payne. Without further ado, he surged forward, employing gravity to draw Conan towards him with a force that was impossible to resist. She felt as if her very blood would be drawn from her skin. It was a terrifying force that far surpassed Pain and Appos' abilities. Why? Why did this man possess divine power? Could he be a god? Conan's heart was overwhelmed with shock as her exquisite eyes met Lin Yu's. Not the Rinnegan? She gasped, quickly gathering the surrounding paper into countless sharp blades for her defense. Who are you? Why? At such close proximity, Conan did not hesitate. Meanwhile, Pain was on the verge of exploding with fury. That man was not only challenging his position, but also attempting to steal his woman. Even after discarding everything, including his emotions, Pain had always reserved a place for Conan in his heart, knowing full well that she loved Yahiko, not him. He would not allow anyone to encroach upon what was his. He was determined to protect everyone, including Conan. At that moment, waves of terrifying ocular power emanated from Pain. Even the ocean creatures dwelling deep beneath the surface were unsettled by this overwhelming force. Universal pull. The gravitational force erupted from Pain and Appos' hands, pulling Conan back towards him, separating the two. You do not possess the Rinnegan. Though unsure why this man could use Shinra Tensei, I suspect you will have no opportunity to use it again. The Deva Path of Pain was enraged, unleashing his final potential. Even his body struggled to contain the terrifying power, appearing unstable. A piece of his shell fell away. Are you afraid, Lin Yu? In the depths of despair, the Rinnegan looked down upon all. Yet, as he had predicted, the next moment, Lin Yu and Appos' hand of God damned. Losing its former brilliance, the ability fell into cooldown, while the ability to siphon an opponent and Appos' strength and double its power was impressive. Lin Yu couldn't help but lament its brevity. If only he could use it more frequently. Lin Yu sighed. Answer me. Observing Lin Yu and Appos' nonchalant demeanor, Pain and Appos' eyes widened in disbelief, shouting loudly. His voice echoed across the misty hidden village. What is that? A person? A group of elite ninjas from the hidden mist gazed through their telescopes, entranced by the figure soaring into the sky. Majestic, stern, as if a deity had descended upon the earth. Their pupils constricted. That gaze. How could that person possess such eyes? Those eyes were undeniably real. How could someone hover in the air without any support? A god? Could he truly be a god? Simultaneously, the terrifying aura emanating from him was palpable even from several kilometers away. In an instant, all the villagers of the hidden mist who beheld the figure in the sky felt a tingling sensation at the back of their necks. Though they could not see the details, they could vaguely discern that someone was engaged in combat with this godly figure. Is there truly someone who can challenge a deity? It was utterly terrifying. Who could possibly stand against one with such eyes? One who claimed to be a god, and another who was favored by the gods. Only those who have experienced pain can comprehend true peace. It is through the cycle of suffering that peace can be born. Lin Yu merely looked at Pain suspended in midair and waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. Why so much idle chatter? Chapter 85, The Pitiful One. In the eye of reincarnation, in a fleeting moment unnoticed by Pain, a crimson mark flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. His chakra surged incessantly, transforming him entirely. What have you done? The Deva Path of Pain was drenched in sweat, acutely aware of this subtle shift. While an ordinary person might remain oblivious, his Rinnegan granted him the ability to perceive even the minutest changes. In that instant, Lin Yu and Appos' combat prowess appeared to escalate to a terrifying level, instilling fear in Pain. What overwhelming might! Pain recognized it, yet he was rendered momentarily paralyzed. In the next heartbeat, Lin Yu materialized behind him, delivering a devastating punch that sent Pain hurtling away. With the activation of his sage body, combined with his already extraordinary attributes, Lin Yu had reached a fearsome stage. The repulsive force failed to react in time. The sheer power of his punch landed squarely on Pain. For reasons unknown, the barrier that was supposed to nullify everything faltered against Lin Yu, who effortlessly struck him down from the sky into the depths of the ocean. The villagers of the Hidden Mist stood dumbfounded, with even the members of the Kagaya clan scrambling for telescopes, clamoring for a glimpse of the scene. Let me see. Let me see. After a bout of shoving, they gradually discerned the silhouette. The one who had felled a god. This indicated that the man's strength surpassed that of a deity. The mere thought of it was enough to instill dread. Upon fully recognizing that figure, the Kagaya ninjas were left speechless. The man who had defeated a god was none other than their leader, the ruler of the entire Hidden Mist, the fifth Mizukage, Linyu. What does this signify? To have vanquished the Deva path of pain with but a single encounter? Although the capabilities of the Rinnegan extend far beyond this, such a humiliating defeat seemed unbelievable. Conan wavered, rubbing her eyes in disbelief, thinking it a mere dream. Yet, it was anything but. It was overwhelmingly real. No, it cannot be. The tumultuous waves crashed against Pain, shattering the last vestige of his inner fortitude. Clasping his hands together, he could no longer endure this humiliation. God and Amp, Appos, Earth Explosion Star. Feel the pain, Linyu. A terrifying gravitational force began to tremble the ocean itself, drawing in massive stones and ancient fossils from the ocean floor, along with crabs, groupers, and even electric eels. For reasons unknown, marine creatures suddenly soared into the air, all inexorably drawn toward a colossal sphere, stripping everything in its vicinity away. The terrifying pull surged toward Linyu, an ominous force that even began to draw his own body in. But then, upon seeing the familiar smile on Linyu and Amp, Appos' face, Pain froze. What was happening? Instead of resisting, he was running towards that sphere? Witnessing this scene left Pain utterly dumbfounded. A madman. An absolute lunatic. In that instant, as Linyu was nearly engulfed by the sphere, he waved his hand gently. In that moment, Pain and Appos' pupils contracted sharply. Just a simple gesture contained an astonishing pressure. The sword intent of a great swordsman, requiring no blade to cleave through all. With the enhancement of his sage body, even with only 9 or 3%. What had he done? Pain marveled, shocked. With just a wave, Linyu sliced the sphere in half, rendering it irreparable. How could this be? The meteor descended, countless stones crashing down, stirring tumultuous waves upon the ocean and Amp, Appos' surface. The power of a god. Even Conan found herself inadvertently astonished, her violet eyes wide with shock. Her words were not directed at Pain. It was as if Linyu were the true deity, while Pain was merely a pretender to divinity. In another heartbeat, Linyu descended with lightning speed, propelled by gravity, unleashing a series of fearsome punches that sent cascading waves soaring into the air. Each punch, though seemingly ordinary, was enough to reduce Pain to a pitiful state. Each strike threatened to shatter his entire being. Even with the chakra receivers supporting him, he appeared feeble and ineffective. At this moment, Pain's body was on the verge of disintegration. Only a few remaining chakra receivers barely sustained his movements. Continuing to fight seemed implausible. In his current state, even a simple Shinra Tensei was beyond his reach, and speaking had become a struggle. The chakra receivers felt as though they were damaged. He was filled with rage, yet simultaneously powerless. His control over the Deva path was slipping away, the last thread of connection poised to sever. Yet, Pain remained confident, lifting his gaze slightly. Despite his dire state, he clung to a godly pride, bolstered by the confidence his eyes bestowed upon him. Now, however, the confidence that once enveloped him began to wane, mingled with uncertainty. In the final moment, without Linyu even lifting a finger, their connection was irrevocably severed. Pain's body sank once more into the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain, within a hanging wooden cabin of a century-old tree, a red-haired man, his body adorned with bones, stared blankly ahead. As blood spilled forth, the extensive use of his eyes had once again wrought havoc on his body, dependent on the vials attached to him for survival. He was no longer at ease. Those eyes, they were his only source of confidence. However, with the appearance of a certain individual, that confidence began to erode once more. Linyu, one day, I shall stand upon your head and proclaim who the true God is. Chapter 86. A temporary calm. Go ahead. I shall spare you. But you will come to regret this, Xiaonan remarked coldly, her eyes narrowed. S figure vanished into the sea. Gradually, tranquility returned to the world. Lin Yu stood upon the water, a faint red glow flickering in his eyes, the distinctive mark of the sage body and amp, Oppos, S activation and deactivation. The next activation would not occur for another 30 days. Each of his skills bore its own advantages. Just moments ago, he had shattered Pain and Oppos, S body, undoubtedly inflicting significant damage upon his true form. However, the earlier Earth explosion star, though cleaved in two by Lin Yu, inadvertently formed an island upon the sea. It must be acknowledged that the sage body inherently increases physical fatigue based on its usage. As time passed, Lin Yu felt as though his entire being had been drained, overwhelming exhaustion suddenly washing over him. After his strength had surged, the drawbacks of utilizing the sage body became increasingly apparent. He had never experienced such fatigue before, and even standing on the water felt precarious. Once the battle concluded, Lin Yu regained his composure and noticed a pair of eyes fixed intently upon him. Seemingly sensing his gaze, the masked Uchiha Obito also cast a glance, a chill running down his spine, rendering him cautious. It was evident he had witnessed the entire ordeal, and observing Lin Yu and Oppos' state, he felt an unnerving fear. It seemed as though Lin Yu had expended little energy, heightening his terror. The strength of a person has its limits. Yet Lin Yu exuded an aura that suggested he could transcend those boundaries at any moment. What could be the source of such formidable power? Another vortex unfurled. And this time, Uchiha Obito appeared before Lin Yu without hesitation. It seemed he had forgotten Lin Yu and Oppos' previous warning, approaching now with a resolve to face death. With Nagato defeated, Uchiha Obito recognized the severity of his injuries. Even if he managed to survive temporarily, he could not withstand much longer. I require your strength. At this moment, Lin Yu stood upon the water, observing Uchiha Obito, whose feet were anchored by chakra, allowing him to traverse the sea and Oppos' surface. Uchiha Obito, was he scheming again? A cold glint flickered in Lin Yu and Oppos' eyes, with the memories of his past life. He understood that Obito was merely a pitiable pawn of Zetsu, with the true masterminds being Uchiha Madara and Zetsu himself. Are you asking me to assist you in collecting tailed beasts? Lin Yu replied coolly. Oh, nothing escapes the perceptive and illustrious Lord Lin Yu. Plans with alarming clarity. Was it a powerful bloodline limit? One so rare that it allowed him to glimpse the future? The masked man scrutinized Lin Yu anew, a pallor washing over his face as he murmured inwardly. Do you not wish to possess it? Not at all. The simplicity of Lin Yu and Oppos' response was swift and definitive, leaving the masked man in a state of dismay. Indeed, not everyone desired the sage and Oppos' particularly in the presence of absolute power. To those who wielded strength that transcended the divine, such trinkets lost all allure. I advise you to abandon any thoughts regarding the tailed beasts, lest you wish to vanish from this world entirely. Otherwise, heed my words. The fourth great ninja war arose from similar circumstances. This was precisely why Lin Yu had exerted himself to rescue the Uchiha clan from the depths of despair. Had he aligned himself with the masked man, he would have never saved the Uchiha. He sought to prevent history from repeating itself, and an uneasy premonition loomed over him. Initially, he pondered where to locate this man. Now that he had come seeking him, Lin Yu chose to confront him directly, a threat from a formidable being, or rather, a divine threat. Having witnessed Lin Yu's overwhelming defeat of Pain, the label of a divine threat was hardly an exaggeration, particularly for Obito. Clearly, Uchiha Obito possessed no capacity for resistance against Lin Yu at this moment. His plans lay in tatters. Is it possible that even the eye of a god cannot capture your attention? What is it that you truly desire? After a brief silence, Uchiha Obito submerged once more into the black vortex. Lord Lin Yu has returned. The news invigorated the entire Hidden Mist village. Even the elusive Terumi Mei came forth to greet him, festivities erupting as they celebrated with a grand feast, grilling meat and jubilation. For the time being, peace settled over the Hidden Mist village. The burdens of the Uchiha clan and Oppos' troubles had been alleviated, though a few troublesome individuals remained unresolved. However, postponing those matters was acceptable. The Rinnegan, indeed, was a captivating prospect. Its enigmatic ocular techniques were astonishing, surpassing even the Sharingan. Lin Yu had once wavered, tempted by the allure of possessing such eyes. Yet, not everyone could bear the burden of the Rinnegan, for doing so would inflict severe damage upon one and Appo's body. Take Kakashi, the copy ninja, for instance. Lin Yu believed that the Sharingan had ultimately hindered him. He could have excelled as a ninja through sheer diligence, and though he was gradually becoming a formidable shinobi, he remained oblivious to the fact that he could have surpassed even the legendary Hiruzen Sarutobi. Instead, he found himself unaccomplished. He was not a member of the Uchiha clan. What he could glean from their exalted eyes was but a fraction, and merely maintaining its activation consumed vast amounts of his chakra. Chapter 87. The island rising from the sea. The enormous commotion in the Hidden Mist village undoubtedly captured the attention of the two great ninja villages, particularly in Konoha. The scouts from the Hidden Cloud were left astonished upon witnessing the sudden emergence of an island from the sea. This should have been an expanse of ocean. Could it be that we have misinterpreted the map? This place resembles a colossal disk, with a noxious stench emanating from the ground that is profoundly unsettling. Especially when the group, upon landing on this land, encountered a crab lodged in the soil. The shock on their faces rendered them momentarily speechless. Extracting the crab from the earth revealed only half of its body, the other half brutally severed. Such grotesque sights were abundant, with the stench of decaying marine life permeating the air. Was this truly once a sea? What transpired here? This scene undoubtedly struck fear into all present, some with trembling pupils and vacant gazes. Exercise caution. We are still within the borders of the Hidden Mist, and any ninja activity must be approached with care, declared a man with piercing eyes, as if he could sense the residual chakra lingering in the atmosphere. The terrifying remnants of chakra, though merely a fraction, still exuded overwhelming power. In the minds of nearly all, speculations began to swirl regarding the events that had unfolded. The enormous meteorite that had hung high in the sky, why had it vanished overnight? If such a feat were achievable by a mere human, it would indeed be terrifying. Who could possess such power to create an island? Even labeling them a deity would hardly be an exaggeration. What connection exists between this suddenly arisen island and the colossal meteorite? Urgent communication with the wreckage was imperative. An undercurrent of tension hinted at an impending storm. At this moment, a team dispatched by Konoha had also arrived. Kakashi, having removed his mask, was visibly shaken. This mission had been designated as an S-rank task by Sarutobi Hiruzen, aimed at investigating the mysteries of the sea. He witnessed, at the center of it all, the sudden emergence of a flat island. Yet, as a seasoned ninja, he discerned traces of battle that had occurred here, each mark instilling profound dread. In particular, when Kakashi picked up a rotting fish that had been mercilessly sliced in two, he noted the precision of the cut, with one half entirely missing. Such immaculate severance could be executed with ease, yet every corpse here bore similar signs. Was the perpetrator so bored as to engage in such actions? No. He was more inclined to believe that this had transpired in an instant, doubting anyone would be so idle. Fear flickered in Kakashi and Appo's eyes, as the horrific scene reeked of an inconceivable and eerie aura. To an ordinary person, it might appear trivial, perhaps a consequence of tectonic movements that formed this island. However, felt trepidation. Suddenly, Kakashi's gaze was drawn back to a fish corpse on the ground, reigniting his curiosity. He approached slowly and picked it up. It was a deep-sea fish, a species only found in the abyss. But why would it appear in such a place? Within the Hidden Mist village, this perpetually humid land shrouded in mist stood in stark contrast to the climate of Konoha. Lin Yu had received numerous visitors throughout the day. Though present in Konoha, his thoughts remained with the Hidden Mist village. After all, it was his jurisdiction. As the village leader, he could no longer shift responsibility onto Zero. In a sense, his mindset had transformed. Previously, he had been solely focused on enhancing his power and had not felt a profound connection to the events occurring in the village. However, the Hidden Mist was his true home. After all, this body originated from there. The two individuals he was about to meet were markedly different. One was dressed in a deep blue bodysuit that accentuated her nearly flawless figure, her orange hair tied back, with bangs partially concealing her right eye, creating a unique allure. She appeared to be in her late 20s, undeniably a beauty. Linyu recognized her immediately. She was Terumi Mei, the former 5th Mizukage. Indeed, had it not been for him, as a bloodline limit ninja from the Hidden Mist, Terumi Mei would have long since instigated a rebellion, gathering a faction of mist ninjas capable of challenging Yagura and Amp, Apos, reign. Accompanying her was a middle-aged man, whose demeanor suggested profound cunning, possessing 2 bloodline limits. Terumi Mei was undoubtedly a talented ninja, the most capable successor to the role of Mizukage aside from Linyu. For years, Terumi Mei had been under immense stress due to the resistance against Yagura and Amp, Apos' blood mist rule. At this moment, she found herself in a rare state of ease. Whether or not she could assume the title of Mizukage was of little concern. Having someone to bear the burdens for her was quite favorable. In contrast, the man beside her had different thoughts. He had once been on the verge of success in the rebellion, poised to ascend to the position of Mizukage, only to have his efforts thwarted by another, rendering his ambitions futile. Terumi Mei, how may I assist you? Linyu inquired. Really, Linyu-kun, you still maintain such formality. Terumi Mei replied with a playful smile. Since your appointment, I have yet to witness your grandeur. Today, indeed, you are as impressive as I had heard. A smile graced her lovely face. To be frank, at her age, Terumi Mei had once regarded matchmaking as a significant event in her life. Rather than being overwhelmed by the responsibilities of the Mizukage, buried under heaps of reports. Had it not been for the absence of capable individuals in the Hidden Mist at that time, she might have wished to avoid such responsibilities. Linyu and Amp, Apos' emergence had certainly alleviated many of her burdens. Thus, her visit today served 2 purposes: to express gratitude for Linyu and Amp, Apos' role in liberating the Hidden Mist and restoring its prosperity, and to thank him for easing her own responsibilities. Chapter 88. The clumsy white eye. As the conversation progressed, the tone of Terumi Mei's voice, whether intentional or not, became imbued with a hint of allure. Women of this age often possess an intriguing charm. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, and a mere glance between her crossed legs evoked a cascade of thoughts. An enchantress. This term has always been used to describe such women. However, it was unclear when she began to take an interest in the man seated before her, who occupied the position of the Mizukage. The reason she referred to him as a man rather than a boy was that Terumi Mei sensed no trace of childishness in him. Instead, he exuded maturity and composure, qualities that draw others in. What am I thinking? He is over a decade my junior, Terumi Mei mused inwardly. It must be acknowledged that women can easily become lost in their thoughts, particularly upon encountering someone as youthful as Linyu. Indeed, anyone would feel their heart flutter. No one is exempt from the allure of his exquisite visage. Even if he were not powerful, perhaps merely an ordinary person, his presence would still captivate many. Moreover, Linyu, despite his youth, had already achieved remarkable success. He possessed status and strength. Undoubtedly, such a man would thrive in any setting. After just one encounter, serious matters, she chided herself. Behind her, a middle-aged man with an eye patch murmured in contemplation. Ao, Terumi Mei and Amp, Apos' trusted aide, was once a target of the notorious bounty from Konoha. Though his right eye appeared shrouded in mystery, Linyu, drawing from his past life's memories, recognized it as the Byakugan he had acquired from the Hyuga clan during the Third Shinobi World War. At that moment, the veins beneath the mask became pronounced, indicating he was about to utilize the Byakugan, or rather, he had already done so. Linyu merely cast a fleeting glance, his expression indifferent, and, for Terumi Mei and Apos' sake, chose not to take it to heart. However, in that instant, Ao staggered backward, collapsing to the ground, fear evident in his eyes. His mouth agape as if he had encountered something horrifying. What is happening? Terumi Mei exclaimed, rising from her seat. Upon noticing the bulging veins on Ao and Apos' face, she suddenly grasped the situation, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts aloud. How could this be? Such a perfect chakra network, entirely unobstructed. Ao's mind wrestled with confusion. After consuming the cleansing potion, Linyu and Appo's impurities had been completely purged, resulting in an extraordinarily smooth chakra pathway. To an ordinary person, this was an astonishing phenomenon. His Byakugan undoubtedly perceived the clarity with which Lin Yu's chakra flowed, revealing insights that surpassed even the Sharingan. Indeed, there was no mistaking it. Ao's terror stemmed from the fact that he perceived a flawless chakra network in Lin Yu, a sight he had not witnessed in decades. What did this signify? It suggested that such individuals typically cultivated their skills at an accelerated pace. Most individuals exhibit several blockages, sometimes dozens. Even Terumi Mei, who possessed dual Kekkei Jinkai, obstructions. Initially, Ao believed Terumi Mei to be formidable, but it was clear that the true source of terror lay before him. Moreover, through a glimpse of the Byakugan, he sensed a palpable aura of death emanating from Lin Yu, directed toward himself. For he knew that had Terumi Mei not been present, he would have perished on the spot. Now, he composed himself, daring not to gaze directly at Lin Yu. However, who could blame him? What ordinary man could achieve such feats at such a young age? Terumi Mei, momentarily stunned, turned to Lin Yu and offered an apology. I apologize. My subordinate has been somewhat unruly. If there has been any wrongdoing, I hope you can forgive me, Lord Mizukichi. At that moment, Terumi Mei gently squeezed Ao and Appo's shoulder. A subtle reminder for him to rein in his Byakugan. Ao fell silent, clearly aware that he had seen something significant. Yet, this level of fear was unprecedented for her. In her heart, Terumi Mei harbored a singular thought. This person is incredibly strong. Perhaps so powerful that even the entirety of the Hidden Mist Village might not stand a chance against him. Such a formidable individual surely harbored grander ambitions than to remain hidden within the village. Simultaneously, Ao, though silent, shared a similar sentiment. Truly, this strength was astonishing. Terumi Mei snapped back to reality, glancing at him, her heart racing. To reprimand her for this incident? Her expression grew serious as she replied, Yes, Lord Mizukichi. What are your commands? Upon seeing his placid demeanor, Terumi Mei felt a wave of relief wash over her. A few moments later, she even managed to smile charmingly. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Simply call me Lin Yu, as you would any of your peers. We are of similar age, so let us address each other informally. Assist me in managing the village. Outwardly, I am the Mizukichi, and inwardly, you shall be my right hand. Lin Yu spoke calmly, his words laced with warmth, making it difficult for anyone to harbor any resentment toward him. Especially when Lin Yu referred to their ages as comparable, Terumi Mei nearly beamed with delight. In truth, she felt a surge of joy, for Lord Mizukichi had undoubtedly made her feel youthful. Yet, this very realization placed her on high alert. A seemingly innocent remark could harbor a latent danger. However, would she relinquish what she had grasped so firmly? Terumi Mei remained uncertain whether Lin Yu spoke from genuine intent or merely as a test. This double-edged sword, while intoxicating in its joy, allowed her to retain awareness of the situation. Should she err in her response, the consequences could prove fatal. Lord Lin Yu, you possess such sweet words. I can only imagine how many young ladies are enamored with you, Terumi Mei said with a soft chuckle. Chapter 89. The struggle between two women without a battle. The control of a hidden village was effortlessly obtained. At this moment, Terumi Mei found herself at a loss for words to respond to Lin Yu, this unfamiliar ally. Indeed, with her capabilities, elevating the Mist Village to new heights was not beyond her reach. Although she had no intention of succeeding the position of Mizukichi, she felt compelled to step forward due to the lack of leadership in the village. Perhaps, Lord Lin, you would be a better fit for the role of Mizukichi. After all, I am merely a woman, unworthy of such a prestigious position. Qing raised an eyebrow, sensing Terumi Mei's profound desire for survival. Simultaneously, he echoed, Lady Terumi Mei is not suited to manage the village, nor does she possess the formidable strength of Lord Lin Yu, making it even more challenging to command respect. Did I not say we could address each other by our names? There is no need for formality. I have been away from the village for quite some time, and I worry that Zero may be overwhelmed with responsibilities. I had intended to invite you, and since you have come to see me today, let us discuss matters openly. His appreciation for Terumi Mei was genuine. Even during the era of the fifth Mizukage, although residing in Konoha, he had often heard tales of her exploits. It was this remarkable woman who had single-handedly rescued the entire Mist Village from dire straits, defying the prevailing opposition. While the Mist Village, being a coastal nation, was inherently defensible, the oppressive reign of the Blood Mist had drained its resources, exacerbating the plight of its already sparse population. Even if they could fend off enemy ninjas, their resilience could not endure indefinitely. Thus, Lin Yu admired Terumi Mei. Despite her seemingly ordinary strength as a Kage, her accomplishments reflected her exceptional talent. To let such a person slip away would indeed be a grave misfortune. Do not worry. I am not intentionally testing you, Lin Yu said with a subtle smile, perhaps having discerned their thoughts. I simply wish for you to manage the village. I do not feel comfortable entrusting it to anyone else. He glanced at the clock on the wall and declared, well, it is time for dinner. Terumi Mei smiled gently, having initially expected the Mizukage to be a stern figure. However, her first encounter exceeded all expectations. This Mizukage, at critical moments, often spoke in ways that left her perplexed, especially during serious discussions. Was this the demeanor of a master? She smiled faintly, her expression revealing her confusion. Yet, she had no choice but to follow Lin Yu. Compared to before, the Mist Village had seen significant improvement, with an influx of merchants. Previously isolated due to the Blood Mist and Appo's influence, the village now resembled a vibrant community where citizens thrived and smiled, a stark contrast to the past. From Terumi Mei and Appo's perspective, Lin Yu was indeed a commendable Mizukage. However, Lin Yu himself held a different view. He merely delegated tasks to others while enjoying a leisurely existence. Despite appearing as if he did nothing, he garnered the respect of many. Ultimately, he had scarcely managed the vast Mist Village. Lord Lin Yu. The Mist Ninjas guarding the Mizukage Tower called in unison as he descended. From now on, this lady will be your new Mizukage. Lin Yu gestured towards Terumi Mei, who stood beside him. The guards couldn't help but admire her captivating figure and alluring beauty, their eyes betraying their thoughts. They quickly regained their composure and greeted her with smiles. Greetings, Lady Terumi Mei. As Lin Yu escorted Terumi Mei around the village, he was met with enthusiastic greetings from the villagers. Lord Lin Yu, thank you for your hard work. If possible, please visit our humble shop. Of course, it will be on the house. After being away for several weeks, the villagers' warmth was even more pronounced in their eyes. And Lin Yu and Terumi Mei turned to see Zero rushing towards them, accompanied by two ninjas from the Kagaya clan. You and Appo's, back. Zero exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In the brief time he had been away, she sensed a remarkable change in Lin Yu, who appeared more mature and composed than before. Yes. Except for some foreign ninjas inquiring about information, Zero began, but Terumi Mei interrupted. Ah, is this lovely child your friend? Before Lin Yu could respond, Zero and Appo's expression soured. She couldn't help but feel that Terumi Mei's reference to her as a child was a direct affront. Although she was an adult, child by this woman was intolerable. The implications were all too clear, and she could easily infer Terumi Mei and Appo's intentions without needing any further words. Chapter 90. A delectable barbecue feast. Kagami Mei and Appo's smile was unceasing. As a woman herself, she could discern the intentions harbored by the girl, scarcely in her 20s. The significance of Lin Yu to her only intensified her displeasure, prompting her to tease the girl intentionally. All right, you two, cease this bickering, Lin Yu remarked, a hint of exasperation evident in his tone. With that, he and Kagami Mei entered the dining area together. In a final display of mock provocation, Kagami Mei swayed her feminine allure, much to Zero and Appo's irritation. That insufferable woman! Zero seethed, gritting her teeth. Had it not been for Lin Yu and Appo's presence, she would have charged at Kagami Mei and given her a piece of her mind. Meanwhile, two ninjas from the Kagaya clan exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a mix of amusement and detachment as they turned their heads away, signaling that they wished to remain uninvolved. In a gesture of gratitude towards Kagami Mei for resolving a significant dilemma, Linyu took it upon himself to prepare a sumptuous barbecue dish. The aroma wafted through the air, earning him approving glances from the restaurant and Appo's as chef. At the tender age of 8, Linyu devoured an enormous plate of barbecue with remarkable speed. To everyone in Appo's surprise, even the typically composed Kagami Mei, Linyu, this barbecue is simply exquisite, she exclaimed, her mouth agape as she savored the meat, her face radiating joy. It is heartwarming. I have never tasted such delightful food before. Upon witnessing this scene, Zero suddenly grasped why Kagami Mei, despite her age, was still engaging in matchmaking. But was Kagami Mei truly old? One could argue not. In the world of ninjas, she could indeed be considered older, at least in certain respects. Mr. Linyu, Kagami Mei ventured after finishing another piece of barbecue. The oil smudged at the corners of her mouth, glistening in the sunlight, only enhancing her allure. Why do you often leave the village for extended periods? Isn't it perilous out there? Just the bounty hunters alone must be a considerable headache. I have grown accustomed to freedom. I dislike feeling constrained. Being in the village makes me uneasy. I prefer the open sky over sitting in an office all day. Linyu replied, pausing momentarily. However, I must trouble you to take care of things for the Mist Village. Of course, I am a citizen of the Mist, after all. I will ensure its well-being, Kagami Mei declared, her eyes gleaming with determination, albeit her resolve was primarily for the food. Before long, the sun began its descent. On a high cliff not far from the village, it felt as though one could observe the entire Mist Village, akin to standing atop the Hokage Rock in the Leaf Village. Each time he gazed at the sunset, Linyu felt an inexplicable sense of comfort, as if he were still in the leaf. Indeed, so much had transpired recently that it left him unable to reflect adequately. What would the future of the ninja world hold? Would the Uchiha clan he had fought to save align with his hopes? The Ten Tails, the Sage of Six Paths, and that enigmatic tree, everything felt somewhat surreal. The appearance of Uchiha Obito had further laid bare his intentions. Indeed, the progression of events was unfolding more swiftly than he had anticipated. Obito had already begun contemplating the collection of tailed beasts. Did his efforts change anything? Or did they merely alter the rhythm of the ninja world? Furthermore, Nagato would soon find himself discarded. Revisiting the past. While there were still blind spots and much he did not know, he had begun to deduce many things through his own insight. The purpose of inviting Kagami Mei to oversee the village was to divert his thoughts elsewhere. Zero was indeed competent, but she lacked the ruthlessness required. Thus, a mature woman like Kagami Mei was necessary to assist her from behind the scenes. Moreover, it would be challenging for Zero to manage alone. As for the tailed beasts, their essence was merely a conglomerate of chakra. This was why, following Rin's demise as the Three Tails host, the Three Tails continued to exist in this world. Linyu once again accessed the system panel. Aside from basic statistics, he noted the unfinished tasks of the day. Grand Swordmaster S. Sword Intent. Unlock progress. 903. In truth, the cultivation of sword intent offered no shortcuts. Yet, Linyu had discovered one. Even so, the path remained fraught with challenges. His sword intent progress had stagnated for quite some time, having not improved since reaching 903. The system and Appo's tasks had only grown more challenging since then. Today marked the second day without knowing how many times the system and Appo's tasks had refreshed. Now, he was confronted with a startling new task. Ding. System task, devour the Three Tails. Isabu. However, there was no daily reminder accompanying this task, indicating that it was a long-term endeavor. Indeed, he had almost forgotten his ability to devour. Since the day he had driven away the Three Tails, he had received no further information. He had sent Mist Ninjas to gather intelligence, but none proved valuable. The fourth Mizukichi, Yagura, seemed to have vanished without a trace, and he had not heard from him for quite some time. If the fourth Yagura were dead, Linyu would only need to search nearby lakes or water-rich areas. Yet, it was evident that the fourth Yagura was still alive. He had merely gone into hiding. Mr. Lin Yu, we have news regarding the Three Tails. A subordinate in uniform approached him respectfully. As he extinguished his cigarette, Lin Yu straightened his posture. You arrive at an opportune moment. Chapter 91. The Tavern Ruckus. How could it be in Danzo and Amp Oppos S hands? Nonetheless, you have performed admirably. Continue to keep a vigilant eye on the Three Tails, ensuring he makes no mistakes. The praised ninja bowed slowly before vanishing into thin air. On the high cliffs, Lin Yu had inexplicably developed a smoking habit. He recalled a time when he abstained from smoking altogether. Perhaps the recent events had weighed heavily on him, inducing a sense of restlessness. Meanwhile, in the hidden mist village, a dense atmosphere enveloped the town. Following the establishment of the harbor, an increasing number of individuals found employment, at least managing to sustain themselves. The villagers along the coast tirelessly cast their nets, and although the work was arduous, their faces radiated with satisfaction. The scene was one of peaceful prosperity. It must be said that since the end of the Blood Mist reign, the hidden mist village had been progressing in a positive direction. Thus, the villagers and Amp Oppos efforts were duly noted, and the accolades naturally fell upon the head of their Mizukichi. As Lin Yu wandered the streets, he soon stumbled upon a tavern. Unlike others, the taverns in the hidden mist village were solely dedicated to drinking, devoid of any frivolous services. They primarily served as gathering spots for outsiders, with few local residents gracing the establishment. The place was rife with shady merchants and individuals distributing pamphlets, even those engaged in ninja work. Of course, most patrons were of dubious standing, with seldom a high-ranking ninja to be found. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps resonated from outside the tavern. A group clad in ninja uniforms, emblazoned with the insignia of the hidden mist, burst through the doors with force. The tavern was instantly thrown into chaos as patrons recoiled, fearing involvement in the disturbance. It was always like this, a band of gluttonous ruffians. Shoo, quiet down. Those are ninjas from the hidden mist. They might just take your head off. Whispers echoed around the room, with some unable to grasp the situation. Lord Yamada, as per your instructions, we have prepared the finest wines for you. We hope you enjoy them. A figure approached with utmost respect. Excellent, tavern owner. Upon my return, I shall surely report to Lord Mizukichi, ensuring your tavern enjoys a reduction in taxes. The rotund man sauntered into the tavern, followed closely by his subordinates. Thank you for your kind words, my lord. I have prepared exquisite dishes. Please do honor us with your presence. The owner bowed and scraped, eager to please. Very well. Bring forth the finest food and drink. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, the ninja cast a menacing glance around. Simultaneously, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Yu and Oppos' position, signaling that matters were far from simple. Indeed, the intruding ninjas began interrogating the tavern's patrons, demanding personal information, occupational identities, and reasons for visiting the hidden mist. Those who aroused suspicion were coerced into relinquishing a sum of money. Most, wary of Yamada and Oppos' influence, complied. Soon, it was Lin Yu and Oppos' turn. Yamada, puffing on his cigar without lighting it, appeared exceedingly arrogant. Where do you hail from? He bellowed. Konoha, Lin Yu replied without hesitation, his honesty further igniting Yamada and Oppos' excitement, nearly causing him to drop his cigar. What? You are from Konoha? Well, I shall be compelled to question your identity. Seize him and bring him back for Lord Mizukichi to interrogate. The bystanders sprang into action, encircling Lin Yu. Oh no, that man is doomed. Look at the insignia on his shoulder. It belongs to a high-ranking ninja. A high-ranking ninja? Does that mean he is formidable? Formidable indeed. High-ranking ninjas typically represent the pinnacle of their village and Oppos' prowess. Yet, he is so young to hold such a title. Panic spread among the tavern and Amp Oppos' patrons as they realized that the audacious figure was indeed a genuine ninja, and a high-ranking one at that. However, Lin Yu and Oppos' eyes glimmered with icy resolve as he smirked slightly, seemingly amused by the situation. On what grounds? He queried. Simply because I am a high-ranking ninja of the hidden mist. Do you wish to oppose the hidden mist and Lord Mizukichi? Yamada attempted to intimidate Lin Yu. Yet his ploy fell flat. Lin Yu remained unfazed, his expression exuding calm confidence. That fool. He is doomed for provoking a high-ranking ninja. Surely. It must be his first visit, and to encounter such trouble on his initial foray is truly unfortunate. How infuriating! Yamada seethed, angered by the unexpected resistance. He had not anticipated encountering a formidable opponent and, rather than heed reason, seemed eager for a confrontation. Linyu was keen to discover which esteemed Mizuki Yamada intended to introduce him to. Give him a good thrashing, Yamada commanded as his subordinates surged forward, wreaking havoc within the tavern. Tables and chairs flew, and the threats were merely accompanied by fierce glares directed at Linyu. It was then that Linyu noticed the insignia on their shoulders. These were not marks of high-ranking ninjas. In truth, the insignia of high-ranking ninjas was not worn on the shoulder at all. They were merely a band of ruffians masquerading in ninja garb, seeking to swindle food and drink. Thinking, with their attire, they did not seem impoverished. They likely possessed some wealth. Yet, instead of resolving matters with money, they resorted to brute force. Youthful arrogance, perhaps, a reflection of their ignorance regarding the true might of high-ranking ninjas. As the tavern spectators looked at Linyu with a mixture of ignorance and curiosity, the tavern owner stepped forward to mitigate the situation. Esteemed gentlemen, this young man is new here and unfamiliar with the customs. I shall take responsibility for his actions. Having paid his dues, Linyu was also destined to face punishment. Yamada smirked, confident that he would not let Linyu off lightly. But in the next instant, every one of his subordinates was sent flying. What is happening? Yamada and Appo's pupils dilated in shock, swiftly overtaken by a foreboding sense of dread. Chapter 92. Dragged out to feed the fish. Yamada and Appo's pupils dilated in shock as he heard the anguished cries of his subordinates. Although they were referred to as his subordinates, credibility to his presence. Now, they lay incapacitated, their bodies riddled with fractures, some even crushed to the bone. Linyu and Appo's demeanor transformed, shifting from calm to a menacing intent, a palpable aura of lethal energy emanating from him, as if he stood at the edge of an endless abyss, surrounded by a mountain of corpses. The terrifying bloodlust erupted with unparalleled ferocity. Is that boy also a ninja? Such a terrifying killing intent. Yamada gasped, his expression shifting dramatically. It wasn't Appo's, only him. Nearly everyone present felt the weight of the moment. Despite their numerical advantage, how could a mere confrontation leave his men utterly crippled? You are quite audacious to masquerade as a jonin from the mist, attempting to deceive us, Linyu remarked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. His surroundings crackled with a fierce sword intent. Damn it, why are you all frozen in place? Capture him at once. He is a spy from Konoha. If Lord Mizuki learns of this, none of you will escape. Yamada's voice trembled with rage, but outside, no one seemed swayed by his tirades. Moments later, the tavern lay in disarray. Yamada knelt in despair, his body trembling like a frightened dog, yet his fear was unmistakable. Please, don't throw me into the sea to feed the fish, he pleaded, unable to meet Linyu's gaze. Wherein and Appo's, you just boasting of being a jonin from the mist? Now you cower like a coward? Shuden and Appo's, you be wielding your kunai and challenging me once more? Linyu replied coldly, his face devoid of any emotion. Yes, you are correct. I am but a dog, driven mad by greed. If you spare my life, I swear I will never falter again, Yamada stammered, bowing and scraping in desperation. If you grant me my life, I will serve you loyally. A mere glance from Linyu sent him into a panic. The once proud jonin of the mist now resembled a humble lapdog, a disgrace to his village. Had he shown even a hint of defiance, Linyu might have respected him as a man and spared his life. Yet, in his current state, he was pathetically subservient, lacking even the basic dignity of a mist ninja. Please, just spare my life, and I will agree to any condition. At that moment, a sudden influx of Umbu agents shattered the chaos. A group of masked ninjas swiftly sealed off the tavern, rendering everyone paralyzed with fear. It and Appo's, over for you. The elite of the mist have arrived. Quickly, seize this man. He hails from Konoha. Capturing him will earn you great merit, and Lord Mizuki will reward you. The man clung to the masked ninjas like a lifeline, shouting desperately, drag him out to feed the fish. A team of ninjas approached Yamada directly. It's him. Without a doubt. Drag him out to feed the fish. You thought you were invincible, didn't and Appo's, you? It's Lord Mizuki. Upon hearing this, the tavern patrons widened their eyes in shock. Could the kneeling man before them truly be the Mizukichi? Yet, his current state was so pitiful, so unlike the powerful figure they had imagined. Only Yamada understood that he was nothing more than a lowly ninja, far from the esteemed status of Mizukichi. What? Who are you? He stammered, watching helplessly as the Umbu swiftly apprehended him, ready to break him if he dared to resist. The situation had grown dire. A mere boy, even if he was a ninja, should not be taken seriously. But what if this boy was indeed the Mizukichi? With a wave of his hand, the Umbu proceeded to break Yamada's arm. Crack! Yamada let out a cry of agony as he realized his limbs were now immobile, devoid of any sensation. His arms and legs lay broken. He is the Mizukichi? The realization struck him with profound shock. The Mizukichi was a mere boy? Yamada stood frozen, grappling with the absurdity of the scene unfolding before him. In his mind, the Mizukichi was a towering, fearsome figure. Not this youth who had so thoroughly humiliated him. I never imagined the Mizukichi could be so young. Whispers circulated among the crowd. To insult the Mizukichi and mock him. Yamada's transgressions were far beyond what could be excused. The only fate awaiting him was death. Yet, he was terrified. He dreaded being dragged away to feed the fish. Even now, with his limbs shattered, he knew that surviving as a mere jest would render him a laughingstock. But what did it matter? Simply living was enough. He could not fathom what he had done wrong. Everyone fears death. He was no exception. Unfortunately, he had provoked a being of such magnitude. And the consequences were as expected. In the next moment, he and his companions were dragged away to feed the fish. Time passed swiftly. Half a day had gone by. News spread rapidly in the mist, and the incident soon reached the ears of the merchants. Upon hearing of Yamada's bullying, the mist's reputation surged, and more merchants arrived. Justice, bravery, decisiveness, and authority. Lin Yu's image solidified as a figure of admiration among the villagers of the mist, celebrated for his valor in this event.